About 20 years ago, Earth was no longer peaceful as portals and dungeons appeared along with monsters spreading everywhere. Humanity must face terrifying disasters. This young man is actually a web novelist. However, when Yu In-sin picked up his phone, he saw a rather strange app called the Creator. Yu In-sin couldn't remember when he downloaded it, thinking it was just a normal game app, so he tapped on it to try. Then, a picture of an ant appeared on the screen along with a strange message that no matter how many times he read it, he couldn't understand. Yu In-sin had never seen a game with such a setup before, but out of curiosity, he still tried playing. Every time In-sin touched the screen, a little ant was instantly destroyed, and he also received a dark coin. The system notification also appeared, congratulating you on taking another step toward becoming a great demon lord, a seeker of brutal power. Isn't this the power of a hunter? So In-sin eagerly goes to check his abilities. The result came shortly after, and the staff happily announced that Yu In-in was qualified to acquire the abilities of a hunter. Hearing this, he felt his life was turning a new page, and he could become a superhero. Not daring to dream of reaching level A, he vowed that as long as he achieved level E, he would immediately give up writing and become a professional hunter. But, in reality, it was a slap in the face for Yu In-sin because his rank was G. This result immediately shattered his spirit, as a G-rank hunter was no different from an ordinary civilian. The receptionist wanted to cheer up Yu In-sin a bit, so she emphasized that his ability was described as a power capable of creating matter, but even that didn't really lift his spirits much. "Do you want to register for the license, Yu In-in?" the staff asked again. "How much is the fee?" Yu asked back. "The registration fee is 280,000, the staff replied cheerfully. But her answer crushed Yuan's last remaining hope. Why should he waste 280,000 on a license that's useless? Anyway, there's no dungeon that allows G-rank hunters to enter. Yu In-sin was deeply disappointed, sighing repeatedly, and accepted the truth that he should go home quickly to finish the manuscript before being urged by the manager. That night, Yu In-in stayed awake until past 2 a.m., probably affected by the skill test event from the afternoon. His mood was terrible, and so was the draft he was working on. For 5 straight hours, he kept writing and erasing and rewriting, but he still wasn't satisfied. Just as Du-anin was about to take a break, the night news reported that SC Hunter Hyon had just completed the challenge of the disaster-level dungeon called the Dark Dragon Dungeon. Bizu Hyon's proud face on the news made Yu In-sin feel deeply insulted. He angrily switched the channel and saw an ad for a moisturizer from another S-rank hunter named Zan Mina. Yu In-in gritted his teeth in frustration. Everywhere outside are top-tier hunters, even randomly they can be at A or S level. Yet he only awakened as the weakest. This must be a cruel joke of fate. The news about the S-rank hunter made Yu In-sin extremely annoyed. He turned off the TV and planned to sleep peacefully before waking up to work on his draft. But just then, the phone kept ringing with notifications. Yu In-sin planned to stay still, but the constant alerts kept him from sleeping. Finally, in frustration, Yu In-sin sat up, grabbed his phone to access that divine app, and each time he defeated a bug, a gold coin would drop from the app. Yu In-sin seems to be unleashing his fury on these ants. He wants to see who will ultimately come out on top. After a long night of effort, Yu In-sin fell asleep exhausted, with the sacred coins piled around him. But when he woke up, only a few scattered coins remained. Yu In-sin mumbled as he picked up a coin. Before going to sleep, he was quite sure that all the small coins had the number 1 engraved on their surface. But now, they've turned into larger coins, with the number 100 on them. What on earth is going on? Hi. In-in was lost in thought when a new notification from the app was sent to show her congratulations, Void God. You have completed the necessary requirements to open the God's Shop. What exactly is the God's Shop? Yu In-sin doesn't know, but he couldn't resist his curiosity, and immediately opened it to see. The moment he pressed the Z option, his phone emitted a crackling sound into a blinding flash. At the same time, a major meeting was taking place at the Korean presidential residence with the president, politicians, and the head of the Hunter Association present. And the meeting content finally revealed that someone in Korea had unlocked the Hunter's Shop. This is an extremely rare ability that only a few hunters can acquire. And unlocking the Hunter's Shop can help them acquire items and skills that only appear in other leagues. So everyone was very excited. Not long after, the main door opened, and a very imposing couple entered. That brown-haired man is Kang Yu, an S-rank creative hunter who unlocked the Hunter Shop, and the beautiful girl beside him is Seon Mina, an S-class psychic here to assist everyone's perception. Facing them, the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat is the current South Korean President Dong Han. Under everyone's excited gaze, Kang quickly activates his Hunter Shop. This action caused the room to shake violently, papers flying everywhere. Even the president's freshly styled hair was blown askew. After the room settled down, Dong Han, with a face full of suspicion, asked, "It looks flashy, but I can't see anything. What about everyone else?" "I can't see it either." "Shanghai?" The person in charge hurriedly explained that usually only those who activate the Hunter's Shop can see it, which is why Seon Mina is here today, to use her spiritual skills so everyone can see what Kang Yu is seeing. She cleared her throat a few times, then began to activate her skill. The people in the room quickly saw the Hunter Shop interface clearly appear in front of them. They were extremely excited to see firsthand the items they had only heard of in legends. such as high-grade A Divine Wing consumables costing 7,000, the Sacred Sword Excalibur level 2 million, or the SS level Thunder God Blessing skill priced at 300 million. The SSS level blessing of the Thunder God, worth 300 million gold, would be about $30 billion in real money, right? Someone muttered while calculating. If you consider the effect of that skill, this price is quite reasonable. Someone eagerly replied. While they were still arguing and discussing, Dung Hyeonian suddenly spoke with a very tense expression, saying that the fate of the country depended heavily on this matter. So he hoped that everyone present could keep the secret about Kang Yu activating the hunter's shop and assign 2 S-rank hunters as his bodyguards. Mina's car next to Kang Yu showed a slightly unnatural expression after hearing this but said nothing, while Yuinsin also just spent 100 coins to successfully activate the god's shop. As soon as he confirmed spending the money, a 100-shaped coin on the ground disappeared. This is truly miraculous, and thinking back, so far only these strange coins have appeared. I start to hope whether I can be like S-rank hunters such as KU, although there's a huge gap between G and S-rank, so maybe my shop is also limited, but at least I can do some basic actions. However, when Insane opened the shop, he was once again disappointed because the list of items was written in strange characters like the initial notification when he logged into the app, so even after reading it, Insane couldn't understand what it meant. Moreover, he had been messing around all night and only earned nearly 500 gold, but he just spent 100, leaving him with only 372 in total. But with prices in the store all in the millions and insanely expensive like this, how can I buy anything? Ayu, Insane sighed heavily, about to close the app when suddenly the item started spinning rapidly. After refreshing several times, Yu Insin saw an item priced at 100 gold, as if the system was urging him to buy it, so he didn't think much and clicked on it. The system immediately announced that he had successfully purchased the exclusive right to the Blind God's Eyes. The Blind God's Eyes? Yu Insin didn't understand what this was for, but before he could finish reading the notification, his eyes suddenly went blind. Yu Insin instinctively fell backward, dropping his phone, and his eyes could no longer see anything. This made Yu Insin extremely panic-stricken. He got off the bed, groped for his phone to call for help, but because he couldn't see anything, he tripped over the cabinet. The pain made Yu Insin collapse to the floor again, tears streaming down his face. But just then, his eyes also suddenly regained their brightness. Yu Insin still hasn't fully shaken off the panic and can only let out a sigh of relief. That was truly a terrifying situation. He saw the phone falling right in front of him, then reached out to pick it up. Strangely, after the temporary blindness just now, Einen was able to read the words in the god's shop. The equipment items there all have fancy names. Yu Einen browsed for a while but still couldn't find anything she could afford to buy. But then, his gaze stopped when he saw something called a superlative exclusive craft with a price that was a lot of zeros. Even though he couldn't afford it now, Yu Einen was drawn to it. I feel like if I owned it, I could become the main character in a novel. Once you're at G level, you'll still be at G level forever, right? And S rank will always be S rank. But it seems there might be an exception. Yu In muttered to himself, then suddenly had an idea. That's right, what if he really was an exception? Thinking of this, Yu In continued browsing the shop to see if there was anything else he could buy, and he saw another item called the Divine Index Finger of Power. Besides the information that can be developed, there is nothing else to describe. The remaining money Yu In has is only enough to buy this. He sighed deeply and decided to try again, purchasing the God's Power Finger. After receiving the confirmation of the purchase, Yu In didn't notice any change at all. He stared intently at his index finger, beginning to wonder if this was all a trick. But as he waved his hands around wildly, Yu In Sin suddenly realized something. You can control the direction of the air conditioner vents and even turn on the TV with just your index finger without touching them. This ability is exactly like a remote control, leaving the owner in constant amazement. The first thing Yu In Sin wanted to do after gaining his new ability was to ask his index finger to help him write stories. But of course that was impossible because he also needed to think. At that moment, the phone rang, and it was the wonderful supervisor calling. Yu In Sin also couldn't understand why he suddenly called. I nervously answered the phone and heard a voice that could pierce my eardrums. Wow, Mr. Author, the story you sent earlier is really interesting. I'm quite surprised. What are you rambling about? You only wrote some random stuff about killing ants. So he actually found it interesting? Was it really that interesting at all? Are you telling the truth? Yu In Sin asked with full suspicion. Yes, the person on the other side insisted firmly that you are very talented, but you are facing a big problem. Hearing this, Yu In Sin began to feel worried. What's the problem? Just tell me and I'll do it immediately. I still hadn't thought of the 2 words to fix it, but Yu In Sin was interrupted by the other side. The main issue is the next chapter. Where's the next chapter? I'm really looking forward to it. Yu In Sin looked grim. That guy really startled him. After thinking it over, Yu In Sin negotiated with the other party for 2 days. After 2 days, he would send the new draft. The other person was very satisfied and hung up, while Yu In Sin still felt that his reaction was a bit exaggerated. Is the silly story about those ants that you casually wrote really interesting? If so, then you have to keep going. Thinking that, Yu In Sin took out his phone, logged into the creator's app, and continued his journey to kill ants for coins. As he earned 100 small coins, they automatically merged into a large 100 value coin. Although earning 100 gold takes quite a bit of time, it's still far from enough to buy other items. Still, Yu Insin keeps browsing the shop diligently to see if there's anything suitable for his next stage. And you see the consumable item called the Blessing of Growth God, with a description that it is the lowest level deity, priced at 1,000 gold. Even though it's the lowest level, Yu Insin guesses that it still works better than this thumb power, which is just like a remote control. Moreover, just seeing the words growth is enough to make his heart race. With that enthusiasm, Yu Insin continued to farm ants to gather enough 1,000 coins. Things went quite smoothly until Insin encountered a red ant with the number 404, and no matter what he did, he couldn't make it retreat. Yu Insin notices that this ant's color is completely different from the others, so he assumes it must be the boss. If that's the case, it will definitely drop more coins than usual. Thinking that way, he became even more enthusiastic. However, no matter how fast Yuin's fingers were, the ant ran just as quickly. He kept calling on the phone until his ears almost burst but still couldn't catch it. After struggling for a while, Yu Insin was truly getting furious. He swore to make that stupid ant understand what the title of the new audition god truly meant, but after some more time, Yu Insin still hadn't caught the red ant. It's just an ant, how could it be that fast? Yu Insin almost went crazy and started wildly chasing other normal black ants. And after an unknown amount of time, he finally defeated the 801st creature. The system then sent a new notification that the karma of the nameless god had exceeded 800, and just 200 more points would allow Yu Insin to attain the new title of the Great Evil God, a seeker of power and destruction, along with a reward. At this moment, Yu Insin is about to faint. The clock shows 3 a.m., and he finally falls asleep before reading the last message. The special power of the blind god's eyes will be activated. Following the trail suggested by the forgotten god, number 404, suddenly there was a clattering sound all around accompanied by a blinding flash of light. Yu Insin suddenly wakes up in a panic. He looks around and realizes he's in a movie theater with no one else around. As the screen in front of him lights up, Yu Insin's eyes become vacant. An image of a desert and a small figure using a cane appears on the screen. At first I thought it was a human, but upon closer inspection I realized it was the red ant number 404 that Yu Insin tried to kill earlier. So this is the true power of the Black Tribe God. It's willing to sacrifice its followers just to kill itself. It's not a god, it's the cruelty of a demon. And we can't waste any more time. I have to tell Bradlin about this quickly. The little ant thought to itself. It kept dragging itself along and finally returned to a burrow. Inside the cave, there are many red ants like it sitting on a stone table enjoying a meal, though it's unclear what they're eating. The red ant hunted by Yu Insin earlier that afternoon entered the cave and loudly said, "I found the source of food from the black race fleeing, but all were destroyed by a black race deity. He's a disgusting and terrifying monster, so we have to run away immediately. We need to do something before that monster comes back to attack." A swarm of red ants fell silent for a few seconds, then burst into mocking laughter, ridiculing the other ant as a coward and a disgrace to the empire of the great emperor. A monster? The Black God clan is a monster. If your food defeats you, you might as well die there. Everyone, be silent. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out, cutting off all those jeers. The red ants, who had been mockingly ridiculing their own kind, now all stood upright, bowing respectfully before the voice's owner. That is the great red ant mage, and this old ant agrees with what red ant 404 just said. It could sense the presence of the demon that 404 mentioned and firmly confirmed that these things were true. Now this land belongs to the Abyss. That evil god is in this sacred land and we must eliminate him immediately, the red wizard shouted. 404 was deeply moved, even to tears, simply because someone as powerful as the Grand Mage believed in what he said. Then the red mage suddenly placed his hand on his head, healing all his wounds in an instant. 404 was then entrusted by Vin Han with leading the tribes to capture the monster. For the great sage Red Eagle saw 404 as a brave warrior who had returned from the brink of danger. Someone as influential as the red sage has spoken, so of course those ants will have no more doubts. They all stand up together, shouting slogans to fight and destroy the evil dark god, their morale extremely high. And just then, Yu Insin woke up in bed with extremely disturbed breathing. The scenes just now felt so real that he wondered whether he had just dreamed of the red ant or if the ant tribe was dreaming of him. Yu Insin, out of habit, grabbed his phone and received a notification from the creator app that number 80 was invading. When he unlocked the screen, he saw once again the appearance of that red ant. You just woke up and your anger is once again stirred up. I will destroy you immediately. Yu Yin gritted his teeth and snarled, "Nature will stop the evil." A different voice responded to Yu Yin, and he stared blankly at the screen, seeing many other red ants, including the Grand Wizard ant with a beard and a white cloak he had seen in his dream. They are setting up some kind of formation. Yu Inshin stared without blinking, and as a result was struck by a burst of power shot out from the phone. At that moment, he couldn't grasp what had just happened until he realized he was bleeding, just like Shu falling out of the phone. The attack was real, and in the world inside the phone The red ants led by the great ant sorcerer were truly preparing their battle formation and fighting. To them, Yu-In's existence was truly like a god in the sky, but the power of the red ant sorcerer was not to be underestimated. Yu-In blinked and was struck again, so painfully that he had to cover his face with both hands. You are truly a great mage. Quickly subdue that one. The red ants cheer excitedly. You have achieved a great victory. Your majesty will surely be very pleased. But before the old ant could rejoice, the sky above suddenly turned red. He turned pale and hurriedly ordered his followers to run, but it was too late. The first wave of divine power descended from the sky. Then a series of beams of light with immense power rained down violently, destroying the red ants, while Du-Ensin outside kept pounding on his phone screen. It seems that after being hit twice, your anger has gone beyond just being upset about losing money. By the time Ensign calms down, your phone is already shattered. This guy quickly grabbed his phone and started crying uncontrollably. Ah, did my phone just break the screen? However, after that emotional outburst, Ensign truly crushed the red ants, raising his karma points above 1,000 and earning a new title as the Evil God. Along with the new title, an effect called Brutal Slaughter Level Up was activated, which can increase the Evil God's combat luck. What the hell is this Evil God and Brutal Slaughter? I'm just a good citizen, so how am I an evil god? Besides, instead of that new title, I'm more interested in the pile of money I received. The gold coins gradually merge into 100 gold coin stacks, but among them, Yu-Insin sees something that looks like a ring. As he brought it close to his face to examine it, Yu-Insin instinctively caught a whiff of a scent, and bringing it even closer, he was met with a wonderful aroma. This is the first time Yu-Inen has smelled a scent capable of cleansing the mind to this extent, and he isn't sure whether it's herbal or something else. Curious, Yu-Inen quickly slipped it onto his pinky finger. I only put it on my finger for a moment, and I already feel my body becoming much lighter. This sensation is truly amazing. Almost all my fatigue has disappeared. It seems this is the reward that comes with the new title and the notification Yu-Insin didn't have time to read last night because he fell asleep. With a sigh, his phone rings with another notification. Yu-Insin hurriedly ran over, opened the shattered screen to check, and saw the notification that the blind god's eye had been activated. While appraising the ring, the appraisal was completed. After reading the notification, Yu-In looked at the ring again, then realized that the information about this item had been displayed in front of him through a simulated window. It is called Ring R, worn by Red Ant number 80, containing the vitality of an entire forest and boosting elemental attributes. Yu-In kept pondering, and this time the results were even more surprising than he had imagined. I'm not sure if this skill works on other things, but out of curiosity, Yu-In decided to test it on the TV at home first. And indeed, it provided extremely accurate results, including the fact that you had used that TV for a year and that its installment plan had only 3 months left, as well as details about the laptop on the table and the bed in the corner. All of their information becomes clear with the power of the blind god's eye. This skill seems to be quite extraordinary. Yu-In kept doubting once again. With this skill and the Riz ring, is he really just a G-class hunter? Wearing that ring again, they probably won't just rate you as a G level anymore. Thinking this through, Yu-In made a decision. He would return to the appraisal center tomorrow. Thinking and doing. Early the next morning, Yu-In was already here. The receptionist still remembers your face and advises Ensign not to waste more time and money, since the error rate for the evaluation is less than 1%. But Yu-In still insisted on doing it no matter what. In the first appraisal, the government covered all the costs. But from the second time onward, if you want to do the assessment, you'll have to pay 1,080,000 W. Hearing this, Yu-In was stunned. How could he have that much money? Then he left disappointed. He was really excited about this ring, but that amount was just too much for him. Instead of trying to escape the G-Rank Hunter label to enter the dungeon, maybe you should spend your time writing. Yu-In looked at the crowded crowd. Almost everyone here was to assess their hunter abilities. He wanted to find some inspiration to write from them, and as Yu-In was gazing absent-mindedly, the blind god's eyes automatically activated. Yu-In didn't think this could still be used on humans. He looked around at everyone, but only saw them with some special note, and their names were hidden, as if the information was protected. Until he saw Sion Miri looking despondently at the hero search poster, she was the first person Yu-In could see with her full name. The system also noted that she was experiencing a very strong shock, and for some reason, Yu-In suddenly stood up and rushed toward the car. Mr. Miri reached out with his finger to try to stop her from taking another step, and that was their first encounter, as we saw from the beginning. Everyone already knows how it turned out. When Du-In approached to start a conversation with strange phrases, Sion Miri immediately thought he was crazy and even wanted to use his superpower on him. He originally wanted to explain that he wasn't crazy, but this young man naturally had no talent for talking to girls, so the more he spoke, the stranger he seemed. Luckily, just at that moment, the phone rang as expected. It was your sister calling, and since Yu-In's sister isn't exactly gentle, he quickly pretended to be panicked, hurriedly answered the phone, and then ran away. Yu-In's sister wants to help pick up her daughter. That girl San-Jan. Seeing her chubby cheeks, Yu-In truly wants to melt, and wonders how her devilish sister could have given birth to such an angel. While talking unconsciously, Yu Insen couldn't help pinching the chubby cheeks of the girl, which made Zhang Jian angry for a moment. Because pinching cheeks is the thing she hates most, Yu Insen now faced a headache. Because every time Zhang gets angry, it lasts for hours. But now things are different. I have the eyes of the blind god. What's so hard? Having figured out his plan, the blind god's eyes suggested that Zhang was craving a chocolate ice cream cone. I thought it was something difficult, but buying an ice cream is definitely something I can do. So I said, Zhang, let's go get ice cream. A chocolate-flavored waffle cone ice cream. Sweet and delicious. Kids are still kids. How can they resist the pull of something sweet? So the girl forgave you just like that, and then the two of you went to the shop together. It was just when paying that Yu-In pulled out a bunch of coins, which clearly annoyed the clerk and made him much more frugal when getting the ice cream. She's discriminating against me because I paid with X, huh? Yu-In silently thinks, this is meant for the future of the country next to me. At this moment, Yu-In suddenly remembers something. That's right, he has the divine finger. Although this skill is usually pretty useless, in this case, it seems to be perfect. So Ayu Einen stands back and activates the skill, and the ice cream immediately sprays out full force. And since the staff couldn't retrieve the ice cream, Zan was holding a cone half her height. She was very satisfied, while Duin enjoyed a peaceful and tranquil day. But just as the boy was starting to relax, his phone rang with a series of urgent notifications, and Ayu Einen received a message that her Brutal Killer title had been activated. Through this activation, the luck effect in the Void God's combat has been significantly increased. Oh, are you the one? The one who walks the path of the great demon will swallow everything, including the challenges you face to become a true demon god. Suddenly, a strange voice echoes in the sky. The car was so scared by something that it dropped its ice cream cone and looked up at the sky with wide eyes. Yu Inen also looked in the direction the girl was gazing, then saw a giant monster tearing apart the space-time portal as it appeared. Thanks to the eyes of the blind god, he immediately identified it as the androgynous bull demon. At 400 years old, a monster seeks to obtain the god's challenges by swallowing an anonymous god, which is actually your nickname in the game Dong Tao Hua. This also means that the giant bull appeared because of him, and it's no coincidence. Luckily, at that moment, Seon Miri appeared and defeated the horned bull, saving Yu Insen and his granddaughter from danger. When the bull died, Yu Insen received another notification saying that his Brutal Killer title had increased by 1 level, with the reward being a free purchase of a low-tier god's power in the shop. Sounds pretty tempting. But after both he and his niece cowered under the foot of the horned bull, Yu Insen suddenly felt a strong dislike for that damn thing, and that's why he appeared here, planning to throw the phone into the river. However, just as Yu Insen was about to intervene, his phone buzzed with a new notification. In the end, he couldn't resist his curiosity and decided to check. And on that notification, there were 2 words that caught Yu Insen's attention, which was Saintess. Through the phone screen, Yu Insen saw the fierce red ant tribe slaughtering another black ant tribe. And the black ant saint mentioned is a weak-looking queen ant, the female leader of this tribe, the saint of the black race. Do you think you have a chance to escape the Imperial soldier's grasp? The fierce red ant then charged in after cutting down a few guards and headed toward the black ant tribe's saint. In her moment of greatest panic, she called out to the nameless god, also known as Yu Yin, the character set as the protector of this tribe. Seeing the trembling black ant princess on the screen, Yu Insen was reminded of the scene where he held Song Jian, trembling before that horned bull. And I'm pretty sure I looked the same back then. If that's the case, how could Yu Insen just turn a blind eye? And so, he immediately struck to destroy the largest red ant on the screen, the one threatening the Black Clan's Saintess, and dozens of coins fell from the screen along with a message saying that the Black Clan's Saintess wanted to know the true identity of the nameless god, with all her gratitude. A true identity? Yu Inen wondered. Then the machine repeated his name. The next notification appeared, stating that the Black Clan's Saintess deeply admired Yu Yin, and as a result, he gained the title of the God of Ultimate, the savior of mankind. This changed his development from an evil faction to a neutral one, and the title of the Supreme God also brought him another reward, 100,000 gold. Since starting this crappy game, this is the first time Yu Inen has received so much gold, so he couldn't help but feel excited. Along with the gold he collected earlier, he now had a total of 108,700 coins. He immediately opened the god shop, browsing to find something he could purchase. The first thing is definitely the consumable item that Yu Inen had targeted earlier, the Divine Blessing worth 1,000 gold. It is described as a fluid accumulated after falling out during the training of the Eternal Truth Seeker, capable of unleashing maximum hidden potential and becoming more powerful the more it is consumed. Sounds pretty appealing. But Du Insin, upon hearing that it was someone's bodily fluid, immediately decided not to buy anymore. Still, that bottle had already cost 1,000 gold to obtain, so he couldn't waste it, and he opened the lid, closed his eyes and nose, and drank it all in one go. But after finishing it, Yu Insin didn't feel anything particularly different. That vial of fluid just seemed like a can of energy drink, yet it cost 1,000 gold. He angrily started cursing the system as a scam, but after seeing the description that the more he drinks, the stronger he becomes, Yu Insin gritted his teeth and bought a few more bottles to drink. After finishing the drink, his eyes suddenly fluttered shut. Yu Insin's body could no longer control itself and collapsed right in the middle of the street. At this point, your divine assimilation rate has increased from 0% to 5%, and the skills you possess have also developed based on this assimilation rate. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on that soft bed over 10 years old, with a pounding headache and no idea how he ended up at home. Out of habit, he started to press his phone, but just then he felt his hand itch, and a few ants that had crawled out suddenly climbed onto Yu Insin's hand. The tingling and itching sensation quickly woke him up, and Yu Insin was stunned to see a swarm of red ants as numerous as an army in his room. He jumps off the bed, instinctively panicking and trying to run, but unfortunately the door won't open. The swarm of ants is extremely aggressive, biting and gnawing at Yu Insin as soon as they catch him. Although they are very small compared to Yu, a swarm attacking together is no joke. In desperation, Yu Insin quickly looked toward the window as a last straw for salvation. This is only the 3rd floor, so even if you jump down, it probably won't do much. Thinking that, Ben took a deep breath and rushed toward the door. But unfortunately, the window won't open either. Yu In hit his face hard, and Ben fell to the ground. Damn it, are you going to be stuck here forever? If escaping has failed, then there's only fighting left. Yu In thought so and started to fight back against the swarm of red ants, which also used all their forces to attack Yu Yin and were even prepared with bows and rockets. Even though they are just tiny arrows, smaller than a porcupine's quills, Du Insin was pierced by 1,000 of them at once, causing such pain that he couldn't move for a moment. Ha 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 ha, do you like this feeling, you nameless monster? This is the true strength of the Empire. The Red Ant leader shouted loudly, then ordered his entire army to take advantage of Yu Insin's hesitation and continue the attack. Aiming to completely defeat him, their relentless attack overwhelmed Du In, causing him to collapse to the ground, in immense pain, feeling he could barely breathe anymore. But just then, Yu Insin saw a bottle of insect venom on the table, so he gritted his teeth, summoned his last strength, and lunged toward the table. While the red ants were still reveling in the belief that they were about to kill the nameless god, Du In used the insect venom to wipe out the entire ant colony. They were shattered by this overwhelming power. But Du Insin probably couldn't move anymore because of the amount of ant venom. He thought he would just pass away like that. But the system suddenly appeared and announced that the high-level nightmare dark god had granted Yu Insin a gift. He used his last bit of strength to press the Z option on the simulation screen. Immediately, Yu Insin's index finger again felt something quite strange. At the same time, Mr. Miri finally broke free from the crowd of journalists and reporters. She went to the mountain on the outskirts of the city, trying her telekinetic powers many times, but it was all in vain because she couldn't make her strength burst out like when fighting that horned bull anymore. Mr. Miri's car kept grinding its teeth. If she awakens that power again, revenge will no longer be just a dream. Over there, Yu Insin is still struggling as her apartment burns. Just now, after experiencing the silent nightmare, he sensed a slight abnormality from his fingertips. But that feeling passed quickly, and Du Insin didn't notice anything else happening. Because he inhaled too much smoke, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed to the ground. Although he was unwilling to die like this, Du Insin truly couldn't move anymore. Just as he was about to give up hope, suddenly the wall was shattered by some kind of power. Yu Insin instinctively looked in that direction. The eyes of the blind god immediately activate, automatically analyzing the target, and before losing consciousness entirely, he seems to have recognized a familiar figure. When Yu In finally regained consciousness, he was in the hospital, his body bandaged like a mummy from burns. His sister and Zanjan were always there by his side. Seeing that her brother was tightly wrapped like a bonchung, she couldn't help but doubt. Is he really your brother? Of course it's true. Yu In nodded firmly, as if to confirm. So what is the password? The car said. Mom is the evil aunt, the fat ant. Yu In responds. Only then does Zong happily jump into his arms. And your sister is already ready to hang you and your nephew up and beat you. So tell me, isn't it right for Yu In to call on the caring aunt who just cleaned up her brother after escaping the fire? Your sister was scolding and hitting him, ignoring that your brother was a patient. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Mr. John's car pulls up and opens the door, but there's no one there. Only a large basket of flowers with a message for Yu In, but he can't figure out who sent it. Of course, he couldn't guess that the owner of this flower basket was Sion Miri. After the recent encounter with the horned bull in the fire, she carefully thought and realized that when she was near Yu In, she could tap into a power beyond her limits. That's why Sion Miri stayed secretly at the hospital for 4 days, but she had no answer as to what was in Yu In that allowed her to surpass her limits. Sion Miri only remembered feeling some kind of power influence her during the fight. Yu Insin suddenly sat up, growling non-stop as if in great pain, while Sion Miri was about to give up her watch and go back. Meanwhile, in the world of the creator, the Black Ant Holy Maiden is trying to offer her tribe's treasure to Yu Yin, despite the elder's strong objections because it is a sacred heirloom passed down through generations. However, she believes she cannot forget the person who saved them from the catastrophe. Moreover, this could help Yu Insin become stronger so he can continue to protect the Black Ant tribe. Sion Miri watched as he thrashed on the bed after reading the message on his phone, not knowing exactly what was happening. It wasn't until Yu Ini received the message that the Black Ant Holy Maiden and her 101 subordinates were praying for him and wanted to offer the tribute that he finally calmed down a bit, even feeling a little pride. Isn't the tribute usually only offered to those who are important in the tribe? Then you must be very important to the Black Ant tribe. Thinking that, Yu Insin crossed his legs in a lotus position, looking extremely proud and pressed to accept the offering. A small stone falls from the screen. The blind god's eyes, after examining, provided him with the information that it is one of the 7 types of fruit from the world tree. Yu Insin didn't know exactly what it did, but since the system said it could be good for endurance, he immediately swallowed it. Soon after, Yu Insin felt a very unpleasant sensation. Outside, Miri is still holding her breath, watching every expression on his face, only to see him gritting his teeth and saliva continuously flowing out because this damn thing has a truly terrifying smell, both salty and bitter, with a spicy kick too. But surprisingly, after a short while of drinking it, Yu Insin suddenly felt that the wounds on his body no longer hurt. He removed the bandages and was amazed to find that all his injuries had healed completely. Miri's car outside secretly watching is also very surprised, as if the fact that Einen was burned all over his body happened a long time ago. This makes her even more curious about this person's identity. Then the system also announced that alongside receiving the gift from the Black Ants, the Creator's Holy Blessing function had been activated, allowing you to bestow blessings back to the believers. Yu Inen pondered for a few seconds. What are those ants like anyway? As he thought about this, Yu Inen saw some packets of coffee-flavored sugar on the bed, and the Black Ant Holy Maiden was still praying persistently. As the elders in the tribe grew anxious, having sacrificed all the gold and jewels of the clan without receiving a response from the gods, something like snow began to fall from the sky. They reached out to catch the pure white flakes, and some hurriedly tasted them, discovering that their flavor was truly extraordinary. Even more amazing, thanks to Yu Inen's blessing, these sugar crystals can also heal wounds. The injuries of the Black Ant tribe members, after being attacked by the Red Ant tribe, have completely healed. At that moment, the elders could no longer doubt. They were so moved by this scene that tears welled up in their eyes. Is this a miracle? Our great and compassionate God, Yu Insin. Yu Insin, looking at the happy ants on his phone screen, also feels delighted because they look adorable. Plus, with just a bag of sugar, he gained 101 followers, each converted into 100 divine coins, earning him 10,100 divine coins from the blessing. Since the wound had healed completely, Du Einen was discharged from the hospital right after. The first thing he did was look for a reputable store to sell his items. And Insin had no idea that throughout this entire time, he was being watched by a mysterious person. The store Yu Insin chose is called Ha. The staff member was very happy when he heard you came to sell some items. Are you a hunter? No, I have awakened my ability, but haven't obtained the hunter's license yet. Oh, I see. Please wait a moment for me, the other person said, then handed Yuen a form to fill out. The form requires specifying the origin of the item, and Yuen is confused about what to write. Anyway, I can't say I got it after catching ants in the game. If my apartment hadn't been destroyed in the fire, I wouldn't be so desperate that I have to sell repair tools like this. Soon after, a few more people entered, including one extremely tall individual. It seemed they had been here many times before, so the shop owner was already familiar with their faces. Yuensen glanced over them and picked up some basic information, noting that the system marked them as having quite weak muscles. He was very curious. How could these big guys be weak? The information must be wrong, or maybe their weakness only applies to bosses. I heard your shop hasn't been doing well these days, so I brought some interesting things. The man at the front placed a large suitcase on the table. Inside was a silver armor that looked very expensive. As soon as Ya saw it, his eyes lit up like stars. However, thanks to the eyes of the blind god, Yu Insin immediately recognized that there was a problem with this. Although it looks beautiful on the outside, in reality, it is just a pile of 29-year-old scrap armor. Because of the partial blessing skill and the perception distortion skill, it has such a beautiful appearance. The duration of this skill is only about 4 hours left. After that, it will immediately turn back into a pile of scrap iron. A total of 560 mana, that's a lot. Today must be very expensive. Jahi still doesn't know anything and happily comments. Haha, my stuff always guarantees quality, and that man over there shamelessly responds without a clue. We will only take 3 bundles. Do you want 300 million world currency in cash? Yahi hesitated for a moment, then still insisted on buying the item. Please wait for me a moment. I will prepare the money as quickly as possible. Yu Insin didn't want to interfere, but 300 million W isn't a small amount. He quickly stood up and loudly warned H that it was just a fake item and she shouldn't buy it to avoid trouble. As soon as you said that, the atmosphere in the room froze. The 3 con men turned dark and the biggest one immediately lunged forward, grabbing Yuen's collar and trying to lift him up. Can you prove that what you just said is true? A flame appears in the leader's hand. Yu Einen also had no choice. Without using his skill, he might have been beaten to a pulp today. So he activated the Divine Finger of Power, instantly turning that shining armor into a pile of wreckage. The 3 scammers, exposed for their tricks, became even more furious. The tall guy really wanted to beat you up, but their boss signaled him to stop. Then he bowed 90 degrees and sincerely apologized, saying, "It's my fault, high-level hunter. If you want, we can leave here immediately." Only then did the big guy let go of Yuinen, and the three of them angrily walked away. It seems our boss misunderstood you as a high-level hunter, but at least we got out of trouble. After they left, they hurriedly thanked you. If it weren't for Yuinen, I might have wasted 300 million troops to buy this pile of scrap metal. Thank you for your help. You must be an ascetic, right? The girl asked excitedly. The hermits I mentioned are people who live in hiding. They have the abilities of hunters, but choose to live ordinary lives. Yu Insin just nodded, confused about how to explain himself being mistaken for a high-level hunter and a hermit, but then remembered. Oh, right, he's here to sell a few items. Jahi asked again, and only then did Yu Insin remember his main purpose for coming here. You take out the wrist ring, but after Jahe examines it carefully, she concludes that it only has 12 mana. Even if she pays you more, it's just a D-grade item and not worth much. Yu Ini took back the ring, and the eyes of the blind god suddenly began re-evaluating it. At this moment, the item's note had changed. The system suggested that you should give it to someone close to you, like Zon Miri in the crowded street, where Miri hides behind a wall and secretly watches Insin exchanging items. She wondered if rapid recovery after such a condition was the effect of the highest grade medicine. He seemed only a G-class hunter, so how could he access that high-grade potion? Just as I suspected, he could be a high-level hunter. She thought to herself, being able to uncover his identity and his rapid recovery ability, he might be able to help her overcome her own limitations. Suddenly, two figures appeared and cut across, making her pause for a moment. Wait, it looks like she's secretly following him again, just like last time. The two people on the street earlier were extremely arrogant, constantly insulting passersby. Damn it, get out of the way! Miri is still worried, wondering how her sister would react if she found out about this. As she turns around, where does In Shin suddenly appear from behind? He scratched his head and asked, Ren, isn't that Miri? Oh my god, I have something for her. At the academy, lightning bolts illuminated the sky above the building. On the rooftop, the stern-faced professor looked at the computer screen and shouted, 1000 MP is still too high for a level hunter. Miri stared intently at the ring on her hand. She realized that the ring itself had increased her power. Then she remembered the scene on the street earlier when In asked to call. Brain? No, that's not Miri. Oh my god, I have something for you. Hearing that, her head was full of question marks. I was about to run away when In called me back. Wait a moment. Please take this. It will definitely help you. As he finished speaking, he turned and ran quickly into the crowd, leaving her confused about herself. Then Miri looked in surprise at her glowing hands. On the building, Miri gazes thoughtfully at the ring on her finger, smiling softly as she reflects, as if it were just a trivial item. This ring enhances her power. Sungman clapped from above, praising non-stop. Truly extraordinary. But Mina beside him coldly said, Don't get too arrogant, Miri. You're only at level A. Seeing that, Do Hyun glanced at her with displeasure. His attitude was calm as he raised his hand and signaled, I look forward to working with you in the future. Sometimes we should fight together. Miri agreed immediately. All right, Mina snapped. Hey, Miri, if you still plan to seek revenge or do anything similar, don't blame me for being harsh. Miri sulked and thought, sorry sis, I can't. If that person can help me break my limits, revenge will no longer be just a dream. On Insin's side, he's trying to activate a new special ability, the innate power of his eyes, which has already been triggered. The scene before him is of General Kamakiri receiving Jim's orders and commanding 5 million soldiers led by Jim to kill the monster guarded by the Black Race. It slaughtered 100,000 soldiers led by Habibiscus and Kim. General Kamakiri obeyed the order as the fourth sword among the 10 swords of the Empire. The soldiers below respond in unison, We obey your command! And Shin wakes up terrified, knocking his phone out of his hand. Sweating profusely, and Shin wondered, a dream? When he realized it wasn't real, he immediately wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a breath of relief, thanking heaven and earth. Suddenly, he felt that something was off. Wait a minute, based on everything that has happened so far, that thing definitely isn't fog. I was almost pushed to the brink of death by 100,000 ants, but 50 times? I kept tearing at my head, not knowing what to do now. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupts Einen's train of thought. Who could be calling at this hour? Who would joke around at this moment? A message from the user Vo Than Mong sent with the content. Do you crave power? In. Tell me who you are. Than Mong replies. The first weak and inexperienced god must sacrifice 100 million entities of the same kind as you, especially those who share your bloodline. If you do that, his absurdity makes you angry and curse. You bastard, you're blocked. Vo Than Mong hurriedly frowned and pulled back. Wait, hold on. Suddenly, the system screen in front of In Shin displayed that the inherent power of the Void Eye had been activated. What appeared before his eyes, surprising him, was a savage beast from the tribe. He shouted loudly, I, General Kamakiri, will gouge out your eyes and cut off your head to offer to the Emperor. At this moment, you realize that is exactly what you saw in your dream. The clock also shows 4 days remaining, and he immediately looks at his phone screen. The system displays the Holy Maiden and 101 subjects panicking before the Imperial attack. You find it strange and wonder, you are also scared. And Shin hurriedly outlines a plan, knowing he must prepare everything carefully once again this time. The wall of the building seems to have been hit by something, creating a hole. Shin angrily shouted, Why didn't the self-analysis work this time? It worked effectively on others too. A clear sound rang out, Ensign was successfully analyzed, and this time he also let out a sigh of relief. It's effective. Happiness is often fleeting, a characteristic notification system that's inexplicable and a failure. He can't accept this result, not yet. That damn power. Ensign goes back to bed to review what essentials he bought from the hunter's shop. Bean's flame looks really cool. The name sounds awesome, but it's just the god's finger of judgment. Besides having a cool name, it's just like a lighter. It's introduced as having its power activated when combined with the finger of judgment from the god. He hadn't enjoyed it for long before realizing he had been fooled again. Enraged, In muttered to himself that he should have thrown it into the trash. The anger in his chest eased as he turned on his phone and eagerly asked, "What now?" Turns out it was this arrogant bastard manager. The author. "It's been over a week since you sent me the final draft. I understand you have your own struggles, but work always needs to be done, and it's not good if you keep delaying because remember, you're already in front of it. I sincerely apologize. I've been going through some unforeseen issues lately. Still, I've always believed in you." "Author," he muttered. "Podcast." You let out a loud scream. "What I need is it. The podcast is the holy water of the growth god." The screams from inside continue to echo out as we fight against 20 soldiers, while the system shows the omnipotent being's assimilation rate has skyrocketed from 5% to 10%. Ensign's power has been enhanced, and the kind savior title has been activated. He focuses on completing the mission, which seems extremely difficult and makes him nauseous. Heaven rewards the diligent. Finally, it's done. Now I just need to send this to that supervisor, then I can rest my head on the desk and fall asleep. Miri happily went to find Ensign with a good mood, and she had bought a few cakes to bring along. Suddenly, she paused to think, wait a minute, would it be strange if he knew I knew his home address? But I need his help, so I have to make a good first impression. Miri told herself, "Don't worry too much, Miri. I'll just pretend it's a chance encounter with him." After speaking, she slowly went upstairs and then hurried to Yin's door. Inside, he was sleeping soundly in a dreamy sleep. "It's all over now. I'll buy some beef for the supervisor." Miri hesitates outside, unsure whether to ring the doorbell or not. Miri decided to ring the doorbell, but there was no response, so she quietly wondered, is he not home? She looked at the lock, which seemed a bit unusual, as if the door wasn't locked. Miri opens the door and slowly steps inside, softly calling out, "Inshin, are you home?" Everyone in the office is focused on their work. The manager angrily said, "You're late again, Author," as he smoked and texted, "Author, are you late again?" Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the table, startling him. Inshin stood in front of him with his arms crossed and a confident look on his face. Then he handed his new article to the manager. The manager looked at the pile of words in disbelief. So many at once. He held it in his hands, tears welling up in his eyes. Inshin is very proud of her achievement and wants to reward herself. Today, she's going to have beef. Suddenly, teasing voices echoed in your ear. "How can you still be asleep right now? Does he stay awake all night or what?" In is still dreaming, unaware of what's happening and misunderstanding everything. So delicious. So delicious. He licks his lips in craving, asking for more. "Miss, can I have 2 more portions of ribs?" Suddenly, he woke up, startling the 3 guys. "They curse at you, you bastard! Do I look like I'm asking myself if I've been kidnapped? Where am I? What's going on? Am I really kidnapped? Is eating beef just a dream?" Minho's face turned purple with anger as fire flickered from her hand, speaking through clenched teeth. "Well then, even now you can still sleep." Kim Shu and Jimin are also ready to give Tan a lesson, and Shin asked in surprise, "The small flames make my body feel loose. Are they the fire hunters we met at Shop H?" Jin's sharp eye said, "I think you remember now. Nice to meet you." Why asked, but he didn't feel happy at all, then asked, "What do you want?" "Of course it's the reward from last time. You interfered in my business." "Lucky for you, we also accept bank transfers," Kim Xuan asked in surprise. "What am I supposed to do? I don't even have a phone." "Is this it? We have it in our hands." Suddenly, the system displays a success rating. The time for the Imperial Army, led by General Kamakiri, to reach Ensign is counting down. Kim Shu glanced around, confused by what this magic was, what kind of timer this was. And Shin knew the time was up and hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up, let me out, throw that phone away." Minho, not yet seeing the coffin, still curses the bastard. At the same time, Kim Shu's phone explodes, blood splattering everywhere, covering his body, and he screams in pain, one interrupted cry after another. "Save me." The other 2 beside him didn't understand what was happening. That is the army of General Kamakiri. The bugs lined up neatly, making Jimin terrified. "What are those bugs?" The huge number makes him exclaim in amazement. Mienho angrily scolds the bastard. "Is your ability to control bugs?" You look surprised and ask, "Do they look like bugs?" Minho was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was excited. He immediately created a blazing fire and smugly said, "Strange, but burning everything should be fine, right?" The flames are too strong, completely different from his usual power, making insuspicious of his true strength. Could he really be that weak? He carefully watched the soldiers being deceived and burned, Nianho still full of pride. "Then let's charge extra for killing my brother too." In a desperate situation, you secretly curse that it's over for him. Suddenly, Minho looks weak, as if he's about to fall. Jae-min quickly called out, "Hey, In-shin is just as surprised. A second later, Minho's face was pressed to the ground, and a mixed energy stone and blood appeared at the back of his neck, making everyone curious about what was happening. Jimin and In-shin watched the scene in front of them with wide eyes as the Kamakiri army's stone launcher is about to fire. The cowardly Jim runs and shouts for help with Einen tied up and furious. What about me? On the other side, he tries to open the door, but it won't budge. Jimin's desperate cries for help keep ringing out. Help, help, or are you still doubting if this scene is like when I was trapped inside? Kamakiri continues to give the order to fire. After the command, energy stones flew straight at the target, blood splattering everywhere. And he realized that even that huge fire couldn't kill them. Can I survive and get out of here? Jimin tried to hold the door handle, but it seemed useless. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, he blamed himself for not realizing how strong they were because of that damn game. Kamakiri interrupted his thoughts with a triumphant tone, saying, Dark God, your subordinates are all dead. I closed my eyes tightly and told myself I was doomed. I would die today, and if he kept mocking and showing off, I would kill him and turn him into a snack for my subordinates. Hearing that, he looked surprised, with the elite army in front. At this moment, the system displays a notification activating the effect of the small magic. Blue lights begin to appear on the central part, gradually becoming more intense and chaotic, blinding him as he turns his face back. You grit your teeth and endure as beams of light rush towards Kamakiri and the soldiers. He looks up and asks Ngu, Why did you dare attack His Majesty's army? Stepping out, a servant of the evil god. Suddenly, a girl's voice asks from behind, Are you okay? It's none other than Miri who came to check on you. She puts on her helmet and calls for him. Seeing her, he opens his eyes wide and screams. Miri unleashed a brutal lightning strike that hit Kamakiri's army directly, driving him into a furious rage. How dare he attack His Majesty's army? He didn't even strike himself. And Shin laughs joyfully from behind. Ha, 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 look at your corpses. Kamakiri is still stunned, and he still has the ability to summon such a powerful subordinate. He is furious inside this evil god, and Shin appears as a star emitting a purple light. Kamakiri knows that the leader of all demons is a threat to the empire and the throne. After all, he is a general. How could he be greedy for life and afraid of death? Kamikirita is willing to die today. With his motto of dying in style, he declares, I will take at least one of your subordinates with me. Miri immediately launched her attack, shouting as she charged forward, only to see lightning striking straight down onto the floor. The soldiers, as numerous as an army, surprised her. There are too many ants. Seeing this, the ants advise, General, find a hiding spot. Kamakiri ignored the command, raising both claws in prayer as countless swords tore everything apart. I beg you, please grant me your power. Is there a voice echoing into the void? Someone who wants to stain my sword with blood? Are you ready to sacrifice yourself? Kamakiri vows that I will offer the heads of all soldiers to you. The divine command then orders him. Get up, a soldier continues to advise him. General, I have to retreat, General. But he completely ignored us and swung his arm, unleashing a beam of light that carried death. Miri and Einen were very surprised by his actions. Kamakiri was full of energy, forming streams of pink light. He is heading straight for Miri. He narrowed his eyes and asked, Did he just kill his own people? The system panel appears. Kamakiri, 98 years old, a general of the Empire, aims to eliminate Miri with 1,000 swords. Kamakiri angrily scolds, a servant of the evil god. He focused on the situation, targeting air, then charged straight at Miri while cursing and insulting her subordinates. She still joked, Hey wait, he's already furious, you'll pay with your life. Kamakiri's speed makes Miri exclaim, Too fast. She immediately unleashes her lightning storm. The lightning strands wrap tightly around his body, but they are shattered by Kamakiri. And Shin was stunned as he watched this scene. Miri exclaimed in surprise, Did the lightning storm get cut apart? Miri saw through her helmet the figure rushing towards her. Kamakiri continued to activate his powers, and seeing that, he shouted loudly. At this moment, pink lights surrounded her, making Shin unable to stay still. He struggled to break free from the ropes, but something attracted his attention, causing him to stare blankly as Miri fell right in front of him. Blood covers her glasses as Kamakiri's voice still echoes nearby. Blaspheming the throne can only cost you your life. After finishing with Miri, he approached in and shouted, The evil god of the Black Clan, you will also pay with your life. The boy was furious. His face turning black. Suddenly, sharp fangs appeared behind him, with a glowing eye above.
Then opens her mouth wide as if to swallow him whole. The system suddenly displays that the ruthless nightmare has foreseen the fate of the mortal.
He gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. Damn it! The system continued to announce that this was an unfinished nightmare, accompanied by Yin's hateful words, You damn insect! The system provides the information again, but it is also the final event that will happen. Kamakiri said firmly, I will send you to hell now. The system shows, In-shin, you are an existence capable of changing mortal fate. After hearing this, you become suspicious, thinking of the 3 times they saved me. The system offers you a choice. Do you want to change your fate with the power of the god for 100,000 N gold if you agree? In-shin immediately chooses yes. Kamakiri raises his claws to finish him off. Ensign frowns and continues to watch the system rewind time using the power of Fate's God, as the blue lightning that appeared earlier reemerges. The scene shifts back to Miri fighting Kamakiri, and she feels that the ant is incredibly strange. It's very dangerous. He launches a fierce attack and then curses for her to die. The system displays a cost of 100,000 faith gold. Miri crosses her arms, focusing her powers even though she knows she might die. The iron chain shattered in midair. The system announced a change in Miri's fate. She closes her eyes, waiting to be killed by the opponent, but Ensign from behind pulls her back, causing her to fall flat on her back. Faced with that unexpected action, Kamakiri and Mina both looked in his direction. It turns out Ensign had freed himself from the chains. Miri lies in your arms, her hand resting on her chin as she ponders. I know, he is. He clenched his fists, ready to fight, but still asked with concern. Are you okay, Han? Miri, she hurriedly replied. Yes. Kamakiri is furious and going crazy. Die, evil god. You insulted him when you met him. So annoying. You damn bug. Kamakiri grins and charges forward. Inkseen flips him off to mock him. The divine judgment fears he doesn't understand. He emphasizes again by raising his middle finger. Then a large hole appeared in the roof, illuminating the sky with bright light. Flames erupted inside, accompanied by flying debris. The scene is a chaos of red engulfing the mountain behind. Kamakiri suddenly bows respectfully and says, Long live the Emperor! Ensign remains calm while Miri coughs from the smoke. Suddenly a knife flies in from somewhere, successfully catching Ensign's attention, and Miri wonders, is he really the one who will become my master? Ineen picked up the knife, wondering what it was, suddenly felt the heat reflexively, instinctively lifted one leg and shouted, Ah, it's too hot! He woke up, looking dazed, and the first thing he saw was the small hall. And Miri, holding the sledgehammer with wide eyes, quickly said, Please let me handle this. Master, you still don't understand what's going on, but you just nodded and let it go. Oh! Miri lifts the cement bag onto her shoulder, confusing Einen. Going back to when Inshin was holding the knife, hesitating. What should I do with this? Seeing that, Miri asked, Are you a practitioner? I'm still wondering. Inshin turned around worriedly, as if she misunderstood something, then nodded and continued speaking. Before finishing her sentence, Miri knelt down and called out 2 times, Master? She sincerely pleads, Please make me stronger. I will do anything. I know it won't be easy, but please accept me. And Cinder secretly complains. Oh no, I need to settle this quickly. Then he takes her to the computer. Please call me gently. Loi Hao also replied softly. Yes, master, just call me Miri. He continued, I never said I would take you as my disciple, so how long do you plan to stay here? Miri replied with a bright smile. Until you teach me. Her response made him panic and hold his head as he explained. No, I am just an ordinary person. Do I have a rank? But you have your reasons too. You gave me this ring that made me so much stronger. You're an ensign, I hurriedly justify. I'm glad it was useful, but I only managed to pick up the basics. Miri still clings to me like a leech. I understand what you mean, but please give me at least one chance to make amends. There it is, it looks like a livable place now. Curious, you also look over and can't help but be surprised to see the large hole has been transformed into a pretty window frame. But it seems like I hear something. Does it sound like thunder? Is it going to rain? Miri shyly replies, No, I'm just a little hungry. Seeing Miri look so pitiful, In kindly offers, You've worked hard, would you like to order something to eat? She agreed without hesitation. Of course. Black bean paste noodles. Suddenly, the phone alerted with an emergency alarm. Master, I guess I'll have to eat black bean paste noodles later. At the same time, the phone in my hand buzzed, and quickly told Miri to wait, and she gasped in surprise. The system displays that you have purchased a blessing from the development god. And Shin gives Miri a few bottles of podcast and tells her to take this with her. Miri asked in admiration, How do you do that? Just like Hunter Kang. He shyly said, I don't know who that is, but it will be helpful to drink it. Miri climbed up the window, turned back to thank her master. I will drink every last drop. And Xian quickly replied, There are quite a few. She let out a sigh and then rushed outside. Goodbye then, see you later. And Shin guessed she'll have to eat alone. A moment later, the shop owner announced that the food had arrived, and a breaking news report appeared on the TV screen. An S-rank Drake monster has appeared at the gate during the Parliament meeting. The nearby guests were surprised and emphasized the words Parliament meeting. He continued, hoping it would destroy everything. The TV screen kept broadcasting the news. Luckily, a hunter arrived just in time at the scene. But it seems she can only buy enough time for the civilians to escape. The hunter is currently facing the Drake monster alone, a Beery-level hunter. Hearing this news, Innocent Fort chewed through his nose. Then the news and images of Miri fighting the monster appeared. Most people believed she couldn't withstand an S-rank monster. The Hunters League quickly sent reinforcements. We will broadcast live from the scene. Hearing this, you feel moved, so it's that dangerous, a level S. The Drake monster with glowing red eyes raised its claws high, slamming one paw down so hard that the ground cracked apart. Miri supported herself with one hand on the ground, holding the student girl tightly with the other. When the monster gets close, she quickly lets go and tells the girl to run as far as she can. I will stop it. The girl quickly thanked her. Thank you so much. Miri clenched her fists. was assessing her opponent, surprised to see it was an S-rank monster. Can I fight it alone? But she also remembered her sister's words. If you dare cause trouble, I'll deal with you. And also, if I find out. The monster strikes straight down without giving Miri any time, and she quickly jumps up to dodge the attack. Come on, Miri, stay focused. Don't slack off.
Then she concentrates her power into her hands and unleashes bolts of lightning that light up the sky. The lightning, controlled by Miri, coils tightly around the monster.
Only Miri remains floating in the sky as a broadcaster reports the moment. Hunter Miri has defeated the Drake, once again calling upon our hero's single horn. Others continue to cheer them on. Loi Hao looks so cool, Loi Hao. Miri happily celebrates the victory. I did it, but Drake is no ordinary foe either. It shot a powerful force toward her, causing dust to fly everywhere. Miri was hit and fell straight to the ground. Do I really not have enough strength? The broadcaster stared in shock as Miri fell injured, clutching her leg and cursing the damn thing. My sister's words still echo in my ears. Don't cause trouble. Miri notices the podcast medicine she managed to get and reports it after seeing Drake unharmed. While the monster Drake remains unchanged, Miri and everyone else become fearful as the monster targets them. It's coming this way. Hopefully Miri is okay. Drake appears in the sky with a powerful golden light. Miri has taken the podcast bottle that Einen gave her. She began channeling her power, and the blue lightning gradually spread out. Miri, with a cold face, shouted to summon the storm back. Miri's face is full of fighting spirit as she looks at the enemy ahead. Drake, a giant figure with blazing red eyes, strides toward the crowd, causing both surprise and fear. But he also continues his duty of live broadcasting the scene. Drake stomps the ground, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. Miri activates her lightning storm ability in midair. Then, a tremendous burst of energy lit up the entire sky. At the same time, everyone in the shop was watching the live broadcast on the wall TV, unable to hide their admiration and praising it as truly amazing. That Thunderlord? The customer beside him looks just as surprised. That's right, but she still looks like a student. The news continues to broadcast. A-rank Hunter Loi Hao is gaining the upper hand against the S-rank monster Drake. Hearing this, you immediately complain. Who taught whom? Next, we will interview Miri on the scene. She defeated a giant S-rank monster right after leveling up. How does she feel? Hearing that, Miri was surprised and scratched her head as she asked, "Are you live streaming?" She confidently asked the camera, holding up 2 fingers and saying, "Master, are you watching?" "I did it all thanks to the medicine you gave me. You're the best." After finishing, Inshin went back to her room and Dan Chu watched the match on her phone screen. The view count had reached 2 million. Why would a famous person like her be eating black bean noodles at her own house? All done, Drake and Miri cheerfully took a bite of the delicious food and praised it. "This place is so tasty. Thank you for buying me this." Inshin is actually very worried. "Aren't you going home?" "Her family will take care of her," Miri replied sadly with a pitiful look. "No one cares about me. You look curious, so you ask further. Parents wouldn't care for their daughter, would they?" Miri sadly explains the reason to him. They all died in the Nether Dragon incident. Inender emphasizes again, Nether Dragon. Nether Dragons. Even the entire world united, they still couldn't defeat them. They are the terror that has claimed millions of lives. It seems he realized he accidentally touched Miri's pain and immediately covered his mouth, blaming his foolish words. "I'll take out some food to make up for my mistake earlier." "You've been working so hard. Why not have this?" Miri hesitated for a moment, then suddenly spun around 180 degrees, her face bright with a smile as she reached out her hand. Of course. The system suddenly displayed, surprising him, and he let out a cry of excitement. The system announced that you have gained the target's liking and trust. If the target says the next keyword, you'll activate the threshold. "I believe in you, In. I wonder what kind of story game this is, but then I realized, wait, I've already activated my faith, and I'll become a saintess with a bunch of divine coins. Money really does make people blind, and I'm eagerly waiting, not knowing when those ants will attack again. So the more divine coins, the better." Just thinking about it makes Inshin happy as if he's won the lottery. He glances at Miri, who is happily eating, and makes his request. "Miss Miri, I have something to ask you." Miri was startled and agreed without hesitation. "Just tell me. I can do anything." In, with a sinister look, asks Miri to repeat what he just said. She obediently agrees. "What do I get in return?" "But you seem to have trouble speaking up. After hesitating for a long time, you finally manage to say, 'I trust you.' Please act remorseful and kneel down on the floor. It must be really hard, right?" "I'm sorry. I was talking too strangely." Suddenly, Miri repeated, "I believe you." Her absolute trust leaves you stunned. Miri continued, "I believe in you." As soon as she finished, the phone displayed, "You have created a new faith." You carefully read the announcement. "Congratulations, Miri is your first follower on Earth. Current number of followers is 1,102. I haven't seen my love yet." Then I quickly ask, "What about Shu?" "The system guides you to share skills. The skill sharing menu has been activated." "You don't understand and ask again. Can I borrow the skills of my followers?" The system explains that as the owner, you can borrow your followers' skills. Accept strong followers. Miri's current goal in sharing skills is to see money up front, but it's hard to get, and he's annoyed. "I just want to delete this game." Miri doesn't understand what's going on. Why is he like that? Is he worried about something? Suddenly, a group of people dressed in funeral clothes appeared on the floor beside her. Cao Cao looked directly at the two and said, "That person is the evil god of the Black Clan." Seeing how Sun Yi looks, Shin scoffs. For someone as proud as him, the Emperor has made a great decision. Your Majesty has said that the evil god will be a crucial factor in the great battle, so let him see your Majesty's generosity. Shin pays no attention to them, only focusing on studying. I can use the lightning storm anytime I want. Well, I'll pass on it this time. Then, he raises his hand to decide to share the skill. The Miri system accepts, and the room suddenly flashes in the darkness. What are you asking stupidly for? I only see flashes of lightning striking everything into the air. The swarm of locusts was struck by lightning, turning completely black. How can they fear the power of the evil god?
Miri was so excited that she got carried away, and the noise made the neighbor angrily shout, "Oh my god, be quiet. Why do you cause trouble every day? And those two, your teacher sings well, and your master can also use lightning."
Amazing. Suddenly he looked at his phone, his face full of sorrow. Now that's not important anymore. It turns out the repair fee system made him cry out loud. Miri, confused, asked, "Master, what's wrong? We lost badly." Cao Cao returned to report to the officials before the court. The emperor on the high platform shouted about the flag. "He has corrupted my army," Cao Cao reported respectfully. Yes, he suddenly shot an arrow as if he didn't want to negotiate. The emperor angrily said, "Cricket, you are the one who wants to send a delegation to meet that savage." Cricket's eyes widened, chest heaving, mouth agape. "But your Majesty, I didn't let him finish and immediately struck him down, sending him to meet his ancestors." I, with a face full of murderous intent, shouted, "Why do you dare to trouble his Majesty? That arrogant evil god, in 500 years I have never been humiliated like this." The emperor immediately ordered, "Bring me the head of that fool." Under the name of this golden Russia and empire, I quickly replied, "I obey the emperor's order." The mighty demon god of the empire. On Miri's side, she is like a track athlete, running with dust and smoke billowing behind her. Even I have to admire her. She runs so fast without using her abilities. She really is a high-level hunter. Miri's voice echoed back. "Master, should I keep running?" I asked out of curiosity. "You finished running 100 laps?" Miri grinned widely and replied, "That's right." Then In took out the podcast bottle and told her, "Drink this and take a break for a bit." Miri politely accepts without forgetting to thank him, quickly puts it to her mouth and drinks it hot while he turns away, muttering to himself. To me, it's just like a bull charge, but it works on Miri. I hold a confused expression, and even though it seems silly, since I've accepted her as my disciple, I have to do something for her. I can only give her this medicine. Miri, full of energy, eagerly asked her master what to do next. I politely respond, "Huh? What about squats? She's good to go." My head immediately started calculating. Wait a minute, maybe I can find a way to train him if I use the mind eye to assess his abilities. You say it and you activate your supernatural power. Let's see. The system displays the activation of the invisible eye ability entering the opponent's mind. In an instant, he was transported to another space. Ensign was surprised and wondered where he was. Suddenly, a beam of light shone directly into his face. You still don't know what this is, so you immediately ask the system, "What is this?" The system immediately displayed that Miri's S-rank energy had been sealed for 10 years, especially bound by JS. Now Ensign realizes Miri is actually an SS, and sometimes her seal is broken by the god's powerful finger. After all, it functions like a control device. So that means all of her power will be fully unleashed if the chains are broken. After saying that, he extended his index finger as if planning to do something. By evening, the scene returns to the busy street filled with people. Miri bows and walks away. "Master, thank you for today. Remember to take your medicine first." Before finishing his words, Miri turned and ran away. The foggy road stretched endlessly. I can't help but marvel. Has she really reached that level? Just how strong did she become after cutting the chain? The image of the real foot keeps flashing in his mind. After all, the god's index finger can cut through iron chains. But no, if it only cuts a little like this, when will it ever be finished? Who was the one to lock her up like that in the end? It definitely wasn't herself. You calmly turn around and walk away. Anyway, I found her. Suddenly, everyone on the street was asking the same question. What's going on? He casually whistles and walks away with his hands on his head, not noticing a mysterious person blending into the crowd behind him. That mysterious person has been watching every move of Yin. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight, looking very upset, then shouted loudly, "Her seal isn't the problem, is it?" "The problem is with my house. I don't understand why someone damaged a whole section of the wall in your room." You look at your phone and see new information. Vothan Mong is looking at you with sadness. "I was just thinking I blocked Zalo earlier. Now what's going on?" "So annoying." Continue. The heavenly blade of absolute destruction looks at you with full fury. Damn Chu bites his nails, thinking that this guy is just a human servant of Thang Kiem, while the heavenly blade screams that it's not just an ordinary swordmaster, but a sword capable of cutting even gods. And Sin sarcastically asked, "So what?" Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. "Wait a minute, can you all read my thoughts too? Damn it, now there are two more annoying ghost spirits bothering me. So frustrating. They won't let you go. The continuous notifications keep ringing, and Wu Than Meng asks you to unlock it. Chen Daoju demands you return its divine sword. And Shin is furious. Shut up, you bastards. I almost died because of that damn divine sword. Chen Daoju's proposal to exchange 2.2 million divine coins taken from his army for the sacred sword is hard to accept. What? Taking it from the army is not allowed. Who would suggest paying with stolen money? Seeing that, Vo Tan Mong smiled at your cuteness and offered to give the sword to you. He offered 10 million divine coins. Are you emphasizing the 10 million? In that case, I could offer a low-level power or buy a bunch of medicine for Miri. On the other side, Tian Dao Tuat Tit was worried about Vo Tan Meng's proposal. Meanwhile, Vo Tan Meng mocked it for being utterly broke. Tian Dao Tuat Tit swallowed his tears and proposed to exchange for his own power. Are you asking about power? What kind? Tian Dao Juejiti offers its privilege, the Infinity Sword. After hearing that, Inshin was elated. The Infinity Sword sounds so cool. Tian Dao added that no one would dare to challenge you if you have this. In is very pleased. A sword like this is exactly what every man dreams of. Vo Tan Meng smiled and told you to take its authority. The rose blooms at night. He asked again, night blooming rose? Then Meng said that with its power you can easily defeat opponents without breaking a sweat. In's eyes lit up like 2 stars, fists clenched in celebration. Then he looked at the system and asked who had a better suggestion. The system shows you have received the Infinity Sword, 2.2 million divine coins, and 3 uses of the Heavenly Blade's treasure from the ultimate Heavenly Blade. Which night rose did you receive from Silent Dream? After reading, In hesitated. Since I can only use the Heavenly Blade's treasure 3 times, I have to save it. The Infinite Sword, the rose blooms at night. What are these? Should I try them? He raises 2 fingers to activate the authority. The rose blooms at night. Nothing has changed? You wonder why it doesn't work at all. The system immediately reminded that the night blooming rose activates when the user is sleeping. He furrowed his brow in frustration. Hey, if it only works when I'm sleeping, how am I supposed to know? I knew right away trusting these damn freaks was a mistake. But you still want to try your luck. The next activation of the Infinity Sword Authority is no different from before, and there's no sign of any change. And Sin freaks out and yells, what the hell is going on with those damn lying bastards not working at all? Suddenly, the system shows the Infinite Sword being activated, but he has lost all faith in them and scoffs. You think I would be easily provoked by Inshin, but it seems there's been a change. I wonder what's different. Why is this happening? And Sin's face changes, his eyes blazing red as if ready to cut. A fierce red energy radiates from his body, and a sharp, heavy knife appears in his hand. He licks his tongue and wonders inwardly, why am I like this? Chop, chop, chop. Cut, cut, cut. I want to cut everything. He runs quickly outside, sticking out his long tongue and shouting, I want to cut everything, as if 2 good and evil souls are fighting inside him. No, stop. I am a good person. Suddenly, a voice echoed from Yin's familiar shop. Good job. Yes, everyone has worked hard. The female guest finished her meal and politely said, I will take my leave now. The host graciously replied, be careful on your way. The landlady told her husband to clean everything up, and he smiled and said there's still some vegetables to cut. The landlady pointed at Inshin and said, I have him now. He grinned triumphantly. That's right, they said to each other. We really should thank him. He has been doing these trivial jobs for so many years, and now he's even helping with that too. Are you an author, perhaps of some online novels? Inshin's tears kept flowing, but her face remained cold as she raised the knife. I want to cut everything. After exhausting himself, he stepped outside to complain. I'm doomed. Then he threw the knife down angrily, cursing. Whoa, kook sword. Anything is fine. Even this knife. It's too dangerous. It controls whoever uses it. Then I lay on the bed, stretch my legs and relax, thinking something bad might happen, so I never touch it again. Then he cried out in pain, oh, my hip is broken so badly it hurts. Outside, Sandu stood shivering in the cold, asking the sleeping evil god subordinate. He quickly replied, yes, Sandu, he's definitely asleep now. She grinned smugly. All right, the honor of killing him will be ours. The guy nodded. Sanju, she is arrogantly self-absorbed. And today the position of the strongest among the 10 swords will belong to me. San, give the order. The henchman replied in unison, yes, and still sleeps peacefully. Suddenly, a rose blooms from within him, making Sandu look on with confusion. The rose blooms larger and emits a bright light. The system immediately displays. The condition for Vo Tan Meng's exclusivity, the night blooming rose, has been fulfilled. Sanju West's army charged forward loudly, but they were swallowed by the giant mouths that had sprouted from the roses. It ate its fill and then closed its mouth quickly. Sandu clenched his teeth in anger, not knowing what kind of monster it was. System display, you poor creatures, tremble in fear your nightmares will soon bloom. From above, watch the flower unleash its power and its hunger for prey. Sandu is certain it is an illusionary flower. Oh, I remember reading about it in the tribe's records. The record mentioned a brutal god who devoured more than 90% of the people living in the territory 3,000 years ago. The subordinate behind, anxious, asked, what should we do? Sanju looked at Inshin still lost in her dreams, and she continued to think about Vo Tan Manhwa's disciple, the illusionary dreamflower. Sandu, with fighting spirit burning bright, refuses to back down, and today's event will be a glorious milestone for all of us forever. She charges forward with raging fury. The henchman behind understood and agreed to follow Sandu, approaching the target while avoiding the branches, and responded clearly in unison. I quickly reach out and grab the branch with one hand, gnashing my teeth. Damn it! The henchmen were not so lucky, each one being swallowed by the wide-open mouth. They cried out for help in panic. Sandu frowning curses, damn it. She tried to cling to the tree and told herself, even if I can't defeat the evil god, I will drag the disciples of the fierce god, the demon turned, into death with me. With that, she raised the spear in her hand and focused her strength to shoot straight at her opponent. The spear flew directly into the wide-open mouth and then disappeared. Sandu couldn't believe her eyes and wondered, is it impossible for it to swallow my attack? Then she landed, glaring at the illusion flower. Sandu stubbornly gritted her teeth and clenched her jaw, but it was no use. In an instant, she was devoured by the illusionary flower. The ringing of the phone woke Inshin up annoyed. What are you blaming me for, universe? Half awake, half dreaming. Inshin doesn't understand why his stomach keeps feeling full. He squints at his phone, not knowing what's happening, as the notification shows the Saintess and 101 followers eagerly waiting for you to save them. You're surprised and exclaim, how is this possible? What's wrong with her? Are you not feeling well? Suddenly, he paused and waited. Then she closed her eyes tightly, placed her hand on her temple, and activated her psychic power. The information system was triggered, activating the Eye of Insight. The inspection is complete. The Saintess and her 101 followers have been stung by bees. Noticing something strange, you asked about the poison. She looked exhausted and sympathetic. Oh my god, how did she get stung by a bee? You broke the hive to get the honey? If you want something sweet, just tell me. What are you doing with those ants? Hang on, wait for me a moment, then you immediately turn on the computer. The system announces that the magic menu has been activated thanks to Yin's sincere heart. He exclaims in surprise, what? Magic? The system explains what magic is. Magic is the greatest gift that the gods can bestow upon their followers, depending on the magic you grant to them. The more you trust them, the more they will worship or fear you. You will consume holy power and 100,000 divine coins to cast a healing spell. Nistanis. Do you agree? Yes. Or not? In silently thought. Of course. I have plenty of coins and whatever divine power you want. Take as much as you like. The system shows that 100,000 divine coins have been used, with a portion of the fruit of the world absorbed by Insin being extracted to create a miracle. The miracle is formed through Inan's wish. Are they okay, I wonder? Inshin squinted her eyes and tilted her head to one side. You feel so sleepy. Even the system gives up on this sleepy saint. It could only keep complaining. While Inshin was fast asleep, the system continued to provide information to the viewers. Insin's ego shifts from evil to neutral. Some deities, including the god of abundance, are watching you. A hand suddenly appeared, accompanied by a cough and blood splattering onto the ground. It turned out to be the Saintess, severely wounded by a bee sting. She kneels and pleads, please have mercy on our tribe. Bless us. Please hear my plea. At that moment, a streak of light appeared in the sky. The Saintess looked up and watched as the light pierced through the clouds, with streaks falling like shooting stars. The Saintess and her tribe cheer happily as the rain washes away the poison. The God-in has already blessed us. Thank you. She clasped her hands sincerely and said, Dear God-in, I truly thank you. Then she turned around and, with a firm voice, told the tribe, In Shin, please bless us once more. In return, we vow to forever place our trust in you. Let us unite our hearts and efforts to prove to him our unwavering faith. The entire tribe responds clearly. I'll join too. The sunlight shining from outside wakes Inshin up. He asked vaguely, What time is it? Why do you look so tired? Miri asked kindly as she sat beside him. Are you awake now? You look surprised and pucker your lips at Miri. Why are you here? She smiled and replied, I was a bit worried since you didn't come to practice, so I apologize for the inconvenience. Then Miri noticed the statue placed neatly on the table and wondered what it was for. Inshin innocently asked again, What? What do you mean? You don't understand what it is, so you ask the system. Answering, the black race stole a statue to remember and honor your contributions, with a painfully ugly appearance. Inshin glanced and shouted, Oh my god, how ugly is it? I don't even know. Inshin pointed to herself and asked if she looked ugly. But Miri approached curiously, inspecting her closely, and then nodding that she didn't look too bad. So cute, she glanced at Einan, starting to beg. It looks really nice. Can I have it? He agreed immediately. Feel free to take it, but secretly mocking inside. You should get your eyes checked, Miri expressed regret. Sorry, but I probably can't train today. Too bad, Miri. Then next time, after Miri leaves, Inshin goes to the desk and quietly begins to work. But then the system surprises me again. What now? The system announces that the seed of the reproductive world has sprouted, thanks to the magic bestowed by Inshin. The critically ill condition is about to wither away. With 24 hours, 30 minutes, 39 seconds left before it withers, you are stunned. The seed is sick, so you must use the blessing of the god of growth. But it seems to have no effect. What? No, it can't be. It seems that the fruit from the herb realm healed my wound instantly that time. So I took care of it and then sold the fruit. There should be something in the shop. Finally, Inshin has found it. Here it is. The Tears of the Prosperity God, an exclusive item priced at 20,000 coins. The Tears of the Abundant God, a low-level divine item that only those chosen by the God of Abundance can use. You must complete the assigned task first before you can make a purchase. Warning: if you don't complete the mission, the cost won't be refunded either. You asked back in surprise. I have to do the mission? In order to earn an honest salary, I need to pick up the cigarette butts scattered on the street. You find it hard to understand and just talk to yourself to save that tree. Do I have to go this far? The system says let's join hands to add a touch of green to the earth and earn a good deed point. You're working so hard on mission 10/1 but not getting much in return, and you're complaining. Why is the progress so slow? When will it be finished? Suddenly, a voice shouted from behind you, "Hey, what are you doing on my territory?" And Shin was startled and turned around. This is not a place for a rookie soldier. Are you a homeless person? Shin silently wondered in his mind, but he looked very familiar. I swear, I then sulked and explained. Yes, sir, you misunderstood me. Oh, right, I heard that homeless people are very protective of their territory, especially when it comes to money. Please take this and have a hearty meal. This is all of your assets. Kang-san was stunned. You dare to give charity to Choi Tang-san? He shouted angrily, pretending to be furious. You just covered your ears. Where is this money? Amin remembered. He is an S-rank hunter who used to work as a street cleaner for Choi Kang-san. Sine stroked his beard, and the other hand had already grabbed the money and put it in his pocket, making you wonder when that happened. When did that happen? And Shin wonders if his points increased after donating just now. The result is still 10/1. So what does it matter if he gave money to the drunkard? And angrily clenched his fists, gathering all his courage and speaking firmly. Hey, old man San, I think I misheard, so I asked again. What do you mean, old man? You're just as quick to turn against someone. Yes, sir. Please put it in here. I will definitely throw the trash in the right place. Kang-san was surprised. You have a good eye. Who are you working for? Chumo asks. I'm just a freelancer, that's all. Being free and easy is better. Suddenly, something caught their attention. May I ask about this sound? The passers-by are shouting in panic. Look at the monster! The monster! Everyone's talking about it. What should we do? It seems like monsters have appeared nearby recently. Maybe we should go home. Kang-san calmly said, so they have already appeared. The prediction of magic is always accurate. You quickly run away. All right, I'm leaving now. Hearing that, he quickly grabbed In-shin's shirt. Are you leaving too? Then let's go together. Kang-san lifts you up and laughs out loud. I like you now, kid. In-shin helplessly gapes. Boss, I think you might be mistaken. He looks very pitiful being carried away like a bundle. In-sin's face was stretched tight like a bowstring hanging in the air. Kang-san thought he looked very excited. Then, he landed in front of a house that looked like a construction site. Kang-san, carrying the boy, said, People say there's an 80% chance of the dungeon exploding. The prediction of magic is just like that. He let go. In-shin lowered his face to the ground. Kang-san looked on in confusion. What's wrong with him? Did he faint? But even so, it should be at least a B grade. Then he looked up and asked curiously, what the hell is that? A hideous monster with horns on its back appears. Kang-san knows it's just a frog, so he starts to warm himself up. All right, today's snack will be frog legs. Seeing the frog lying flat on the ground, is that the young god from the rumors? Really lucky. I was the first to arrive here. If I bring him back, the owner will be very happy. Then it snapped angrily. Get lost, you fake. Kang-san sneers provocatively at him before starting to move his hands and feet, saying, oh my god, Kang-san despises you. Why is your squeaking so loud? Then he took a run up and threw a powerful fist into the air. The frog felt annoyed. Get out of the way, he is my prey. He also tried to channel his strength into his fist, creating a blinding blue light. The system suddenly appeared, detecting a murderous intent threatening the owner of the authority, activating the Night Bloom Rose, the exclusive authority granted by Wu Chang Dream. The small branches on the rosebud gradually open their mouths, as if they want to swallow a person and a monster in front of them. Kang-san and the frog both looked back in surprise at the branch reaching straight up, blocking the view. In Einen's dream, a giant ancient tree with lush foliage suddenly appeared, standing tall against the night sky. Einen wakes up, holding her head, and asks, where am I? What is this place? A mysterious person appears in front of you. You stand up politely and ask, may I ask? She respectfully lowers her hood. Are you back, sir? The noble and virtuous god. The violet bone shard tears through space. I recognize that this place is filled with heartbreaking cries. Mom, it caught your attention. Sansan is full of dirty stuff, curled up on the ground crying. I'm so scared, Mom. A giant flower swallowed me up, Chumo called the big brother, then pinched his nose, saying it smells too bad. Did he fall into the sewer? The system shows you have defeated the evil minions of the demon god, helping to maintain world peace. I was confused and asked what it said. It said you defeated the demon god's minions. The system announced you did a good job, surpassing the required amount for this mission, 1012/100. You received a legendary item, the Tear of Infinite Prosperity. The effect of the Tear of Infinite Prosperity has been activated. The World Tree's wound has been healed. He happily imagines becoming rich. That's good. Now I'm really rich. Now I can live more comfortably. The system congratulates you on successfully reviving the world tree. You have laid the foundation for the prosperity of the black race. Kang-san, still trembling, curled up like a crying baby. Mom, you're making it awkward for him. What should I do with this old man now? Or should I just throw him away, Quach? The system continues to show that you have gained more apostles in their prosperity. So your holy power will grow stronger thanks to the reverence of the apostles towards you. You tell yourself it should be fine. The system upgrades itself. The members of the black race want to give you a statue of Du Shin-er to thank you for reviving the world tree, which makes in remember that painful, ugly statue. What else? Inside the Shungman base, they praise San. Kang Kang-san truly is different. Despite having rested for a long time, he can still easily defeat monsters. I heard Gang-san has been taken to the hospital now. How's his condition? Ung-di replies that he wasn't injured much. Sungman is very pleased, truly stubborn. Ung-di suddenly interrupted but then turned back and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" He hesitated and said, then Ung-dui calmly recounted, "I brought flowers as a gift hoping he would recover soon, but he was in a very serious shock." Zungman immediately thought he was allergic too. He asked further, "How is the Hunter Academy doing?" Ung-di replied that the preparations were complete, and they would proceed as soon as Kang Kang-san recovered. Sungman was confident that Kang Kang-san would become a great teacher for that child, a wonderful mentor, and with such a talented student, he had high hopes. Angry noises are coming from Yin's house. So frustrating. The two statues stand tall and look closely, no different from a male version of the Statue of Liberty. As he looks at them, he asks if that's really him. Suddenly, the phone lights up, displaying a message from our noble and virtuous deity. So, it was that ant from earlier. The statue's notification system is requesting help through the statue's effect. The empathy level with Antia in the creator's world has increased by 10%. I never expected to receive a message from those ants. So now they can send messages to me? The Saintess is sending a plea for help. Please save the members of our tribe. You are surprised and ask again, save what? Why is this happening? System notification. A member of the Black Clan is currently on the brink of life and death, a devoted disciple of Du Yin, and has been attacked by a demon beast. Sin Sung So. Were you attacked by a demon beast? You yell angrily, "How dare you hurt my apostle?" The black race followers are lined up neatly in front. Tell them to take me to that guy right now. I will personally teach them a lesson. The Holy Maiden gratefully clasped her hands together. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Divine Healer asks you to rest your chin on your hand and strike a handsome pose to seduce them into leading the way. In the end, I still get bothered. The Dark Race Army leads the way, running through the trees. The Saintess and a subordinate led the way, running swiftly. Seeing their speed was unimpressive, he sighed. Because they are ants, it takes too much time, but I can't bring myself to say it. Suddenly, something appeared that froze them in place. What's going on? The system is notifying me of the target to find. It turns out we're in the enemy's territory, with hundreds of glowing red eyes lurking through the cold night forest. I asked the system, what are they? As soon as he finished speaking, Inshin jumped out from the bushes, adopting a martial pose with his fists. The system responded. The summoned demon beast was a black demon beast summoned by a demon. Note that every hour their number and size will double. With 1 second remaining, he lands and shouts, "Watch out, little strong one." Underground, the swarm of bugs advances like an army in a rush. He wondered, is there more? Why are there so many? The Dark Race's followers are nervously whispering, "It's over, we're doomed. Run away," the Saintess confidently encourages. Everyone, don't panic. Have you all forgotten? We are the Black Race and we have the protection of the great Inshin. Even in the midst of blazing fire, you still grin and laugh, haha. Then you turn and run away, leaving the entire Black Clan puzzled. The Saintess no longer appears as steady as before. She frowns and looks down at her people. The entire clan is in chaos. The god has betrayed us. The other guy is crying too. We're doomed. Save me. Inside the tower, an echoing voice asks, "Are you sure?" It turns out the Emperor is asking his court mage. The other replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, I am certain, and I believe you also saw the potential of the summoned beast in the previous battle. He promised that in 4 days the demon god's body would be delivered to you." The king agreed but set a condition. "I will wait, but if you fail, then go find your own death." Suddenly, a grasshopper tribe member ran in hurriedly and reported. The king shouted, "Whoever causes trouble, if you're not important, watch out for your head." He bowed his head and replied, "Yes, the demon insects have multiplied to several million." He continued, "That evil demon god, outside the smoke and dust spread throughout the forest. The people of the Black Clan are guarding the insecticide barrel, and the entire restricted area is under strict protection. The insecticide barrel vaporizes, causing the swarm of bugs to lie scattered on the ground. The foul smell wafted up, and In had to cover his nose with a cloth. Turns out you had torn apart the bedroom looking for insect spray. Found them, they're here. Luckily I bought that insect spray. It seems there are still a few alive, wriggling. The lice keep thinking they escaped this life unnoticed, but I saw them and let them meet their end." Seeing the Saintess with a dark face standing in a corner, he immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "I've killed all the monsters already," but Shin looks at the screen confused about what's happening. The Saintess was overwhelmed with guilt and cried, "I doubted your faith. I have no right to not trust you like this. Kill me. Just kill me. You quickly comforted him, saying it's not necessary. Stay calm. Suddenly, the system announced that you have met the requirements to acquire a new fixed skill. You can acquire the Divine Thumb's fixed skill by paying 100 coins. Do you want to obtain this ability? You wonder about the Thumb of the God. Just 100 coins? Let's go for it. And Shin presses Z. The system accepts the choice. The God's innate ability is the power of fear and his achievements. There may be difficulties, but to become stronger, you must overcome them. It feels like these comments still seem very strange. He quickly runs toward the door. Now let's see what this ability is. The phone vibrates, and you wonder what's next. Inshin's eyes widened and mouth agape. Turns out it's a message from the great manager. See you soon. The manager took the bottle of wine and offered it to you. Inshin accepted without hesitation. He raised his glass and took a big gulp to the bottom. The manager's intense stare made him feel embarrassed and wait. Why are you looking at me like that? This manager is really involved in the main matter. What's wrong with your work pace? He mumbled in response. That thing. The manager couldn't hold back and shouted. Please try a little harder, okay? Just listen to me. You're so embarrassed you blush, softly saying, please don't yell. What's wrong with you? Are you drunk? The manager continued to ask. Do you understand what I'm going through at work? It's all thanks to you. You bastard. Do you think I can just print it again? You bastard. The system displays a cut to their heated exchange. The monster is attacking the Black Clan again. Do you want to keep helping? Are you excited? Again? Keep multiplying them. I challenge you. The manager couldn't hold back anymore and shouted fiercely. Hey, are you playing a game? And then slaps him across the face. She starts arguing verbally. Are you really that crazy? That's crazy. How dare you do that? Someone is trying to stop it. Guys, please don't fight here. The night sky with moonlight filtering through the trees flickering in and out. The saintess stands proudly before the people of the black race. Praise our God in Shin. She stretches out her hand and calls loudly for God in Shin. We will clear out all the monsters. At the same time, the system also displays. The God of Destruction, whose power is unknown, has slain the disaster monsters and received 3 million white divine coins. Returning to Silent Night City, the street is deserted, and carefully reads the announcement. The followers of Einen, Tears of Endless Prosperity, have requested assistance. Player Einen can choose any ability as a reward since they have reached level C of the Savior, paid for by the Tears of Endless Prosperity. He complained, damn it, why does it keep appearing? So then In asked clearly, I will get the skill for free, right? If so, then that's the most expensive one. The system has accepted that player Inshin has chosen the following ability, Super Rare Creation of Heaven and Earth. The ability for superlative beings costs 1 quadrillion divine coins. Seeing that, he threw his phone down and sighed heavily. The system continues to notify that the player Inshin is not eligible to use the creation ability of Heaven and Earth. Heaven and Earth creation will be converted into a one-time use of the divine creation ability of Heaven and Earth to suit Inshin. A magnificent construction system appears with tall buildings and modern transportation, along with a warning that the world will change partially. At that moment, Mina's small feet stepped out of the bathroom. She turned around and asked Miri, what are you still doing now? Miri looked up and softly called out, look, up in the sky. Mina asked in surprise, what's wrong with the sky? Kang-san, who was picking up a beer can, was also surprised. What's going on? Oh my god! What's going on? What's happening? What is happening? Everyone on the street looked up at a frightened girl. Brother, I'm so scared. Sungman looked up from the room as well. Du Hyun gasped in surprise. Kang Yu, handsome and standing in the middle of the forest, was also gazing thoughtfully at the sky where 2 moons of completely different sizes and brightness appeared simultaneously. Ihan, with a cold gaze, glances at him and asks Namin, did you say Lei Hu? That's the name of the hunter who meddles in the Guildmaster's affairs. That's right. Ihan looked proud. Well done. It's time, Namin asked beside him. So how many people? He replied with his hands raised straight up to the moon. Don't you think that the more, the better? Then let's start with 2,000 people. Naaman quickly responds clearly. Yan radiates purple energy all over. Oh my god, wait a little longer. I will fulfill your wish. We will grant the world your divine wish. The spaceship between the planets also appears tiny. A voice echoes from inside. This is Houston, exploration rocket. Please report the coordinates on the second moon. Houston, this is the exploration rocket MTS-2. Unable to reach the orbit of the second moon. The voice is becoming more urgent. What? MTS-2? What's going on? The spaceship is losing control. Repeat, the spaceship is out of control. The moment the second moon appears one morning, everyone will be amazed. No one knows anything more except that it emits yellow light at night and green during the day. Experts predict that the number of gates and dungeons may surge. Therefore, according to reports, Korean hunter guilds will cooperate with the government to locate the second moon. And Sin sat down holding her head in pain and shouted out, my head hurts so much. Miri, panting, says, hey, I'm done. He asks in surprise, you've finished 500 laps of running? She politely replied, Sorry, teacher. Today took about 4 minutes longer than usual. Shin suggested. Then let's do push-ups. Miri chuckled. So push-ups. You seem to prioritize core muscles, huh? He said so for sure. But inside Ensign's mind, he had a different plan. Or rather, he would have to review Miri's mind again. You start telling Miri to keep it in. She shouts, Start, start! The unique power notification system of the godless being's eyes has been activated, capturing images of the target's mind. The supernatural ability is activated, revealing Miri's leg. Do you think it looks cuter now? You step closer to face the chained iron foot and examine it. Then, you activate the power of the iron chain god, breaking one joint. And Shin places his hand on his forehead, thinking, there's still a little left, but probably many more will be formed again. That guy doesn't bother to defend himself at all. And Shin drops his guard. Now let me see how much Miri's energy has been amplified. The foot skill immediately licked his cheek, and he gently petted it. Okay. The clear blue sky. Lightning strikes straight down from above. It turns out Miri is practicing to unleash the Thunder God. I see now, your training method really works. You seem a bit shy to admit it, but that's not entirely true. There are many people watching, you should be more careful. Miri quickly agreed. Thank you very much. And Sin scratched his head, truly speechless. After saying that, Miri turned around and continued training. So now I will end today with 200 more laps. Just then, you received a message. And Sin, could you give me a name, please? I am surprised. A name? You want to have a name, little girl? Einen also thinks it's right. I can't keep calling her the Saintess. Having a name is better. In his mind, a series of Y names for the dog pop up, and suddenly the image of the manager's face appears out of nowhere. You really have no talent for naming things. In the end, Einen came up with a suitable name. That's right, Anti, because that kid is a little ant. How is Auntie? The Saintess happily laughed out loud. She clasped her hands together to thank you for the very good name. The other subjects of the Black Clan also wanted to be named, hurriedly begging, In, please give me a name too. Please grant me one more as well. In, please me one more. In Chin Chin, your majesty. Seeing that, he was stunned. How am I supposed to name all these members of different clans? Let's see. The quiet street scene returns to normal inside In Shin Shin's house, where the sound of In Shin Shin's voice is the most prominent. The boy stretches and relaxes. It's fixed now. Time to rest and see how things are going. Let's check the system display of the Saintess and the 100 followers of the Dark Race, thanks to the silver bullet given by Einen and the experience from hunting disaster-level monsters. They have evolved. The Gazami race, characterized by small size and farming traits, built in Shin with admiration. What is this? Evolving? The screen looks much more modern and clean. Since the Gazami evolved, the summoned demon has changed to a Facebook sticker. Ensign leveled up to 2. You didn't expect this game to have levels, huh? The system continues to notify that survival farming has been activated upon leveling up. The forest wing of the Dark Clan has been transformed. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Auntie was kneeling and praying, hoping that some miracle would be granted today.
You open your mouth in admiration. It looks even more impressive now.
The Dark Race's people are farming on lush green fields, and small charming houses are also being built. Einen praises himself. Very beautiful. Because I improved the land and walls, now they can work and defend themselves easily. Anti proudly shows off. Have you seen Einen's incredible magic? Let's breathe in worship of the great Einen. The Dong Thun tribe cheers. Yes, Ensign bought 5. You scratch your head in confusion. Worshipping Einen. Are they the ones who feed, protect, and then let them sleep peacefully? Anyway, you're starting to find these Black Clan members increasingly adorable. The name Gazami tribe is the same, and Shin immediately froze. Wait a minute, Gazami means ant in the ancient language, right? So these people will also have to evolve, huh? Then next, you look at the screen with a confused expression and ask, what is this? Let's try it. The Warrior Tower notification system states that only those with great faith and courage can enter this tower, and they will also absorb the blood and soul of its user. A survival chance of less than 1 in a million suddenly appears as a half-human, half-beast creature emerges. It sits atop the tower, its body emitting a sinister purple glow. A dark elf citizen seeing it immediately asks, what is that? The system also reports that the Gazami clan is threatened by the Warrior Tower, and Sinface asks if absorbing blood and souls is possible. A 1 in a million chance of survival if those swords get curious and poke around where the ants are standing at the foot of the tower. Each child has a stunned look on their face. The system asks if you want to build a wall. Cold or hungry, you decide to build and block the entrance again. A strong energy emanating from the tower makes them immediately turn away. He shouted worriedly, you must not be curious and go inside the tower. A member of the Black Race turned to speak to his companion. I know Shin is truly incredible, huh? And Ho the ant thinks to himself, only the brave dare to enter the tower. He stands there in despair, looking at his hands, while everyone else runs in chaos. Help me, scream, run, save me! But Inho still didn't move. He looked at his useless hands sadly and said, if only I could be a little stronger. I could have protected my friends. Inho stands proudly at the foot of the tower, looking up with a face full of hatred as if he wants to devour the beast alive. Inside the tower, the wizard is pleading, no, Emperor, it can't be. He kneels before the Emperor and begs, I am the great mage who made a pact with the Demon King. Please, if you give me one more chance. The angry king ordered him to be silent. If he wants to atone, only death will do. The wizard continued to plead, Your Majesty, please show mercy. The emperor, truly furious, stood up abruptly and then thrust his sharp claws through the curtain. The wizard shouted desperately, Save Chi-Than, save him! A purple magic orb appeared inside, ready to strike the wizard and make him scream endlessly. The king angrily cursed, Useless insects, Jim must have run away on his own. A minister hurriedly spoke, Please stay calm. Can the blood god really be defeated by such a weak and cowardly person? The emperor shouted loudly, Be quiet! Do you think I trust and wait for useless insects like you that even half-eaten ants can't handle? Suddenly, a voice from afar echoed, Please do not be angry, Your Majesty.
You have returned my divine officer?
A grasshopper looked surprised and said, The goddess is back. The other respectfully replied, You have returned. Goddess official. A rock bowed and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. I have just completed the mission you assigned and returned to you. Your Majesty, you will soon be reborn from the demigod to the true god. Ah, here I am, confidently standing with both hands. Please entrust everything to me and rest assured as you prepare to ascend to godhood. As for the insect race and their demon gods, I will annihilate them all. I swear on my name, Arak. A crack begins to form on the cave wall from the misty white bone, revealing the giant, overwhelming form of the deadly aura. Arak calls out its name, Most, and it responds, Greeting her. I give a command that will make the demon god pay for disobedience. The plague messenger grants you this magic staff. Most hesitates, but accepts the order. I understand, but I have one request. Meanwhile, Inshin is frantically typing on his computer. Remember the command? If you don't meet the target this week, your contract and series will be terminated. That only makes Inshin more anxious. I can't let the contract be canceled. Suddenly, a message arrives that surprises him, just a little more. After this, what are those guys doing? Inside the small wooden houses, snores can be heard, and Inshin envyingly exclaims, So comfortable to sleep, huh? Suddenly, a voice rang out, saying, Muscles, muscles, that only makes you more curious. Huh? What is that? A lump of rock rolls down to the ground. A heavy voice echoes. Oh, so the owner of that voice is Inho trying to push the stone. Inho is so surprised he opens his mouth in shock. That stone is much bigger than him. He seems different. The system displays information that Inho, a Gazami warrior, is diligent in training to protect his family. He lets out a small sound. That's interesting. It seems that after evolving, the Gazami tribe developed their own unique traits.
This is so exciting. What should I do with him?
After pondering for a while, Inshin decided to drop a podcast bottle and caught the bottle in surprise.
What is this? His whole body can't contain the trembling from being so excited.
Is it because the divine In is asking for help? Even someone like me is valued by the divine. Inho sends his thanks to you. I am very grateful. Your Majesty, I kindly ask you not to hold back in praising Inho. Very well. Now I must do my best, even though I am very sleepy. At that moment, Mosto shrank his body into a small insect and quietly watched him from outside the window. So that was the demon god from the rumors. He has defeated the top 10 swordsmen like me. Going back to the past when Arak asked, What is your request? Blood Red Demon Mosto boldly made a request. Can I drink the demon god's blood? The demon god worshipped by the Black Clan. I am curious about his blood. Oh sighed in relief. Of course she agreed immediately. Both the demon god's blood and body will be yours. Blood Red Demon. Mosto secretly rejoiced at gaining this agreement. Arak, you don't know anything, do you? How much power will I gain from the demon god's blood, and how will I seize the throne? It rushes inside, preparing to use its sturdy tentacle to drain you. And then you will also be mine. As the tentacle is inserted, Mosto happily thinks, The demon god is so slow, he doesn't even realize I'm here anymore. He was still muttering to himself, Hurry up, just a little more. The tube was deeply inserted into Einen's neck, and blood was being drawn into Mosto's body. Alright, this is great. I can feel the power increasing rapidly. With this much power, I can already feel you slapping me on the forehead and saying it hurts. Looking at the blood on his palm, Inshin wondered why he still had a runny nose at the end of autumn. Suddenly, a chilling sensation runs through my body. Huh? Why do I suddenly feel so cold? And on top of that, Inshin keeps sneezing. He looked blankly at the snot running all over his hand, still unaware of the abnormality. Just go wash your face first. When you look in the mirror and see a demon mark on your forehead, you'll scream, What the hell is this? What is this mark? The system reminds me. It's a trace of the disease messenger. Loy Nguyen caught a cold and activated it, singing while sneezing in confusion over the news. Loy Nguyen caught a cold, singing and sneezing. And Sin's face is looking worse and worse. What's going on? Does Loy Nguyen seem to have a cold? No, I still have to meet the deadline. A series of reminder notifications appeared. Fever alert activated, muscle ache alert activated, loss of appetite alert activated. The exhaustion hits, and Einen collapses to the ground. He tries to find any item that can heal him. I need to take a look first. Watt is a famous doctor, right? You found a type of medicine. A high-grade item made from Watt's secret technique, costing 50,000 sug. With your strength nearly gone, you quickly decide to buy it. My whole body trembles as I try to get out of the bathroom. The system notification says the purchase was successful and you have received a mission. No, this news makes you hopeless. Can't you just give it to me already? You suddenly remember the hospital. I have to go to the hospital. At the same time, elsewhere, Yihan appears, reaching out like a savior and asks, "You're not afraid of dying, are you?" TB swears that the deity's wish is enough, that his desire to cleanse this world is fulfilled. He keeps his face covered with a hood, muttering to himself, "I will definitely complete the mission. Today I will sacrifice my life to cleanse the world." He has a bomb attached to his body, so Johan's mission is also mine. Instant Taxi just happened to take you to the hospital entrance. Now that you're here, thank you. Hurrying to open the car door, he writhes in pain as he clutching his stomach. Everyone watches in horror as Shin crawls inside. You received a mission notification. If you want to live, save others. If you want to survive, save 100 lives. The number of people to save is 10 out of 1, Shin angrily exclaimed. You want me to save 100 people? Do you think that's any different from telling me to go and die? Teb goes to the hospital, takes a hostage, and with a bomb detonator in hand, he orders everyone to lie down. If they move, they will all die. The girl he captured is panicked and begging, "Save me!" Miri, dressed in gear, appears and orders him to let her go. Your scream is too loud. Shut up, little hunter, and is also nervously looking at him. How did it get all the way here? Seeing the familiar mark on your forehead. He misunderstood. Brother, are you also being sent on a mission? I can't believe there are reinforcements too. Come here and help me. Do you think I sweat like rain because I believe he's a terrorist? Miri suspiciously glanced at Ensign. Huh? Are there accomplices? Master, what are you doing here? Seeing that you haven't taken any action yet, urge your brother to come and help me quickly. I then suspiciously pointed at myself. Huh? Me? Your confused attitude annoyed him. Help me out, brother. After saying that, TBM played a card to seduce, offering his life for the coming of the destroyer god. Miri frowned and looked at him. What did you just say? Tem, you're wrong. That person is my teacher. He didn't believe it. What did you say? The skull mark on my forehead is my identification sign. I can sense the evil aura emanating from him. Miri was furious when she heard this. So you just said our teacher is evil? Are you out of your mind? Please have mercy on me. I'm trembling and begging. I'm about to die and need urgent treatment. A series of hissing sounds echoed. That person is the apostle's right hand sent over. What are you guys talking nonsense about? That person is my teacher, understand? T-Bomb, thinking he has a hot toy, is very arrogant. If you're confident, come on in. I'll blow up a bomb right away. Miri can only argue with him. The coward T-Bomb directly insults her to her face. Foolish idiot, how dare you stop the sacrifice to the god who will cleanse this world? Don't you understand how great that being is? Meanwhile, Einen was quietly checking the display system and viewing the subject's memories. Success, you have successfully viewed all of the subject's memories. You have viewed the memories and images that appeared in the subject's mind. TB still knows nothing and says nothing. Maybe you should join me in this too. His memories have appeared. Yan's seductive voice, like that of a demon, echoes. If possible, you must kill the sacrifices after they have endured enough fear for the gods to destroy their existence. Do you think you can provide a large enough sacrifice, my warrior? He agreed without hesitation. Yes, my lord. Of course, Teb speaks. If someone like you could become a sacrifice, that person would be very pleased. As for Inshin, he's just hesitant. Wait, won't I die if things keep going like this? Teb shouts loudly with determination, about to press the explosion switch. The god of destruction. His thumb begins to exert force. Inshin uses his psychic power to hold himself back and stop him. Streams of energy surround the madman. His eyes activate their power, while the opponent presses down on the control switch. You order Miri to charge now. Yes, sir. Teb's whole body was so stiff he couldn't do anything else. Isn't that right? Lightning from Miri surges out, engulfing Tom in a sensation of electric shock. She amplifies her power into a lightning bolt. Tom was electrocuted until his eyes bulged and his forehead split open. Then he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Seeing Shinsin also unconscious and lying motionless on the floor, she only just realized it now. Master, the terrorist has been defeated. Are you okay? At this moment, a deep voice boomed. You fool! Your time to die has come! The mark on Inshin's forehead glows with a strange green color. The system reminds that the Thunder Origin God has been activated. Miri anxiously shakes him. Please wake up. Teacher, are you okay? Teacher, please wake up. You are still lying motionless. Only the demon face seal on your forehead is glowing. Arak sensed the situation and Nab spoke up, suggesting, the Queen of the Gods, please give the order and I will immediately go kill that demon god with my poison technique. Ah, he replied casually, you don't need to interfere, Naba. If the divine curse of the plague has no effect, don't worry, Naba isn't very reassured, but if I fail, the king will explain to Arak. The creator of this disgusting plague is a very stubborn and greedy person. He will never let go of his prey once he has targeted it. In the midst of his coma, he saw himself in a strange place, a vast but empty space. Where am I? I remember hearing a strange voice before the curse activated, but I'm not sure where I am or how I got here. Then a muffled voice echoed, a new god daring to wake me up. The punishment for your sins will be an endless and painful death. Soon, you will drown in despair and beg me to kill you. Then, you will become food for my war steed." Faced with those threats, Inshin only felt that he was talking a bit too much. The voice of the demon continued to echo. "I will use your blood so that you won't see," you suspectingly exclaimed. "Huh," the frightened demon looks at the newcomer. "You demon, why are you here? The system has issued a mission. If you want to live, save the others. The sick person, if they wish to live, should use that desire to save 100 lives. The number of people to save to complete the mission is 1,238 out of 100. Congratulations on completing the mission if you want to live. Save more people than required." As soon as he opened his eyes, Ensign saw Miri's worried face. "Teacher, are you okay?" The system notification. The owner of Chongnan Jian is smiling at you. Ensign is still not fully awake. Huh? Is that just a dream? Please update the notification. You have been given Hoada's medicine for your condition. Miri hurried over to help you up. "I'm glad you're awake, teacher. The student can still feel you." "Yeah, huh?" "There's something in my mouth. A strong feeling of alertness floods into my body. You realize your body has fully recovered. Is this the effect of this potion?" The system responds. "This is an additional reward. That potion of the mighty god is flowing through your body. Miri is surrounded by a crowd of fans. Please sign here. You're so cool." "Sister, how can a young girl be so brave?" And quickly signals to her to escape the pushing and shoving crowd here. "I will call you later." He quietly left. The images at the hospital have been obtained by Jan's side. Neman reports that we have analyzed the situation multiple times, but that Oatbell guy definitely made a mistake. It must have been Jan who ordered him to shut up. Naaman begged in fear. "I'm sorry. I promise I won't disappoint you again." He coldly said, "I give you 4 days." Naaman has 4 days to deal with the hunters and bring that guy before me. Naaman asked curiously what Apostle Jan planned to do with him. Jan sighed and shook his head in disappointment. "This is why beings like you are not loved by the gods. You really can't see the value of that guy, can you? Even when he shines brightly like the sun among your lowly bugs, I can see the divine protection seeping into his body." Naaman frowned and thought to himself, "This guy is really crazy." And Shin happily went home, exclaiming to himself that he was still alive. Relaxed, lying exhausted on his beloved bed, Inho's message requesting help in desperation is clearly felt by In. "You're surprised, asking for help in desperation? The message Inho sent contains the following content. I sincerely apologize for bothering you, but could you please give me that type of medicine that you kindly provided me last time? You seem even more confused." "Huh? What?" He sat up quickly from the bed and asked urgently, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Inho seems to be in such pain that he collapses to the ground, weakly calling out your name and asking you to worry. Ino. Inside Inho's heart, he always pursues a desire to leave a mark of glory on each stage of the warrior tower, doing everything he can to attain the strength to protect his clan. Previously, Inho followed the guiding light to a door and entered without hesitation. A notification appeared stating that Inho's challenger was entering a trial. First floor of the warrior tower. The stone challenge. The completion condition is to climb the stairs and reach the second floor. The challenge begins. He keeps telling himself not to be afraid. "I've leveled up with the water Einen gave me, even changed to a soldier role, and now I'm wearing this awesome armor." Ino encouraged himself, saying, "I am strong." Just then, a giant round stone rolled down from above. It sped forward at an unimaginable speed, and Ino was unfortunately crushed by a falling stone. At this moment, could he only cry out for Inshin? After watching, the system reminds you that you are reading the subject's memories. Inho's figure is alone, lying face down in front of that imposing iron gate. Inshin was stunned and exclaimed, "Kien, the creature I used to trample and kill for fun before. Did you also suffer like this before?" Inho, the system, starts the countdown. In 10 seconds, Inho will die. And Sin can't believe it. "What? How is this possible?" "No." He hurriedly pressed the yes button on the screen. "Do you want Inho to receive the blessing of the growth god and make his heart burn like fire? Receive the growth god's blessing." The system shows that Inho will die in 8 seconds. You nervously tug at your ear. Why is this happening? Why isn't it working? What should I do? The countdown is still going and Inho will die in 7 seconds. Here, you suddenly realize, wait, it seems that the notification says Inho will die in 5 seconds. I remember I received a reward from the owner of the Nanion clan. So, you decided to choose the innate authority of the divine medicine for low-level recovery, costing 100 gold. You have used 100 gold and gained the innate authority of the divine medicine for recovery. Do you want to use it? Zo! Inho's face brightened with joy. Of course I do, but the countdown is still ongoing. In 3 seconds, Inho will die. He panics and screams. The divine healing elixir. A giant finger with green healing energy slowly reaches out to Inho. Inho's entire body is covered in healing energy. He wakes up. Seeing Inho able to stand up, he was very happy, while Inho was so joyful that tears welled up in his eyes. Inshin, at this moment, Inshin's face begins to change as he scolds the other person. "I told you not to go into that dangerous tower." Inho apologetically explained the reason. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to protect the tribe." And Sin reminds you that it's very dangerous here, so you should leave first. Seeing the door in front of him unmoving, Inho was surprised and asked, "Why isn't it opening?" The system reminds you that the Warrior Tower entrance is a copy of the Eternal Seekers, and it has been 39 million years since last use. You cannot escape until you reach level 50. Inho just realized, huh? I can't leave until I clear level 50? He pretends to be pitiful, asking for help. Is it Inho? What should I do now? The system continues to display. The Eternal Seeker Reward Authority has been received. He's so annoyed he doesn't want to look at anything anymore. Probably another loser. But I have no other choice. My business instinct suddenly told me to go outside as I heard knocking at the door. Is anyone home? He looked out in surprise. Who could it be? In shouts, drink this. Wait a moment, I'll pee and come back. He shouted. I understand. Now I'll go out annoyed. What is this? Probably just some multi-level nutrition drinks and energy drinks again? Wait here for a moment. When you saw the person outside, you looked confused and asked, who is it? Are you the hunter, In-shin? He introduced himself, saying, I am Kim Tem Minen, a reconnaissance officer of the Brilliant Society. It's a great honor to meet you. The aura is somewhat intimidating. I'm not a hunter. Tamin doesn't mind much. You'll be a hunter soon enough. Do you have a little free time? In blurted out. Yes. Inho steadily ascended the tower. The system reminds that the Eternal Seeker values Inho's challenger highly because he is walking the path of a true man. Inho, full of spirit, shouts, excellent, let's try again. His target is the 50th floor. Inho is extremely cautious about what's in front of him. A giant boulder is rolling down. Inho throws a powerful punch. That entire boulder was blown apart by my punch. Even I can't believe how strong I am. The system updates continuously. Inho's challenger has completed the stone trial and received the stone's blessing as the reward for passing the first stage of the Warrior's Tower. Inho's challenger has entered the second level of the Wind Challenge. The challenger has completed the Wind Trial. Inen, after talking with Team In, was stunned and shouted, what? An annual salary of 300 million? He confirmed it. So, are you interested in joining now, or should we sign the contract at my club right away? Timin reminded when In-shin remained still. Is something wrong? In-shin is still in shock. 300 million? You're so excited you're trembling just thinking about it. If I had 300 million, I could comfortably write my draft without worrying about the evil manager and still get to eat fried rice. Hanggu beef can eat to their heart's content. Boy Hanggu is a top-tier VIP pro luxury cow in Korea and also buys a bunch of fruit for little Zan. Temin continues to offer incredible benefits. And you will receive 70% of each product and get a reward for hunting monsters. And Shin must keep his mouth shut to hide his mischievous smile. That's right, I can still invest the rest into my masterpiece. I will succeed in marrying a beautiful wife. Since the other side still hasn't spoken, Temin started to get annoyed. And Shin, are you listening to me or not? And Sin snapped out of it, forgive me. I am currently updating the system automatically. You are evaluating the target, and even you are surprised. The information about the other person now appears in full. 34 years old, with a special appearance, an agent of the God of Destruction. He gloomily warned, I can tell you won't find an offer like this anywhere else. Meanwhile, In-shin was panicking upon learning the truth, that he was a minion of the God of Destruction. What the hell is going on? So the 3 million was just a lure? I see, this bastard. I will curse him to death. The demonic aura emanating from Taemin, demanding a life, made him sweat profusely. He asked, is there still a problem? Can we talk later? I'm busy right now. And Sin will stand by what he has printed. Do you not like the terms? You respond with a few drafts I need to finish first. Temin lets out a sigh. I understand now, so I am bothering you. But the money you get for your work will be less than 1/100th of what you earn working with them. You claim to be honorable and say, I'm not doing this just for the money. Tem Manui started by saying, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You looked confused and didn't understand what they were trying to do. Oh, it's nothing. Temmin continued to persuade and coax. But our club president sincerely wants to invite you to join us, so if you could spare some time, I would be very grateful. Please excuse me for making an excuse. If you've said that, I probably can't choose otherwise. But my stomach suddenly started acting up. Can I quickly go to the bathroom? Temmie adjusted his glasses as if pondering, and he agreed. Yes, go ahead. I'll wait. As soon as I entered the bathroom, In-shin couldn't hold back and asked, what kind of person is he? Earlier, when you examined him, you knew for sure he was a minion of the Destroyer God, like the terrorist bomber at the hospital. Now you're still unsure whether to call the Hunter Association or the police. Just then, a fist struck Yin's face. Temmin peered through the crack in the wall and asked quietly, who are you calling? You look so scared that your face is pale. All you can think about is praying for your own death. T gives you one last chance. I will ask again, Master Du. Who are you trying to call? Inan made an excuse that he needed to urgently call the producer about that matter. After hearing this, he burst into laughter, causing Inan to tremble like a leaf. Teeman ruthlessly knocks him down, and Shin is in so much pain that his face contorts. He still spoke casually as before, saying, I don't understand why I was sent here. Anyone else could do the job. Since it seems you don't want to understand, I will let you sleep and then take you away. Your neck is being squeezed, Timon asks coldly. Does it hurt? If you had listened to me, things would be different. If you had stayed still and not moved, I would let you sleep peacefully. His consciousness gradually faded and his eyes closed. The system reminded him, Emergency mission established. Save the believers. The next believer rescue mission has been established. I wonder aloud in confusion. Saving the believers? All information is displayed. The first mission is to save a believer at the Earth branch. Save Miri from the brink of death. The reward for the faith mission for Miri is plus 100. Please repeat the keyword in your mind. Escape from death? What does that mean for Miri? Tamin was quite surprised to see you wake up. Your endurance is pretty impressive, huh? If I were an ordinary person, I would have fainted by now. Besides, I know what I need to do first with this guy. As I struggled to break free from Taemin's grip, I realized, damn it, the power gap is just too big. If this keeps up, I'll be the one lying face down. I need strength myself. A new power is flowing into Insin's body. A voice echoes, O Supreme Deity. It is Inho who respectfully says, I will grant you your own strength. Congratulations on your success. He was stunned when he read the information. The sharing skill has been added to Inho's steel body as an electric current flowing into Yin's body. The system has updated Inho's sharing skill. This kind of power makes your body as hard as steel. When you feel the energy is enough, you order it to activate. Chin Taemin also sensed an unusual aura from the person in front of him. The psychic energy from Insin erupted strongly enough to knock him back. He shouted loudly, Watch me! Demin secretly stayed alert. Body enhancement? Is creating matter a skill of his? Now I am sure that he is the person the Guildmaster is interested in. The information is displayed. The steel grade A body made of iron. A strong and resilient physique that Inho gained through the Warrior Tower experiment, blessed by the wind, steel, and firestones. Tamin chuckled and took off his coat. He started to become more serious. I really am to blame for feeling disappointed when entrusted with a task I thought was easy. If that's the case, there's no need to envy the person Miri has chosen as a master. I'm not sure if the issue with Miri has been resolved, but I won't joke around anymore and will quickly lead Master Judd away. And Shin is quietly ready to act at any moment. He signaled to the boy and we could start. Without letting the opponent finish speaking, Shin swung his fist with steel-like strength. He quickly ducks to avoid it, secretly despising him. That punch was powerful. But he's not alert, only recklessly swinging his fists, while gradually dodging Yin's attacks. Mai realizes she definitely isn't mistaken. This guy is a rookie. He swung his fist up, still feeling disappointed and thinking it was a shame, but Insin quickly grabbed Min's head. Your two hands are squeezing with all your might, aiming to crush your opponent's head. The intense pressure causes blood to flow from his nose, and his face contorts in pain. Your punch broke his teeth but didn't kill him. Insin continues to slam his iron fist down, forcing him to only curse. That damn bastard. Your finishing move left the opponent unable to fight back. Insin coldly looks at the cracked floor below, feeling the surge of strength in every muscle. Soon after, Insin suddenly remembered. That's right, Miri. I should call her first. The robotic voice from the phone rings out. The number you dialed is unavailable. He urgently shouts, No! This damn game! Help me get through faster! I need to find Miri! A reminder notification appears, announcing that the deity's follower management system will now be implemented, surprising him even more. The follower management system? The system is starting the search. The follower management system is searching for the position of the lost believer, searching for Z's location. No. You can spend money freely. I have a pile of coins, so of course I have enough. The screen displays the location and status of Miri. A cold face appears. The mysterious figure approaches, holding a sharp sword in their hand. He coldly looks at Miri lying on the ground. Don't worry, it won't hurt. A few lines of information about this person appear. A 32-year-old male demon sword. The sword frenzy skill. Miri is in a severely injured state. She can only desperately call for her master as the sword rises mercilessly, blood splattering everywhere. A notification appeared. Reward, Thentik. The South Korean Hunter Association named Miri. You have maintained community order and prevented a national disaster through your sense of responsibility and duty to the national agency. This achievement reward is given to you for your contribution so far. The exact date, month, year, and day are unknown. Guess what? South Korean Police Commissioner Einen keeps wondering why Miri was attacked by a stranger. What did it say? Demon sword? The system reminds you. You have been shown in advance the tragic fate of Miri. Insin was stunned, not understanding. Huh, what? The system explains that those events have not happened yet, but are destined to occur soon. You know, it's exactly the same as what happened before with the Death Spirit. That means Miri is still alive. The system offers a choice. Do you want to change the fate of mortals with divine power? So, you scream. Of course there is. Just look at the information of the demon sword. A 32-year-old man with special skills. The sword fanatic. You notice a detail. Wait a minute. It says he's a sword fanatic, right? Then, if it's a sword, I also have one. He returned to his desk and picked up a tiny knife about 2 fingers wide. You've made your decision. Let's go. The system now states that changing a person's fate will cost 100,000 coins. When any presses the Z key, the display shows a message about the savior of mankind and a creative effect. The second door will create a miraculous wonder. In can feel the power enveloping his body. He disappears behind the glow of the space door. Miri Demon Sword quietly looked at her. She wondered why he was. He replied, I have no ill feelings towards you. I am just doing my job. Demon Sword looked cautiously ahead. He stepped toward what had just fallen in front of him, his voice coldly echoing. Who is he? I wonder inside. His stealth skills are so good I can't even tell what kind of monster he is. Shin exudes murderous intent from the opposite side, wanting to kill him. Miri stares in shock at the newcomer, unable to speak. Master, do! And Shin is still holding the tiny knife in his hand, his voice as commanding as ever. I want to cut him apart. The demon sword froze in place, feeling a sense of doubt about life as he reflected on the past.
When I chose the path of the sword, I had to defeat many talented opponents to rise to the top. I faced stronger enemies and defeated them by leveraging my own advantages.
The demon sword asked coldly, do you side with Miri? Shin replied, all of us. You look at him with eyes full of hatred. I want to cut everything. That look in the eyes of the demon sword again turns into, what's wrong with this guy? His eyes are dull and he's still holding that tiny knife. He wants to fight me with that little dagger. Those tricks won't work. A sword beam shot out from him. At this moment, he still confidently believes that an S-rank hunter can't fight against his sword. Just avoiding it is already impressive. Meanwhile, Shin still holds the tiny knife in his hand and sneers coldly. You shout stop, and that surprises the demon sword. He just blocked himself with that fruit knife. He kept asking himself, what the hell? No, stay calm, I was just overconfident. This time, another sword with overwhelming power is launched at you. The demon sword swears that this blade can cut through stone as easily as mud, and you won't be able to block it anymore. That sword strike was like a fierce gale ready to sweep everything away, but Shin merely sighed in boredom as a tiny dagger gently cut through his power. The destructive power that the demon sword confidently wielded at this moment cannot reach Shin, who pale with shock at the unimaginable scene before him, unable to accept this humiliation as the demon sword frantically slashed dozens of strikes. Where did this guy come from? Shin still swiftly escapes, cutting through everything, his mind growing more frantic. I've never heard of him. He seems to be Miri's master. Wait a minute. Does that mean he's an unofficial hunter managed by the government and the Hunters Guild? Then, it makes sense that I've never heard of him. I don't think I'll need to use this. It shortens his lifespan, but the demon sword confidently puts that medicine into Tu's mouth. I will be able to finish him with just one strike. His power surges suddenly. The demon sword shouted out loud, feeling the surge of power within his body. A demonic face-shaped seal appeared on his cheek. Demon sword breathes a sigh of relief and says, now I'm here. Miri's master, the anonymous hunter, excitedly looks at the opponent, holding a small knife in his hand and says, cut. The demon sword, clutching his sword tightly, charged forward with a terrifying aura, pouring all his strength into this strike to regain his honor. The small knife in your hand is raised, then calmly swept across your opponent's neck. This single strike forces the demon sword to retreat. You start to run back in the opposite direction. The demon sword leaps into the air, its blade pointed downward. That sword was driven straight into the ground, causing the earth to crack open beneath it. In the fog of dust, the black cloak of the demon sword fluttered. He thought to himself that was a great fight, yet the nameless opponent's sword was broken in his hand. The demon sword fell into a state of panic, his own sword. Hearing Wai Shin's laughter, he became even more stunned. No, he's still okay. His face like a demon with glowing red eyes, constantly repeating cut everything, and the demon sword was momentarily stunned like a statue. Shin's figure gradually appeared before him, and he finally snapped back to his senses with a sigh, even more surprised when he saw Shin turn around and stagger as if about to fall, his hands flailing wildly. Hui Kim couldn't understand what was happening. What is he? At this moment, he sensed something, an invisible power rushing into the demon sword's body. He thought he was going to die. Streams of power pierced through the demon sword's body as if wanting to tear him into pieces, and he had to endure this pain for a while. After everything passed, the demon sword was still in shock. He looked at his intact limbs and wondered, how am I still alive without a scratch? Looking at the face in front of me, every thought is swirling around. Why is that? He could have killed me, so why did he let me live? The demon sword hesitated and asked, so, who exactly are you? You answer something irrelevant in front of him. How bold. You interrupted and said, I am the Sword Saint. Hearing this title, the demon sword froze. Sword Saint, huh? He's a Sword Saint? Only those who reach the peak of the sword path earn that title. Then, just at this moment, Ensign's normal body returned. The system reminded that the skill-sharing time for the body enhancement technique had ended. Return to Yin's useless body. He panicked and shouted, hey, a fruit knife, wake up. I told you to wake up. Hey. The system reminds Yin's sword that the sword of the Sword Saint has become a fruit knife due to loss of power. And at that moment, the demon sword humbly bows and admits defeat. No, I have lost. Honorable Sword Saint. This statement leaves Shin stunned. The sword. Saint system can level up, while the demon sword is still begging. Please give me a chance to see more of your swordsmanship, Sword Saint. I will serve you loyally. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. Shin thought to himself, this guy is crazy. The system reminds you that the demon sword has become your second fanatic follower. Hearing Miri's cry, he suddenly remembers. That's right. The demon sword was quicker. He leapt over to Miri, while she was still distracted by that guy. Master, seeing the demon sword give Miri medicine, you quickly ask, hey, what did you give her? Without waiting for his response, the system displayed the high-grade potion, the highest level potion the demon sword carried for self-defense. Special trait, as long as you're not dead, you can be saved. Congratulations, you have gained mad faith after demonstrating the cruelty and power of a god. The demon sword looked at you with remorse. I apologize for causing trouble. Sword Saint. The system continues to update. The penance of Miri's faith followers has increased to 100, reaching 139. Is Einen still confused about the Sword Saint's name? From insects to a loudmouth from some anonymous guild. How many times now? Why do they keep causing trouble for me all the time? Demon Sword reassures you, Miri will be fine soon. You're asking who was the one that hurt her? The Demon Sword quickly shows his loyalty. Sword Saint, I am willing to dedicate my body to cleanse my sins. This fanatical attitude only makes Inshin terrified. What does that have to do with the believer? This guy is completely crazy. He swore that he would use the new sword immediately when he got it. But now I don't have the sword. Wait, I just remembered this guy was hired by a group called Shin Thui, right? So you're asking, Demon Sword, you said you'll follow my orders, right? He confirms, of course. You start asking Kui Kim how strong he is. He replies that the number of people he hasn't killed in this country is less than 2 hands. You order your new disciple, so deal with the guild for me. This command leaves the Demon Sword stunned. Huh? And Shin questions him. So you say anything just to avoid it? Can't you do it? The Demon Sword begins to struggle fiercely within, quietly observing Inshin exuding the aura of a divine being full of authority. Finally, the Demon Sword bowed in submission. If that is your command, I will obey. He secretly rejoiced, hitting himself with his own stick. He just needed to cause a little trouble for the Jin Society. It's my turn now, you bastards. The system has updated that you have gained a fanatic follower. You have enough to unlock the power. Prosperity Barrier 100 coins. Do you want to activate the Z power? I am pleased to cast it. Prosperity Barrier. This is a skill that generates gold and money, right? It must be. As night falls, he hurriedly rushes home and dashes into his room like lightning. Sin searched through all the lockers. Where did I put the money? Looking at the small amount of money falling from the piggy bank, he sighed in disappointment and said, I only have 100, whatever, prosperity barrier. But then nothing happened. The system reminded me that Thin Vuong Kuchi has no effect on objects. And Shin immediately got annoyed and threw the coin down. Damn it, why are there no skills to make my life easier? Send the message from Vo Than Meng. That's enough. Calm down and use the power of the gods, Tiandao said resolutely. Eliminate all the weaklings. You just remembered. Oh, right. I can't keep getting attacked like this. I need to take the initiative, but I'm out of ideas. He asked me what I should do to become stronger, and a guidance notification appeared. The God of Abundance said that in the long run, doing good deeds is better. Vo Than Meng said that since it takes too long, killing and creating karma is faster. Tiandao agrees with Vo Than Meng and thinks that using the heavenly sword to kill is easier. He begins to consider, which way is better for me? All right, I've made up my mind, I'll do both. The system updates with a welcome to the creator. Depending on your choices, you will become either an evil god or a benevolent god. And quickly realized he needed to use Prosperity Cross to increase his knowledge. His finger pressed on a point on the screen. With the Prosperity Great Spear, now I have millions of soldiers to fight the enemy. The system's information display makes me ecstatic. 1,000,000 Gazami tribal armies created by divine power are heading towards the Imperial Army. In 24 hours, Inshin happily says, kill them all. Watching the Gazami tribal army on the screen, he was curious. Huh? What are they doing? Anti is using divine power to heal a little tribe member. This shocks you. Huh? She even used her own skills again. Little B happily cheered. Mom, my hand doesn't hurt anymore. Someone calls her the Saintess. Anti stands among the tribe, spreading faith to the members. Everyone, believe in the divine healer. With his blessing, I will live a new life. The unified cry of the crowd echoes. Believe in the God, in Shin, trust him. The more followers you gain, the more virtue you accumulate. You hesitated and asked, huh? Why does it seem so crazy? Isn't this a bit dangerous? But thanks to these ants, I automatically accumulated virtue. Suddenly, a call startled me. It's that damn manager calling. And Shin answers the phone. Hello? The manager is already yelling. Why haven't you submitted the draft? Do you know how many times the chairman told me to cancel the contract with you? And Shin nervously explains. That's a personal matter, the manager shouted angrily. What do you mean? You haven't even started writing yet. Are you crazy? Suddenly I had an idea. Wait a minute, what would happen if I used that skill on myself? Will another version appear by itself? Trying it won't hurt, right? Your finger raises the prosperity finger, then touches your forehead and continues. At that moment, the forbidden finger unleashes a continuous surge of energy into Yin's body, and dust billows up thickly. Standing amidst the chaos, a figure appears. The system alerts, Prosperity's finger, 666 seconds remaining. Looking at the person in front of me, your calmness really works. All right, from now on you'll be in charge of writing the draft, you'll help out. Before he could finish speaking, the other person slapped Inshin across the face. He coldly said, don't call me a bastard. Then Inshin was beaten up by him in a fierce fight. Bastard, take this. One more hit, loser. After a final punch, he finally stops. That felt great. The manager is still holding the phone. What do you mean? You were planning to deceive me again, weren't you? he said coldly into the phone. Get out of here, the manager shouted in shock. Huh? You crazy bastard. A face exuding murderous intent. And Shin has summoned a brutal killer. He smiled with a terrifying grin. Let's fight. As he finished speaking, the assassin charged into the phone. The monsters in the game are slaughtering the Black Ant tribe. Many of our people have fallen. Those who remain tremble and say, they're too strong. Even with our numbers, we can't win. The monsters cheerfully exclaimed, this is fun. But suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the dark sky, making them alert. Huh? Each wave of supernatural power, like lightning, crackled all over their bodies. The other tribesmen stared blankly at the newcomer. The brutal killer system has moved to Camp C. The monster recognized it as the demon god from the rumors. At the monster's lair, after hearing that his entire legion had been slaughtered, a rock slammed the table in anger and said, why? The monster leader of the army knelt down before Eric. I apologize. The entire army has been wiped out, and she shouted in anger, is that all a demon god can do? The monster reported back, he looks exactly like a demon, and a terrified man shouted out, wait a moment. In an instant, the monster's body turned to dust. Someone exclaimed in shock, oh my god, he's dead for sure. They caused chaos and quickly reported to the emperor, who is currently in seclusion training. Arak ordered the general and the 10 swords to come immediately. If we do that, we will be attacked by the monsters in neighboring countries. Ah, I don't care. Dealing with the black race is my top priority right now. Bring me the head of that demon god before the emperor finishes his cultivation. Naba, hiding outside, overheard everything and decided to act alone. Lady Arch, please forgive me for leaving without a word. Please allow me to take responsibility this time. I will bring the demon god's head to you. At the same time, in reality, Shin, who is beaten into a coma, begins to wake up. You look around in panic. What just happened? Oh, right. My other version just beat me up, huh? Since no one can hit me now, that version started hitting itself. The system reminds me. Where is that handsome version of you, Shin Sung-tu? Can you introduce them to me? Looking at the screen, are you shocked? Who could have 121 missed calls? Now, no one calls or messages anymore. Only the manager's messages. We are not only canceling your contract, please pay the compensation fee. Are you still trying to log in? Here's another piece of news that will surprise you even more. The tribe changed their class after completing the mission in the Ant Kingdom, conquered the Grass Kingdom, earned many titles, and collected a lot of white and black coins to level up. What the hell is this? What's the point of playing this game anymore? This stupid game. The system is showing. Because the White Kingdom Nomad mission was successful, you have been promoted to Bishop level. You will receive 131,302. 2 prisoners from the number 1 Grass Kingdom have been promoted to trainee muscular warriors, the second to a holy knight, and the third to an archer. And Shin asked irritably, what are these for? The new updates drive you crazy even more. White Tiger has been promoted to an army soldier, and you have received a large amount of white and black coins. You shouted, what's the point of playing if it's too easy? This damn game. Thinking of the scene where the manager, like a demon, demands the manuscript to cancel the contract and quit, you start opening the machine with determination. I'll type super fast and submit it. Your hands keep hitting the keys nonstop. I can't let you get fired. The system displays a new rescue mission. Save the Fanatic Believer. Rescue the Fanatic Believer. Are you going to rescue the Fanatic of the Demon Sword? Do you want to? The reward for rescuing the Fanatic Demon Sword Believer will help your skills blossom like a flower. This notification makes him hesitate a bit. Really? But I still have things to do. Forget it, forget it, forget it, he muttered, frowning as he looked at the latest news. Huh? A surge of psychic energy rushes in. What is this? The system prompts. Let's start by seeing what the believer is thinking. The Fanatic's perspective will be shown, and the Demon Sword will be displayed. Shin is annoyed. I don't care. However, despite the player's objections, a segment of visual footage still appeared, and he was tightly restrained as a woman from the opposite side spoke. You really don't say anything, do you? Why don't you just confess everything already? She's for you, a 26-year-old woman from the Destroyer Blessing Guild, who can wield quite impressive flames. The Demon Sword, grabbing her hair, threatened, if you tell everything, I will let you die without a bit of pain. And Shin thought to himself, what the hell is this? Is it that scary? A gang? Did he get caught while attacking in Shin's guild? Is that it? Behind Mai is a muscular, burly guy while she looks down on the Demon Sword with contempt. It's really boring. The figure of that muscular guy startled Shin. Oh my god, there's a guy over there who looks terrifying. Information about the guy also appears in full. Despite being a 31-year-old man, he is blessed by the god of destruction. He has very impressive muscles. The system automatically updates using the available authority. You are approaching the target's mind. Please wait patiently. At that time, the Demon Sword was thinking about the past. He was sold to the Ottoman family when he was young and trained to become an assassin. After awakening his Taiji power, he completed a few assassination missions. The Demon Sword has become accustomed to giving me and Chandu the same treatment as himself at the Shin Society. They became rivals of the Demon Sword as a matter of course. At that time, Chomi asked him, did you finish first again? Don't tell me you're being favored. The Demon Sword isn't allowed to have ordinary dreams like everyone else. He said to her, if you're jealous and angry, why don't you try harder? She angrily cursed, you bastard. And so the demon sword continued on the path of merging humanity and the sword to become stronger, until finally his swordsmanship reached the level he had always desired. The demon sword keeps asking itself if it has achieved its goal only to end up like this. It's truly shameful. Who ordered you to attack the guild, you bastard? Why betray us? If Du is the one who made the decision to betray, then just kill him. Finish this story, she asked in surprise. Why kill him? Pastor Johann said he would pay us 100 million if we brought him back alive to be a sacrifice. Du, fired up, said I will kill you if you interfere, and she immediately denied. No, it's just regret. The demon sword helplessly thought, I'm sorry, sword, and Chandu's fist was about to strike down. I will show you what pain really is. The demon sword? Shin suddenly thought in panic, and then the warning system alerts that the disciple is in danger. So you decide to save him first and share the skills of the number 1 disciple. The iron body, I need the strength of the number 1. As Chandu's fist is about to strike, his blow misses the air. And Shin quickly saves the demon sword at the moment of near death, surprising him as he looks at you from afar. Who are you? Where did you come from? Shin angrily asked, Does that matter? Can't you see I'm busy? He started to wonder what would happen if he used Miri's thunder spell while in this state. Sharing Miri's disciple's skill, lightning, they would be wiped out in a single move. I'm truly a genius. But in reality, when skills reach their limit, you can't use 2 powerful disciple skills at the same time with your current divine speed. The notifications show, skill limit reached, overload. Du looked at you like a monster and said in a gruff voice, Are you mocking me? A fist swung out, and that punch was enough to knock Ensign out of his senses. However, Chu sensed that something was wrong. A surge of extremely powerful electricity spread throughout his body. Anh Chonzu, tính dậy gì, anh oi. Seeing the opponent no longer move, I almost sighed in relief, but I managed to take down one of them. Let me help you, wake up. Chandu, wake up, please. She looked at you with hatred in her eyes. How dare you take revenge for your brother? Her power surges until her cheeks swell like a pufferfish, and a fierce energy blasts straight toward him. Are you hopelessly thinking you're going to die like this? The system reminds you to withstand the flames because you're using the number 1 body enhancement device. You're stunned to see this heat feels like just soaking in a hot bath. Is this even hot? But this feeling is so exhilarating. Mai cautiously watches the eternal flame in front of her. You still can't believe you've defeated him? Seeing Einen still standing with such determination, she couldn't believe her eyes. What? How can you? No way. Even Einen himself is still in shock. I didn't know that Shithe of number 1 was so powerful. I'm glad I upgraded him a lot. If you ignore me and curse, you bastard, I will burn you to dust. He casually swung his spear at Miha's mouth when he saw Einen asking to see his flame, which looked like air. His hand and bop hit his face. Just as I was getting excited, the system reminded me that the time for using the divine body technique was up. I was thinking I should finish this quickly or I might become it for real. The latest news makes you happy. The Fanatic Rescue mission is complete, and your talent skill has been upgraded. You start to wonder what your blossoming talent might be. Maybe you'll become a great writer. But nothing happened at all. And Shin frowned and exclaimed, What is it? That's all? So what is blooming? I really was stupid to expect something truly great. The demon sword behind us spoke reverently, saying the Sword Saint defeated them with skills I have never seen before. That's amazing. And Shin thought, annoyed, Don't look at me with that expression. But where am I right now? I need to get back home and work. Sin steps forward and calls out, Hey, Sword Demon. He nodded. Lord Sword Saint, just give me your orders. I just want to go home. Get out of here, he replied. Suddenly, distant movement made both of them alert. A voice echoes from the darkness. You're truly as exceptional as I expected. The demon sword greets you. Very pleased to meet you. The demon sword anxiously warns. Master Sword Saint, be careful. Ihan stepped out of the shadows and said, So we finally meet. Are you the source of everything? The system displayed Ihan as a 29-year-old man performing a sacrificial ritual for the god of destruction. And Shin angrily curses, A pervert, as you turn to stone, the demon sword calls you the Sword Saint. Inside, you keep screaming, while Ihan still appears friendly. It's truly an honor to meet you. And Shin, are you trying to call him Sword Saint? And seeing the opponent's shameless appearance, I wonder if I have to fight this pervert. And Shin pinpointed the key point when reading about this guy. A sacrifice? That hidden thing, no matter how hard I try, I can't see what it is. I have to be very careful. Ihan is so excited that her cheeks are flushed. Brother, activate your alert mode immediately. The pervert is approaching. He spread his arms towards Einen, so excited that his whole body was trembling. I can't believe I finally met a fellow who shares my bloodline. A cold hand pushes the guy back. And Sin surprisingly calls out to the demon sword. He sternly orders Yan not to approach the holy sword. He listened and then got angry, casually flicking his hand to send the demon sword flying and shattering its face. What a damn pest. His strength was so great that the demon sword was thrown far away, and then he collapsed heavily to the ground. And Shin was terrified, thinking he couldn't believe that the demon sword who had defeated Miri was easily knocked away. He then turned to ask you, So which god do you follow? Who is your patron? I can't hear what Shin is saying. He keeps asking, So what? Or is it some kind of god? He angrily throws a punch and transforms into a divine warrior. Yihan can't believe what he's seeing before his eyes. Lightning bolts followed the punch as it struck downward. Yihan could only watch in helpless silence. And over on Naba's side, she still blames Arik, asking for forgiveness for leaving without a word. I will go defeat the Devil God's followers. Now he is weakening because his followers have abandoned their faith in the Gazami tribe. The scene remains peaceful, with children playing. When a tribe member warns, "Don't go too deep into the forest," they obediently reply, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, when the other person sees Na flying over, they are stunned. "What is that?" he stammered. "No way, they're here. Black Wolf Clan." Na coldly shouted, "Perfect kill!" She sprays poison into the tribe, and the Black tribe can spit deadly toxins, causing the power of the Demon Lord to gradually weaken, with each tribe member struggling to breathe from the poison gas. At the same time, Ensign keeps punching Yan in the face, his whole body suffering from the electric shocks. When he finally defeated this freak, Ensign was so exhausted he could hardly breathe. He smugly looked at the defeated opponent under his fist, asserting his dominance through strength. However, Yihan's body moved slightly, and he straightened up. Before the opponent could recover his energy, Ensign swung his two palms charged with lightning down. "Die now!" This blow created a deep crater in the ground behind Yan. Seeing him crawl up, I panic and wonder if Miri's lightning technique has no effect. This guy is probably not an ordinary freak, but a superhuman freak. He sneers coldly at you. "It won't work no matter how you attack me. I will still come back to life." I'm really anxious now that my time to use my strongest skill is up. I can't use my Thunder Fist anymore. And even if I do, this bastard will still come back to life. Am I going to be followed forever by this freak? Is this all you can do? "Brother," Yan sighs tiredly, "hurry up and entertain me a little more." You start to panic. "Damn it, I need to think of a way out quickly." Suddenly, an idea flashed in your mind, and you pointed your finger at your forehead, thinking you had to do something. Prosperity pointed, and the assassin was summoned. Seeing him, Shin still feels a bit worried. He's probably facing enemies, so he probably won't betray us, right? Ihan happily asked, "Brother, I didn't expect you to be able to manifest another personality. You're amazing." The assassin coldly glanced at him, then turned to look at Yan and said, "It's trouble now. If Shin is forgiven, I can breathe a sigh of relief. But Mom is terrified. Last time I ordered him, he beat me up badly. This time I should stay quiet. Are you asking another personality for help? Yes, I'm in trouble, so do something." The assassin questions you, but the Gazami tribe is also in danger. Not realizing that the believers are dying one by one, all divine power will gradually disappear. "Oh, what are you so shocked about when you hear this?" Yan gets angry when he's fed up. "Are you two just going to ignore me and let his punch hit now?" The assassin quickly leaps up. You know that's the skill again. But Shin wasn't so lucky, he fell backward. "Are you warning the other person that if I die, can a clone like you survive?" The assassin coldly calls out. "Shin burn this weakling to ashes. Did I hear you wrong, huh?" After speaking, the killer entered the game. Deal with whatever comes yourself. "I still need to save the insect clan members." Shin couldn't hold back the fear and was trembling. "Oh my god, this time he just disappeared on his own." Yan starts to act. "Now, you are the only brother left." Shin wonders, what did he mean earlier about burning that guy? "You remember your own signature move, burning?" Looking at your hand, Shin suddenly recalls. "That's right. I also have my own skill." You raise your middle finger and shout, "The judgment of the gods." The middle finger. As he finished speaking, that middle finger began to gather energy. Yan hesitates, confused about what is happening, and Shin's eyes glow brightly, and a shimmering layer of power covers his body as flames burst forth right in front of Yihan. However, Ensign felt a bit embarrassed as the flame he created was tiny. He trembled silently, thinking that the size of the flame looked like just a small spark. Yihan, growing impatient, asked, "Are you out of tricks?" As he advanced with destructive power, he exuded unstoppable momentum toward Yin. "All right, let's try. Combining multiple waves of fire attack exponentially should work." He snapped his fingers, creating a small flame, and shouted, "Divine finger flick." "My friend, I will no longer play around with you now." He closed his eyes in despair, thinking, is this the end? After defeating his two disciples, this guy is too tough now. Thinking about death at the hands of a pervert, tears streaming down his face, he laments life. A punch from Johan was coming, but he sensed something was wrong. He was stunned to realize he was powerless. Huh? Then why am I not recovering? I am invincible after all. The system reminds you that you are using the power of the brutal hellfire, while Einen's mind is still occupied. What? Is this the effect? Can you clearly explain the skill effects from now on? You see Yan holding a burn mark on his side. He never thought he would see this day. Is it because of his ridiculous skill that I can't recover? And Shin can only watch helplessly as I get hit. That power gradually forced you to your knees, with dark lightning bolts surrounding your body. Johan also clenched his body so tightly that it trembled, sweat pouring down like rain. In the game world, Nappa used all her strength to spew poison at the Black Ant tribe. She smugly thought that the dark race was being poisoned to death and that the power of the demon god would weaken. Blame the demon god you serve. Just then, a beam of light appeared behind her. She sensed that danger was approaching. This instinct tells the assassin that through the door of time and space, they are rushing toward him. Naba knows that this person is the demon god of the insect tribe, and she has been waiting for this day. Here, the disgusting and evil god of death, your power will soon be gone. Before she could even finish her sentence, the assassin delivered a punch that silenced her instantly. While Naba was still stunned, the killer threw his next punch. After quickly taking down his opponent, he looked down and saw the corpses of the clan members below. Are they all dead? On Ein's side, he collapsed from the pain. It was too much, like his whole body was falling apart. The system announced that the number of followers was decreasing rapidly. Warning, losing a large number of followers at once will cause you to lose power. In a desperate situation, he desperately thought, what should I do now? The system has good news. Do you want to revive your followers with the healing pinky? Is it possible? More than 5 million coins will need to be spent based on the number of followers lost. This suggestion woke you up. Wait, I never thought I would use the healing pinky on myself. If I can do it, that would be amazing. I will become invincible. So, you quickly pressed your finger to your forehead. The pinky finger heals. Idahan looked over curiously, sensing a healing energy spreading throughout the room. The system reminds you that using it on yourself will cost 10 million coins. The boy irritably asks, wait, why is it 10 times more expensive than saving the believers? The system asks, do you want to save the ant tribe with your healing pinky finger? Yes, I have no other choice. Sin reluctantly presses the yes button, glad to have gotten through it. The screen displays, you have received over 5 million coins based on the number of followers you saved. Ihan was thrilled to get a refund. Seeing Ensign recover was unbelievable. How is that? How are you still standing? After that remark, dark auras shot toward Ensign. He chose to activate shared skills, making Ensign's body stronger than ever. He flicked his middle finger at the guy. This is how you turn the tables. You have to admit defeat, you bastard. The divine judgment of the middle finger, a surge of energy with blazing power crashing down. Yon quickly dodged. He laughed and said, you really are an incredible guy. How did I mistake you for a useless one? Ensign shouted, don't mess around anymore. You're definitely going to die. Yon revealed a secret to him. I will offer 999 gifts I have to the god of destruction. And Shin, still not understanding what the opponent meant, was pointed at the face and told, and you, a more precious offering than all the others, my final piece. You mean the descendant of the god of destruction? What? Is this why he cornered the demon sword and aimed it at me? Yon summoned his ultimate power and said, thank you for becoming my sacrifice. A stream of power from above descends, piercing through the ceiling, as a cold eye stares intently through the crack in the roof. And Sin nervously gazed into that eye, his whole body trembling like a leaf. No! Yon exclaimed joyfully. Oh my god! My god! And desperately gathers his strength to raise his finger, trying to stop him with the power of the god's index finger. The system warns that this power cannot be used against the god of destruction. Suddenly, Yon beside him was writhing in pain. He stared in shock at the destroyer god. This is different from what you promised. Streams of killing intent from the destroyer god shot down as if to drown Ihan. Even Ensign cannot escape the fate of being targeted by evil power. He desperately wonders if this is his end. At this moment, Ensign has a dream, and before his eyes is a place filled with spiritual energy, with green mountains and blue waters. He wonders in his mind if this is just an illusion. Then he took the small dagger in his hand and vowed to himself that I am a powerful and compassionate god, respected by all. But for now, that hasn't been achieved yet. The god who rules those mountains is the true name of Tien Dao Tuyet Tiet. You look at that savage monster, the god of destruction, in your heart, the familiar name keeps echoing. Chaos, chaos, chaos. The god of destruction betrayed by chaos, losing the woman he loved, and even the divine realm will have to bear that pain. Before that, God lost himself. He was once a deity seeking peace with the one he loved. And Shin has reached the end of that memory, but now he has become mad with the desire for revenge. In front of him stands a divine sword as tall as a mountain. And Sin silently thinks, it's so big, just as revenge demands, let's go find it together. A surge of energy runs along the sword, then begins to invade Yin's body. The destroyer god is showing signs of movement, with snakes slithering down from the cracks. The demon sword looks on nervously. What is this? I have to protect the sword saint, but I can't even lift a finger. This is the first time I've felt this scared. And Shin was surprised to see you awake. You demon sword? He exclaimed. Sword saint. And Shin reassures his followers, calming down and watching how I kill that perverted god. This reverence, that look makes the demon sword admire you. So cool. Suddenly a voice called out from behind. Master, my beloved is being constricted by the snakes. He shouted, No, my lord, I don't want this. How can you eat your worshippers? Please spare me. I asked coldly. Are you finally seeing clearly? The thing you worship is just a hungry, thirsty demon. Isn't that right, you evil spirit? Seeing it glaring at him, he calmly asked, What are you looking at? The demon sword looked up at him. His admiration grew stronger. That gaze caused Yan pain with just a look, yet he remained unharmed. Huh? From the void, Shin summoned a sword. The demon sword was stunned, looking at him with shining eyes. Ihan is being drained by the swarm of snakes, and the god of destruction intensifies his pull, and Shin grips his sword tightly, knowing that the power of a master swordsman. This is the destructive power granted to him. It will push the sword to its greatest strength and potential. also merging the wielder into one. That eye sensed something was wrong, quickly retracting its snakes and preparing to retreat. Reflected in the sharp blade held by Einen, the face of the anti-god is visible as he slashes a destructive sword straight at the eye. The roar shakes the heavens and earth, and the eye struggles to use its strength to block the attack. Einen tries to muster more strength. The god of destruction. Meanwhile, the evil tentacles of the god of destruction reach out, and he grimaces, saying, "Why don't you just use all your power to strike down that sword and vanish from my world?" The god of destruction was overwhelmed by this aura and couldn't fight back. In Gogun City, District 12, in the abandoned inner city area, the army sent people to sweep the area, saying, "You, the leader, order the soldiers to search carefully," they whispered among themselves. An SSS level crack, a monster powerful enough to destroy the entire country, could emerge from this fissure. Kangon, the director of the Hunter Association, has also arrived here. He is extremely shocked. What could have happened here? "I think we should start that project right away." One member reports to the director, "There's a survivor here." Inside the building, he was quite curious. Could there really be survivors from such a disaster? Looking at Yan with his silver hair, Kang Cheon asked, "Sir, what happened here?" Upon closer inspection, Kang Cheon was so surprised that he broke out in a sweat. His condition. He ordered his subordinates to call an ambulance immediately. Under Yan's abdomen is where the eye is hidden. At the last moment before being struck, the god of destruction shouted, "God of destruction, why don't you disappear from my world?" And then an explosion erupted. Yon realized he couldn't believe it, that this person was truly the god of all gods. Elsewhere, a girl had just defeated a giant monster, and everyone was in awe. It's true that Mina only used divine power and defeated them all. How is that possible? Someone stepped forward and asked, "Are you really a business S?" The dragon is famous for resisting mental powers, but she defeated it so easily. Mina snapped angrily. "Forget it. Handle the rest and give me the teleportation stone." Did that person get shocked when they heard that? "Where are you going?" Mina only cared, "Hurry up and give it to me." Hurry up and give her the item, and don't get angry and frown that beautiful face of yours. Each gem is worth 100 million dong. Do you really need to use it right now? What's going on? Mina replied irritably. "If you don't want to die, then don't care about it. I heard there was a black dragon, so I came, but it turned out to be just this tiny girl." It really was a waste of time. Watching her leave, Du sighed in admiration. "Truly fierce. You really are a tyrant." "It's fine then. No casualties in this S-rank dungeon clearing." That's a relief. 2 days later, at Einen's house, he's relying on his niece. "Hey, put the patch here. Don't move it for a little while longer." "There, that spot feels so good. Help me apply the pain relief patch on my back." You really are an old man. The reason Inen had to ask his niece to take care of him is because of the side effects left by the celestial sword on his body. You frowned and asked the old man if you still haven't married yet. Mr. John suddenly remembered. "But, hey," Inshin asked suspiciously. "Yeah, I remember that back then, only with the help of Heavenly Sword Ensign could we stop that big-eyed monster from escaping, but you had to use your own body." "What Inshin usually doesn't do now makes you very upset," the girl whispers, asking who that scary guy is. "You don't know how to respond about the dark figure kneeling in that corner?" "Yeah, the demon sword, right?" The demon sword bowed his head and asked, "Yes, you summoned me." Sword Saint In asks curiously, "Aren't you going home? Oh, you fixed the bathroom door, right?" He secretly admired that this is the only person who can fix things without getting caught. Demon's curse confirmed. "Yes, Sword Saint, I cannot bear to see your house destroyed. This look alone would make and give up. Truly fanatical." "Yeah, he's really like that. Ignore that description. Just ignore it." "You turned away, not daring to look at me. What about the mission I assigned to you?" "Why are you sitting here?" Demon Sword replies. "Oh, cleaning up after the Luminous Society? I don't need to do that myself." "I think you don't understand." "Huh? So what? You're saying the special operations team of the Hunter Association led by the famous Huntress Mina is already handling it. Actually, the Korean black market has basically collapsed, and he was stunned when hearing this name. "Mina, the model on TV?" The Demon Sword responds, "Yes. She really is beautiful. You secretly thought her name sounds really nice." "Oh, Miri, just hearing the name makes it obvious she's your sister, and you can tell by her figure too." Ahmad just remembered, "Is Miri okay?" "Remember to tell Uncle John that we're going home now, Mom." The girl obediently replied, "Yes, and decided that I should go to the hospital to visit her. If possible, you should heal her with your power right away. At this moment, you receive a notification that the divine achievement has been calculated, and Ensign has successfully prevented a destructive god from destroying the earth. But Eden's fruit has increased by 1 million, and this number makes him quite happy," he exclaims in surprise. He thinks about it. Is the destroyer that eye? So that's just one of 100 clones. It's already this big. I wonder how huge the abyssal dragon is. The system continues to remind you. Congratulations. Inshin, you are now qualified to undertake the promotion mission. Are you shocked? The promotion mission. The screen displays, complete the low-level rapid promotion mission by sacrificing 1 billion high-level creatures or 10 high-level Vang S2 or above creatures to become a disciple. Low-level Evil God promotion mission, kill 1 billion high-level creatures for karma or kill 10 high-level S2 Vang or higher creatures. Ensign, are you accepting the promotion mission? Ensign realizes he's been set up. Good or Evil God? Wait a minute, that means I have to do both. You curse in anger, damn it, both at the same time. This difficulty is too high. Are you hesitating whether to gain 1 million followers or kill that many, and whether to get 10 S rank followers or kill them? Should I become a good or evil god? The difficulty level here is clearly hell. I should have more strength and power right now, but this mission is basically self-destruction. Good and evil might be better if the ones tailing me from both sides are fighting each other, right? I can win if I take advantage of them. I really am a genius. Those bastards are finally tearing each other apart. Inshin arrived at the hospital and is currently standing in front of room 505. Are you hesitating a bit? Is this the right room, 505? Hearing the heavy breathing inside, Inshin was suspicious. But what kind of difficult breathing is that? Miri, are you in there? A voice calls from inside. Please come in. And peeks inside. Why does the patient's voice sound so urgent? You panic when you see Miri, wrapped in bandages but still fighting on so diligently. She was delighted to see you arrive. Are you here to visit me, teacher? I'm so happy. Are you okay?
Why did you get hurt and still try to lift such heavy things? She said with a shy smile.
I'm tired of lying around all the time, the boy asks again. Do you think you're feeling better now? Miri replied cheerfully. Yes, I'm fine now. I don't have any scars at all. Teacher, look at this, right? The boy blurted out. Huh? How come? Miri wrapped bandages around herself and showed you. Look, no scars, right? Just then, Mina returned outside and saw this scene, immediately scolding. Are you crazy? She angrily raises her hand, intending to apply the right-hand rule to her innocent younger sister. Miri is struck and can only scream in pain. I was surprised. Where did this girl come from? You hear a student's complaints ringing in your ears? Ah, that hurts. After teaching her a lesson, how dare you smile in front of a man? Moreover, Mina angrily turned and asked, What kind of bastard are you? I'm the one asking that question. Mina suddenly lunged forward and grabbed his collar. You bastard, what is your relationship with my sister? How come Miri can do that in front of you? Upon hearing this, Inai immediately understood and said, Sister, this is Miri's older sister. She doesn't look like an ordinary person at all. Mina ominously warned, If you're just playing with my sister, I will kill you. Miri angrily shouted from behind, Why are you so rude to the instructor like that? Mina couldn't believe it. This guy is such a mess. Unemployed and he's supposed to be my teacher. She lowered her glasses to observe you. Are you saying this guy is a Hunter Academy guide? I'll try to explain. If it's not about that, Miri is hiding behind a cover for you. No, you can't tell her, teacher. Mina frowned and asked, Are you okay? Are you hesitating? Well, that's right. I'm a physical education teacher at the academy. Mina glances cautiously and whispers, A physical education teacher? You must be a certified hunter to be a teacher at the academy, but I've never seen you before. What he stole from you doesn't matter. You don't seem to have anything special about you. Miri quickly stopped her difficult sister. Sis, you're starting to get mean. Our teacher in Shin is truly an amazing person. The other two are left stunned. Us? I proudly introduce him, even though he's not yet known to the world and looks worn out. He is much stronger than you, so don't treat him disrespectfully. Mina lowered her hat and asked again. Really? Her deep voice echoed. Really? Seeing her demeanor, and silently wondered, Is Mina? A famous hunter can succeed in defeating other renowned hunters without breaking a sweat? Is she Miri's sister? Mina angrily asks her sister, So you're no longer a shy little cat now, huh? Since you've advanced to level A, you no longer care about what I say, right? Show her your mind control skills again and see who's stronger. The psychic ability forces Miri to obey instantly and submit. The pain pounding her head makes her beg. Oh, I was wrong, sister, Mina sneered. What kind of hunter is this weak? She increases her psychic ability to order her to kneel down. Miri immediately knelt down like a wooden puppet. Mina declared, I just need you to do as I say. After dealing with her sister, Mina turned to look at him. And Shin, please warn her to stay calm. With this level of force, she could seriously hurt the girl. Mina gritted her teeth and said, The outsider is shouting, so she should control her behavior. The sound waves from her words cause Wai Shin to go deaf. You're stunned and remind her that she's speaking louder than her size. Mina is surprised. Are you still not going to step back? The mind control ability continues to emit its power. I say get out or I will crush you, you damn unemployed bastard. I'm still safe and sound. Mina froze for a moment. Why is my ability not working? Are you trying to mediate? I guess I was too arrogant. But wouldn't it be better if the two sisters just talked to each other? Miri looked at you admiringly. You can resist the mind control abilities of the sisters. You're really impressive. And suddenly remembered, mind control? That's right. Miss Mina is a spiritual hunter? Mina was stunned and guessed. Don't tell me your rank is in Shin, secretly thinking. Excuse me, I just got my license. Why ask that when you know it would be embarrassing to say it? Mina realized that she was the one bowing her head to apologize to him. I didn't know, so I misunderstood. Teacher Einen, please take care of Irie from now on. This attitude surprised Einen. Huh? Oh, yes, definitely. You're wondering, what's going on? Why has your attitude suddenly changed? Mina reminds her sister. There's more, Miri. Don't skip meals just because the hospital food isn't good. Eat the porridge over there. It's expensive. She replied, yes, ma'am. Thank you, sister, and silently thinks. I'm really surprised. She still takes good care of her sister. You read the information about her, a human woman who has lived for 24 years, paying special attention to the fact that she is cursed by the abyss related to something unknown. The god of destruction, Injin, hesitates over the word abyss. Should I tell her? She's hot-tempered but still Miri's sister and even brought food. Are you going to speak up, Miss Mina? I have something I want to say. Are you hurt anywhere? Maybe it's because of a curse. A curse, Mina? You mentioned it as if it were a curse from the abyss, Mina asked grimly. How do you know? The aura coming from Mina made him pale with fear. Oh, I guess I have a skill to detect it, but maybe I was mistaken. He thought to himself, her emotions changed so quickly. She's talking in that annoying way again. No, I didn't do anything. This made Inshin break out in a sweat. I'm really scared now. Mina leaves immediately. See you again later, Teacher In politely replied. Yes, of course. Mina says goodbye to you. I'm leaving now. Be careful and take care. Seeing her go outside, Inshin let out a breath of relief. The pressure from an S-rank hunter is truly not enough. If things are like this in normal conditions, I can't imagine what it would be like in the middle of a battle. And for someone like that to become my follower, it truly is hell. Teacher. Inshin was stunned. Miri called out, Teacher, what are you thinking about so intently? You decided, I'm worried about the future of the Earth. Oh no, actually, it's more about my future, so let's just proceed with the plan. So, and kindly suggests, Miri, shall we go to the rooftop for a moment? And she agrees immediately. Yes, sir. After hearing Einen speak, Miri happily praised him. That sounds good. Inen's finger flicks out, unleashing streams of power like lightning. Miri transforms into a tiger for your training. You will be amazed when you see that your power has no effect on her. What is this? Nothing changes even after using a single power. Try again, the divine finger of destruction. Once again, the divine crushing finger. After a long time, when he was exhausted to the brink of fainting, the tiger remained unharmed. Ensign feels helpless. I thought it would be simple after I became stronger from that accident, but it seems I was wrong. Miri will become a level of Shuri that I can unleash this power. But why isn't it going as I expected? Damn it. After a moment, he sighed in relief, thinking I've recovered my strength. Does it have to be this hard? I really can't understand. Maybe it's because I did it the wrong way. Can you ask Miri if she can stand over there for a moment? She agrees. Yes, seeing the displayed information, In was stunned. Huh? The screen shows a human woman who has lived for 19 years, leveled up to S rank, and is currently sealed. Pay special attention, she feels itchy when excited. Her abilities are still partially sealed. Miri reminded you like this, huh? And Shin, get your spirits back and focus. Focus on the seal. And Shin, concentrate each cell in his body. Come on. Miri shyly spoke up as you stared at her intensely. Teacher, if you keep staring at me like that, I don't care. I just tell myself to focus as if I'm trying to look through a tiny hole in a locked room, but nothing changes. He was surprised. What is this? So the reason the seal hasn't been broken is because of this? Miri asked curiously what the teacher meant. You suddenly asked Miri if she knew where her sister had gone, and she replied confused. Why? Why are you asking that? Somehow, In remembers Mina's appearance and decides he must have a serious talk with Miri's sister. At the Hunters Association prison outside the island, Yon can't stop thinking about the tempting call of the person he once worshipped. Don't be sorrowful, my apostle. When we withdraw, everyone on earth will be saved. He became desperate. The voice of God he heard when he lost the will to live felt like a miracle. Actually, it was just a lie. I endured with all my mind and body for salvation. Even though I worshipped God like a madman and felt proud to be part of him, Yeehaw suddenly saw that familiar eye and was stunned, exclaiming, It's a demon. I told you that's not what I want. He thinks about Yin's appearance. After all, he is different, a true saint, a god among gods. Thanks to him, the world was saved. So Yan began to pray. Please forgive me. Please allow this humble old man to believe in you, Yin. He prays silently in the quiet space. The system displaying faith in Sin has been activated. The man burst into tears. Lord Y, I thank you. Thank you for accepting this sinner. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind. Inshin? You just mentioned Inshin? Yo looked surprised at the masked person before him. Who are you? How did you get in here? He thought to himself that this was not a place easily accessible to everyone unless they were rank S or higher, and asked, Are the high-level guilds sending you to eliminate me? Who is that person? Are you trying to gauge my abilities? It seems I've already killed too many people anyway. Is this decision based on public opinion? I may no longer be an apostle of the devil, but I can still kill someone like you. That person is Mina. She said with boredom, You know I'm joking, right? So you're not the Abyss either. Yan was surprised to hear that word. The Abyss, Mina confirms. Well, it seems so. I still won't forgive you for trying to kill my sister. Miri's mental strength from Mina presses down, making Yan feel as if he is being crushed. He trembles as he struggles to support his tense body. A desperate scream echoes throughout the prison. At Yin's house, he's feeling frustrated that he still hasn't been able to meet Mina. I wonder why she's so busy. Anyway, it's not easy to meet someone on the same level as a top star. And so, the demon sword has finally left my house. Before leaving, the demon sword left behind a tear-stained letter for the glorious and great sword saint. This irresponsible demon sword suddenly faced an unavoidable situation and had to leave the area for a few days. My body may be absent for a while, but I will always remember the beautiful sword fight that the sword saint allowed me to witness every day. And I will continue to wield my sword even if this body shatters. Stay healthy, sword saint. And Shin, please do not come back. Seeing the news on his phone, he was surprised. Oh, divine creator, what's going on? The displayed information shows that the people from Earth, Johan, have shifted from the destroyer god to Insin. Johan is classified as a fanatic. Are you, Nichan, a pervert who escaped from the cage? But why? The mission progress has been updated. A challenge to the advancement of a low-level benefactor is underway. Are followers ordinary beings? Or are followers high-level creatures with superior intelligence? Or S-rank beings with extraordinary abilities? I quietly congratulate myself. Wait, this one is S-rank. I don't know how it happened, but this is a stroke of luck. The demon sword left the house without me doing anything, and I gained another S-rank follower. But why Johan? Is there another message? Any received news about Einen's fanatic followers? Johan is dead, you gasped and exclaimed. Really? So the number of S-rank believers is back to normal. Why did he suddenly die? Keep reading the next news. Everything the followers possess belongs to the god they worship. You can receive the gift. In is quite curious. Can you receive a gift even after he has died? What is this now? A series of bright red warning alerts flood the screen. And Sin was stunned. What? The system alert warns that accepting the worshipper's gift may come with pain equivalent to being crushed and destroyed. Just after the notification appeared, a flash of light burst from the phone screen. His whole body was engulfed in an unbearable pain, with intense heat filling the entire house. After struggling for a while and seeing his hidden red psychic power hand, Einen still hasn't woken up. Did I just absorb Yeon's ability? Stupid game explaining everything beforehand. Do they die? So if a fanatic dies, will I absorb their power? But why did Yehan die? Has he really died yet? Let me read the latest news. The man behind the black market. An awakened individual found dead in prison during a seizure. You knew they wouldn't mention his name, but since he's the one behind the black market, it must be Yeon. The system is updating the challenge to advance the progress of the low-level beneficent god. Are the followers high-level beings with superior intelligence or S-rank entities with extraordinary abilities? The challenge to advance the low-level demon god is underway. Are followers high-level beings with superior intelligence or S-rank creatures with extraordinary abilities? Einen feels either lucky or not at all, as the challenges for both the demon god and the benefactor are increasing, and he has just absorbed Yoha's power. Finally, In lay down on the bed, constantly wondering why Johan suddenly became his follower. Then they announced he died of a stroke, but his death had no impact on the challenge, and he was also a follower of the god of destruction. So, should I be happy that he's dead? Whatever, he was a bad guy anyway, right? He's also a pervert who likes to show off his body. Don't think too much anymore. Everything is over. Alright, so what should I do now? I've gained so much power and can almost do anything. I could become a hunter and earn both money and fame, but that's not what I truly want. That's right, I used to be an author, but a third-rate one whose contract was just cancelled. When emotions run high, I should write. After a few hours of frantic typing, I finally breathed a sigh of relief because I uploaded 10 chapters at once, so now I should get some reactions. People's responses will be positive since I rewrote my own experiences. Maybe they'll get as excited as a fanatic. Why not check out some passionate comments now? I just clicked on the comment and froze in shock. A few comments called the author really stupid. I can write even better with my feet. Also, pay attention to spelling and don't kill those little ants. The story is moving slowly. If you have time to write this, go earn some money. He forced a weak smile and decided to temporarily leave his desk and give up his passion. His humble appearance now looked truly pitiful. You monkey author, find another job. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door outside. He suspiciously asked, "Who is it?" "Don't you want anyone to come to the demon sword? That boneless bastard. A real man should do his job properly instead of running back so soon." You open the door with a stern look, your mouth shouting that you'll kill. But outside is Miri, panicked, calling out, "Master, are you surprised to see me, Miri?" Miri suddenly knelt down and earnestly begged, "Master, can I ask you for a difficult favor?" Miri pouted and called, "Teacher, you secretly think? Just look at those shining eyes. How could I possibly let her down? If I said I wouldn't, I definitely wouldn't be human anymore." So I agreed immediately. At the same time, I received a notification that the faith of the earthly apostle Miri had increased by 10. In is shocked that her faith has already increased by 10 just from agreeing. What exactly does she want to ask me for? And Miri happily exclaims, "I knew it. You're my teacher and you're the best." And Sin suddenly feels uneasy and worried. The next day, Einen and Miri go to the Hunter's Academy. You sulkily ask, "So you want me to be your guardian instead of your sister?" She confirms. "That's right," you think to yourself. Because she skipped school too many times without permission, the homeroom teacher called her family, but she didn't ask her sister to come. Remembering Mina's scowling face, and realized he knew why. Turns out her faith increased by 10 for no reason. It's unbelievable. Miri called from behind, but teacher, you really look great in that suit. Why don't you usually wear this kind of outfit, teacher? And please explain. I only have this one outfit. Miri suggested I buy another one for the teacher. What are you talking about? I have plenty of money. You refuse. Come on, don't waste money like that. I have no reason to wear a suit anymore. Miri still keeps insisting. So at least let me buy you a designer sports outfit. We have to let the whole world know how handsome you are. I can't help but feel annoyed when I think about that. Handsome and admired? You start to feel a headache when you realize Miri's fanaticism is somewhat similar to Anti and the Black Devil. I have a feeling this is my fault. Finally, you've done it, so hurry up and go quickly. Otherwise, we'll be late for the meeting. Miri quickly ran after her. The teacher was right. You may enter the teacher's office and ask, sorry, but what is your relationship with Miri? Miri introduces, this is my cousin. The teacher looks on seriously. So, he's your cousin? But you and he don't look alike at all. The little mouse thought he was just saying what Miri told him earlier, but now he's worried he's been caught. Miri puffed out her cheeks in anger and asked, there's no way the teacher didn't notice. He and I are very similar, and Shin must be helplessly watching her perform from behind. As expected, she was talking nonsense. You managed to find out that the teacher's name is Lai Dan Uk, a man who has been used for 33 years with very useful muscle notes. At the same time, Miri was catching the Australian guy. Teacher, please take back your criticism and say that the brothers are good. He denied it. It's not true. The teacher didn't say that. And quietly observes the other person. With such a good impression, this person must also be no ordinary individual. Clearly, his name also suits the muscles on his body. The Australian nervously said to Ian, I sincerely apologize for my inappropriate behavior earlier. I thought it was Mina who came. Oh, yeah. It's okay, he asked. Are you also a hunter? If you share the same bloodline as Miri, you must be very talented. And Shin points to himself. Me? No, I'm just an ordinary person. Miri proudly boasted, teacher. Actually, our brother is right now in the principal's office, inside hanging a very majestic monster horn. Kang Sung sat quietly in the room, regretfully thinking how quickly time has passed. In the past, when the sky was lie, there was a curse. Damn it, portals appeared everywhere in the city. Moreover, even in an elementary school, there is a bed, and there are also bugs and demons capable of wiping out all of Korea. The squadron leader shouted, what can the hunters do? Everyone's face turned pale when facing the demon, and the captain knew that it was indeed an enemy even the hunters couldn't handle. A team member, stunned, pointed to one side and said, Captain, over there. Someone with a commanding presence is swinging their fist at the green demon. That's young Kang San. His fist, carrying destructive power, struck down the monster, causing shockwaves to spread throughout the surrounding area, forcing the hunters to struggle to keep their footing. A team member hurriedly stepped back in fear after seeing the troll's head fall beside him. Kinsan was then bravely trampling the corpse of the troll under his foot. His figure at that moment was as heroic as a champion, and a deep voice echoed out, what are you talking about? He just defeated the demon by himself. A top-tier S-class monster. Yeah, I guess it's true after all. I've never met this hunter before. If he's that strong, he must be an S rank. But where did he come from? Kang-san sighed as he returned from his memories. I had planned to continue living a hidden life, but that damn monster changed the world like this. That's how I got the nickname Choi Kang Kanang-san, the scanning machine. But now I'm too old. I have to dig deep into this academy to find and nurture new talent. It's my duty. Now the biggest problem for the academy is Miri. Recently, she has not only been progressing rapidly, but the leaders of the association also know that she's actually quite spoiled. Everyone has high expectations for her. The important thing is to help her develop properly. In today's meeting, I will discuss this issue privately. That way, she should understand. Outside, when introduced by Miri, Do-yuk asked in surprise, are you a writer? And Shin can't believe this kind of thing about me. Why do I keep feeling like I'm being looked down on? He just started a conversation with you, but reading books is actually my hobby. Can I ask you about the genre you're pursuing? And Shin will answer in one direction. I'm currently writing a story about raising an ant colony and using them to conquer other territories, including a queen ant, worker ants, muscular ants, and the like. Are Australians shocked by the muscles? In quietly thought. Of course. He stopped at the principal's office and said, looks like we're here. This is the principal's office. Then Do-Ox politely knocked on the door to report. Principal, student Miri and her guardian have arrived. Kang-san replied, come in. The Australian invites you in. Please come in. I quickly straighten my tie and gather my composure before stepping inside. Yes, just as I thought, I was too worried. First, you greet them friendly. Hello, Principal. I am Miri's cousin, and I am here to serve as her guardian. Hello. Now let's get to the main topic. I don't know what Miri did wrong, but he laughed casually and said it's nothing much. Seeing something that made him realize Kang-san's expression changed. Wait a moment. And Shin saw his expression clearly and was also shocked. A memory from the past flooded back. I remember this person. It's the drunk man who kissed me. It really is him. The S-rank hunter Kang-san, also known as the aura scanner from the principal, and he's the kid from before. Then he sighed deeply, constantly denying in his mind that it could not be. It could not be the kid from before. At that moment, Inshin, desperate, asked, "Hey, drunkard, it's you, right? I'm very happy to see you again like this. I was glad to meet an acquaintance, so I thought this encounter would end sooner than expected." Kang-san shouted, "Don't come any closer. I just feel happy to have met an acquaintance here." Do-uk, looking curious, said, "Why is the principal acting like this all of a sudden? We need to stop him quickly. If it weren't for someone like him, he would really have died from that punch." Seeing Kang-san prepare to strike, Inegetho asked, "Why are you so fierce all of a sudden? He used to be very friendly before." Miri pushed them away from each other. "Hey, what are you two doing?" the man scolded sharply. "If you don't know anything, don't just stay still. We never know when a monster might appear." The Australians are still clueless. I don't know what he's talking about, but just thinking that even the principal is that scared. No, more importantly, who really is Miri's cousin? And Shin isn't afraid and hasn't gotten angry at anyone. So are you really going to keep doing this? When I once gave you 5,000 Australian dollars that were hard to understand. 5,000 world? Kang-san hurriedly turned around. And Shin gapes as he watches the principal's next move. "Brother," when Kang-san starts to prepare to rush out of the glass door. Inshin shouts, "You don't need to pay me back. I won't say anything about it." Down on the schoolyard, everyone stared in shock at the person smashing through the door. Kang-san landing with a fierce presence before quickly disappearing like smoke, leaving the three people upstairs still stunned. Inshin scratched his head in confusion and asked, "What's wrong with him?" After a long while, the three of them still stood stunned in the smoky room. They saw Kang-san desperately running away on the yard. Australian speaks up. "You must be surprised, right? On his behalf, I apologize to both of you." Well, the principal is really quick. Danuk pointed to his head and explained that it seems there was a little problem here after the previous time he saved someone. I mean, it's just a professional hazard. I don't believe it because the first time I met him, I didn't think he was that normal. Down below, Kang-san ran out to the street. Don-uk thinks he will probably come back soon. As you predicted, Kang-san returned shortly after. Mr. Ko pretended to be fine and calmly drank tea. Miri didn't care at all and focused on eating the cake on the table. She asked him if he would invite the master, right? "Try this one." The boy refused. "I'm fine, just eat." Miri keeps persuading him. "I'm already full too. Just try eating it. You've already eaten a lot. Hurry up and try it. There's no other way." "Fine, I guess I have no choice." "All right, thank you. Pick up the piece of cake and eat it." He looked at me so intensely, I was curious. As Einen took a bite of the cake, a message arrived that the human disciple Miri had offered Einen a gift. Kang-san's favorite snack. He suspiciously looked at the piece of cake in his hand. Is Kang-san's favorite snack considered a tribute gift? But really, why is he looking at me like that? Is it just a snack? It can't be like that. You can stand up and ask, "Teacher, is there something you want to tell me? If so, can we talk privately somewhere discreet?" Kang-san was startled and replied, "No, there's no need for that." He quickly urged you to sit down and chat, and silently wondered, "What should I advise?" Dan-uk confidently said, "Today we called you here because Miri has been skipping class lately. As you can see, she is a smart and sincere student, so we hope you will pay more attention to maintain her excellent performance at school." And Sin replied, "Yes, don't worry. I will definitely take better care of Miri." The teacher continued, "Thank you for coming despite your busy schedule." In politely said, "It's nothing. Please, help me take care of Miri." Do-uk carefully observed Kang-san's expression and realized, "It seems we should stop here." And Sin led Miri away and said, "If that's all, we'll go now." And he agreed immediately. "Oh, all right." Only Kang-san shouted, "No!" All three looked at him in surprise. Kang-san solemnly repeated, "I can't let you go like this." "Are you doubting me and pointing at myself?" Kang-san asked. "Do you know how long I've been looking for you?" He shouted loudly, "This is destiny." But Inshin didn't understand at all. What on earth was he talking about? Kang-san looked cool and started to promote. "Our Hunter Academy is equipped with the most advanced machinery. Let's go and take some tests. Come with me. Please do this for me." Inshin frowned and asked, "Why should I do that?" This statement pains Kang-san's heart. He earnestly says, "I beg you, if you want me to take the test, I will do anything you ask." Dan-uk was stunned and said, "The principal didn't expect that even the printing students would be involved, and now everything has turned out like this." He proposed that if the principal would overlook Miri's absences and stop forcing her to train, he would consider it. Kang-san readily agrees. "All right then." Dan-uk hesitated and advised, "Principal, he was shouting and scolding you harshly. Stay silent. This is a perfect opportunity. Let's go." So the whole group goes for the check. Looking at Inshin, he steps into the measurement device, and the head of the Hunter Academy's technical team next to him asks if he knows this is unnecessary. An ordinary person takes the test for a hunter. Kang-san is just waiting for this one time. This is very important. The report from the previous test shows he's in Group G. What's so important about that? Kang-san suddenly said something very ambiguous. "There are a few things like that. Please read the item information on the device in front of you. The chosen person's gem is currently owned by the Hunter Institute. It is used for 20 days as a tool to measure a person's abilities and strength, often to distinguish between disciples and priests. You marvel at this item. The Chosen One's gem is a priceless artifact worth millions of worlds. It can also distinguish disciples. I have a bad feeling, but I don't know why. Unbi outside announces to start the test. Please place your hand on the gem. In, please follow the instructions. Alright then, the gem begins measuring your strength. A surge of energy erupts within Inson's body. He tries to keep his hand firmly on the gem. The reminder sounded, the test was over. Please go outside to read the data report in your hand, Unbi said. I'm truly impressed, In. I look forward to it.
Impressive? So what does that mean?
So they finally realized their greatness? I hurriedly asked, what is my rank? He is secretly proud inside, or because he is regarded as a god, so he is a S-class merchant. Unbi sighed and said, it's G-class merchant. From health to intelligence, nothing is ever worth watching. You are the worst person I have ever seen. This statement leaves Inshin stunned. It's Kang-san. No way. Are you sure the machine is working properly, Unbi? You confirm the error. Error rate of the results is 0.1%. Miri, curious behind them, wondered if Unbi and the others were close. You told her they were family. Information about her has been clearly understood by In from the beginning. Unbi is currently the head of the Hunter Academy's technical team. Choi Kang-san's daughter is quite proud. Unbi asked the principal to call her manager Choi when working with her. Choi-san agreed. All right then. Miri silently watched the two of them, but they didn't look alike at all. In also agreed. Is that right? You might not believe it when you think about it. But in reality, even if you're in a lower rank, you're still a god. Does that machine measure a god's power? Never mind, let's go home. Kang-san still refuses to believe it. I'm sure it's not true. Is he really Wenger? Unbi annoyed pushes him away. I'm sure. Kang-san was shocked while reading the report data. It's strange how he managed to do that day. I'm sure he fainted on the roof. He suddenly realized he had fainted. Looking back, he probably is the type who has to faint to show his strength. Then I just need to make him sleep. And Shin doesn't realize the danger approaching and casually asks Miri what she wants to eat on the way home. She replied yes. He immediately said, all right, let's go. Kang-san shouted from behind, no, I won't allow it. I angrily turned back and asked what now. He suggested we fight to see what skills he has. Those kinds of machines definitely can't do anything. These words made Unbi feel very insulted. She was so angry she was trembling. I skeptically asked, why should I do that? There's no benefit for me. At this point, he recalls the appearance of those two followers. Benefits, huh? Maybe both the Demon Sword Master and Yai-Han became fanatics after fighting me. If I teach the old man a lesson, I might be able to recruit the disciple I need for the upcoming challenge. For that reason, In gladly agrees. All right then. Hearing this, the three unrelated people remaining were shocked. Kang-san excitedly shouted, great, let's head to the combat room then. At this moment, a heavily muscled person steps in. I will be the one to fight. That person is the Australian, the Korean legend. Our principal fighting in this situation doesn't seem quite right. On the arena of the Hunter Academy, both contestants have stepped up. Be careful to check the metal grid behind you. Do you think it looks too sturdy? So this will absorb all the energy from any skill. Really? The Australian behind asked curiously. Aren't you going to bring your protective gear? He replied. But you're not bringing one either? He reminded me that there's a huge difference in real combat experience between me and you. Feel free to say it's okay. Besides, I don't really want to bring it anyway. This statement has completely boosted the Australian's fighting spirit. Maybe he'll regret this later. Down on the arena floor, Kang Sao warns, hey, don't be careless.
You're surprised and ask, really?
He revealed that the Australian is the leader of Group B and also has real combat experience, so he can still hold his own against Doan A.
You calmly said so what?
Miri cheerfully encouraged him, you can do it. Knock him down in one move. This made Dan UT on the opposite side even angrier. The students downstairs seem to realize that Mr. Dan Yuk is about to fight. Maybe they are testing new teachers' entrance exams. In looked on in amazement at the crowd gathering. Why is everyone here? Dan Uk speaks up. Let's get this over with quickly. Before it gets noisy, In Shin said in surprise. What's going on? What's wrong? You attack first. Your nonchalant attitude makes his face darken. He's annoyed, thinking that his indifferent attitude towards the difference in business really drives him crazy. I don't know what the chairman sees in this guy, but I will show him what a real hunter is. With that determination, Do Yuok declared, then threw a punch to start the fight. Let's begin. Ensign quickly dodged to the side. Do Yuok couldn't believe his eyes. Did he dodge? Even though I did hold back a bit at the last moment, was it just luck? But even luck runs out here. The Australian charges straight at Ensign. He throws a punch up confidently, thinking it's over. You stood there stunned as your opponent was about to beat you up. Dan Yuk delivered a powerful hook to In. The students gape in amazement, watching the powerful strike. It really is teacher Dan Uk. Dan Uk lets out a sigh of relief. However, he started to feel that something was wrong. And Shin was not hurt at all. He raises his index finger, hiding a mysterious power, the finger of the god of strength. The Australians are stunned and can't guess what their opponent is about to do. And Sin's index finger shoots forward, striking directly between the eyebrows, causing the Australians to bleed from their noses. He was still in shock. What the hell is this? Until he fell to the ground, he still couldn't believe it. How could a mere top-ranked G beat Dan B?
With this result, Kang-san was quite surprised, while Ensign was wondering, what is this? Is he Vang B?
So you're at level A, down there? Miri proudly shouted. Do or not, you're amazing! And Kang-san only spoke up now. Just as I expected. That blow still leaves the Australians unable to recover even now. Unbi stands silently, watching from afar. The whispers of the students echoed in her ears. The teacher was defeated in one strike. Who is that person? She was very confused. He looks like an ordinary person, so how could this happen? Seeing Yin's expression, she worries if he's okay. Kang-san stepped into the arena, asking if you would also fight me. In was shocked. Unable to wait for Ainan's response, Kang-san removed all the restraints on himself. The information about him is displayed. Kang-san, a human man, a male human being, has been used for 58 years, with muscles that have a chance to become superhuman. Reading these words, you have learned a new phrase. I still prefer to avoid fighting that big guy, but if I can turn the drunk into a believer, wouldn't that be much more useful? The reward would be much sweeter. Seeing Yin's face gradually lose control and turn evil, Kang-san itches all over. Why do I feel so annoyed? Anyway, I didn't expect him to be able to defeat Teacher Dan Uk like that. As I predicted, that machine was broken. But compared to his abilities that day, this is nothing. I'll make him faint. He flexed his arm and said, it's been a while since my blood boiled like this. So let's get started. I suggest we make a small bet first. Kang-san, so what? Your condition is that the loser must obey a request from the winner. So, Kang-san agrees comfortably. As long as it's not illegal, that's fine because I am still a government official. You guarantee there won't be any weird requests. You just need to do one thing I want if I win. Kang-san thought annoyed, looking at this kid. Does he really think he'll win? Sin quietly plans his strategy, knowing that even if he doesn't trust him, if he wins, he will use the same keyword method as with Miri. Kang-san agrees to this request. Alright, I'm sure you might not be able to sew, but it's okay. Still, hearing this, Shin was stunned. Kang-san suggested that if I win, I also have to do something for him. Knowing I would win, I didn't care. Alright, let's do it. No problem because I will win anyway. Kang-san replied, very well. The supernatural energy within him erupts, causing his muscles to tense up, while the aura from Kang-san radiates outward, forcing Ainan to step back. He became more serious. An intoxicated old man is no joke. You also activate your steel muscles. Your bulging muscles are no less impressive than your opponents. So I'll give it my all too. This look shocks Kang-san. The two, with similar imposing figures, stare at each other as deep voices echo around. Who is that guy? How many skills does he have? Kang-san sighed in relief. As we guessed, Maire's words are correct. Inin asked Maire in surprise. So you mean an S-rank hunter? He confirms that's right. She said that soon, the most revered and brutal existence will appear. And he quietly realizes the key phrase. The most brutal and revered? Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, is she talking about the demon god and the benevolent god? Isn't that myself? Maire is truly extraordinary. Kang-san continued, saying that if that existence appears, we should bring that person to the academy. And Shin repeated, the academy? He replied, that's right. The boy refused. I don't know. Isn't that a bit troublesome given that I still have to write novels and promote them, and I'm very busy? You know, when Shin saw the opponent's fist coming, he calmly said, isn't that a bit troublesome given that I still have to write novels and promote them, and I'm very busy, you know? A punch from him was pressed close to his face, and the impact echoed loudly across the arena. Miri was so worried that sweat was pouring down like rain. Unbai was eagerly awaiting the result, her face turning dark. He sneered coldly and said, just as expected. Ainan's appearance remained perfect and unscathed as he blocked with his hand. Kang-san excitedly said, let's check if he really exists, as Myron mentioned. Inin swung his fist to attack. Kang-san is ready. Another hook punch lands on Yin. You lean back with Kang-san waiting. Miri is also very worried. This move makes him grimace in pain. Not giving the opponent a chance to rest, Kang-san throws a punch. And Shin continues to be a punching bag. This move leaves Kang-san exhausted. He threw a kick and you had no choice but to block with your hand. Seeing that Shin was still okay, Kang-san excitedly said, this guy is pretty good, huh? He couldn't help but feel shocked inside. This is indeed an S-rank. Seeing his serious expression, he knew. But it's worth a try. I haven't even used all my strength yet. Kang-san suggested that I should admit defeat and work at his academy. This request left me stunned. What? Keep talking, but even if you use your strength, In refuses right away. Forget it. You charge towards your opponent with unstoppable momentum. It's my turn, but your steps stop when you see Kang-san showing signs of something unusual. Each surge of power swirled around his calves before spreading throughout his body, and Kang-san's entire being radiated an extraordinary aura. Everyone was amazed. That is the true ability of the principal. The monsters got knocked back like balloons from those hits. Aren't they planning to stop? Ensign shouted and charged forward, while Miri, scared, thought that Master Shin wouldn't be able to handle it and had to stop them. The distance between the two people was closing in. At that moment, Ensign was stunned to receive a notification. The display shows that number 1 has completed the 11th floor flower challenge of the Warrior Tower, the fanatic and his disciple. Number 1 wants to offer a sacrifice to you. Why are you shocked right now?
This guy always offers sacrifices whenever he passes a challenge. Before accepting the item, I have to take down this old man.
Kang-san quietly thought, breaking my arm doesn't matter, as their fists slowly clash. Du Chen's supernatural power burst out, spreading fiercely throughout the room. Both of them are very serious. Suddenly, a bunch of bright red roses appeared. What the hell is this? What is this? Don't tell me that's the gift. You threw the bouquet of roses away. Damn it, what the hell is that? The bouquet accidentally hit Kang-san in the face, and he stared in shock at what was in front of him, recalling the fierce carnivorous flower. In just a moment, in front of all the spectators, their respected principal suddenly rushed towards the netting. He cried out, "Save my child and mother! I haven't beaten that kid yet, but that monster." Xin cảm thấy rất bối rối khi thấy Kang-san bỏ chạy. Cậu thắc mắc, ông già rồi sao thế nhỉ? Allergic to flowers or what? Wait a minute, if that's the case, then I've already won. So my followers will have this old principal too, huh? But I still haven't seen any confirmation message. So I guess I should say something to him then. Suddenly, a call came in, and I couldn't help but wonder. Auntie, what is she calling me for? A notification shows that over 4 million people want to join your tribe. Do you want to accept them or not? He happily accepted right away. This is great. My followers are increasing on their own, so my mission must be going in the right direction. When he regained consciousness, he realized there were countless people staring at him in shock from below the platform. Inkson knew he had to find a quiet place first. You arrive at a secluded place, activate the progress, and the system display begins upgrading, doubling the clan size, adding new areas, and building more training zones. Congratulations on your increasing number of followers. The low-level Divine Rank Upgrade Challenge is underway, with over 10 million followers actually gained. Seeing this number, Inson still isn't satisfied. I expanded the territory according to the number of followers, but you're just angry and bored. Damn it, when will I have 1 billion followers? Damn it, Inan's followers have seen your helpless image. They shout, "Do you think Inan's god is greeting us?" Some believe that isn't the god's greeting. Anti realizes the way the god greets. She sends a message to him. "Sir, why? I am surprised. What else is there?" The next message appears sent to the great and kind god in Do-MDM. Continuous curses ring out. The boy feels helpless with no warning about swearing in front of children. Forget it, where do I find the principal now? Looking at the phone in his hand, he cursed. What time is it now? Suddenly, he was shocked to receive the news. What is this? The demon sword is acting recklessly in a quiet forest. It seems he is about to log out himself. The system warns. The demon sword's fanaticism is at risk of self-logout. Do you want to save him or not? Inshin asked, about to log out. The sky is clear and sunny, shining down on the lush green forest. The demon sword is kneeling in front of a house, seemingly about to harm himself, and silently crosses space to stand behind him, quietly observing the situation. The demon sword looks sad, tears welling in his eyes as he cries. Sword Saint, Inshin heard the cry for help, "Please save me." As Quikiem raised his knife, a hand stopped him, then forcefully threw the knife to the ground. Inshin, looking annoyed, kicked it away with his foot. He angrily shouted, "What the hell is wrong with you? Why would you hurt yourself again?" The demon sword hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think." Inshin looked at him with cold eyes and sneered again. He was not trying to hurt himself. Before he could finish speaking, Mina suddenly appeared out of nowhere and almost got him killed, right? Her eyes were bloodshot as she slowly approached the two of them. Mina frowned, thinking to herself, I definitely can't sense anything. Where did he come from? And Shin looked surprised as he turned to look at her. The demon sword warns, the Sword Saint, stay alert, that guy is using a strange technique. If you listen to his voice, you'll realize he's not just an ordinary pervert. He asked back in surprise, what? Mina was also stunned. Pervert. And Xian let out a small sound, then explained to the demon sword, it's not a man and he's not a pervert either. He didn't believe and asked again. What do you mean? What do you mean? And Shin asked calmly. What are you doing here, Mina? She crossed her arms behind her back and still didn't speak. The demon sword frowned, wondering why Mina was acting this way towards him. The system reports that Mina the woman has been active for 24 years, with a special note related to the god of destruction and under a curse from the abyss. And Jin proudly boasts, as I said before, I also have sensing skills. The demon sword secretly admired that even so. As expected, meeting the Sword Saint truly is a different level. Mina suddenly removes her mask, pulling down her hood to reveal a face that is both beautiful and cold, leaving the two young men stunned. The demon sword praised, you are also beautiful. Then he felt confused, unable to believe someone as beautiful as her would use such dirty tricks. I can't be fooled. Don't make me laugh. This mask is enchanted with a disguise spell of the highest level. How can you tell when I'm wearing something like this? The demon sword must be impressed. Its aura truly overwhelming. And Shin asked about the thing he was curious about. So, just this once, what are you doing here? Of course, I'm here to kill that brat. And Shin couldn't believe it and asked again, do you really mean to kill the demon sword? Demon sword, Lai Ni, the Sword Saint, the 10 people I told you about earlier that I can't defeat. One of them is her. and Shin turned to ask him again, Demon Sword, be honest, are you really that weak? He hesitated before answering that. Seeing the situation was tense, he started to negotiate.
Anyway, I don't really know what's going on, but can't you forgive him? He looks weak, but, he's really actually weak, but he's very kind.
The Demon Sword listened without a word and exclaimed, Sword Saint. Mina lowered her face, her whole body emanating killing intent as she questioned.
You want me to forgive that guy after he tried to kill my sister, right? And Shin feels like she knew all along.
You said if that's the case, then she should forgive him. If you can't let go of that, I will take responsibility and surrender, Mina calmly replied. I don't know if you're deceiving yourself or what, but the timing is right. He asked in surprise, what do you mean? And she continued, if you said so, then it will be you next. You're annoyed and questioning, what do you mean it's me? Mina then reveals, don't pretend to be innocent. Yan also mentioned your name. In thought, if it was Yan, then Mina immediately interrupted. I already know you're the one behind this. You're just pretending to be innocent. Me? Why do you intend to get close to Miri? You're pretending to save her to gain her favor. What wicked plan do you have in mind? I really get annoyed thinking about it. What kind of scheme is she up to? Then he took a risk. Then let me ask you one thing. If you truly care for your brother so much, why do you want to exploit your own sister? Huh? You hit the nail on the head? Mina's face darkened. How does he know? She carefully observes Ainan's appearance and guesses, is it because of that probing skill? As expected, just as I thought, he's very dangerous. I should eliminate him. The system displays the blood seal, the curse, and the note that Mina is cursed by the abyss. Her life is in danger. Binding Miri, that curse cannot be broken by any skill. It is all Mina's doing. And asked her frankly, no matter what I think, I still can't understand why you had to risk your life for the seal. Maybe you're jealous because your sister is a better hunter, so you had to hold her back, right? Mina, now bitter, says, you don't know anything, so don't talk nonsense as her cruel hand unleashes her power. And Sin felt shocked, and the Demon Sword quickly drew his sword and shouted. Sword Saint then soared into the sky, swinging his sword straight at the opponent. Mina activates her supernatural power and dismissively says, you are nothing but a fool. With that, her hand releases a surge of energy. The Demon Sword's face twisted in pain as Mina's palm pressed down on him. Mina casually waved her hand, causing the ground where he stood to explode. The Demon Sword was hit and flew straight into the tree trunk. And Shin froze for a moment, sweating profusely as he looked at the Demon Sword. You have no idea what kind of crazy power this is. She only glanced at him. Seeing Kui Kim battered and broken, Shin asked worriedly, Kui Kim, are you okay? The Demon Sword whispered a warning, saying you should be careful of the Sword Saint. Then he forced himself to continue speaking, mentioning a rumor that Mina is not just an S rank but an SS. And Sin was very surprised, not expecting Mina to be an SS rank. I, on the other hand, am only a G rank. How strong must she be? Suddenly, she changed her mind. I will stop this killing. Then she stretched out her hand, forming spiraling energy. Unexpectedly, she clenched her fist, shattering everything into pieces that flew everywhere, causing Ensign to feel his heart skip a beat. My own blood is continuously pouring out, terrifying me to the core. Ensign was injured internally by Mina's psychic attack, and the Demon Sword cried out in fear. Sword Saint! He quickly cupped his hands tightly around the wound to stop the blood from flowing out. The Demon Sword screams in agony, the Sword Saint cannot die. I find it annoying and tell him to shut up. It was just a little prick. Mina couldn't believe her eyes anymore, and the Demon Sword was overjoyed, just as she had hoped. In blink of an eye, and Shin's wound had healed. He chuckled, I'm alive now. Mina found it hard to believe how quickly he recovered. I only pressed a little and already gave it my all. Where's he from, that freaky place? Then she sighed. I admit you're better than I thought, but if you think my abilities are just mind control, you're very mistaken. As soon as she finished speaking, Mina activated her power, her entire body radiating powerful blue light. Seeing that, the Demon Sword gritted his teeth and assessed, that is a disaster. It's definitely a disaster. Mina's eyes blaze with light as she raises both hands forward, concentrating her energy to launch directly at the opponent. Demon Sword quickly warns, be careful, Sword Saint. As I mentioned earlier, Mina could very well be an SS level. He focused on watching Mina activating her psychic ability, floating in the air, and then pondered. The highest level for Korean hunters is officially classified as S, but if the Demon Sword said so, then she must be even stronger than that homeless guy. Otherwise, she can't be compared to him. Mina's eyes glow brightly, shouting in surprise and asking, what? The Demon Sword's face remained tense as he watched her intently. Mina activated her power, creating a massive flame with fierce attack force, shooting straight toward her opponent. Sin dodged to the side, and the Demon Sword quickly swung to block. The flames roared fiercely, as if wanting to swallow both of them. In looks at the burned area of the shirt, grinding his teeth in frustration. This is the dying flame, creating a deep hole in the ground. This power makes you humble too. It's not just the mental manipulation skills. I can't believe such an attack level exists. Is she really trying to kill us, or not? Mina took the opportunity to mock their weakness. I haven't even started yet. I'm genuinely surprised. Huh? Is she really serious? She's starting to activate her power to form a large mass. A sheet of icy fog covers the entire forest. Mina screams as she freezes, and immediately a sphere carrying the deadly chill of the Arctic plunges straight down. Friction with the ground shatters before Einen's eyes, leaving him stunned. Einen looks down at his feet, which are tightly frozen, and frowns. He frowned thoughtfully. Can she freely use that skill? Could she be a spirit mage hunter? By carefully observing Mina's form, you also figured it out. Hold your mind. That's right. This is... In using his willpower to exert force on his feet, and suddenly the ice shattered. You quickly told the demon sword that it was all just an illusion. Demon sword, everything is fake. Mina knew she was exposed, so she revealed her hand, coldly raising her hand, and you were right. My strength lies in the mental realm, and all of this is just an illusion. But you know, a perfect illusion is indistinguishable from reality. As soon as she finished speaking, the demon sword was frozen and lay motionless on the ground. And Shin stepped back to dodge. Mina raises her hand to control a giant rock that covers the sky, along with floating ice blocks in the air, and smugly says, even if this is just an illusion, if this magic penetrates your bodies, you will all die. She then gestures to command the earth and magma-like rocks. It falls down next to Inshin, her voice cold. Tell me your name and purpose if you don't want to be destroyed like this. I am a third-rate writer. Even the answer gods. Right now, I am focused on turning Miri into an S-rank hunter, so I don't really know what is happening. But please let Miri go, Mina continued to scream wildly. You pretended to be crazy because you wanted to die, huh? If you really wanted to die that badly, she shouted coldly with glowing eyes. Die. Rocks and dust fly everywhere as the sphere heads straight for Yin. The demon sword hurriedly shouted, Sword Saint. The entire ground trembled, and the friction generated a white light that covered everything. Mina continued to channel her power downward. She sneered and looked down on the bugs. In decided to share his skills, surprising her. He raises his fist to activate his divine body ability, his whole body shining with a dazzling gold light as rocks shatter into pieces and scatter through the air. The powerful fist strikes upward, and the sphere gradually sinks down. The two forces collide, causing a fierce explosion. All I see is a sea of yellow filling the entire space. As the rocks shatter into tiny pieces and fall down, Inshin stands tall with a muscular body that remains completely unmoved. Mina was stunned. Can he really hold it just with sheer strength? She scowled and cursed. She's really crazy. The demon sword is very excited, truly worthy of the Sword Saint. Raise your voice. I told you it was just an illusion, but you didn't believe me. Are you just going to stand there? Without another word, he knelt down on the ground to apologize. It's my fault, Sword Saint. I have nothing more to say. Again, you're overdoing it. Mina still couldn't believe the truth and kept asking herself it was impossible. She secretly wondered if that guy was just bluffing. The demon sword continues to act up. The blasphemer will punish himself. Inshin, give me a punch to understand. Stop being so stupid. He kicks the demon sword directly in the head and tells him to stay still here for now. I need to take care of a few things first. The demon sword calls you Sword Saint. Mina frowns, still stunned. Then Shin steps forward and whispers, Will you listen to me now, Miri's guardian? Mina was extremely surprised by this incredible speed of teleportation. Too fast, she quickly jumped back and shouted, Why do you dare? Mina quickly points to her forehead to activate her skill. And Shin realizes he's being ignored and remembers there's still someone talking. Suddenly he glanced to the side, sweating. It turns out Mina had started activating her mental domain, and a strange magic circle appeared in her hand. Mina's entire body emits a purple light, with streaks of light shooting straight toward Einen, who is knocked back and falls to the ground. Ensign closes his eyes, raises his hand forward, and then opens his eyes with a look of surprise. Inshin is looking around. He has fallen into a strange dimension. Inshin still doesn't know where this place is. He carefully takes each step while feeling his way. The ground seems hard but also soft, and the fresh scent of the breeze makes me want to close my eyes. I can't explain why I feel so at ease. There is nothing here, but I can hear the lustful insects in the summer night as if I have finally found the peace I've been longing for. I feel so comfortable. It's like I can do anything. You move quietly and stop somewhere. The night sky sparkles with stars. You stand there in awe, quietly marveling at this night scene with 102. It's truly beautiful. Mina's voice echoed. Are you really bothering me? Mina's voice brings him back to normal. She doesn't let him enjoy it any longer and immediately activates her skill. Now Ensign finally remembers. That's right, I am fighting the guardian of Miri. Mina keeps activating her skill, and the water swirling around Ensign's body surprises him, leaving him unsure of what it is. Ensign struggles to fight off the encirclement, while Mina stands calmly watching the scene unfold. She coldly declares, this will be your end. Give up. He tries to raise his finger to crush the god's index finger, but all he can do is watch helplessly as the water tightens around his body. Damn it. At this point, he realized his skills were useless. Mina suddenly stepped forward and said, Don't worry. You won't die, so don't worry. But if you're pulled inside, your body will enter a vegetative state and you'll never wake up again. Inshin looked stunned for a moment, then angrily shouted, Isn't it basically all the same? Inshin calmed himself and thought, No, I have to stay calm. This must just be another illusion. Mina urged sternly, This is your last chance. Inshin, right now, are you a guardian? Please stay calm. Mina, furious, shouted loudly, Hurry up! He was still confused, waiting to see what she wanted to say. She places her foot on Inshin's head and asks, "Who are you?" "What is your purpose?" the boy hurriedly replied.
Yes, Miss Mina."
She immediately burst into laughter. "Good, now you want to confess, but it seems Einen's intention is not that. It's not about that, I just can see it. I can see your underwear, it's white." He immediately stepped back. Who told her to step on others' faces while wearing a short skirt? "This time you've stirred up a hornet's nest." She's furious now. "Die quickly, you bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, Inshin was immediately engulfed by the flowing water. He widened his eyes, gritting his teeth as he endured. Mina sneered like a demon lord, her expression growing colder. Inshin was submerged by the water, her body seeming to float away. You mutter, "I want to sleep, but it seems consciousness won't let you do that." "No, you can't sleep." She still hasn't explained why Ko placed the seal on Miri, but I'm too sleepy. Suddenly, the system displayed that the conditions for activating the night bloom have been met. Inshin still drifts in a daze, not understanding why. Well then. Suddenly, bubbles start rising vigorously underwater. Mina glances back, a question mark appearing in her mind. Huge mouths emerge from the illusionary roses underwater and suddenly rush to attack her. Mina is still stunned by the scene before her, somehow feeling like she's having a beautiful dream. She still wonders why she couldn't find out more earlier. I think he's connected to the drawing. In the end, I couldn't find out his identity, but I managed to eliminate a potential threat in the future. I think it's time for me to return to reality. Just as she's about to go back, bubbles start rising from the water. That was a return to the present. Carnivorous branches growing from the roses open their mouths wide to swallow their prey. It heads straight for Mina, causing her to step back. She frowns and wonders, what is this? The mouth filled with sharp thorns slowly closed in on Mina, who quickly jumped back to dodge. What kind of creepy things are these? They are all bigger than before. Why do these things exist in my mind space? This is a place no one can enter without my permission. It seems she has realized the problem. Is it because that bastard's image of Ensign making a silly gesture with his hands to form a heart appeared in her mind, while the huge mouths kept aiming at Mina? Suddenly, Mina's eyes changed. Ensign was sitting on a rose, surrounded by thorny branches protecting him. Ensign feels so warm and dreamy. I'm sleeping, but I even want to sleep deeper. The branches are not so leisurely. They keep attacking Mina. She was stabbed in the arm and cursed angrily. Damn it, dodging is all I can do. Mina no longer looks as proud as before. Her tired appearance makes her wonder if she has ever been powerless like this before. The gap in strength is too great. She looked dejected and lost in thought, recalling that the horror that day was the Near Dragon Massacre when she was young, the one who caused her parents to lose their lives. Hearing this, Mina sank into despair and sat down heavily on Lale Kong. She clutched her wound tightly, her face filled with pain as she kept telling herself she couldn't die like this. In an instant, Mina was ensnared by the thorny branches of the rose. Her whole body was wrapped like a bag, leaving her only able to scream. No, the huge mouth was about to come closer to swallow its prey. A desperate scream echoed out. No, Mina desperately begged. Please, I still have so much to do. I can't die before avenging NetH. My voice cuts off before I can get my revenge. So Mina was swallowed inside it, the huge mouth closed shut. In his mind, he is walking very quickly. In front of Ensign are piles of broken debris. He asked in surprise where he was and if he had fought Mina. The golden light from the side catches your eye. Ensign follows the light straight ahead. The activation of this Void Eye God's eye is announced. The inherent authority appears before you as a machine, and you ask in surprise. This is the response system. Ensign is observing Mina's nightmare. Ensign carefully watched the streak of light rising from behind the buildings and asked Min about the nightmare. He was able to see why Mina sealed Miri's power. You stare blankly at the emerging memories. Mina's nightmare began 15 years ago. Net here, known as the worst monster of all time, is the cause. It devoured hundreds of people in a single breath, including Mina and Miri's parents. In the end, it marked the two sisters. Net saw their strong potential and marked them with the intention of using them as sacrifices. Thanks to the seal, Mina successfully became an S-rank hunter. After reaching S-rank, her only goal was to avenge her parents. There are rumors that Net Haya is dead, but she doesn't believe it and thinks Nadia will return someday. However, the dragon's curse does not spare Mina. Her power can grow rapidly, but it also shortens her lifespan. Clearly, at this rate, she won't have long to live. A curse that allows her to grow stronger quickly also takes away her lifespan. The problem is not just that she is cursed. Mina tried to revoke the mark, but it was ineffective. So she chose to sacrifice more of her lifespan to seal her sister's power. At least she could prevent her sister from becoming an S-class. Mina began the sealing process, causing Miri to scream in pain. Stop, sister. She keeps begging you. Please, I'm sorry. Mina is suffering. Never think about revenge. At least you should be like that. Memories froze Inshin in place for a long time before he burst into tears, regretting that he didn't know. Mina's mental system reminds her that the rose blooming at night is breaking apart, and the space of her thoughts where Inshin is trapped is being destroyed. The demon sword saw Inshin with tears in his eyes and hurriedly asked, "Are you okay, Sword Saint?" But he remained silent, causing him to worry. "You didn't answer me at all. I'm really worried. Is that true?" "The sword." Saint cheerfully said, "So, you have defeated the great Mina, That's impressive. What do you plan to do next? Seeing Mina lying there, the demon sword asked again, Are you planning to sell her to the Hunter Association? And anxiously rushed to her, shouting Mina. He helped her up and said, Mina, wake up! At this moment, she begins to move, and Shin breathes a sigh of relief. Thank God she's not dead. And Shin gently asks Mina, Are you hurt? Mina's face is no longer as evil as before, becoming strangely gentle. She lies in his arms, reaching out to call for her mother. In feels that something is wrong. The sky is clear, the mountains are endless, and the tranquility is strangely beautiful. In the middle of the forest is a rather grand wooden house. Mina is lost in her dreams, touching her finger. In has tried to activate his supernatural power, but nothing happened. He got angry and cursed. Actually, the power of the pinky finger is also ineffective. He looked at the system and asked if everyone was watching. What should I do to heal Mina? A message from the eternal truth-seeking God. A healthy body will heal everything. She needs to train more. I will accept. No refusal, just press the button. Tiandao fiercely urged you. If she's definitely going to die, why don't you sacrifice her to me? His heartless attitude makes you furious. Don't expect anything from him. Get lost. Next is a message from the abundant God. If you become a higher God, you can heal her with the power of the pinky finger of healing. So I just reached the low divine level. To get to the high divine level, I should ignore this suggestion. Suddenly I thought, wait a minute. I don't really remember.
But every time I lose consciousness after being defeated, the Midnight Rose always appears. The system notification says you have fulfilled the condition for blooming of the innate ability.
The roses bloom at night, a silent dream of death. That's what you know has happened. The image of Kang-san being attacked by the frog appears because the night blooming rose activates when I lose consciousness. He silently marvels, could I really be a genius? And Shin looks at his phone with a dangerous expression and asks, Are you the nightmare? Why don't you say anything? Vo-Then-Meng replied, If she can eat, there's nothing to worry about. You keep asking, so should I just leave her like that? She responds in a certain way. And Sin incredulously asked again, Is that really true? He continued to question her. So you mean I have to sleep with her? Is that the only way? Are you serious? Vo-Then-Meng frantically nodded, making him suffer so much he almost cried. The sunlight shone through the glass, illuminating the room as Shin lay on the ground, lost in thought. Seeing the blanket on Mina's body pulled down halfway, he sat up quickly. Then Incan stepped over to cover her with the blanket again. She should be covered properly. Sin stepped outside, and at the same time Mina woke up, softly asking where he was going. He calmly replied that he was going to prepare breakfast. Do you want to eat rice? You know Vo-Then-Meng didn't mean anything bad when she said I had to sleep with her. Mina happily replied, I like food. It's like water flowing from high to low. The memories you absorb from her will come back in the dream. And Shin knew what to do, so I had to dream with her in the same place. It seems to be working now, and Shin begins to carry out the plan. So, to check what her name is, she quickly replied, Mina. What do you like? Mina replied to Miri, My sister. He continued asking, What do you not like? Mina tremblingly replied, I am afraid of flowers. You know I only made her mind go back to when she was little. I am helpless, so I just sleep, and hurriedly told Mina I am sleepy going to bed. Seeing the latest news on her phone, that the Sina level hunter suddenly disappeared and all communication was cut off. She probably got cornered and the Hunter Association has been called in to investigate. You wonder in surprise, if she comes back now, I will be caught. And Shin quickly thought about escaping until Mina recovers. I'm deep in the mountains, so it won't be easy to find me. But first, Miri needs to know that outside, the demon sword is carrying a giant sword heading straight for the house. At that moment, Shin stepped out from inside. The demon sword hurriedly asked, Are you awake now? Sword Saint. The demon sword kneels and bows his head in greeting. And Shin asks, Are you training well? He replied, Yes, sir. The demon sword started rambling. The swordsmanship book you rewarded me with is truly amazing. It's a revolutionary breakthrough that breaks all conventions in swordsmanship. And quietly pondered, thinking that the mission to upgrade to a god and downgrade was an impossible feat for the heavenly demon sword, of course I paid a heavy price to train him. In showed a look of suffering. How could I possibly gather 1 billion followers and 10 S-rank servants? My head hurts. System notification. Your S-rank or higher servants may surpass. It has increased to 2 more, Inho and Anti. The demon sword was confused by your attitude and quickly asked the Holy Knight, Are you okay? Insindler continued looking at his phone. I don't know how intense their training was, but Inho and Anti became S-rank, so the demon sword also has a chance. Then you glance at the demon sword, calculating, making it almost impossible for an S-rank hunter to become your servant. I will turn my servant into an S-rank. The demon sword still tightly grips the book in his hand with a puzzled look in his mind. Inho continues to ponder, wondering why he spent 20 million divine coins to buy this book. This sword comes as a gift, but the system says the ultimate swordsmanship is to abandon the sword, surpass everyone, challenge the heavens, and ultimately split the mountain in 2. Actually, my fists are stronger than my sword. Innie realizes he's been duped and looks furious, but since the item has been purchased, it cannot be returned. No need to return the scammed item. Just watch the demon sword, training hard, and remind yourself to stop dreaming. And decides to bet on using the podcast instead. The potion for growth is better. It works very well with Inho, so maybe the demon sword can use it too. Say and do, quickly throw the popcast bottle to the demon sword and tell it to drink it during training. Demon sword receives it, kneels with hands clasped, and says thank you. The sword saint leaves. In speechless, saying this one watches too many martial arts movies. Alright, I'll make breakfast while you keep training. The demon sword wants to take the job, but I should be the one doing it. And Sin refused. Go ahead and train. The stronger you become, the more it benefits me. The demon sword respectfully knelt and replied, I will not let you down. Sword Saint. The demon sword is still kneeling on the ground, while Inshin is thinking about what to cook. Let's see if there's anything good. Suddenly there's news. A Suian-level hunter warns about the kidnapper. If you dare to touch her, I will break your neck, Inshin said grimly. Breaking his own neck? Suddenly, a stream of energy shot down from above, hitting the ground. They both startle and turn around to see what it is. Do-hyun boldly asks, where is my Mina? The system reports that Do-hyun, a human male who has lived for 26 years, has an impressive flame. Inshin asks in surprise, are you Do-hyun? Seeing his sword saint being insulted, the demon sword snapped. How dare you do that? Do you know who this is? Do-hyun asked again. Who is that? The demon sword proudly pointed to the person Shin introduced, saying, is he the sword saint? Do-hyun blankly asked. What is a sword saint? The demon sword flicked his finger in mockery, truly disappointed. Do-hyun, acting so familiar, looked serious and thought to himself, hey, Kui-kim, I'm starting to feel embarrassed, so just stop it. Kui-kim kept teasing him relentlessly. Mina, the girl has lost to the sword saint and can no longer live without him. Do-hyun asked with a frown. Can't live without this guy? He was so provoked that he clenched his teeth and his black pupils turned red. If it's what I think it is, all of you should die. The demon sword laughed loudly with delight. You idiot, don't you realize? Inshin is utterly ashamed and begging you to shut up. The demon sword activates its fearless mode. You just need to stand and watch. Sword Saint, I will deal with him. Inshin, just a quick reminder. Where do you get your confidence from? You're fighting a level S opponent. Not wanting to keep the Sword Saint waiting, the demon sword immediately raised his sword high, channeling all his energy and shouting die. The calm Ryan tightly gripped his sword, ready to block the attack. The two swords clashed, sparks flying as they knocked the demon sword back. Do-hyun was unharmed, but the demon sword was scorched black and lay sprawled on the ground. Inshin and Do-hyun stare at each other. Do-hyun activates his power and disappears from Einen's sight in an instant. Inshin was stunned and exclaimed. Then he disappeared and reappeared, grabbing Einen by the neck. This speed was beyond what he could have anticipated. Too fast, this is teleportation. Do-hyun, full of energy, sternly asks where Mina is. What is that crazy guy talking about? Do-hyun activated his supernatural power. The Crimson Dragon has been awakened, its eyes blazing with fire. Inshin wondered if this was the Crimson Dragon, Do-hyun's soul sword. He's still angry and shouting, you bastard, what did you do? His whole body was engulfed in flames as Do-hyun grabbed Inshin's collar, urging him to answer. Burning from the fire, Inshin felt too hot, his face burning away. He had to put out the flames first. Then he quickly used his index finger with authority. The god's index finger pointed directly at the red dragon. Do-hyun, thinking he was being insulted, asked, why do you dare to point at me? Suddenly, he froze and looked down, muttering softly, ah, I can't move anymore. The red dragon behind is surrounded by a beam of light, its eyes turning fiercer. Do-hyun, furious, shouted, what skill did you use? Inshin lazily told him to move aside, then focused his power on his finger. Jichlong was hit directly by the beams of light, forcing it to cover its eyes to dodge. The two forces collided, creating an extremely strong friction. The land, blunt, and rocks are engulfed in smoke and fire, filling the entire space. Do-hyun glances to the other side, still wondering what the hell is going on. It turns out his sword was badly damaged. Do-hyun couldn't accept it. Shout out my Dragon Soul Sword, then ask emphatically, what do you want to do? Inshin coldly replied, what's going on? That attitude really annoyed Do-hyun. He sneered and said, aren't you supposed to let go first? That fire is just warm enough now. I don't like it too hot. Do-hyun still didn't let go, continuing to vent. Girl, what did you just say? In calmly replied, you heard it too. The demon sword regains its composure and kneels on the ground, admiring itself. He easily defeated Do-hyun. Truly impressive. Do-hyun was about to continue charging his sword to activate the skill when he asked, is that enough? Then it's my turn. At that moment, Mina stepped out of the room, awakened and furious, shouting, shut up, it turns out Mina can't sleep because it's okay. Do-hyun glanced to the side and asked her, Mina, are you okay? Mina's eyes turn cold as she looks at him. Do-hyun happily sheds tears. He was very happy. Suddenly, Mina pointed forward, signaling the bad guy, which surprised him. No! Do-hyun cries deeply, calling for Mina. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Mina raised her hand to activate her energy and shouted, die. Do-hyun was hit by the attack and was sent flying backward, both his body and sword floating in midair before crashing to the ground and causing a powerful shockwave. Only the area around him is filled with flying rocks and dust. Do-hyun struggles to get up, blood pouring from his mouth. He still doesn't understand and asks Mina why she attacked him. Suddenly, a call from behind made Einen turn around in surprise. Mina, thinking Insin was her younger sister, hurried over to ask him. Are you okay? Do-hyun pushed me aside. What's going on? Mina keeps checking if Inshin is hurt and comforts him. Don't worry, I'm fine, he gently replies. Suddenly, she hugs you tightly. I will protect you from bad people. The unexpected hug surprised Inshin a little. If she suddenly hugged me like that, I called Mina with a sad face. She started placing her hands on both sides of my cheeks. Miri, don't get hurt. And instinctively responded naturally. Yes, miss? After saying that, he realized it himself. I just called her sister, and Do-hyun looked on painfully as they grew closer. In his mind, he imagined what if they were really dating. If it were him, he'd rather die. Or maybe Mina, his girlfriend, couldn't realize herself and had gone back to childhood. Seeing Do-hyun pitifully kneeling on the ground, Inshin decided to lift his seal and set him free. I will release him. The little finger heals. As soon as he finished speaking, he was able to move again and his energy had also recovered. The system reports that it has calculated the origin of the cause and the effect of Do-hyun's healing. He is currently only at the 8th lower level, but has the potential to develop further. Inshin asked in surprise, is there a possibility for further development? The system immediately displayed that 100 divine coins had been spent to heal him. Are you stunned, speechless? Is 100 the price for an S rank? But Inshin suddenly focused his attention on Do-hyun, calculating carefully. No, this is an opportunity to increase the number of S-rank servants. Look at that expression. It's like they would die if I asked. Do you think he will become a servant if I ask? Do-hyun, who was released from the seal, stood up politely and asked, have you restored my abilities? Then he looked at his 2 hands and praised, that's a wonderful skill. Even an S-rank healer from South America couldn't do that. Seeing that, Einen secretly felt pleased that he had made a good impression on him. Take this opportunity to explain about Do-hyun. I think there's been a misunderstanding, so let me clarify a bit. Suddenly something appeared, and both Insin and Mina looked up. In the sky, 3 helicopters were approaching. You're surprised. What is that? He didn't come alone, did he? Then he opened his mouth to ask if Do-hyun was his ally. Did he rush to answer? No, I came alone. I tell myself he probably isn't lying, right? So who are those people? The appearance of these uninvited guests has made you curious about many people. Are you a bounty hunter? Or the leader of the Hunter Association's investigation team? But no matter who they are, they're making everything difficult. The helicopter lands in the large yard in front of the house. The people on the helicopter jump down one after another. And Shin exclaims, oh, it's so cold. You're surprised to see someone you know. Kang-san sticks his head out of the helicopter. And Shin saw the strange expression on his face and felt awkward. Principal, why does he look like that? Oh, that new rumor. Don't tell me even the principal thinks I'm the one causing trouble. Following behind is Miri. And when you see her appear, you're surprised. Oh, Miri is here too. Mina saw her sister happily calling her Miri. And Shin is trying to figure out how to start explaining this situation. We are in the perfect situation to be misunderstood. Everyone steps down, and you start recounting the whole story. That's how it happened. You recounted exactly what took place. The rest of Mina sealing Miri's talent has also been revealed. Now Miri understands, so that's why her sister placed the seal. The misunderstanding is cleared up, and the 2 sisters are moved, hugging each other and crying. Sister, you risked your life for me. Mina tried to appear strong and comforting. Miri, stop it. Why are you crying? Miri, the little one, burst into tears and said, I love you so much. Mina gently replied, I love you too. Everyone around was moved to tears. Uncoldly took out the card and handed it to Einen, saying, please accept this. You are holding a B-level fake awakening license, so why is that? When mentioning Kang-san and Mina, both trembled at the flower. It seems to be that flower. Unbi cleared his throat and continued. Anyway, your ability to summon strange monsters is highly regarded, so you will receive a level B license. Remember the flower monster. A strange monster? Oh, it's a flower that blooms at night. Kang-san tried to persuade him. So I wanted to ask why you wouldn't work with me. Becoming a level B is enough for you to teach at the academy. I calmly object and ask why I should do that. Then he reflected that he had to feed the ants, and even as a third-rate writer, he still had to keep writing. He also needed to improve the S-rank fan stats. No matter what, everyone knows I'm a busy person. Kang-san finalizes, I can double your starting salary. Insin's eyes light up at the mention of money. What? How much is that roughly? Unbi shows the spreadsheet for you to see. If we add a special budget for the principal's activities beyond your starting salary, it would be around this amount. The long number sequence makes Insin dizzy. How many numbers are there? That's too many. I turned my bike 181 degrees, took Sanho's hand excitedly and said, I will become a Hunter Academy teacher. Actually, my lifelong dream has always been to stand at the podium. When can I start working? They return to the Hunter Academy. Miri in the classroom looks delighted. Mr. J next to him, seeing that, asks curiously, Miri, you look so happy. Did something good happen? That's right, today a special guest will appear. Then they both turn to look at Insin, who flies out looking exhausted. Insin appears on the podium next to the demon sword. The students below are whispering among themselves, asking, who is that? It's the sportswear from earlier. Isn't this the person who defeated teacher Dan Uck with just that one move? So who is the person behind him? And Shin begins to speak. Hello, everyone. While Mr. Dan UT is on sick leave, I will be the temporary homeroom teacher for this class. Please continue discussing. What did he say? What, suddenly like that? Seeing the commotion, the Demon Sword angrily shouted, Everyone stay in order. I am the assistant instructor Demon Sword. You kids should feel honored to be taught by the great Sword Saint. May I ask the whole class what the first lesson is? Miri quickly raised her hand to answer. It's the physical education class. This is Mr. Dan Uok's class. Then he told the whole class, Oh, really? All right, then let's consider this a self-study period. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his face to the desk, thinking to himself that he was sleep-deprived and the classroom was too small. The whole class was bewildered by the teacher's actions, while the demon sword beside him brandished his sword to threaten. From now on, you better not make any noise, not even the slightest. Anyone who dares to disturb the sleep of the Sword Saint will not be forgiven. Jay, is the name of the sword of Thang Kiemjo? Like that dragon tooth name? Kids these days. Another student signals to the person next to them. Oops, the energy he radiates should be at least level A. Just stay silent and study on your own. The next day, Inshin sat on the podium, yawning deeply. Your exam is coming up soon, so keep studying on your own. It's another day, and it's raining outside. Inshin keeps making excuses. Why is it raining so heavily? With weather like this for several days, there's no other choice. Today, just study on your own. The next day, you can say the weather is so nice today, so everyone should study by yourselves. Ma Young-jae gradually feels extremely uncomfortable and quietly complains, What is wrong with this person? We haven't done anything except study on our own for 4 days. When we wake up, we just play those games with Answer Something. Is this really a teacher? Sitting at the dining table, Mi Young-jae looked at what was in front of her, speechless with surprise. I happily pat my cheeks and marvel, I really enjoy doing this because the school also provides free meals. You look so satisfied asking me, student Mi Young-ji. It's free food. Why are you eating so little? She silently curses. A thief planning to steal money. Miri puts on a cute face. Oh my, just seeing you eat makes me happy. Mi-young was shocked when she heard that. What? Are you okay? He's blind. The class ended and Mi Young-jae was walking and complaining to Miri about a guy in flashy, sloppy sportswear who spends all day looking for excuses to make us study on our own. What's good about that? Miri asked back confused. What do you mean, Teacher Yin? She is very proud of Yin. Don't worry, I just need to know how our teacher shines. Did Mr. J think he misheard something? Miri quickly looked at her phone and said, My sister and Teacher Inan are waiting for me. Then she hurriedly said goodbye. Me, I'll go ahead. Mai shouts, You're meeting that person again during class? Hey. Then she told herself she couldn't just stand by and watch this anymore. I have to save my friend from this mess. Even if I have to fight through it alone, I will clear the fog in front of Miri. The next day, at the Academy Stadium, Inshin began to explain the lesson. Instead of self-study, today we will have some fencing exercises. Just pair up with whoever you like. Mi Young-jae knew that finally the opportunity had come, and she would use her skills to defeat him. Sleepiness overwhelmed him, and he started to pass the buck. I will leave everything else to the Ghost Sword assistant teacher. I'm sleepy now. The Demon Sword bows his head in response. Yes, your wish is my command. Ma is furious. What is this? This is no different from self-study. Are you going to sleep after arranging the sword training session? And he quickly finds a suitable place to sleep. Oh my god, this place looks okay. Before I even lie down, I hear Mi's voice coming through. Teacher, wait a moment. The boy turned around and asked, Huh? What's going on? She raised her hand and said, I don't have a partner. And Shin was surprised and asked again. What's the matter? You quickly muttered to yourself. That's right, there are 21 students in the class. I forgot, but I want to sleep. Mai took the opportunity to make a request, so I want Teacher Inshin to be my partner. The Demon Sword angrily said, How dare you ask the Sword Saint to be your opponent? She also responded fiercely. Why? What? So you can't even ask the teacher to be your sparring partner? Could it be that he's afraid? The Demon Sword curses this kid out. Suddenly, Inshin tells him to be quiet, then agrees to let me be her partner. You start whispering. Teacher Unbi said she would deduct my salary and make me pay for my own meals if I only do things halfway. At least I should pretend that I am working. Mine looks very proud. I still hear what the teacher is saying. Even when he whispers, it's still him. That damn bastard teacher. Then the two face each other. Mi Youngjiji and Einan step into the sword fight in front of the whole class. Mi Youngjiji mumbles to herself. You useless wage thief, I'll kick you out. Judging by your tone, you secretly condemn him. Oh my god, that's so rude. I could hear you muttering. Isn't that me, Miri's good friend? Well, I can't argue when she calls me useless or a salary thief because I only slept through the classes, but there's a reason I did that. And this morning, Einan woke up feeling a terrible headache. He exclaimed to himself. Seeing the Sion sisters peacefully sleeping in bed, Insin silently thought he had given up his bed for them to treat her. Mina's face paled as he looked ahead. Kang-san and Do-hyun are so drunk they collapse unconscious on the floor. I look at them annoyed. I also can't sleep because of these useless guys. Looking at the bunch of drunk guys in front of him, Inshin felt helpless. These are S-rank hunters. The future of Korea looks bleak. He gently nudges Do-hyun awake with his foot and asks, Why didn't you go home to sleep? Seeing him still sleeping soundly like he's dead, Shin was so angry he was about to smoke. Is this an S rank? They haven't even moved. These two useless guys have been at my house for a week. And every day they get drunk, every day they get drunk. The day before going to work, they wandered around the small alley drunk. Kang-san drunkenly said, let's celebrate the new job. We should toast to this day. Doo-hyun keeps rambling nonstop. Congratulations and please take care of Mina. Little did I know, that was the start of the whole week. When it rained, they said drinking beer was best in the rain. I was worried it would affect Mina's treatment, but every time I opened the door, these two drunkards would bring in a whole case of beer. Mina happily said, more drinks? And cheered, you all look so silly when you're drunk. Miri nervously reminds, just that. Insin sighs in relief. Whether lucky or not, it's good that Mina likes these fools, and that these useless guys are sleeping soundly. Even Insin falls asleep. Mina wakes him up and pouts, saying, I'm so hungry, feed me. He had nothing left to say, knowing it was his duty to feed them. Then he sighed in frustration. More, stay still. Mina wondered, what is that? He replied, forget about it, just do the cooking. I'll make some rice with kimchi for you. Mina asked for more. I like that sound. Make me some fried eggs too. I was just chopping food while thinking I've been completely drunk all week and I also have to take care of Mina. So I don't have enough time to sleep. Suddenly Mina realized something was wrong. The phone next to Kang-san kept ringing non-stop. The phone ringing woke them up. Upon answering, they received urgent news that a native Russian level Sei hunter had been killed in Gangor. A level S hunter has been found dead. An immigrant level Sabre hunter has been reported missing. It has been confirmed that he was found dead in a hotel in Gangwar, and the Hunter Association has announced it to the media. However, everyone is watching and waiting for results as experts predict the emergence of a new high-level monster capable of killing an S-rank hunter. Kang-san realizes that there is indeed a dangerous monster out there. He prays and hopes for a miracle to happen, even though it's a bit unlikely at this moment. Do-hyun sadly said, that poor Sige. Look at this photo. The wall above the bed had a line of blood-written words, and Kang-san understood what they meant. Did Sige write it? Do-hyun replied. According to the analysis team's report, this is not Sai's handwriting but an African language, and it means a sacrifice to the gods. Kang-san immediately sat up. Why do we have to leave before it's too late? I see. The instant teleportation skill was used, then they disappeared, leaving only Shin frying the rice for Mina. He casually turned and said, your kimchi fried rice is ready. Where did those two useless guys go? Mina was also stunned. Where did those fools go? And Shin handed her the fried rice plate and said, I will go look for them. Meanwhile, Mina finished eating and prepared to go to school. Mina happily said, I love Teacher Unbi the most. He secretly thought that whether he went to school or not, he would always leave Mina to Teacher Unbi. I think that's what's best for Mina and for me. Looking at Mi Young-jae in front of him, he helplessly thought that although he had said he would work hard tomorrow, he guessed there was no other way. Reminder, Mi Young-jae, a feminine human, has existed for 19 years. Note, especially with the useful soul summoning skill. I'm curious. Soul summoning skill? The girl announced it, so I'll start now. Wake up, my attendant. Hades. Do you know Hades? The king of the underworld in Greek mythology. You activate the soul summoning skill. Hades has been summoned. Be careful and read his information. Notification. The giant ghost Hades summoned at level 7 in the underworld has existed for 1105. He was once a knight serving the giant destroyer, but after many failures years ago, he is now a corpse with only his outer shell remaining. You seem quite eager. It looks like student Mi Young-jae has used soul control magic to command the corpse. This should be interesting. Before Hades' giant hand strikes down, you activate the body refinement skill. But before acting, Einen senses that something is wrong. Hades' body is frozen like a statue. Mai asked nervously, Hades, what's wrong? Hurry up and attack. Seeing him fall to his knees, Mi was even more shocked. Are you crazy? He said, the loser and the lowly one are honored to meet. A great and magnificent existence, the girl on the side urges. Hades, what are you doing? Hurry up and attack. Mai thought to himself, the summons orders are absolute, so how could this ridiculous thing happen? Everyone watching the duel is stunned. What is that? The teacher easily subdued Mi's summoned creature without even lifting a finger. The demon sword proudly said, this stupid zombie can now see the greatness of the sword saint. Miri agrees, I think so too. The teacher is so cool. Mai keeps angrily pounding on him. Hades, Hades, move away now, move away. I guess I see why you feel that way. She looks so pitiful, like a little squirrel. Can you secretly talk with Hades and pretend to fight? He refused. How could I dare? Maybe a little faint, but I can feel the power of the master. Fa-san Kong-yan from you. The god pleads with you to repeat that, please, and thinks he misheard Fa-san Kong-yan. He feels like he's heard that name somewhere before. I remember now, so you are his knight. When he wasn't paying attention, Einen placed his hand on Hades' head, as if he were a giant mountain breaker. Suddenly, Hades' past flooded into his mind. His form is no longer like the current Thai Ma. Hades, you have become a knight of the giant god with all your pride, failed to protect the priestess, and lost your life in battle. Hades had become a vengeful undead wandering aimlessly in the underworld for thousands of years. When Miyagi summoned him and read that past, Einen was so moved he burst into tears. That is truly touching. System notification. You have acquired the holy power of the mountain breaker Kong Ren. You have met the requirements and inherited the disciple. Do you want to recruit the fallen knight of the great mountain? Of course you know. There's no need to hesitate. I immediately make my own choice. Of course. Notification displayed. Congratulations on successfully inheriting the progress of the mountain-breaking giant. The giant has become your third disciple. It will take a lot of holy power, but you can make him evolve. What are you surprised about? Evolve. I don't know what it is, but based on the situation, it seems fine. Just a reminder. Do you want to use divine power to evolve the giant thigh maze? No. He immediately chose yes. Then, a stream of black energy slowly withdrew from Hades' body. He is about to be successfully purified. The energy from the evolution is so powerful that it causes every muscle of Hades to tense up. Below the arena, the light from Hades shines so brightly that the spectators are dazzled. Truly miraculous. The teacher is the best, able to witness the Sword Saint's magic firsthand. What an honor. I'm shocked to witness this scene. Is this evolution? Hades' body has been completely purified through the evolution process, and even the owner is still stunned as he watches the outer layer gradually change from black to white. Dark clouds of smoke billowed from Hades' body as the evolution process was completed. The Dark Knight Hades system congratulates the giant Thyma Hades on evolving into Hades the Dark Knight. Ensign has been stunned all this time. The demon sword beneath is very proud of you for achieving such a feat. The sword, Saint, is truly amazing. The Dark Knight Hades Knight class has a special note indicating exceptional abilities. Hades immediately knelt before him to show loyalty, vowing to thank his grace and swearing on his soul to become a shield for Yu Yin. The mission notification appears, indicating that the upgrade to the Beneficent God is underway to S rank with a superior success rate. Myungji are surprised. Hades has changed. Can he even speak now? You're also surprised by her attitude. She looks really shocked. But why do I feel so dizzy? Ensign's body wavers as if about to fall. Hades quickly reached out to catch him. Oh no, behind the sword, Saint and Miri, they called out simultaneously. Master, sir, Sword Saint. The students below are silent, not understanding what is happening. Ensign's face becomes pale, and Miri and the demon sword look worried. Oh my god, look at his exhausted face. What should we do now? Why did this happen to the Sword Saint all of a sudden? Hades spoke, it's just sleep, that body is fine. Miri sighed in relief, while the demon sword was trying to hold back tears. Oh really? How exhausted must he be? He bowed his head to the ground and said, please sleep well. I will watch over you until you wake up. The notification will appear, and you'll need to spend your holy power for your followers to evolve. And Shin realizes she might have used more strength than she thought. Well, that's normal when I push something to evolve. You're just entering a peaceful meadow again. This is inside in Shin's dream, where he is resting with his head on Than Shung Tuk's lap, feeling her gentle touch, and Shin is satisfied that today is Than Shung Tuk, right? Now I have the ability to meet those who follow me directly, something I could only see through the status window before. The system notification says that Shen Shung Tu said, you've used a lot of divine power today. Rest well to recover your strength. Close your eyes and go to sleep now. All right, thank you. Than Shung Tuk. While you slept, Than Shung Tuk used his gentle power to make you more comfortable. Enjoy your happiness. Oh, wow, this feels amazing. Is this heaven? But I have no idea that while I rest, a malevolent creature is approaching. I'm so bored. When will Eden and Miri's class end? It would be so much fun to play with them. Suddenly, she had an idea, and she acted on it. Mina rummaged through her bag and happily pulled out something. Knowing this would happen, she secretly brought this along. Now I will play with it, Mina said to the box. Hey, is anyone inside? You want some candy too? The box shook to refuse, and she snatched the candy stick back. Just kidding, I won't give it to you. This is mine, but then... Unbe sighed. I prefer her grown-up version, no matter how rude she is. Anyway, it's not a big deal that both my father and Do-hyun went to Ganggu, right? Mina would have been a huge help if she had been in a normal mental state. Suddenly, the candy stick fell to the ground. Unbai was startled to see Mina losing control, trembling all over. She paled and begged not to. Hurriedly went to comfort her. Mina, don't worry, we still have plenty of candy. Mina hugged her tightly and cried. I'm very scared. Unbia has to comfort me. Mina, stay calm. What are you so afraid of? A stuttering voice rings out. A monster. A monster came to swallow me whole. Right now, Gustav is staring inside from outside the academy. He exclaimed, inside that place are the sacrificial offerings hiding for the gods. They are 2 seeds sown by the abyssal dragon. Gustav looked coldly at the thought, but why hasn't one of them ripened yet? The guard immediately noticed Gustav's gaze, not knowing who that guy was. I'm going crazy. When I saw him go inside, the guard stepped forward to block him. This could get complicated if you wear that kind of clothes inside. Honestly, first show me your ID. He gritted his teeth and said, why does this worthless creature dare? Gustav's hand swung up, unleashing a flash of sharp, lightning-fast light. The other guard logged out for a moment. His headless body was about to fall, but Gustav's gaze remained as cold as ever. The other 2 guards hurriedly backed away. Do you even know where you are, you crazy bastard? Seeing him continue to move inside, the two guards chased after him. Gustav quickly dealt with the other two as well. Behind that mysterious figure, the ground was soaked in fresh blood. He gathered demonic energy into his fist and then struck the floor with a powerful punch, causing the surface to shatter. The entire academy seemed to shake from that punch, as Gustav's figure exuded a chilling aura of deadly intent. He declared, "Offer yourselves to the gods!" The alarm siren blared. Red alert, intruder detected." He muttered irritably, "It's so noisy. Only the two sacrifices are for the god, the rest are illusions." The consciousness he mentioned refers to the students in the academy. They divided the fighting tasks among themselves, surround him, and attack with all their might at once. Damn it, just when the principal isn't here. The whole group rushes forward at once, but Gustav remains cold and completely unbothered. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Seeing Miri appear, I found it. The one of the two seeds sown by the abyssal dragon. Carefully examining Miri's face, Gustav sneered. "My creation!" Miri immediately drew her bow and shot, causing an explosion in front of her. The whole group waited until the thick smoke cleared. Then a teacher looked at Gustav in shock. "Who are you?" Right now he looks like a vengeful demon, the stone in his hand clenched tightly, weapons clattering loudly. In an instant, the stone shattered into fragments. Gustav's eyes flashed with ruthless sharpness, and he died. As he finished speaking, a murderous aura radiated from him, hitting some students and teachers nearby. As that strange power prepared to attack Miri, the demon sword beside him used its blade to block it, protecting Miri from behind. A strike from him makes the demon sword tremble. Gustav grits his teeth and says, "A parasitic creature dares to block my attack?" The loudspeaker announcement rings out. Everyone evacuate immediately to the shelter bunker. The principal and the S-rank hunters will be here in 10 minutes. Move to the shelter instead of fighting the enemy. Miri asked the demon sword to take Master Enon there. "I'm trying to hold out for another 10 minutes. He replied, "Hades will handle it himself." Gustav smiled wickedly and said, "That can't happen." As he finished, his figure vanished, leaving only sharp spikes growing where he had been. Both of them are stunned with their mouths agape as a giant crocodile rises up. It roars loudly, the thunderous sound echoing far as a ball of purple evil energy gathers in his palm. It turns into a whirlwind surrounding Gustav's body. Miri frowns. What kind of monster is that? Darkness spreads through the academy, forming a protective sphere inside. Gustav scoffs and says, 10 minutes? Don't dream in broad daylight like that. Get lost, worms. Miri was stunned to realize that was probably the boundary wall. Only a boss-level monster like a demon lord could do something like that. The brave demon sword said, "Miss Miri, run to Uncle Chu's hideout and hide. That's our only option now. I will distract him." Before he could finish speaking, Gustav threw a punch. "Where do you think you're going?" A surge of anger rose within the demon sword, his eyes turning sharp. He swung his sword straight at him, but suddenly the tail struck unexpectedly, leaving the demon sword unprepared and slammed against the wall. The impact was so strong that he spat blood. Gustav arrogantly asked, "How dare you?" But where did the sacrificial object go? The sacrificial object he was looking for was ambushed by Miri from behind. Gustav sensed something was wrong and turned to look inside the hidden cellar. Seeing Mina's unusual behavior, Unbi asked with concern, "Is something wrong, Mina?" She exclaimed, "Miri is in danger." As soon as she finished, Mina disappeared instantly. Miri uses lightning to restrain Gustav. The demon sword senses the danger and shouts, "Watch out, Miri!" Gustav's sharp claws gradually reach out, gripping Miri tightly in his palm. The demon sword's power is beyond my control. I am helpless and apologize. Lord Sword. Saint, I am sorry. Gustav's claws pin Miri to the ground, and he declares, "You can't escape now." The sacrificial object, a tentacle-like appendage from his palm, begins to target Miri as she desperately turns her face away and screams. "Master?" At the critical moment, Mina appeared and shouted, "No, it's a mind control skill. Stop." Gustav looked confused and turned to look at him, then calmly said, "The Hell Dragon Seed came here on its own." Seeing the opponent remain calm, Mina realized her skill was ineffective. Suddenly, the box in her pocket kept screaming, "Too noisy, too noisy. Be quiet. My sister is about to die." She uses her next skill, the Puff skill. Before she could act, his tail swung in and wrapped around her, pulling her entire body in. The crocodile tail squeezed Mina's body before lifting her up. Gusta announces that he will sacrifice you later. Mina angrily shouts, "Don't touch my sister, you damn monster." He doesn't care and just invites him over. Let's begin the ritual. Miri, caught by the small claw on her shoulder, cried out, "Please help me. I'm so scared." Mina is now desperate, only able to pray for someone to save Miri. She calls out a name loudly, the one Inshin trusts, who is currently enjoying peace inside a dream. Feeling as if something has happened, Inshin suddenly wakes up. Dazed, she asks, "What just happened?" Then, he told the god of Shungtuk, "I think I have to leave right now." Suddenly, the system announced that the holy power of the god of Shungtuk has fully recovered. She is worried because she's afraid you might die at the hands of the apostle of the god of destruction. "If you leave right now," Inshin thought to himself, "at least I have to do something." Outside, Gustav viciously and crazily strikes his target. Inshin appears and picks up his backpack. On the other side, Mina screams and shouts in agony. He begs while Miri is grabbed by Gustav's hand. Miri, helpless and in pain, only able to beg, "Please, please, holy gods, I beg you." Gustav, with sharp claws extending, he uses his long tentacles to drain Miri's energy and life force, announcing that the blood sacrifice is complete, and now I will offer you to the gods. Little Miri could only scream once, no. At the same time, a streak of light flashed by. Gustav sensed something was wrong. The tail had been cut off. His tail fell heavily to the ground. Gustav shouted in anger, "My tail! My precious little tail." Now the system is also showing it. Apostle Gustav, 85 years old, with SS level harvest responsibility created by the Godbreaker. Gustav is a crocodile from Africa. In an instant, Miri, the poor girl, was nestled safely in Einen's palm, radiating a powerful energy throughout her body. And Shin, with a dangerous look, said, "I really want to carve up that crocodile, and more." Miri cried out for her master. Ins gently set her down, then tightly grasped the knife in his hand and walked straight toward Gustav, calling out, "Crocodile?" The angry crocodile Gustav shouted, "Who are you? How dare you?" The dumbest rat in Shin also can't stand it and shouted, "I will tear you apart." One person and one crocodile rush into a fight. He skillfully dodged each of his attacks, then sneered mischievously and jumped up to face Gustav's fist. Then he twists his body to dodge another punch from his opponent, a look of triumph on his face. And Shin flies straight into Gustav's wide-open mouth. He grits his teeth and slashes at him with his knife. The blade swung fiercely, slicing his tongue in half and splattering blood everywhere. Gustav screamed in pain. "You bastard, keep stabbing him a few more times." Gustav, knowing better, keeps his mouth shut, his eyes blazing red. And Shin jumps onto his nose with a greedy expression, licking the blade and saying, "I want to cut you into pieces even more." Gustav struggled and cursed. This bastard kept stabbing him with more blades, his eyes still blazing with fire. The demon sword in the corner secretly admired. This was the swordsmanship he wished to learn. "Is that all you've got?" "Kid." That remark is a heavy insult to Gustav. Anger flickered in his eyes as Gustav growled, "You're strong, but this isn't all the power I have." And Shin grew even more excited. "So, this will be very fun indeed." Gustav continued in a stern voice, "If I sacrifice you, the great god will be very pleased. Look closely. This is the power that the god of destruction has given me." Shin smiled evenly as he looked at him. "Show me all the hidden power you possess. You will be even more delighted." Suddenly, the seeker of the eternal truth sends a message. "It's disappointing that you use a sword when you have strong muscles to rely on. Vo Tenmung is cheering you on with carnivorous flowers on both hands." And Shin feels extremely uncomfortable. Those tiny, useless tailing guys. Suddenly, a giant figure stands tall right in front of him, startling him. What is this? It turns out Gustav activated his ultimate power, transforming his whole body into muscle. Shin, feeling disappointed, wondered if that was all he had. So boring. He quickly soared upward, focusing all his strength into his arm, slashing across Gustav's face, but he was unharmed. And Shin angrily wondered, is my sword not cutting through? Alone and yet a sword saint? To prove your title as the sword saint, you stomp your foot hard on the ground to gain momentum and shout, "I can't accept this. I will tear you apart." "Damn, crocodile." And Shin unleashes a flurry of sword strikes at Gustav's body. Blood spurted wildly from his body. He was about to deliver the final blow with his knife, but he was caught tightly by the arm and unable to move. Gustav sneered and said, "This kind of sword can never cut the scales bestowed by the gods." And Shin was punched straight back, blood pouring from his mouth as swirling vortexes relentlessly attacked him. The stones on the road shattered and flew into the air as Gustav advanced step by step towards Eisen. The boy was badly beaten and felt unable to move. Taking advantage of that, he grabbed in Shin's head with his sharp claws, causing him to bite down hard on his teeth. Gustav smugly said, "How does it feel to experience the power of this divine blessing?" Then he began to mutter, "Oh, beloved gods, please accept this delicious sacrifice I offer to you." And Shin fell into a passive state, blood constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth. Gustav, gaining the upper hand, tightened his claws around your head and shoulders. He looked extremely arrogant, with a cold, sharp gaze fixed on his opponent. And Shin tries to activate his supernatural power, Healing Finger, but the system keeps warning that you do not have enough divine energy to use this skill. And Shin angrily grits his teeth and curses. Damn it, the system warns that the death alert is imminent. Gustav raised his hands and lifted Shin up, seeming unable to resist anymore, his eyes wide open. Suddenly, Hades appeared from behind and charged straight at Gustav's back, shouting loudly, "Master!" He was startled and turned to look, his eyes blazing with fire. Hades was furious. Then he activated his energy and swung his sword forward, causing chaos in the space and triggering an explosion. At this moment, Ensign is being lifted into the air, vaguely wondering if he was too reckless to become a god. Am I always the one trying to run away, not caring about anyone else? In the midst of the trance, I hear someone calling. And Shin Inho raises his fist high, begging please restore his strength. Anti is also desperately praying. Great deity, please restore his strength. In seems to still have some awareness that it can hear and feel the desperate prayers of its followers. Mina screams, begging Yin not to die. Please, I beg you. The demon sword is filled with remorse. I'm sorry, I wish I had been stronger. And Sin feels all the sincere prayers and tears shed for him. The system notifies that a part of your power has been restored, influenced by the prayers and tears of your followers. Gustav continues to raise his sharp claws and shouts, "I will offer you to the Lord." The system now displays the shared skill from the Demon Sword, and Hades has been added to the new Phantom Heavenly Demon Sword, blessed by Hades for immortality. Insin regains his composure, eyes wide open, hand gripping the knife tightly, trying to cut off one of Gustav's arms. He felt the pain running down his arm as he launched the next move to share the Demon Sword skill. Next is the Huianthian Demon God Sword. In a second, the energies collide and explode. Kang-san and Du Hyun are outside trying to break in, and he's complaining, "I can't break through the magic barrier. Damn it, my skills are no longer effective." Kang-san was furious, his eyes blazing with rage as he cursed. That bastard Gustav had gathered all the S and A rank hunters from Kangwon and came here. Du Hyun stared at the magic barrier, blaming himself for not having a miracle. The orb began to crack, a shockwave spreading outward. Inside, Insin prepares to attack, then suddenly stabs the spear into Gustav, leaving him confused. "What are you doing?" In raised his face, a sinister smile on his lips. "I want to kill you." After finishing, he kept swinging the knife, sending countless sharp objects flying toward Gustav, who had to cover his body to minimize the damage. He exclaimed, "Too dangerous." In's knife in his hand also broke in two. The figure stands tall and proud there, while the opponent cowers defensively. Gustav suspiciously looks at the person before him and then at his own stubby arm, wondering, "What is this?" Then he shouted loudly, "What did you just do to me?" Shin replied coldly, "You have been defeated." He roared in fury, "You crazy son of a bitch, are you trying to fool me?" Raising his fist to punch you, but it seems something made him hesitate, huh? A streak of light cuts across Gustav, revealing he has been struck by the boy, blood gushing out nonstop. What the hell is that? Behind him, two sharp beams of light streak past. Gustav couldn't believe it. I can't lose to someone like him. Du Hyun and Kang-san outside are still watching the situation inside closely. Suddenly, a beam of light tore through space, shattering layer after layer. The barrier was broken, and Gustav, like a defeated general, collapsed to the ground, muttering, "You lowly parasite, what have you done to me?" Thousands of questions why flash through Gustav's mind as the divine inscription activates, illuminating the sky with brilliant magic. He wondered if this was his true body, still keeping his eyes closed to focus his energy. Gustav is now afraid. "I should have run the moment I saw him for the first time. This is not a great being of flesh." Before he could finish speaking, his fingers shattered. Insin still stood proudly before him. "Your body is absorbing power from Gustav. The S-rank Destroyer God's follower has been defeated and is now absorbing the sacrificial object. Congratulations to Gustav's follower for being a valuable S-rank sacrificial object." After completing the task, Insin collapses exhausted. The system reminds him that the low-level Demon God Ascension mission is currently underway, with the potential for superlative artifacts at level S, currently at 2 out of 10. Kang-san hurriedly runs over and calls Einen's name, worried and encouraging him that he can't die yet. His hand lost strength and hung down to the ground. The two others misunderstood and thought he was unleashing his rage as they cried out loudly. "Insin, isn't it?" Hades said the owner is just sleeping. Du Hyun blankly asked again, "Are you sleeping?" In the dream, you entered a peaceful space where 100 flowers are blooming. Next, strange carnivorous plants grow from the roses. You realize this place is the silent nightmare. "I'm lying inside the mouth of a man-eating plant, so I've been eaten by a lurking predator." The system suddenly announced that the silent nightmare said once his body is fully absorbed, no curse or toxin can harm him anymore. "You must be feeling great." "That's good, but it's been a long time since then. I'm starting to wonder if it's really effective." The system continues to notify. The silent nightmare says there's only one punch left. Shin is surprised. "Punch?" The carnivorous plant gradually moved, and Shin couldn't react in time, falling inside. He shouted, "What the hell is this?" The flower closed, leaving only a desperate cry for help. "Help!" Shin woke up from the nightmare. Mina, sitting beside him with her chin in her hand, gently asked, "Are you awake?" "You've been unconscious for an entire week." I wonder in surprise, "A week?" "Just a week? No way." She saw your surprised face and approached, asking Han, "Are you okay? Did you have a nightmare?" I calmly replied, "I am fine. Thank you for your concern." The system announces congratulations. Mina's wish has come true. She is now your 4th disciple. Mina is a powerful S-rank disciple worth 2 S-rank levels. Mission: the Ascension of a low-level demon god is currently achieving S-rank with potential for superlative artifacts 5 out of 10. So Mina has become my follower in Einen's submissive stance. She curiously asked, "What are you looking at?" The system suggests that Mina is a devoted follower. Try asking her for a kiss. She might be happy and comply. And shyly asked again, "What? Kiss, huh?" Suddenly, the space shifted due to something. A shark suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rushed toward them. Mina, terrified, clung to Inho's neck and screamed. "Another monster? I'm doomed." Mina was extremely terrified and kept screaming. "Monster, monster!" System notification. Inho has offered the giant shark. Inho outside the coast happily offers a gift to the person. Inho, please eat this fish and get well again. Come on, come on. And hugs his head in confusion as in shouts. What the hell is he doing? King San rushes in from outside and screams loudly when he sees the shark. What's going on? What the hell is this? The Demon Sword and Miri quickly jumped in. Master Sword, Saint, are you okay? And Sin replied that there will be grilled shark for lunch today. What does everyone think? So students and staff can enjoy it too. Then you activate the god's index finger of power. The shark immediately teleports out onto the yard. The stunned onlookers watched the fresh fish thrash wildly, and Shin cheerfully told them to share it. I gave that fat guy a gift. A few days later, in classroom 3 on the 3rd floor, he nervously held the lesson plan in his hand. In walks into the classroom with the lesson plan. 2 students whisper quietly when they see him. Is he the secret weapon of the association? Of course he is. That's why Mina, who has an S rank, always follows him. He was the one who defeated the SS level monster when we were still in Bunky. That's right, even though the principal doesn't openly admit it, everyone knows about it. He frowned silently, thinking I could hear what those kids were saying. The demon sword forcefully thrust the blade down in Shin's shock, using the hilt as a microphone to say, "So you finally realized the power of the Sword Saint?" Ma Young-jae stands up and requests the class, and everyone rises and bows to the teacher. And Shin is very surprised. Is he the class president? I don't know about that. The whole class bowed their heads in unison. We greet you, teacher. He covers his mouth in tears, secretly thinking these kids have never truly welcomed me. Anyway, I feel better seeing these kids happy like this. After that Gab incident, Shin decided to start greeting them. It's been a while since we last met. Since it's been a while, let's study on our own today. After everyone listened, me and the others were left speechless. Inkson felt guilty, realizing he had let them self-study while rushing to meet his novel deadline. But I think we shouldn't do it this way anymore. These kids will stage a coup for sure. Then he suddenly turned 180 degrees and said, "Just kidding. Today will be a consultation. Today we will do a one-on-one consultation." And Shin led everyone to the inner consultation room. Next, He-do. She slumped into the chair and responded with a yes. The system reports that He-do, a 19-year-old woman, appears normal and well-built, but actually has high blood fat. And Shin smugly thinks to himself that with this kind of consultation and treatment window, if he's not a good teacher, then what else could he be? Then he asked not to move. Next, Shin activated the god's healing pinky finger. He-do looked surprised at the green light surrounding her. Feeling something unusual in her body, she curiously asked, "Teacher, how did you do that?"
Your senses are probably twice as sharp now, and confidently thinks.
Of course, your blood fat has been healed. You said that out loud. All right, next. Seeing their serious expressions, why are you two here? The demon sword shows an eager expression. I also wish to receive your advice. Miri beside her added, "Me too." Then I'll ask right away. You two have already been trained separately at home. The cursed sword quickly replied, "But it's different at school and at home." Miri also joined in. That's right. Seeing that he couldn't win their arguments, he reluctantly agreed. So, who was here first? The demon sword volunteered. I, Miri, also fought to go before you. I stand up and raise my voice. I can't give in just because you're a student. I was here first. Miri argued back, but he's not even a student? And Shin feels a terrible headache. He reluctantly agreed. Stop fighting. I will advise both of you at the same time. The saintess sends a message, and the anti-believer feels hopeless. She is praying, and he glances at his phone wondering, what's going on? The screen shifts to Auntie, kneeling with her dark race followers, praying. O Lord and Shin, please save us. O Spirit, we cannot resolve this with our humble strength. And Shin is very surprised. Huh? Is something wrong? You quickly focus on the red alert. The system keeps warning. Warning. At this moment, he could see the urgent situation of the ant colony. The large red ant army lined up in rows, their fighting spirit rising fiercely. The once peaceful forest suddenly becomes lively as they rush en masse into the territory of the black race. The entire mountain gradually became covered by the combat power of the 3 leading followers, starting with the 5-headed snake leading the army. A 2,000-year-old follower of the swamp ruler Abus, summoned by Eric with infinite regenerative ability. Next is the winged white tiger with long fangs, tentatively called the Beast's Cunning Mouth, a 666-year-old male-like creature described as summoned by Arch Hua Luan, a follower of the light from the highest sky, 2,200 years old. The description depicts a terrifying flame summoned by Arch, and he realizes these are 3 of the most horrifying followers. The warning system indicates that these 3 followers are even stronger than SS, Class, and Gustop. Most likely, the entire swarm of ants will be slaughtered. You frown in anger. What's this? Are they trying to erase the source of my power? System alert, urgent situation. 78 minutes and 5 seconds remaining until Eric and her army of 100 billion bugs arrive in Antia. The countdown has begun. I broke out in a sweat when I saw the 100 billion bugs. With this much, even a truckload of pesticide would have a hard time stopping them. I wonder if I can protect the ants from them. Even with Gustav, I can't be sure I'll win. The demon sword and Miri, who have been waiting for a long time, call out, "Sword Saint, what's going on?" The trio of monsters, followers of the god, are ready to fight. They start shouting, standing shoulder to shoulder with His Majesty and the great gods as the army of red ants also joins in, drying out the destructive god's minions. And Sin rubs his head, thinking of how to deal with it. Damn it, I'm about to pass out. Suddenly he thought, no, I have a low-level mission. And Shin happily pointed to the sky, laughing to himself. Demon Sword and Miri sighed. Oh, Sword Saint, he has been bedridden for a week now. The system presents a promotional mission for a low-level god with excellent potential in the S-class progression. Sacrifice 6 out of 10. And Shin immediately begins to carry out the mission. First, I need to increase the number of followers. And Shin knows that when someone is about to drown, they will look for a life buoy. At the same time, Kang-san was sitting comfortably in the academy's cafeteria, taking big bites and chewing voraciously, and carefully looked at him. Here it is, my life raft. Then, Mon Men approached and pulled out a chair to sit down. Seeing that, Inshin, who didn't understand anything, looked at him curiously. The system introduces Kang-san, 58 years old, who comments on the muscular man with extraordinary potential liking you because you saved his daughter. Kang-san then asks, what do you want to say? And Sin calmly replied, Mr. Kang-san has a request, then began to ramble on at length. Kang-san suddenly stops chewing and laughs loudly, causing grains of rice to fly out. Kang-san replied in a deep voice, all right, I trust you. But he also felt that the plea was indeed strange. Seeing Kang-san still focused on eating, Inshin realized there was no chance left. I guess it's not going to happen. Miri hurriedly told Mina, eat now, don't look anymore. System notification. The low-level god upgrade mission is in progress, with a super potential sacrifice at 6 out of 10. And Shin reflects, thanking Mina for her help at this moment. I just need a few more hours. Becoming a low-level god is the only way to escape this situation. But why doesn't it work when Mr. Kang-san says that keyword? Does he not trust me? Then he immediately turned and asked if Kang-san could help him. What should I do to make him trust me more? He just froze when he heard that. Seeing you improve so unexpectedly, I become suspicious. What are you plotting? Is that so? He shouted. Even if I like you, I wouldn't marry off my daughter. You are powerless to do anything. What is he saying? Oh my god. Mina and Miri opened their eyes wide in surprise. Kang-san naturally dismissed it. No, never give up. Life isn't that easy. And Shin chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not interested in women older than me. Mina felt awkward, her face turning irritated. Kang-san was also so angry he was practically smoking, his fury making him slam the spoon down on the table. You little brat. Did you just say you don't like my daughter? And Shin realized he's truly not normal at all. Is that why he's suspicious of me? Anyway, I have to find a way to make him trust me. Kang-san snatched the spoon off the table, making Inshin scared, but he lowered his tone and said, You're helping the other students with your healing skills, right? You've hit the jackpot. This is exactly what I need. Then he hurriedly replied, yes, the students and Mina are doing better. Thanks to the therapy skills, at first she couldn't even speak or recognize others, Kang-san asked back. Really? And Shin enthusiastically asked, What can I do to help you? Kang-san lowered his head and spoke with hidden meaning. Can you save someone who is about to die? The request caught Insin off guard. The system has created a tracking mission for Sang-san's rank. He looked at the screen, unsure of what it was. The system continues to guide the disciple's mission to heal Kang-san's friend and show that person's divine power, aiming to earn Kang-san's trust. Hearing this, you feel as happy as if you found a treasure and decide to do it. I hope to gain an S-rank disciple. The two of them head to the hospital, outside the VIP ward, guarded strictly by bodyguards. Is this his friend? She's too young. Kang-san saw you staring and quickly asked, What are you looking at? Sin turned to question, Are you saying she's your friend? She looks just like my friend. Kang-san explains. Myra is not pretending. Looking at her, it's as if I've known her since the first time I met her. She doesn't have gray hair. Mira is not just a friend. She once fought alongside me on the battlefield. A hero who saved Korea with me. Mira has the face of a young girl, and although she is unconscious, she constantly radiates a glow. He frowns as he notices the flowers, but the nurse appears to remind him. Sorry, Kang-san explains. Myra's lifespan is almost over. She's absorbing the life force of plants to stay alive. The doctors and healers have all tried to save her, but failed. He sadly turned to ask, What do you think? Can you do it? Shin Tramak replied, I will try. The Lemire system displays that the female human's age is unknown, and her remaining time to live has been halted due to coma. Insin is extremely surprised and cannot determine her age. Is this the first time something like this has happened? Is there a problem here? Sir, you don't ask a woman's age. One pair of eyes is staring intently at you. You wonder if this voice belongs to Meyer. Kang-san seems to guess that Mirai is speaking to you in a reflective space. He gently pats your shoulder to show he trusts you. In the peaceful, fragrant forest, Meyer is sitting on a bench feeding the birds. She smiled brightly and asked if they were delicious, then she glanced at Ian and greeted you. And looks confused. What is this? Is this a dream or have you realized it now? This is her reflection space, a skill similar to Mina's. But it's not as strong and perfect. And starts a conversation. So you are Mira, she responds softly. Yes, that's right. Are you trembling? You startled yourself. You know about me? Mira replied calmly. Of course you're the one chosen. Then she continued, I sensed you as the embodiment of evil, but in reality you look quite gentle and kind, though a bit pathetic. So I can rest assured now, I'm so angry I want to explode. Pathetic. Is she insulting me? Should I be angry? Meyer begins to threaten. I was going to use my remaining strength to destroy you if you turned out to be just as I initially suspected. I try to hold back my anger. I should show more respect to a hero. Inen wants to know why she brought me here. Miri says it's because basically my body is already dead. I brought you to this space to talk. In is sweating cold. Can you take me out again? I want to recover for her. You know, you really don't have much time. The system immediately notifies you. 68 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Meyer bowed her head and shook it sadly. Thought I couldn't recover. But now do you want to use your power to heal me here? You're surprised and ask again. Here? She revealed that your power is more amazing than you think. Just try it. No need to hesitate. I will no longer hesitate. The pinky finger of the supernatural god emits blue light that surrounds Meyer as she floats above the central stage. The display system is calculating the target's karma for recovery. The result shows the recovery failed because your current holy power is insufficient to restore her. He looked at Mir with disappointment as she was gently lowered to the ground, her eyes closed, landing softly. And Shin wonders if he doesn't have enough divine power, but then he worries that Kong San's mission might fail. Suddenly, Meyer gently opened her eyes and saw her collapse to the ground. Ensign panicked. What's wrong with her? Meyer suddenly looked up and said, I trust you. Ensign? Her whole face lit up. Mir knelt on one knee and looked up at Ensign. You're still young and inexperienced, but I have decided to entrust my fate and the earth into your hands. System notification. Congratulations, Meyer has become your 5th disciple. Meyer's value is equal to 2 S rank hunters, with a super potential of 826 plus 2 over 10 disciple points. Seeing her behave so respectfully, Shin thought for a moment and said, It's sudden, but now I just need 2 more S rank advancements. Meyer's eyes looked into the distance, and she gave Shin a prediction. I have seen it. If you keep saving worlds like you are now, someday you might be able to save our world itself. He was surprised, thinking of the ant tribe. She meant Ankia. Mir was pleased. Before leaving, she advised, I hope you will be our savior when the world is in danger. Hey, young and adorable god. I look forward to that day. I saw her about to leave and quickly ran over, saying wait, but Meyer was gradually disappearing. She still kept a smile on her face to reassure Yin. I don't have much time. Don't worry, little god. The answer you're looking for is closer than you think. And Shin reached out, but everything had vanished into nothingness. Notification. Lemire's disciple skill has been added to the new dream sharing skill section of Lemire. And Shin looks at the screen in confusion. Divine skill. The system also reports that you do not have enough divine power. Suddenly, Shin's whole body felt like it was sinking. He suddenly let out a small cry. He was startled and opened his eyes wide. When he regained his composure, he found himself back in reality. That blow had frightened him so much his face turned pale and he was panting heavily. Kang-san, worried, went over to grab Han's shoulder and asked Ensign, Are you okay? But Ensign is still focused on what Mir is saying. Is the answer nearby? He bit his lip and thought to himself. The next morning at the training academy, Ensign stood in the basketball court watching Hades play basketball with the students. Seeing you, Hades waved hello, but Einen paid no attention. Ensign was on the phone with someone, still lost in thought. This time, the attempt failed, but I'm preparing a different way to gain more followers. I just need to search around as Meyer suggested. After thinking, Inshin responded to the other end of the line. Then, at the latest by tomorrow, please transfer it to me. After hanging up, he silently thought that he had used all his assets, not to mention borrowed more from the bank this time, hoping it would work. Seeing in another corner, the demon sword was training in the cave, which caught Yin's attention. Sin was thinking the sword he obtained from the fraud case was now being upgraded with the Dark Demon Swordsmanship system. Version 2, the Heavenly Demon God Sword technique is sold by the Absolute Destruction Sword of the Sword, Saint, Tramthean. The swordsmanship has been upgraded from version 1, featuring terrifying weight and cosmic level stability. He cried silently, having spent his entire fortune to upgrade the Demon Shadow Sword to an S rank, recalling the torn book that came with it and lamenting that this was his reward. The system revealed the Tai Kukui Kiem Quiet, the secret martial art of the Extinction Sword of the Sword, Saint, containing the true essence of Zhang Sanfeng. But Inshin recalled when the Demon Sword handed him that book, warning that this gentle sword technique was not suitable for my extreme peak swordsmanship. The Heavenly Demon God Sword was already very powerful, and if I learned the Tai Chi Demon Sword technique, my meridians and vital energy would be completely disrupted. And secretly cursed, the Demon Sword politely refused. That damn name of the God Slayer Sword of the Sword Saint. Back in the present, the Demon Sword is still focused on training, only stopping to rest after completing a new swordsmanship routine. He reached up to smooth his sleek, shiny hair, droplets of sweat sparkling like crystals. Maiko, who was playing basketball, stopped and stared blankly. When did her saliva start dripping from her mouth? So cool. The Demon Sword turned back and said, "Stop looking. Come here quickly." Water. Do you want some? But the Demon Sword only pointed directly at Hades. No, it's not me. It's the monster summoned beside me. Hearing that, me felt a bit embarrassed, and Hades sneered. What a rough guy. You again, Demon Sword? Want to experience the feeling of losing? But his face was full of confidence as he declared, today will be different. Even if you're S rank, I have a feeling I will win today. So I stand aside and think, maybe a rank can't beat S rank, but the demon sword can rise to S rank through a duel with Hades. After all, the heavenly demon god sword isn't an ordinary sword technique. The answer is close by. Could it be that her meaning is the moon demon sword? At this moment, Hades rushes forward, attacking as fast as the wind, while warning, I won't let go, get ready. The demon sword swiftly unleashes its power, ready to fight. I have mastered the heavenly demon divine sword to the highest level. I am no longer the person I was yesterday. Suddenly, something flashed brightly in front of him, and he opened his eyes in shock, looking toward where Hades was standing. To his surprise, he was gone. Just like that, leaving only a faint cloud of dust. Suddenly, the demon sword was ambushed unexpectedly, causing him to fall. Hades had been behind him all along, taunting with a smug grin. Sir, that last attack with the demon sword was quite good, but it still wasn't enough to defeat me. The demon sword clenched its teeth in frustration and muttered, one day, I will definitely win. After saying that, he collapsed face down on the floor. Hades had to carry him on his shoulder and said, I know you can do it. After all, you're still alive. He went to Inshin to report, I will bring that day to the infirmary. The boy pointed and replied, go ahead. Suddenly, Mi Youngjae hurriedly ran after him. Hades, let me come with you. Watching his back walk away, Inshin pondered that, as Hades said, the demon sword would reach S rank in the future. The only question was when. Then he tilted his head back and drank the entire potion in his hand. The system reports that the synchronization rate with the creator god has increased from 45% to 46%, and Ainen's innate authority has been strengthened. You look at the potion bottle and mutter, this is the 2000th potion, yet it only increases by 1%. I still have a battle ahead. Looking at Mina treating her sister, he asks, is everything still going well? Although she knows she won't answer, she is completely focused. Currently, Mina is removing the seal on Miri's inner power. She did this so Miri could protect herself instead of helplessly becoming a sacrifice for the abyssal dragon. Miri is undergoing a new transformation and feels an intense pain throughout her body. Seeing that, Mina also gathers all her strength for her sister. Both of them are enduring terrible pain. After everything, Mina's body collapsed from exhaustion. Miri saw this and asked Han, are you okay? Although very tired, Mina's attitude remains firm. She wipes her sweat and replies, yes, I'm fine. I quietly thought to myself that the answer was close by, as Meyer had said. I had thought her meaning was both the demon sword and Miri. Whatever you say, just stand aside and cheer for the two sisters. Don't push yourself. Take your time. You can do it. Keep going. Suddenly, a familiar image appeared in Mina's mind, and then she pouted and turned to the side. Neither Inshin nor Miri understood anything. Then she blushed and called out, Mina, you look confused. Why is that? Suddenly she shouted, I'm not her. I don't want to be the older one. Call me Mina. Inshin scratched her head and took out a lollipop. Miss Mina, would you like some candy? She happily runs over, acting like a child. Here you go, kid. Have some candy. Inshin thought that she needed to return to normal so we could lift the seal. The system reports that the progress of the low-level divine promotion mission is underway to S rank with the potential to surpass 826 plus 2 over 10 believers. Inshin sees Mina eating candy and thinks that if the demon sword and Miri level up to S, they could become 10 people. But probably there isn't enough time to wait for that. The system again reports that there are 48 hours, 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining until the experimental army lands on Ankia. Inshin regrets that it probably can't be done. I also need to train quickly. Oh, I almost forgot, you waved to call Miri. She listened and agreed. Yes, Inshin has a request. I need to leave this world for a while, and tell the demon sword to take over guarding and protecting after you leave. I have something important to take care of. Inshin casually replied, sleep. After returning to his room, he relaxed his body and jumped into bed to sleep. In another world, Inshin angrily looked at the wooden sword in front of him and shouted, Heavenly sword, are you joking with me? The tall man standing before him looked at Inshin and grinned smugly. Inshin approached the bed, thinking that at first it sounded like a different place. The only option left was to go to that magical spot. So he sat down, pulled the blanket over himself, and curled up like a cocoon. Thinking further, the hell trial with Dream Chaser, time flows much slower in the dream world than in reality, meaning I can train in the dream for 3 months, which is about 2 days in real life. The ultimate super cat is always there, and I don't know how strong I can become. Inkson now looks very satisfied. He falls into a dream at the Divine Sword Palace. The giant sword stabbed into the ground, look incredibly intimidating, and a man who appears to be the leader sits on a throne with an arrogant expression. And briefly glanced and recognized this as the residence of the Heavenly Sword Exquisite Blade. The first time our eyes met. Remembering that wide-eyed stare, I still feel the same fear as I did at the beginning, almost fainting then. Anyway, that's not important. I left the broken sword from the battle with Gustav for him to repair. So Inshin loudly called out, Lord Tiandao, is the sword ready yet? Remember when the sword suddenly exploded into 100 pieces, and the system indicated that the Heavenly Blade of Absolute Steel was still not finished? He said he needed more time because the sword was severely damaged. And respectfully requests, at least let me borrow a sword. He pretended to agree, but the system notified that Tian Dao demanded 1 million sug, causing Inshin to shout out loud. Why are the prices twice as high as before? He smugly announced that if you don't have money for the heavenly blade, don't even think about borrowing. You furious, muttering as you work on the screen. This damn treacherous merchant, I guess I have no choice. Pay 1 million sug. Suddenly, Inshin became cautious and thought, wait, is he trying to manipulate me to drain my feelings? The front side suddenly split apart and a blinding light appeared. Inshin covered his eyes in discomfort, and from the light, a wooden sword emerged. Inshin asked in surprise, what is this? And at the same time, Thien Dao Tuet Tiet smiled humorously and said, of course you wouldn't accept, and would easily demand justice. Master Tien Dao, this is just a wooden sword. What am I supposed to do with it? Are you joking with me? Do you think I am stupid? The message appears, and Thien Dao Tuet Tiet says so. But that's not the case, so just try it. The information about the sword is that it is an old, worn-out wooden sword. The sword was made from apricot wood 850 years ago. The sword used by the founder of the Huashan sect for training. I strain my eyes to absorb every word and then compromise with myself. This sword is 850 years old, and it was used for training by the founder of the Huashan sect? Actually, it's not too bad. You reluctantly accepted the sword, but your mouth couldn't help but grimace. I'm in a hurry too, so take whatever you need. I already paid anyway. After saying that, he activated the infinite sword. The notification said that when the synchronization with the founder's wooden sword reached 50%, a miracle would happen. He said that the synchronization would improve if you trained here. Are your eyes shining like stars? Are you happy thinking that? What do you mean? 50% of the miracle. Yes, indeed, synchronization increases faster when training in a dream. Seeing the sword moving, he continued to think, but this wooden sword meant that the founder of the Huasan sect was reacting, as if trying to say something to him. Well, since it's a miracle, let's see what kind of spell it is. The system announced that Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel smirked disdainfully and said, "We will begin the hellish trial." As soon as the announcement ended, a giant object charged forward. You panic and shout, "No counting, 1, 2, 3, just start." Well, reluctantly, you can only use all your strength to swing the wooden sword and counterattack. Then you realize, oh, my sword can block his blade. Seeing the towering Tien Dao Tweet Teet holding a sword in front of him, the system advised him to try to hit him once more. 30 minutes, 5 seconds, and 10 milliseconds remaining. Synchronization at 46%. After a fierce battle, the scene at the Divine Sword Palace resembled a battlefield, and Inshin, exhausted and angry, thought to himself, damn, I've never hit anyone in a dream before. He praised and announced that the Heavenly Blade Absolute Steel could block 10,000 of his sword strikes, which was very impressive, and said he would attack another 10,000 times. Another battle begins, with swords swinging rapidly, and Shin has to rely on dozens of bottles of Baku's medicine to recover. The system reports progress, 20 seconds remaining, synchronization at 46.5%. And Shin, panting and sweating profusely, suddenly lifts his head and smiles contentedly, thinking to himself, now I have found his weakness. Suddenly, Inshin teleported instantly, impossible to follow. Thien Dao Tuet also widened his eyes in amazement at that incredible speed. Suddenly, a sword slashed across his stomach, light but piercing to the soul. He was so shocked he couldn't speak, and Inshin didn't dare to be proud, quickly frowning and waiting for the result. Thien Dao Tuet's stomach suddenly lit up. He excitedly turned around, silently marveling that he finally landed a hit for the first time. The countdown shows 20 seconds remaining, 47% synchronization, and Inshin quickly refills the potion, before watching him resolve to do whatever it takes to reach 50%. The system reports that Tian Dao Jueshi feels proud of you and even asks for another potion. Of course, Inshin will just dismiss it. Say no way, dream on. If you want it, go buy it yourself. You don't notice a hand reaching out from the hillside behind you, suddenly grabbing you. As Inshin struggles, the system announces the seeker of eternal truth. By now, you're used to the smell of iron. I grit my teeth and think, is this time the eternal truth seeker coming? Thinking then, you throw the medicine bottle away. At what is called the Muscle Temple, which looks like a gym, you are facing a heavily built man. His whole body gleaming as if coated in oil, he grinned brightly, implying that the seeker of eternal truth said weightlifting was the best way to prepare for war. Then he grabbed a whip as big as a blanket and whipped it fiercely. You are in pain, crying secretly and thinking that holding a whip doesn't mean you will be beaten up. He really beat himself with that whip. Damn it. He is very pleased and gives Inshin a like notification, saying that the seeker of eternal truth's muscles will become stronger and praising you. He tells you to warm up by lifting this 2-ton weight. Seeing the dumbbell bigger than a tank tire, Inshin drops the sword bundle on the floor, takes a deep breath, and sets his determination. I will do everything to protect the ants. I will succeed at any cost. He puts all his strength into lifting the weight with his life. He grits his teeth, raising it higher, pushing a little more, then a little more again. Input all his strength into both hands, his body sweating and trembling. The weight finally moved a little, and the ground beneath his feet sank under the immense pressure. You are so excited that you're bleeding from your nose. Ah, lifted it up. The seeker of eternal truth claps his hands and says, you need to take medicine to prevent muscle loss. Inshin, exhausted, slumps to the ground, still trembling, trying to pour the medicine into his mouth. The remaining time is 10 minutes 1 second with 48% synchronization. The system continues reporting that the Nightmare Vothan is excited because his power is approaching. Shin, you bastards, stop draining me. Stupid nightmare. Anyway, if I sleep here, I will wake up in reality. I can't let that happen. After struggling inside the carnivorous plant's stomach, Inshin finally managed to poke a hole and successfully escape to the outside. The carnivorous plants exploded into 100 fragments from a deadly blow, and the nearby ones woke up, stretching their long, twisted bodies to confront him, silently groaning in pleasure and telling him to hit harder next time. Inshin smiled happily and said, "Then let's give it a try," before slashing forward. With an excited expression, he said how much stronger he had become, just by a few basic moves taking down the carnivorous plants. They scream in agony. The system notification. Silent nightmare. You are experiencing extreme joy because you fought fiercely. It really is like that. It just feels so humiliating. Shin drew his sword and stared at the carnivorous plants writhing. He shouted angrily, "Don't enjoy it anymore and give me the remaining percentage quickly." The system updates the progress. 1 second remaining. Shin stares blankly at the system screen. The synchronization level at 49.9%. He let out a loud sigh, then shouted in anger, "Damn it, I'm going crazy." At that moment, from behind a bloody, dying tree preparing to sell salt, the sound of a crashing tree made Inshin turn his head in confusion. The silent nightmare notification cheerfully states that the Heavenly Demon Divine Sword is the best, and the synchronization has reached 50%. From now on, you might directly involve yourself with Anchia Ainen, who doesn't seem to accept it. Involving yourself directly? Is that all? You said you would bring me a small but unexpected miracle. You're angry and clenched your fists. I've been deceived again. The system's psychological and endurance notifications for an A-ranked believer will increase through synchronization. I recognize it, so it must refer to the Demon Sword and Miss Miri. This is a small but surprising miracle, huh? If they reach S-rank, it makes sense. Suddenly, the red system lights flash and a continuous warning sounds. Warning, warning. The first attack by the Royal Army has begun. This marks the start of a divine war that threatens Duinen's fate. Damn it, I have to get to Ankia. No. First I need to reach the rooftop of the school. There I should find a way to get transported. At Ankia, it is now protected by a solid stone wall, and the enemy is only a short distance from the city. The vanguard of the Black Ant army has been completely wiped out. The woman claiming to be Arik sat majestically on the throne, with loyal followers standing behind her, and she boldly declared that this was a fortress built with the power of the demon god. I heard that the castle is invincible because it's so solid. Ara ordered Beelzebub's trash fly units to move to the front line. Fly leader Bill Zebop respectfully replied, "Yes, sir, we will not let you down." Then they swarmed together and flew toward Anchia Fortress. Bilbap said happily. The small, pitiful creatures. The Black Queen Bee Saintess stands on the high wall, constantly worried. There are too many of them. My holy power won't be enough to stop them. Still, she trembles and prays desperately. "I will obey your holy command, Lord Y, and never leave the castle. Please, hurry and come here quickly." Even the insect servants couldn't hide their fear. It's said that Bilbap's cursed trash army can melt even stone. If they attack from the void, we will all die. We must run quickly. Bap now approached close to the fortress, looking down at the tiny castle and saying, "Oh, you disgusting gods of filth and disease, please curse those lowly creatures." A few eyes appear on its hand, its body keeps swelling up, ready to spew out disgusting poison. He die, you lowly creatures." After speaking, he ordered his subordinates to spray the filth under the power of the trash god and the infectious disease. They instinctively looked up at the sky in shock as a giant foot descended, tearing the sky apart. Arda was filled with terror, and the Guardian followers also broke out in fear and sweat. That foot slowly descends. The flies are now just harmless bugs. With a single stomp, I've almost wiped out Bilbap's entire army of flies. The surrounding dirt and sand splattered everywhere, revealing the blood of the tiny flies beneath the giant's feet. It turns out to be Yin, appearing like a god of light with insecticide wings symbolizing the wings of justice. I told you, didn't I? That's my army of insecticide soldiers. From the intersection just in time, Einen was still proud of himself for looking so cool. Seeing the brand name of the insecticide, Bilbap was terrified and wondered what that word meant. Is that the language of the demon god? And what is that thing written underneath that suddenly made Shin stare at it in surprise? Budi Bap is trembling with fear, unable to move. It shivers, thinking that in this battle we cannot win, I will die. If this swarm continues, I will die. The god is telling me this, and it orders the flies to run quickly. And Shin also couldn't stand these filthy creatures anymore and quietly sighed. Look at these flies. Those disgusting bastards decided to use the god's power of the index finger. The insecticide sprayers are activated simultaneously. And Sin feels proud. The toggle of the god's power of the index finger combined with Johan's disciple's mind control skill will surely kill you all. Immediately, the poison gas is released, shooting straight at the insects. Bilbap turned and chose a heavy toxic stream that quickly weakened his entire body. He coughed up blood and sighed. How could this be? Poison is a deadly substance. This is the most lethal thing we've ever faced. Everyone retreated as Bill, weak and trembling, covered his nose, but it didn't take long before another wave of toxic gas was released. He felt it tearing through his body. After a while, there were no more flies on the battlefield. The red ants warned each other not to let the toxic gas touch their bodies. Oh my god, is that the demon god from legend that some crazy people worship? They shouted and ran away. We're doomed. Arch still tries to shout. Don't be afraid, he's only alone. If shouting doesn't work, then switch to threatening. If you run, you will all die at my hands. I also saw that even the enemies are overwhelmed. Damn, there are too many. The swarm of red ants lies scattered on the ground, with screams ringing out. The poison gas will kill you if it touches you. Run away. This drives Aris crazy with rage. She grits her teeth in fury and stands tall to shout, do you think those moves will work on us? She turned around and raised her hands, calling out, oh mighty and cunning monster, lend me your strength. The beast roared in response. All right. After saying that, it flapped its wings and flew up to engage in battle. And Shin looked confused as he saw his insecticide backfire. At this moment, the giant beast had flown close to Einen and greeted him with an impressive landing. Seeing my batch of insecticide flying toward me, Shin stared in horror and cursed. Damn it, he's fanning the insecticide to come this way. He looks back anxiously. Damn it, this will kill my ants. And Sin calculated that the only thing he could do was raise his hand high, shout loudly, using the god's finger of power, a telepathic control skill. The pesticide bottles followed, rising high, but it was useless. And Shin grumbles, damn it, all my bug spray bottles have been blown away. In a flash, a bunch of biological weapons soared into the sky. He couldn't help but regretfully watch and say, my money. Arak gritted her teeth in anger, saying, damn it, that damn demon god is using tricks again. Shin is so angry, he wants to visit the Beast Clan's forge. Hitting hard. My insects are almost all dead. Damn it, the giant beast also shows a new change. He squinted and asked, what is that cat doing? The monster growled, revealing its sharp fangs. It bites into the red ants to confirm the sacrifice has been absorbed, and silently seethes with anger, wanting to become stronger by consuming the sacrifice directly. That cruel bastard. Even Arak, sitting on the throne, clenched his teeth, thinking we have to endure sacrifices like this. Hundreds of thousands, millions? As long as we have enough strength to defeat you. We cannot afford to waste this effort and sacrifice. She ordered the next army to advance blindly forward, and Sin picked his nose thoughtfully, realizing that because of that snout with sharp teeth, the pesticide boxes he cherished so much have all been used up and gone. He thinks that if it's a cat with sharp teeth, I will definitely send you to hell. Then he pointed and ordered them to crush it, but after saying that, he suddenly looked up in amazement, gazing at the sky above where now there were countless dragonflies. What is this nonsense now? The red ants sitting on the backs of the blind dragonfly army flying to attack Shin, each of their faces full of pride. Arch seems very proud of his army. The jaws of this unit can even crush rocks. If they can't kill him, at least they can deal a fatal wound. The followers can handle the rest. From the back of the blind dragonfly, the red ant soldiers ordered the blind dragonfly unit to land. Then, they all jumped down and shot like arrows toward Yin. You remain very calm, activating your skill instantly, your body bulging with muscles, the shirt on you torn apart. The red ants still rush toward you at full speed, but collide with your stone-hard arm. They desperately stab at Shin, but compared to this giant body, they are truly pitiful. The Seeker of Eternal Truth says he likes how the body turns to steel when using the energy stored within. Just as he thought, the red ant leader shouted, don't panic, pierce through using their numbers. The opponent's defense is only as strong as a demon god. And Shin braced himself against their attacks like 1,000 needles stabbing him. After a while, his entire body was covered in ants, and he staggered and trembled. And Shin tried to extend his finger and then ordered the divine judgment of the middle finger. The rotten finger is raised, and at that moment the flames burst forth, easily destroying the ants on his hand. He raises his thumb to continue commanding, a gesture of prosperity. Above, the blind dragonflies also meet their fate, becoming delicious grilled insects. The ants on Shin's body are gradually wiped out. He stands tall in the flames, his body blazing with fighting spirit. Shin steps out of the fire, preparing to channel internal energy, then skillfully flicks a fireball toward the enemy. Then 3 or 4 more fireballs fly forward. The red ant reinforcements scream in horror. It's hellish trial, run fast! It was too late. The flames swept through and destroyed them all as they cried and screamed. Help, sisters! The scene at the red ants area is very chaotic. They pushed and shoved each other to survive. Shouts and curses echoed. Why are you pushing me? I don't want to die. And Shin also muttered in admiration, damn it, I'm running out of divine power. The system is notifying that the level up mission is to ascend to a low deity level. Currently, in the normal realm, 52.2 million out of 1 billion. I estimate the royal army to be about 100 billion soldiers. I thought killing 1 billion would be enough to level up. But it's quite difficult. Min is only lucky to have a 50% chance of assimilation, but it's still not enough. Suddenly, he feels his whole body staggering. Yeah, I feel a bit dizzy. Is it because I used up all my holy power? Anyway, the next opponent is the fire god. And Shin wonders why that trash keeps staring at him like that. The system reports that the followers of the flame shine in the sky. It is fierce and has been used for 2,200 years with special notes. It was angered by Shin for daring to use a flame similar to its masters. You helplessly watch the strange thing before you, another bizarre character appearing. Ara raises his hand to ask, "Mighty God, can you handle this demon god?" The fire god responds, "Ahoa Luan will answer your call, and in return I will take 100 million sacrifices." Aya agrees to his wishes. The soldiers below, terrified, beg for mercy. "None, please spare us and let us offer another sacrifice." "Yes," but she angrily shouted, "Shut up! Consider it an honor for the Empire's victory." Hualun didn't hesitate and immediately spat fire at the red ants. So they too met their fate as sacrificial victims. After finishing, Hualun retracts his divine fire, confirming the sacrifice has been collected. His body gradually enlarges, becoming darker and transforming into a mighty beast. He angrily stares at Yin, leaving you stunned. Is it getting bigger? This is a bit troublesome. He scratched his head, acting foolishly. Hualun's furious eyes shone brightly as it curled up and spat fire, rushing toward Yin. He looked in surprise at the overwhelming power rushing toward him at lightning speed. With no other choice, he reluctantly used his index finger, the divine power of his family, to block. "But the system said, Jiachio failed because you didn't have enough holy power." Inen exclaimed in horror. "My holy power, I didn't keep you waiting long." Hualun rushed up and knocked you down with a fall. "Nava, do you see? That demon god met a tragic end, and finally I can avenge you." And Shin silently wondered, did I lose? No matter how much they worship me as their god, I am not being too arrogant. I was born weak. How could I have thought I could protect the people of the Gazami Kingdom? As you closed your eyes, a heart-rending scream echoed in your ears. No, Lord Y, please don't close your eyes. Seeing your ragged appearance, the black-eyed saint couldn't help but feel sorrowful and tear up, asking the saint why she was here. "I told you to step out of the fortress." The saintess ignored it, pointing forward and saying, "The ring finger heals for you, Ishin." But the system announced that the healing completely failed as the divine fire shining in the sky prevented your recovery. The saintess still tried to beg for mercy. His little finger healing was refused once again. The complete healing failed as the divine power of the shining fire in the sky prevented your recovery. Hualun gazed into the distance with disdain and said, "Stubborn bastard, so you're still alive. How can a wicked demon god be so afraid that he uses such filthy fire? Prepare to die. I will definitely kill you and sacrifice you to my master." He then, burning with rage, charged at you. The scene shifts to another place where Inho is desperately pleading. "Oh, great savior, I beg you to allow the divine. Number 1. Hafam." In a dazed state, and tries to remember. Number 1, that's right, he's still there. Immediately give the order to the number 1. Ha. Fam secretly prays for mercy, hoping at least to have enough holy power to bring the number 1 out of the tower. Please. Suddenly a small blue light appeared in the sky, then grew larger, streaked past Hualun, and landed. Inho reports, "The god, number 1 has received your order and informs you that number 1 has descended to the mortal realm 60 minutes ago." Inho reassures, "Do not worry now. I have already slain many monsters like it inside the tower." And happily replied, "So? My number 1 is truly admirable. How so? Since when did you become so strong?" Suddenly, a giant shadow appeared in front of Inho, and the beast just casually took a bite, and Inho was gone. It turns back with a sneer, a bug that's not even worth a toothpick. The saintess shouted out, "Number 1!" Inho was stunned, thinking it had already won, and now it was over. I couldn't even lift a finger anymore. Suddenly, a notification appeared, and the absolute killsword said, "The repair of the kitchen knife you entrusted to him has finally been completed." He also said that shipping would be free, and there would be some extra items for you. Tian Dao Tiet Thiet drew a line to send a quick delivery to where Ensign was lying. Suddenly, he also felt the power resonating from the sword. The sword followed the space crack and appeared. Ensign struggles to catch the sword. Once he grips it, the sword begins to display its power. Ensign was also amazed by his growing power as he slowly stood up to face his enemy. Hualun clenched his teeth in anger as something gradually disappeared. Shin looked at the enemy coldly and said, "Share the skill, demon sword." The three believers gape in shock, saying to each other, "This isn't a joke. It's too dangerous." The Heavenly Demon King's crown skill is activated, and Shin's entire body floats in the air. The monster fled in fear, and Hualun also sighed. "Too dangerous." Shin chuckled happily. "Trying to run away?" Hualun, terrified of the humans before him, suddenly his body was split in two, causing him pain and blood to spurt out. After coughing a few times, Hualun fell to the ground like a shooting star. "Even in death, my anger remains unvanished, the precious body my master created and bestowed upon me." Shin's still weak body had to stop and gasp for breath as he looked angrily at the flying demon cursing in the sky. "You cowardly bastard, right now I just want to deal with you. How dare you eat my number 1, I will kill you." Shin hesitated, but the problem is his holy power. He's really not sure if he has enough to unleash another Heavenly Demon King attack. Shin's body wavered again. He struggled to stand firm and muttered, "Damn it, I feel lost again." The beast realized, "This bastard, I understand now, that last attack drained a lot of his strength. It immediately roared and prepared for a new assault, then charged directly at Inshin to ambush him. This is my chance to die. Suddenly, the demon paused, eyes showing extreme horror. It hurriedly stopped. What is it thinking? Why do I suddenly feel a surge of power emanating from this bastard's body? A mysterious green energy surrounds Inshin, and he stares blankly at his hand. The system reports that the sealing of the disciple on Earth, Miri, has been successfully broken. Miri now possesses a transcendent ability. Inshin smiles contentedly. Miri has finally succeeded. A small but incredible miracle is about to happen. The low-level Divine Blessing upgrade mission is underway, with a level S superpower potential of 9 out of 10. He clenched his fist in thought, relying on Miri. My holy power is fully restored. Demon Sword, you must also do your best. In is returning to an excited state, as if capable of fighting 100 monsters at once. I will use the Heavenly Demon King dynasty one more time, but this time I will target that fang-toothed cat. The giant beast trembles in fear. You bastard! I need to avoid a direct confrontation with him. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind, and when I turned around, I couldn't tell what the sound was, and I immediately widened my eyes in shock. So it turns out to be a more terrifying Pro Max version of the first snake from earlier. It suddenly appeared right in front of me out of nowhere. It sticks out its tongue and mocks contemptuously. Surprised or not, the evil god's minion is just an ordinary, wicked bastard. My body has been blessed with immortality. A sword or anything similar cannot easily kill me. The wounds from earlier are starting to show signs of healing, gradually forming into a serpent's head. In a flash, it reconstructed the 5 new PHID cards. I was a bit worried, so is that what it means? The messenger of the swamp ruler warns that it can regenerate infinitely, so smashing it is pointless. It said coldly, what is there to fear? From the start, such pathetic sword energy couldn't kill us. Die! With that, all 5 heads lunged forward to attack simultaneously. His mouth kept mocking, and the pathetic guy, the sword in his hand, couldn't take it anymore. Furious, he shouted, You say my sword aura is pathetic? He silently thought, this blood-soaked sword is terrifying. Even the snake's head is surprised, then switches to a curious attitude. Look, the sword can talk, it's really an interesting sword. Alright, I'll take you as my spoils of war. The sword's temper is as hot as ice cream. Snakehead, stop talking nonsense and try repeating what you just said. Do you dare say this hero's aura is pathetic? The snake still challenges, but the sword will become worthless when faced with endless rebirth. Come at me and see. I will use the demon sword to decorate and display at the entrance of my lair. Inshin also sensed something different from the sword, as if this blade was possessed by another entity. Who could it be? The founder of the Hoa Sun sect? The voice is completely different. The entire sword shuddered with a wicked laugh. Inshin barely managed to hold on to it. You secretly judged that this voice could only belong to a crazy person, like someone truly deranged. The 5th-year snake was also surprised. Is it laughing? The sword responds. Besides laughing, I don't know what to do, because you are already dead. Only then did it look down at the body and notice it was surrounded by a mysterious power. They scream in pain, the cursed sword of the ghostly blade. The snakehead, using resurrection magic, confidently says, however, as long as I use the blessing of rebirth given to me by my master. However, the snake's head kept growing back only to vanish into the void. It exclaimed in shock, I can't believe a normal sword could kill me. The Sword of Light glares and questions, do you really think you can survive an attack from the Heavenly Demon Empire? The moment you are cut by my blade, you are already dead. The first-year snake stammers and calls out. The owner then disappears along with the entire body. Then Sword sneered. A mere snake like you dares to? System notification. You have killed the envoy of the Abyssal Swamp Ruler and absorbed the sacrificial entity. Energies like thin black threads gradually envelop Einen. Congratulations on sacrificing the apostle of the ruler of the Abyssal Swamp, worth level 2 S. The low-level Demon God upgrade mission is in progress. S-rank sacrificial item has an extraordinary capability of 823 plus 5 over 10. Inshin looked in surprise at the power surging into himself and his sword. He smiled confidently, thinking he could feel himself growing stronger, not knowing what would happen when the progress bar reached 10 people. Suddenly, a pair of huge eyes appeared in the sky, and the beast that just growled reappeared. Shin also felt this immense pressure. He turned around, squinting as he looked up, secretly assessing. Damn, this bloodthirstiness. The giant beast swoops down from the sky, growling to intimidate. Now you realize, huh? Feng-Chi Duck will tear you apart. With that, it opens its wide mouth and unleashes streams of sword energy at him. He was caught off guard, glaring at it as the demon's sword aura sped toward him faster and faster. Innie quickly dodged and counterattacked with her sword formation. Then came praised. Good reflexes in that situation, at least you're not stupid. Shut up! And Shin looked at the cowardly beast and said, Sneaky Fang Cat. A surprise attack? Heavenly Demon. It stared in fear at Inshin, stammering. Wait a minute. Inshin questions. What? You said wait a moment. Are you still using tricks like that now? Suddenly, the whole body of the moth-like creature was attacked by something. It struggled and cried out in pain, so much pain. I still don't understand what happened. The creature burst into flames and then fell straight to the ground, causing a loud explosion. Its agonized scream echoes everywhere. My stomach is going to explode. It was an unbearable pain, eyes wide open, shouting, my stomach. Suddenly, something burst out from inside Monleo's stomach, and its body exploded. And Shin squinted and looked in that direction. It's Inho! He broke free from the restraint and soared into the sky, shouting the huge figure. Inshin couldn't hide his joy. I knew it. The number one is still alive. And Ho replied with a victorious smile. Of course, a giant monster that's just big can be defeated from the inside. And Shin gives him a thumbs up. Number one, you're truly number one. And Ho, not realizing he's floating in midair, immediately falls headfirst to the ground. And Shin sword with a chuckle says, I think this troublesome subordinate of mine is a bit hard to control. You raise your sword to your face and demand, so who are you? The sword laughed scornfully. Ha ha ha, don't you know who to give that to? What a fool. Lift your ears and listen carefully. This honorable person is Inshin, but he remains silent without saying a word. You're so curious you can't help but shout at it. What is it? Is there any terrible secret being revealed? Why are you stopping the intense scene? Sabersword teasingly replied, Oh, then tell me again who I am. I secretly think I'm very dissatisfied. How crazy is this? I'm sure this is the chef's knife of the Sword Saint, but no, the voice is completely different. Then who are you? Lord Heavenly Sword, could you please explain what is going on here? This warranty service is a bit strange. The Heavenly Sword transmission system is avoiding your question. And angrily replied in his mind, then there's no other choice but to request a refund. Suddenly a burst of flames erupted. Einak surprised as he looked in that direction. The fire wheel regained some of its fury and growled. How dare a bug like you destroy the body my master gave me? It roared back. I will never forgive this. I will never forgive you. Unjustly, he helplessly scratches his nose and wonders. Is that one still alive? Hualuan orders. Minister, sacrifice for me. I need more sacrifices to end that demon god. Receive Arch's response. Accept the sacrifice of 100 million, not just 1 billion soldiers. But Hualuan says this amount is still too little. He orders, all of them. Sacrifice all 100 billion troops to me. What? What do you mean? Hualuan urged loudly. Sacrifice yourselves for the glory of our God. Sacrifice all your lives. The red armored soldiers watched in horror as Hualuan's flames grew larger, engulfing 100 billion troops in an instant, their screams echoing across the land. Please, goddess, save us. Arak is now afraid and warns, please stop. This is not part of our agreement. The Emperor will not forgive you. But Hualuan stubbornly replies, Hey, woman, you're too noisy. Sacrifice, let me absorb the offerings. In gazed at the scene before her, biting her lip in shock as Hualuan's entire body continued to swell to its maximum size. In Sin's side, it's truly madness. It's growing bigger. The battlefield becomes desolate. Only fire and scattered corpses of sacrificed creatures remain. A body lifts a huge stone and curses the giant. Number one, charge into battle. He shouted, Let me fight that big guy only for his size. The weight caused the ground beneath him to crack open. He used his life to throw it high. The giant monster, I will cut you to pieces. That rock soared into the air and collided with the flames, instantly shattering into countless pieces. The fire wheel is unharmed, and Shin was stunned. Did the boulder melt away? He laughed loudly. Watch this. This is the power of the Fire Lord shining in the sky. Then the fire wheel's head grew larger, and some flames shot towards Einen. Inho looks terrified. Lord Inshin, what should I do now? The sword in Inshin's hand suddenly chuckled to itself. You stupid fool. So you still have to ask? You happily ask? Do you have a plan or what? The sword of Kowloon replied, Cut it down. For a big guy using such ordinary flames, just cut him straight. Hearing that, Einen broke out in cold sweat, thinking to himself, Do you really call those flames ordinary? Are they really that normal? I don't know who you are, but as expected, you're not ordinary either. Watching Hualuan rampage across the sky, every step he takes turns everything into lava. The Sword Saint orders, Just trust me. There's nothing in this world I can't cut through. Reluctantly, Einen can only follow. It may seem crazy, but right now, there's nothing else she can do. All right, let's try. Use all your strength to grasp the sword. Raise it high and shout loudly, sharing the divine demon holy sword technique of the demon sword. In a second, the demon king of the heavenly demon empire clenched his fist and swung out a sword with overwhelming power. Huolun stared in horror, then closed his eyes, ready to face the deadly sword aura, but nothing happened. Huoluan sneers and says, Is that all you've got? He angrily thinks, Damn it, I knew it would come to this. If it were the heavenly sword, repairing it seems to be the limit. I should have paid more attention when they said they would deliver for free. Could Ankia be destroyed? Watching Hualuan rampage, he wondered how to defeat such a furious monster. Suddenly, a sharp sword appeared out of nowhere in front of him, and Hualuan roared in fury, No, my body, the precious body given to me by my master. After saying that, it was split in two and fell to the ground. Then Kim laughed triumphantly, Ha, it's been cut. See, this is the power of this honorable person. And Sin sees it as vain and helpless, but I am the one holding the sword. But this time I didn't lose. After fighting Gustav, I fainted right after, so I think I have become stronger. As if realizing something, Inshin continues to think. What did you say? Dear Stalker, can you repeat that? The system reminds that Dung Tuk Baton is gazing at the fiery sky with a worried look, as a silent nightmare creeps in once again suggesting there's still time to be proud. And Shin looks up in surprise and says, "The fiery sky dragon?" Then you widened your eyes in surprise, wondering what it was. The moon gradually appeared behind the dark clouds. Hualuan frowning angrily at the system notification about the first light shining through the deepest layer of the sky. There were originally two sun gods in Ankia, but they had fought each other for thousands of years, and the loser was sealed within a distant vessel. After hearing that, Ani shouted, "I finally managed to defeat it, but it turns out I just broke the seal? Is the fiery-headed figure actually the sun god?" The system message says that the red flame head is just a remnant of the sun god, but since it was once a high-level deity, you'd better give up and accept your death. I can't believe my ears. What nonsense. I spent a lot of money on this anyway, and the current situation is really screwed up. I used up all my divine power in that attack earlier. You look at the fiery sky and sigh, but a famous character once said that even if the sky collapses, there's always a crack for people to escape through. Don't ask who said that. The entire battlefield is now submerged in flowing lava. Hoa Luan roared, "Do you dare destroy the fire cage that my master gave me? I will bury you and this world alive in a sea of flames." In-ho looked seriously at the enemy, recognizing it. Yes, it's that one, the hole in the sky. "What are you standing there for? Just sacrifice something. Don't be afraid." In-ho suddenly realizes something and snaps to attention. In-ho grabs the tail of the giant beast and loudly declares, "I already told you, Dui Shin is holding the tail of the giant beast spinning it 7,749 times. I will offer this monster as a sacrifice to you," and enthusiastically praises. "All right, very good." Hualun still sneers contemptuously, "You won't be able to win." The parasite in Shin gradually absorbs the power of Monli with streams of energy flowing into his body, making him feel much more invigorated. He points and praises himself as number one. Well done, In-ho. And Shin uses his hand to absorb the energy, bit by bit, until his entire body is shrouded in a mysterious black hue. The system announces the sacrificial offering that In-ho presents. The disciple of a powerful and cunning monster is rated at 2 S levels, and Shin smiles. I know, the low-level demon god upgrade mission with S rank potential, offering a perfect sacrifice 10 out of 10. A beam of light shines down from above, illuminating Ensign like a god, and the system continues to announce, "You have completed the mission. Ensign will be promoted to a low-level demon god. You are enveloped by a supreme power." Insai grinned smugly, looking at his energy-filled hand and wondering, is this the holy power of a low-level demon god? In-ho happily cheered, "I trust you, your excellency." The saintess still tremblingly prayed, damn it, your excellency, please." Although exhausted, he still smiled inwardly, thinking, "Yes, I am your god." The angry fire god shouted loudly, "Resistance is futile. Burn along with this world." He pointed up to the cold sky and coldly said, "Shut up, you firehead, the finger of divine judgment." The finger shot out spiritual energy to attack Hualuan, while cursing, "It's too hot now. Go away." The mysterious energy shot straight at Hualuan, but compared to him, its power was only enough to scratch an itch. He immediately shouted, "You bastard, do you think that will defeat me?" I admit secretly that I can't hold out much longer. This guy is really strong. Now I feel much more confident. Is it because of the 100 billion sacrifices? Or was he already a high-level god before being sealed? You secretly blame yourself for being promoted to a low-level demon god, but still not a match for him. Damn it! Huolun still stood there proudly and said, "Do you think this attack will make me admit defeat? The incredible heat from the lava makes matter impossible to exist." The Black Ant Legion hurriedly urged each other to run, as the castle melted away and Hualuan's body emitted an increasingly terrifying heat. You grit your teeth and mutter, "Damn it, the Heavenly Demon Empire has no effect." And Shin tries to use spiritual energy to resist, saying he will have to use the treasure of the Heavenly Forge. But the Great Sword loudly warns him to stop. The treasure of the Immortal Sword cannot cut fire. What is in stammering about? How am I supposed to do this? Suddenly, a few mystical energies fell from the sky, and Shin looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The sword also stared in confusion. At that moment, on the rooftop of the academy, a place filled with empty boxes like someone's sleeping area, the demon sword was still diligently training, then stopped, looking exhausted as he said, "The second technique of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sword. Finally, I have mastered the essence of the second form of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sword." The sword from the demon sword's hand is decisively swung, releasing a powerful surge of energy. It flies away and syncs with Yin's body. He notices the change and says, "Looks like the sword demon has done something." The sword. And Inshin's hand also sensed the change, opening its eyes wide as it muttered, "The second form of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sword made me remember my true identity." And Sin still didn't understand what was happening when the eye on the sword suddenly shone, and a ghostly figure of an old god with white hair and beard appeared floating in the air. He smiled brightly, crossed his arms over his chest, and exuded an aura of arrogance before introducing himself as the Heavenly Demon. And Sin hesitated and asked again, "Huh? Thien Ma, The system notification is activating the eyes of the Void Eye spirit, and Tham Quin's innate ability is quickly scanning Tianma's history. A male body appears with several cuts on his back. Tianma's hand holds a bloodstained sword, his face full of suffering and tears. He bowed his head and looked at his daughter lying on the ground. Tianma had killed his own daughter, who had become an apostle of the god of destruction, and he also systematically killed all the millions of his daughter's followers before ending his own life. Inni, upon hearing this, sighed and said, "Oh my god, did such a thing really happen to the heavenly demon?" Of course, after going through all that, how could he stay sane? The heavenly demon clutched his head in pain and screamed, My daughter. Attention, he has spent thousands of years searching for someone who can avenge the god of destruction for him. Although he was deceived to the point of losing his memory, he remembered thanks to the demon sword. Damn it, is this a scam?
Tell me more. There's someone I find very suspicious. It is reported that the Celestial Blade used revenge as bait to lure the heavenly demon to become his disciple.
In the past, the heavenly sword appeared to lure the heavenly demon, but the heavenly demon refused and said he didn't like that damn scammer. So, Thien Dao Tweet Teet erased his memories and sealed them into his sword for thousands of years, leaving him with nothing. In Shin's furious rage, he secretly cursed the treacherous merchant, Thien Kiem. The demon lord hovered, speechless for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Kui Kiem, what did you say? His awakening restored my lost memories. You have a good disciple. The demon lord clenched his fists in anger, trembling. If it were you, could you take revenge for me? And Shin confidently replied, I can definitely defeat that god of destruction with one strike. He happily strokes his beard and smiles contentedly, leaving Einen puzzled and confused. He extended his hand and made a proposal. All right, use my power. You deserve it. You deserve to become my master. Einen stepped forward, trying to reach out and grasp the hand of the heavenly demon. When your finger and Tianma touch, energy from Einen's finger flows through his. The system notifies. Tianma has acknowledged you as his godmaster. Tianma has become a follower of Yin. Hua Luan has no idea what's happening, and is suddenly attacked by a massive surge of spiritual energy. What is this? Notification. S-rank sacrificial item has extraordinary abilities. You have completed all 10 tasks. Congratulations, Einen has advanced to a low god level. Einen happily thought, so this small but incredible miracle is coming to an end with the enlightenment of the demon sword, and his expression changes. Though Hua Luan still hasn't been destroyed, he sneers. You only gained a little power from that old man. Do you really think you can fight me now? Bugs are forever bugs. Die already. He then spat out a massive burst of fire to block Yin's mysterious energy. He continued to hold his ground, but it seemed impossible to break through. I knew it! He boldly charged forward and said, This is my understanding of the great hell of fire, one of the most brutal hells in the 8 hells, the heavenly demon's sacred sword. Second form. Fire wheel remains stubborn, no need for futile struggle. Ordinary humans, no matter how hard you try, your doomed fate will not change. Both energies clash, and soon Hua Luan's power is almost completely extinguished. He gasps in shock. Did he cut through my flame? I already told you to go away. It's scorching hot, so I quickly drew my sword and slashed through Hua Luan again. It was terrified by the enemy's overwhelming power raging through its body. Such wounds would heal instantly with that strength. Master, what is this fire? It's burning. Help me. The fire wheel, trapped inside a blue energy sphere, screams painfully and strangely. He tiredly raised his sword, looked up at the sky, and let out a relieved sigh. The sky has been restored to its natural blue. He slowly said, It's a success. I have protected Ankia. The Saintess and the people rejoice and cheer. He has won. He has performed a miracle and protected us. Let us praise our great God. Number 1 is also very enthusiastic. Indeed, Lord In always makes me believe you will win. All right. Instrument smiled as if the burden had been lifted. He advised, Now I need to rest for a bit. The rest is up to you. Anti and Inhu bow respectfully and obey. Notification. You have won the holy war. Einen's reputation has spread across all the continents. A portal to another dimension opens. There is a new message. Lord Y now can attempt the mid-level divine promotion mission for the beneficent god and the demon god. Finished, in another room, Einen sat on a chair and groaned painfully, the sword filled with battle marks placed by the window. Ensign was trying to hold back laughter to avoid making a sound, but he couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing mischievously. The system says that Thien Dao Tuet Teet is glaring at you and shouting that you are a thief. In tries to explain to him, A thief? Oh, I'm speechless. Mr. Heavenly Sword, weren't you the one who just left the theft game? The announcement says that Thien Kim is shouting that he cannot know if that rude demon sword can awaken Thien Ma's memories, and Shin laughs even louder. Oh, my. Those are unfair accusations. Anyway, you stingy Heavenly Sword, please fix this. Heavenly Blade's announcement says you've caused too much damage, and repairs will cost 50 million divine coins. And Sen shouted, Sir, are you crazy? It's insanely expensive, dear tailing guest. Do you think so? Just 10 million. The silent nightmare whispers secretly. They know a blacksmith. You smirk slyly and say, I know, those stupid tailing guys are actually our dear customers. The system says the seeker of eternal truth has been waiting for this day for a long time and states that 5 million coins will suffice. In's smile becomes even more sinister. These fools, I mean this wonderful customer. Whether it's capitalism or tailing, the competition is always fierce. Do you think so? Lord Heavenly Sword and Heavenly Blade Extreme will said it would take a year if you give it to the seeker of eternal truth. So he will accept the 10 million X price. You bargain down to 3 million and he will make this deal. Too big of a discounts already. And Shin muttered to himself, think again about the discounts and what I've been through before. Oh well, I think I'll hand it over to your Eternal Highness. The system relays his anger. Tian Dao Jueja trembled and said, 3 million is fine. The price I wanted, I point to the sky and seal the deal. Suddenly, a call from the homeless boss, Kang San, came through.
Hello, where are you right now?
Hurry to the Hunters Guild. Why is the guild suddenly involved? Kang San replied. They have discovered about 100 eggs of the Gustav crocodile. And Sin's face changed drastically. What? Gustav's SS grade eggs are at the Hunters Association building. The billboard displays a product, a mineral supplement favored by renowned hunter Mina. And Shin and Kui Kiem step out of a taxi, both captivated by the advertisement. Oh wow, it's an advertisement featuring Mina. She's really beautiful. Suddenly, Ensign and the Demon Sword see something. It turns out to be the beauty on the billboard. Mina tilted her head and looked at Ensign. Miri and the principal are with us. Miri cheerfully greets. Oh, the teacher has arrived? The boy awkwardly replied. Hello to you, and hello to you, sir. The principal interrupted the boy. Come on, that's enough. Let's go inside quickly. We also need to see that crocodile egg with our own eyes. They go to the door of the meeting room, and Shin glances at the Demon Sword and whispers, you will have to wait here because you are not part of the Hunters Guild. He straightened up and saluted. Yes, sir. They entered the meeting room where all the S-rank hunters from different nations had gathered to see the crocodile egg. Hyon waved and called Yin. How have you been lately? You too responded. Are you Do-Hyun? He happily pointed to the chair opposite and said, Come sit here, Aizen. And Mina was able to sit next to me. Before Hyon could finish speaking, Mina suddenly grabbed Eden's arm and shouted loudly, No, I will sit next to you. Inner Hyon exclaimed in surprise. What? The CEO JT, who is presiding over the meeting, orders. Everyone, please take a seat. Gustav's eggs will be here soon. Mina excitedly exclaimed, a crocodile egg? It must be delicious. And Shin humbly reminds you, sit down already. Seeing Mina staring at Ensign with a jealous look, Hyon clenched her fists, feeling bitter inside. Suddenly, he was drawn to something strange. He glanced at the mysterious girl across from him, quietly judging her penguin-shaped mask, her Todd's favorite style. The blonde girl looks quite beautiful, but has no interaction with any character in this meeting room. The system evaluation failed. I frown and think to myself, what? Can I evaluate it? Who could she be? Mina excitedly looked ahead and exclaimed, that cracked egg is the one. JT looks towards the door and sees a figure being carried in with reverence. A crocodile egg placed on soft fur, with several shining stones attached to it. JT introduces it as the egg of a level SS Gustav monster, the very creature that attacked the academy. We managed to bring here one egg from Africa out of hundreds of eggs. This is the only one that hasn't hatched yet. We are still investigating and searching for the remaining one. Please look at the suspicious egg. Gustav's egg? I saw it perish back then, and now there are still 99 others like it wandering around somewhere. Suddenly, the egg trembled violently, causing Ensign to worry that his heart might drop. It just moved? The egg is gradually cracking open. JT and the assistant shouted loudly, What is this? Gustav's egg is moving. The shell is slowly cracking open. A crocodile breaks out of the shell and emerges. Everyone screams, a crocodile! It's so adorable, I really want to take it home. He's muttering something. The mushroom-headed guy nearby wonders what he's saying. What is it trying to say? Only Inshin understands what it wants to say. I found my mother's enemy. I was terrified, thinking, her enemy? Am I the only one who understands what it's saying? The crocodile immediately rushes out of its shell, charging straight at Yin. He was so tense he held his breath as it charged forward and suddenly stopped right in front of Yin. It growled a few times and said, I will kill you. Then it jumped up to attack, causing panic among the people in the meeting room. And he realizes something is off. Why does its movement seem so slow to me? I guess it's because I've become much stronger now. I activate my power at my fingertips and point it directly at its face, thinking that I'm now at a lower deity level. No joke. These fish and living weapons are easy. Power of the index finger. The little crocodile widened its eyes, now looking fiercely angry like a mother bear. Boogeyman, does it think it's about to die here? So scared. Suddenly, a large hand punched the crocodile in the face and shouted, Where do you think you are? So it was Dong Hai Yuk, the S-rank hunter sitting next to Inshin, who punched the creature away in anger. It's scared inside, I have to get out of here. Before it could crush someone else, Shinzo rushed in and delivered another blow to the poor creature. He said, That cute face almost fooled me. The poor creature, crying and looking miserable, wondered if it was about to die. Sino turned back to ask if everyone was okay. In's face turned pale, thinking things were not okay at all. I was so embarrassed just now. They handled it before I could even attack. Then he looked over at Dong Hai Huk to assess him. But an S rank really is a whole different level. Mina cried out loudly, terrified of the ugly fish. Miri helplessly comforts her. It's okay now. The principal and Hyon, burning with rage, shouted at Zhao Khan. How dare a Zhaofish? In looked silently at the injured creature, now battered and trembling, crying and begging. Please save me. Mom. Dad. Spirits of heaven and earth, if anyone can hear me, save me. A person approached and said, Are you still alive, you ugly thing trembling and hiding against the wall? Dong Hee-uk coldly raised his foot to curse at it. Die! The little crocodile was so scared that it curled up and dared not resist. Just as Dong Hai-wuk's foot was about to land on it, luckily an old man arrived in time to stop him. Suddenly he chuckled, stroked his long beard, and said, Why are you kids so rude? The classroom suddenly shook violently, and the wall behind him shattered, revealing a strange light. The old man hinted, Maybe you only wake up after being beaten. Demon Sword, standing outside the corridor, was also amazed by the intense chaos. Kang's son inside the meeting room exclaimed in fear, Is he really going to summon the spirit warrior? That damn guy! He pointed at him and shouted, Stop right there. But Sa-duk bowed his head and replied, I can't do that now. Yang Hee-uk angrily cursed, Then die, old man. Linjap, his body is covered in iron armor, and as if sensing something, he glares at Sa-duk, who has approached him from earlier. His face froze in shock as the entire room filled with murderous intent. Kyung-san had no choice but to step in between to stop the fight. That's enough. Hunter shouldn't fight like that. And Shin watches the chaotic scene and silently thinks that a big fight is about to break out, which means no popcorn here. Watching fights is always fun. You comfortably lean back and enjoy, while the poor little creature nobody cares about is crying for help. It understands what it means, foolishly stands up and looks at it. The suffering creature clutches its head and cries, Oh my god, save me. Announcement. Tindao Gustav's baby crocodile is a male that has been active for 5 minutes. Note, it's terrified of dying. If you save it, a small miracle will happen. And chuckles softly, a small miracle. So I will save it. But what should I do? You see the two people fighting in front of us, I'm serious. Even the blacksmith isn't easy to deal with. That rabbit-nosed brat. Low-level friendly notification system here. Would you like to save a tiny monster in need of help? You can quietly save it in... I won't hesitate to press the Z button. Of course I will. Suddenly, the bad creature was enveloped in a green energy. The principal has detected this. The green energy moved it elsewhere. Kang-san can do nothing but prevent these hot-headed guys from clashing. Ensign trembled again with anger. It's gone. Am I being fooled again? Suddenly he gets a call. Who could be calling at this hour? Looking at the phone screen, In-shin's face couldn't stay calm. The blonde girl wearing the penguin mask also noticed the problem and couldn't help but feel curious. Inside the screen, there's an image of the little monster playing with the Saintess. He marvels silently. Wow, how did it get in there? But why does it look so cute? But In is still worried. The crocodile suddenly disappeared without anyone noticing. Sa, furious, pointed at the younger opponent and started criticizing. Don't you know you're supposed to respect your elders? Well, today I'll make sure you never breathe again. Kang-san struggles to intervene. That's enough, don't be stubborn anymore. But Dong-hu also refuses to give up, raising his beak to reply, I will kill that crocodile and grind it into powder. And Shin worries, but when those two find out, it will be a big problem. Damn it, let's see, there has to be a way to fix this situation. You didn't notice the penguin masked girl standing behind you until suddenly realizing, you startled, turned off your phone and shouted, What's going on? Don't tell me you saw everything. She shook her head as if she didn't know anything, afraid she might realize Shao Kahn has disappeared. And Shin cleared his throat and took the initiative to speak. Wait a moment, I'll talk to her. But she raised her hand to do something that made you fear your heart would drop. Oh no, did she see it? And Shin asks again, Penguin girl bang high. It turns out she was just waving hello. I can't help but wonder as I watch the girl in the penguin costume leave. Are all the S-level guys crazy? Luckily, she still hasn't realized the crocodile is gone. Suddenly, the door of the meeting room explodes, and no one knows what will happen next. Demon Sword suddenly jumps onto the conference table, shocking everyone. He calmly asks, Saint Sword, what's going on? Demon Sword, I have arrived, and greets you as if finding a treasure. Demon Sword, you're just in time. I can use you to get out of here. Seo recognizes you and excitedly points at the Demon Sword, asking, Are you King Zom? But the Demon Sword still refuses. No, you're mistaken. Shino firmly insists, Don't lie. It's me, Shino, here. He is your close friend. The Demon Sword still refuses firmly. I said I was mistaken. And Shin looked at those two people and wondered. Do they know each other? Never mind. It's not my business. I have other things to do. You walk over to Kang Dom and shout, Hey, Demon Sword. I grab his hair and question him. How dare you cause chaos here? Why don't we go outside and talk? The Demon Sword stammered. I'm sorry, Sword Saint. The three of them witnessing this were completely stunned. The Demon Sword was dragged out into the corridor by In-shin, regardless of being pulled away. Kang Zom still looked sad and said, I will punish myself. I truly deserve to die for disobeying your orders, but In-shin still smiles and responds. It's not true. Just stay silent. Okay, I feel guilty. You have no idea how grateful I am to you. The sound of old Sa-duk's snoring echoes through the room. Damn it, where's the little crocodile? I swear on this damn life that I will kill you, you bastard. Dong Hee-wook interrupted. What are you talking about? Weren't you the one who took it? The little penguin girl standing beside her chimes in, flapping her wings happily, and felt guilty. I should get out of here quickly. In the Hunter Academy's infirmary, In-shin comfortably lies on the bed, watching her phone, feeling completely at ease being alone. On the phone screen, there's an image of the saint holding a chain and tying it to the bad one on the other end. I will take good care of the bad one that the divine In-shin has given us. You look at the crocodile and think that it is named Xiao Zhao. I have placed a very strong seal that looks just like a dog chain around it. Well, I've done my best. The saintess also said she would take good care of it. But I wonder what the little miracle is. It probably isn't the magic on the phone, right? Shinzo suddenly walks in from outside, startling you. He asks if that game is fun. Shinzo, why are you here? He replied, I have something to ask you. After saying that, he gathered energy into his arm. Seeing this, he was terrified and thought these S-rank hunters really didn't know how to talk. Just ask whatever they wanted. Sino got straight to the point, I have something to ask you. Answer politely. But Sino silently thought, these S-rank hunters don't know how to speak politely, do they? And they don't even know what they want to ask. Still, you seem friendly as you reply. Why don't you ask first? I assure you, I am very open-minded. I also love peace. Sino calmly said, So, about Kangzom. Aren't you supposed to call him the demon sword? What is your relationship with him? Ensign was contemplating whether to reveal his relationship with him, as if explaining the connection between a deity and a follower. He couldn't tell him that. So I lied and said we were colleagues. Ensign thought that since he's a master and the demon sword is his assistant, there's nothing wrong with that. But why does he have to threaten me just to ask questions like that? Jinzo coldly looked at Ishin and suddenly asked, So you are also a member of the Triple Society? You look confused and ask, What is the Triple Society? This new name makes it hard for you to understand. The Three Stripes Society, is it imitating the Three Emperors of China, or what? How am I supposed to know, damn it? Sino realized he was being teased by you. Seems like you can't be nice to me, huh? He charged straight at you, a palm and a divine spear close to Yin's cheek. In front of the opponent's attack, you still remain calm as usual, gently leaning to the side. Shin considers it too slow, but I could still get hurt if I get hit while fighting with this body. Share the top tier skill immediately. At that moment, the demon sword returned. He angrily swung his sword, ready to strike anyone who dared to harm his faith. His eyes sparkled with fury, and he cursed under his breath. You bastard, what are you doing to the sword saint? Jinzo was frightened by this unexpected situation. He narrowly escaped the sword strike and tried to steady himself. Jinzo exclaimed, then he smiled strangely, and his whole face lit up with joy. Zom, you finally came to see me. The demon sword is still angry and shouting, Stop talking nonsense. As he dodged Quikiam's attack, he casually asked, Are you still okay? Why didn't you answer my calls? The demon sword has no time for small talk. Shut up and watch that sword coming at you, Shinzo calmly said. But then a powerful blow struck that sword. You still haven't answered me. Shinzo landed on the ground and the demon sword said irritably, I blocked your number because you keep bothering me like those perverts. Only then did Shinzo realize. So that's why you blocked my number. Watching the two of them argue, Shin was curious. What are these two to each other? The demon sword is furious again. Do you really dare to disturb my master once more? So you chose death. Shino thought she was hearing things. What? The master? That guy? The demon sword corrected his words. How dare you be so rude? Don't you know who he is? If you still consider yourself a sword master, then kneel and apologize to him quickly, Zeno asked irritably. Apologize, bow, and kneel? He couldn't bear this humiliation anymore. Even though the Three Great Society is just a sect, he's completely immersed in it. Kangzom? Shinin just thinks about food again. What the hell is that so-called third-tier sect? Is it some kind of pork belly club or what? Sino coldly observes you. The sword saint? This is the one who made the demon sword like this. I will reveal his true face. He solemnly calls your name. The master healer asks for your response. It's me. What now? The two divine swordsmen's surging energy was ready. If you truly are the sword saint, you should be able to withstand this attack, right? Two venomous snake-like sword strikes twist like a serpent rushing toward Yin. The demon sword looks at you with hopeful eyes, showing that even that fool can see the level of the sword saint. He's the kind of person who only listens after getting beaten up. Shin lazily sits up. Really? Then maybe that's for the best. I don't know how powerful my abilities can become, so I also want to test them in the real world. I secretly think that after saving the Gazami kingdom, I became much stronger. Just saying that to make a point. Shinzo was extremely annoyed to see that smug, cold, resistant attitude of the other guy. I hope he's at S rank, but it won't be easy to take him down. Truly, a perfect target to be a guinea pig for sharing top-tier skills. The massive muscles tearing through the shirt reveal themselves. Zeno guesses this must be the third-class guild skill. Is this what he uses to kill Gustav? He also hopes this is just a mediocre skill from the Tam Dang sect. For someone like me who relies on speed, the speed of a bulky guy like him is nothing. Seeing Zeno approach, Shin only sneered coldly. The move that his opponent was proud of looked like a slow-motion replay at 0.5 times speed. You're too slow, too slow. No matter how far or close your powerful fist is raised, it will be crushed beneath mine. So Shinzo is about to rush headfirst into death. He stands there, stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The giant fist, bigger than Shinzo himself, swung down. Just as it was about to hit Shinzo's face, Mina burst in and shouted, "Too noisy. I told you to stop right now." Shin suddenly remembered that Mina was still sleeping. Shinzo curiously asked Lady Mina, "Why are you here?" Mina pointed at him and scolded, "This cruel guy, this time it's her turn to teach this guy a lesson." The illusionary space skill is activated. Shin fears she will attack her again. "Wait a moment, Miss Mina. Who dares to touch our Inen?" She coldly looked at Shinzo and continued, "Everyone must die." Mina clenched her fist and her psychic power erupted. The pressure made Shinzo grimace and tightly close his eyes. He collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and could only manage to say one breathless sentence. He desperately called out to his acquaintances, but the demon sword remained indifferent, just watching him collapse to the ground, unable to move. Kui Kim Tan moved closer to check, gently feeling Shinzo's pulse at his neck. He cursed under his breath while Aini anxiously asked behind him, "Is he dead?" Unfortunately, he's still alive. That bastard is just pretending to be dead. And he sighed in relief and said, "Thank heavens, I thought there was a murder case." He slung Shinro over his shoulder and said, "Sword Saint, this guy has caused you a lot of trouble. I will definitely send him to a place that suits him." He stopped him. "Wait a moment. If I use my pinky to heal, but before I can finish speaking, someone has already left," he thought with a dark face. He probably won't really kill that guy, right? They are acquaintances. Even the demon sword said that he now has a new beginning. Mina suddenly pinched your cheek and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" You replied, "I'm fine." Mina confidently said, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Shin blushed, secretly thinking, "I have to use older sister even though I am a bit." At this moment, Miri burst into the room anxiously asking, "Master, are you okay?" I suddenly felt a huge surge of energy. Hearing this, she was stunned when she saw the scene in the room. Mina cheerfully asked, "Miri, what's going on?" And Shin hesitantly asked, "Miri, are you afraid to ask about this? Why is the floor covered in blood? What's going on?" Mina came over and, looking vulnerable, said, "Miri, I want to go home. I am so scared." And Shin told Miri it was a good time and asked if she could take her home. Miri agrees, "Oh, sure." Then, only Shin was left to clean up the aftermath, trying to wipe away the bloodstains on the floor, thinking to himself that a low-ranking servant was here mopping the floor. But in the end, someone still had to do it. The system reminds Dungtuk Batan with a heart icon, saying, "That's a good deed." He grimaced and thought, just as I expected, I only have the wealthy day. Suddenly, Nai looked into the room and called, "Teacher Y, please." You seem quite surprised. "Me?" The girl was shocked to see the chaos in the room. "Teacher, what is going on here?" I reply, "Nothing serious. I just fell." "So what's going on? What are you here for?" The girl hesitated and said, "Oh, it's just that, teacher." Observing Mi Young-jae's attitude, I wonder why she seems so worried. Is something serious going on? Please tell me right away what happened. "It's okay. You can tell me." The girl sincerely advised, "Your grandfather said he really wants to see you, so I think you should run right now." "What are you shocked about? Why does your grandfather want to meet me? Why did you tell me to run?" Mr. J wouldn't know how to explain it. Well, the teacher also saw the necklace on the girl's chest suddenly glow. "Hello, owner." The girl replied, "Is Hades still doing well?" I explained. He saw Hades evolve, so he said that he and your sister would definitely meet the teacher. Hearing the sound outside, the girl shouted in panic, "Oh my god, it sounds like a car. Don't tell me Grandpa has arrived." "Master, take care. I'm leaving now." Seeing the girl sneak away, In looked stunned. "Baotrong?" "I'm sorry, teacher. Please forgive me." Looking out the window, he was curious. What's wrong with her? A luxury car was parked right below. The assistant carefully opened the door and the person inside stepped out. "May I ask who this person is? Isn't that the old man we met at the Hunters Guild?" "Wait a minute, so this means he's the leader of the Immortal Society. So he's Myung-jae's grandfather. You're curious about who the ghostly maiden next to him is, right?" Her face was very grim. Kang-san greeted him with a curse. "You bastard, what are you doing here now?" "Where do you think you are right now?" Saduk casually replied. "It has nothing to do with you, muscle-bound old man." Both of them stared at each other like sworn enemies. Kang-san threatened him. "If he tried experimenting on the academy like last time, I will send you back to the Western Heaven." Saduk laughed. "Don't worry. I just came to see your granddaughter's school and to meet someone." Kang-san cautiously asked to meet someone. "Who are you meeting?" Saduk replied, "Is there a young man named Einen here?" Kang-san suspiciously asked. "In Shin?" He was so interested that he licked his lips before confirming, "I do have something urgent to discuss with that young man." Einen upstairs was sweating nervously. "Don't tell me Sadok has figured out I caught that crocodile. How could that be?" They meet at the principal's office, and Shin is called in. He glanced at Saduk, wondering what he should say to cover himself. Should he pretend it wasn't him? He glanced at you with a knowing look. "That's right. We've met before, haven't we?" "How old are you? Answer me." "I am 23 years old. I told myself to act as naturally as possible." He implied, 23 years old? No need to check compatibility in marriage. Being 3 years apart is perfectly ideal. The ghost beside him looks hesitant. "Grandpa, you're embarrassing me." "I really don't understand the harmony in marriage. What is he talking about?" Moreover, it seems to be around 4 years old, not 3. Saduk suddenly said, "The future son-in-law is very pleased to meet you." You just took a sip of tea and choked. What? And Shin's fiancé was shocked. What did he just say? Is he trying to match me with her? Saduk casually said, "My dear grandson." And Shin coldly interrupted, "No way. I have no intention of getting married. I prefer a single, fun, lonely life that's more enjoyable." I'm sorry, you secretly think when did I lose faith in marriage that he would ask that right now? Here I am just starting to lose faith. Gook, looking displeased, slammed down his tea glass. Do you have the ability to evolve your summon soldiers? Hades is only at level B, reaching up to level S, right? I want to understand. Damn, now I understand why Mi Young-jiji acted like that back then. He continued, "This is the first time I've seen a power like yours. Do you think I would let you slip away when you possess such an ability? I don't ask for much, Kaosyu. Just want you to have a child to carry on the family line. I want to inherit a power like yours." Shin was furious. "So you just want to use me and exploit me? Future son-in-law? Don't make me laugh." Saduk placed a check on the table, and I asked confusedly, "What is this?" Seeing the amount on it, and Shin swallowed his words. Saduk solemnly offered that this 1,000 billion yuan check would belong to him if he agreed to become my son-in-law. Chung Tung Song also gaped and shouted loudly, "What? Is 1,000 billion really worth 1,000 billion? Although it implicitly suggests that you are being bought, Shin couldn't contain his trembling. 1,000 billion. You're right, you really know how to seduce people. If I accept, it means I won't have to deal with deadlines from the publisher for the rest of my life. But looking at her face, I just want to dig a hole and hide. I don't even know if anyone would want to marry her even if I gave her away." And Shin stood up and refused. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not someone who saves money. Even with 1 billion yuan, I would never agree to marry like this." Kang-san looked on with regret. "That's 1,000,000,000,000 times more." The granddaughter remained silent and quickly hurried away. "Be quick." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Please wait a moment." In frowned and looked at her. "What's wrong?" She gently tucks her hair back. "The system notification says Mihi-Hai is a hybrid of human and nightmare, and this ability has been active for 20 years. A special note, she possesses a supernatural ability to seduce and mesmerize men when they stare into her eyes." Kansan warns with concern. "Oh no, don't look into her eyes." Mihai activates her ability, her hypnotic gaze. She asked, "Do you think my eyes look good?" "Oni-in, please compliment them. They are really beautiful." She continues to persuade. "Orabioni, please pay attention to my request." "Can't I be yours? Please," Kang-sun shouted. "How dare you use such a dangerous skill to seduce him? Love isn't like that." Sa stepped in to stop him and warned, "I will send you to hell if you dare threaten my granddaughter." Kang-sun was furious. Both he and his little granddaughter have gone completely crazy. "Do you know how many men have been ruined because of that mesmerizing gaze of yours? Isn't the atmosphere becoming silent now?" I politely declined, but it doesn't seem to like that. Mi Young-hee thought she must have heard it wrong. "What did you say?" He replied, "Want me to say it again?" "I don't want to be yours. You're not my you." "Oh my god." After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Ensign is still very angry. She said it belongs to her, really. I absolutely detest the idea of possessing someone else, so I'm not going to say anything more. I'm leaving this place now. The 2 old men behind gape with their mouths open. Does Mi Young-hai think her hypnotic gaze has no effect on him? What kind of freak is he? I managed to get outside safely, but I lost my 1,000 billion won. What a pity. But it's still better than digging my own grave. Mesmerizing gaze? She has some strange skill, but to me it's no different from just locking eyes. Suddenly, the wall behind the corridor was pierced through while I was still lost in thought. Think about it. She's a hybrid between a human and a nightmare, right? So, on her maternal side, a giant evil hand reached out and grabbed her trembling arm, pulling her inside, leaving only her fallen slipper outside the hallway. The Go family's car leaves, and inside the vehicle, Ngi Deong-hee is touching up her makeup. Her face returned to its original look. Saduk turned to ask, "Do you like the groom?" She replied, "I like him a lot." Remembering her look earlier, Saduk was curious. "Oh! Then why do I have to put on makeup like a demon? If I went barefaced, she would say, 'Sir, if a guy only agrees to marry you after seeing your face, do you think he's a decent person?'" Saduk realized that in the end, her enchanting gaze couldn't make him fall head over heels for her. Mi Young-hee coldly said, "That's the real reason you want to marry that Orabioni. Because only the top-level S-rank hunters can resist your mesmerizing gaze." Saduk calmly reassured you. "Don't worry, he's already in my hands." She asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" "Sir, please tell me you haven't done it." His face turned sinister. So Shin just woke up. Looking around, he guesses this place is Saduk's space. I never expected my grandfather to go this far. Looking at the monsters in front of me, I shivered. But why are these guys so numerous and scattered? The system alerts that they are Saduk's spiritual warriors. These are powerful warriors, specially noted by the necromancer Saduk from his lifetime, initially ordered by their master to kidnap and imprison you here. But right now, they are disobeying their master's orders and want to eat you. And Shin is terrified and wondering what the hell is going on. They want to eat me? Just look at these guys. I really have nothing more to say. One of them swings a sword to strike down. Are you annoyed that they even dare to try to eat me? One of its swords was about to touch your body, but it was shattered by Einen's steel hard muscles. That is the ultimate skill of the #1 body cultivator. The warrior's soul froze in surprise. It couldn't believe that its next strike, aimed at Einen's back, only echoed with a clang. You guys are not worthy enough to even scratch my skin, let alone be a threat. 1,000,000 of you wouldn't be enough because I have now reached the level of a demigod. Puny shrimp. Your iron fist strikes straight at its face. The warrior's soul is sent flying by this punch. The remaining ones were stunned to see their comrades fall in the blink of an eye. And Shin mocked them. You're big, but just flesh and blood. Don't hold back. Come at me. And Shin fought alone, delivering a memorable beating to them, growing more fierce with each strike. Compared to the army of 10,000 insects, you are nothing. The divine finger of judgment. The frightened warrior's soul. They could only stare blankly at Shin's pointing finger lowered. The two leaders are terrified, wondering what kind of skill that is. Kun Dasoa has never been defeated, yet he just lost. Someone like him? Could he be? Does he have divine eyes? And Shin has taken notice of these two. Are they the leaders? One of them is a woman. Noticing in Shin, they secretly feel uneasy. You read their information. Announcement. Saweka's demon lord leader was once a disciple of the treacherous beast. The announcement that Saweka's demon lord was once a disciple of the seduction of desire surprised in Shin. What? Are they disciples of the two demon gods? Why is the forge so strong? But its 5-colored eyes remind me of Mi's eyes, and a leader rushed forward. The remaining leader, terrified, thought, there's no way you and Shin could stay so calm in front of the opponent's fist. You calmly raised your index finger and said you're strong too. The god's index finger of power has defeated a leader. That one tries to get up. You still look as cold as ever. The female leader was stunned. She couldn't believe it. He is completely unaffected by my influence. It must be the young god with the rumored great power. So she decided that if that's the case, she would approach you. And looks confused. What's going on? Is she surrendering? You gape in shock as the female leader kneels before you. Little god, please forgive us. And Shin, stay alert. Huh? Does the Dashoa also know how to use psychological warfare? Who is she? The system displays a notification of the activation of the inheritance power, and the eyes of the Void Eye God are scanning the biography of the Dashoa leader. Before transforming into a demon, her name was Lilith. She is the daughter and servant of the seducing desire of the night. The seducing desire of the night is a great female demon god, but she was defeated by the god of destruction and almost couldn't escape his grasp. However, she and her demon realm are about to be wiped out, and to regain her power, she needs a pure and strong S-rank soul. That is why she granted Lilith Miznan and sent her to the mortal realm to arrange a meeting between Sawduke and Lilith. Lilith was confident when meeting a young Sawduke. With my enchantment, someone like you will be easily fooled. Did he chase her away back then? What the hell is going on? Go away. I don't have time to deal with you. But my gaze has no effect on Sawduke at all. Instead, Lilith falls in love with him, and they get married and have a child. But then Lilith's fate was discovered by the abyssal dragon of destruction, and she faced death. Sawduke, heartbroken, made a decision. Lilith, make a pact with me, fulfill my wish, and give my soul to her. That is my desire. In the end, you finally understood that she is actually Gomyone's grandmother. Making a marriage pact is an unwritten rule passed down from ancient times. So you're asking if Sawduke's wish was to bring her back to life, but she refused, which is why he turned her into a vengeful spirit. I guess he wants you two to be together forever, even if it means using this method. Notification. God of Plenty wipes tears and hopes you will show mercy to the female ghost. And Shin disagrees. She tried to eat me. I didn't know anything about it. The system displays a notification about Shen Sung to surprised. You keep talking, but that's not a bad idea either. Notification. Lilith, who is now a level S married, possesses extraordinary powers, boosting her morale, and she will become your disciple. At this point, Inshin breathes a sigh of relief. Of course I have to hold back. She might become my S-rank disciple. And there's more. I can buy a buy one get one deal on the forging technique. Maybe even his granddaughter too. A 2 birds with 1 stone move plus the Annihilation Sword notification praising your cunning plan. God of abundance, thank you for your compassion. I know that the most important thing is that I will become stronger. I need to be stronger before the gods of destruction or anything else invades. I hate that bastard. Looking at Lai in front of him, he said, grant me power and fame. A glowing circle appeared above Inshin's head. He wondered if, as a lower god, he was supposed to receive this. I have a good feeling. Inshin's finger touches Lilith's forehead, reassuring her that no matter what happens, good things will come. The healing pinky finger has been activated, and the space suddenly brightens with a gentle green hue. Suddenly, he feels that something is wrong. Lilith felt her body gradually melting away. Why is this happening, little god? Even the leader's name from earlier is starting to cry. Inshin was shocked. How come you all are melting like that? That's the skill of the benevolent god. I definitely used the healing skill. He read the announcement that Jundaxia would experience pain during the transformation from good to evil as Lilith gradually underwent purification and understood. Little god. Her angel wings sprouted, she thought to herself. I was mistaken. This feeling is like being reborn again. Notification: Quan Dashoa has been resurrected as an angel thanks to Yin's compassion. Inshin furrowed his brow, surprised by the angel, but more importantly, he looked at the small angels in front of him and wondered why they were so tiny. The group of angels happily played around Inshin. On the side of the female demon god, she sensed something unusual, her eyes slowly opening as she coldly said, "Lilith, you're back, traitor." The system announced that Quan Dashoa was reborn as an angel soldier thanks to Yin's efforts. Do you really think the results of reincarnation and evolution are random? Why do they look nothing like I imagined? The message appears. Dung Tuk Bat Tan says, "Because you're a low-level god, this is the best I can do, so accept the truth." And Shin decides, but maybe I should go see Saduk quickly after reincarnation. Before that person died, at the Immortal Society headquarters, Saduk was standing quietly in the room, gazing at the family photo on the table. Saduk is still angry about this morning. That damn Inshin, how dare he refuse my proposal to become his son-in-law? It's truly arrogant. Surely it has learned a harsh lesson by now. After all, my endless crack is known as a mini hell, where even S-rank beings have to crawl out after entering. Maybe now it's time for the demon army to let Inshin out. But when he checked, he was shocked. Insan stepped out from the crack with his heavenly soldiers. "What's going on here?" You coldly ask. "Did you just call me?" The Duke stammers. "What the hell? How are you still alive and well?" I have to give credit to him. Your office is quite impressive. Seeing the angelic troops forging together is unbelievable. What happened to these winged creatures? Where are my demon soldiers? You reply. "It's a long story, but first let's treat his chest." Master stammered. "How do you know? But wait, what are you talking about?" He thought. Something is not right. I can't sense any aura from Junya Oxiao at all. I also can't sense Lilith's presence anymore. Saduk looses his temper and grabs your throat. "What have you done to Lilith?" You are still very calm. Right now, Inshin is only thinking about how to quickly heal him. Saduk is still questioning. "Lilith, you dare to act friendly and speak." "It's because of some issues that everything has turned out this way. Anyway, please stay calm so I can finish treating him." He got even more furious after hearing that. "What did you say?" "Because of some issues, I will make sure you never speak again for the rest of your life. I have no choice but to use the finger of authority. There's no other way. Just let him sleep for a bit, maybe I can finish healing faster." The index finger of power. Suddenly, his face twisted in pain as an enormous invisible fist struck his chest. My chest feels stunned and confused. What did I even do? So it has already started. A reminder notification pops up. Saduk, a 61-year-old man, shows signs of lustful temptation, with his face covered in sweat. From the space, Lilith hurriedly rushes out, worriedly shouting. No, the forged man feels familiar. Is this skill hers? Lai appears before him in the form of a child. "It's really me, Lilith. I was reborn, all thanks to your prayer. Now I can always watch him directly through the endless crack." Although I still have to use spirit skills, Saduk coughs up a mouthful of blood in pain. She turns back to beg you. "Please, God." I am observing his situation. You receive the unrevealed part of Lilith's story gradually being uncovered. That day when Lilith disappeared, the demon goddess appeared from the crack. "Ah," she shouted in anger. "You dare betray me for that lowly bastard? Did you think I would just sit idly by? The day you are reborn is also the day Saduk's wish comes true." The demon's mark was carved into his shoulder. The female demon goddess continued, "His soul will become my prey. I will make him suffer every pain and shame in the world and tear him to pieces. In the name of the great demon goddess, I grant you that prophecy. But with me here, the rain will stop. I have to protect my precious S-rank." He used his healing finger to prepare to touch the seal on his chest. "Mr. Saduk, wake up. The divine finger of power uses its healing strength to touch down. The demon seal is about to break apart." Insin casually blows smoke from his finger, and the divine's index finger has two opposing effects on the target, meaning I could also break the seal if I wanted to. The female demon goddess shouted angrily, "How dare you!" A blinding light shone from the crack, and quickly protected Saduk from her attack, calmly saying, "Well, you've come all this way." The demoness shouted angrily, "How dare you, a mere low-level god, touch what belongs to me?" And silently wondered, a fallen creature? So it's the same deceitful sun god who tricked me last time? You take the initiative to greet. Pleased to meet the seduction goddess. You know you don't have the holy sword now, nor have you shared skills with the demon sword or the celestial demon sword, but to defeat a false god, those things aren't necessary. Inan clenched his fist and broke through the glass window of the building, facing the demon god outside. He confidently said, "It's you who are the truly inferior one." The heavenly demon divine sword rushes towards the demon god. She won't have time to react to this blow. What is that? "It's a crack. Run quickly." You tell them to get out of here quickly and remember, let me handle this thing. The demon god asks in a deep voice, "Do you dare to attack me?" Seeing her face appear in the crack, he let out a sigh. The demon god asked, "Do you know that I was once in existence that even low-level gods dare not look up to? Behold my true form." And Shin calmly replied, "What true form? Anyway, since you're paying, you're a fallen creature." Tu Sung Tuk warned endlessly, saying that the lustful desire has reached the same level as the terrifying evil god, the destroyer god. And Sin's face paled after hearing that, on the same level as the god of destruction. The demon goddess's appearance gradually changed, revealing a wide mouth with sharp, terrifying teeth. The female demon god has reverted to her most primitive form and silently watches, huh? You look at that form and say, it's disgusting. The system quietly reminds you that a nightmare is creeping in, saying he can help you solve this if you agree to exchange 10 million lives. You scare it off, stop talking nonsense all the time, and go use that thing to make the notification disappear. The Demon Slayer's sword hesitated and asked what you're doing when all you need to do is kill Saduk. It's quite confusing. Saduk? He and Lilith stand upstairs, anxiously watching. The information board is updated. Saduk is a man who has been used for 61 years. Notably, his connection through the law of karma is linked to a night of indulgent lust. He is the intermediary, allowing her to descend into the mortal world. You know it's true. The method proposed by the con artist Void Virtue, the Extinction Sword, is very accurate. Once the fake city disappears, the rest of that monster won't be able to appear. But I refuse to tell you that I only write happy endings. There's no room for sad ones. Are you on the same level as the god of destruction? But that was back in the days of X. Now you're just leftover trash. The female demon goddess said coldly, I have destroyed many worlds for words as reckless as this. Even though I have become weakened, as you said, I still have enough power to destroy a low-level godling like you. As her dark energy descends, you instruct No One and Mina to share their skills with me. X, Duke shouted anxiously. Run! She's not someone you can hold off until S-rank hunters arrive to help us. And Shin ignored him, raising his fist, bravely facing the destructive power from the crack. In Sin's tense voice, the divine body and spiritual power clash as the two forces continuously contend, and the female demon god begins to feel uneasy as your punch directly hits the crack. The demon goddess was pushed back. She cursed! That bastard Saduk gasped in shock and exclaimed, I can't believe it, our son-in-law possesses such power. I secretly thought annoyed that he kept calling me son-in-law, and suddenly I wanted to write a sad ending to this story. But anyway, she can still survive that blow. It's so annoying. You raise your finger and swear that I will crush the god's index finger. Bite the crack until it breaks. The demon god is so furious, he's speechless. You bastard. Keep cursing, stop being so stubborn, and go back to your world. A low-level god trying to oppose me. How amusing. Then let me show you the difference between us. And Shin began to feel tense as a surge of overwhelming power descended and the collision created a deafening explosion. Son-in-law! And Shin is lying flat on the ground, the road behind him sinking into a hole. He muttered to himself, so strong! The female demon god is still furious. How can someone like you dare to oppose my presence? And Shin knows I am definitely stronger than that firehead from before, but I am no longer the same as I used to be. Now I bear the title of demon god. A surge of lightning strikes back, leaving her stunned. What? Suddenly? That power is so strong she can't even open her eyes. And Shin takes a running start and kicks, cracking the ground. You loudly proclaim your aura, showing the power of the god of good and evil. With one punch, you directly hit the face of the newly revealed demon god. I can't believe how a low-level god could have that. It's impossible. And Sin calmly said, don't resist anymore and just get out of here, you pitiful servant of the evil god. The demon god cried out in pain as you used your spear to crush his index finger, piercing through the crack. The crack gradually disappeared, restoring the peaceful night to the city, and Inshin returned to the ground. The system announces that the night of lust and debauchery is a powerful existence equivalent to 6 S-rank hunters. I am very proud. I knew it. That fake Firestarter only has strength comparable to 4 S-rank hunters. The mission progress has been updated. Leveling up to the mid-tier god is underway, offering a 6% boost in S-rank sacrifice ability from 20. With this speed, maybe I'll level up to a demon god first. 100. S-class sacrifices, I'm about to reach my goal. Seeing my teammate unconscious, Inshin wondered. The demon god is gone. But why is he still like this? Lilith hurriedly said, if this keeps up, he will die. The signs of incarnation may have disappeared, but the curse remains. Please save him, and Shin angrily curses. Damn it, so even if that foolish demon god dies, the original power will still remain. My S-rank healer, you won't let him die. Use your divine pinky finger to heal him. A moment later, Saduk regained consciousness, clutching his aching head, then muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? Even an S-rank healer on Earth can't do this! Lilith hurriedly ran over and embraced him tightly. You survived, all thanks to you, Enon. You can be satisfied knowing they are safe. This is the happy ending I wanted. Even if I die, I will only write happy endings like this. The system congratulates Angel Lilith and Saduk for becoming S-rank followers of Enon. The super success rate is 12 out of 2%. That's quite surprising. An angel? I think she was automatically made an angel after reincarnation because she was once a leader of the spirits. Lilith deserves to have that good thing. Say it again, you filthy parasite. You say you can help me avenge my mother? Arak recalls the past, when 1 billion troops and 3 apostles were completely slaughtered. If I go back like this, the Emperor will kill me. I have to take advantage of this god's name to bring In's head back. Alpha spoke again, the insect crawling out of the dungeon, and asked if you could help me avenge my mother. Era confirms, yes, I can. I have all the skills and a plan to help Lord Alpha take down that demon god in his name. Alpha is quite excited about this plan. Alright, go ahead and tell me. The one who quickly reveals what they know is from Ensign, the side you just woke up on. Where am I? Looking at the massive body of the person in front of me, I wonder how many battles they must have gone through. How long did it take to endure such training to get a body like that? Anyway, In sat up and asked, "Who are you?" He introduces himself. "I am the Seeker of Eternal Truth. I have an urgent matter to discuss, but I'll censor so I have slightly altered the fate. The Apostle is also a clone of the God of Destruction and has now awakened. To overcome the challenges ahead, you will soon face and prevent the fate of destruction. Strive to attain the divine power of a mid-level god and earn the qualification to participate in the assembly of gods." As soon as he finished speaking, In woke up from his dream, confused and wondering what just happened. Is this a dream? The eternal seeker of truth? I don't know why he gives me the same feeling as someone seeking eternal truth. Is he a new dreamer? Of course I will aim to become an intermediate god. But what are the apostles, who are also copies of the God of Destruction in the Council of Gods? Lilith happily asked when she saw you wake up, "Are you awake? I'll go call my husband. He is currently in a meeting with the principal and said he has a few things to discuss with you when you wake up." Jingan, please stop her. Oh, there's no need for that. You think Minka is just some trivial matter about your adopted child. This is so boring. At this moment, the system reminds me to report the results of the Celestial Army Coordination. The Celestial Envoy is blessing in Ankia, greatly increasing your followers, and the upgrade to intermediate god level is underway with 130 million followers out of 10 billion. Thanks to Lilith, I gained a new automatic skill. The Celestial Soldiers have already increased my followers by 30 million. I don't know what they're doing in Ankia, but it's amazing that the number of followers increased even though I didn't do anything. I was worried I'd have to manually gather 10 billion followers myself. But if it can be completed automatically like this, then that's a different matter. I'd like to ask. Forget about that for now. Lilith, I'm fine now, so why don't you come stay at Saw's house? She replied, "As a resurrected archangel by your mercy, I am obliged to stay by your side to support you." Innie turned pale after hearing that. Is that so? A shout rings out from outside. There's a fight going on. It's a battle between a level S and a level A. Shinzo curiously steps out the window to look down. What? Who's fighting whom? Below, Shinzo and the Demon Sword are facing off. Shinzo, in disbelief, asks, "How can you treat me like this?" Everyone is holding up their phones to film. It's the Hunter Bak Shin. So handsome, Mr. Hunter. But why does he look so scruffy? Did he just come back from filming some survival show somewhere? Sino asked in frustration. How could you leave someone behind on a deserted island? Do you know how hard it is to escape from there? The Demon Sword Wu Fang said. I should have been the one to end you myself. Those damn merchants should at least work for the family of souls. Shinzo can't hold back anymore. Even though you're a dear friend of mine, I won't forgive you. I will defeat you. The Demon Sword is always ready. Come, I will let you witness the Heavenly Demon Divine Sword. The students sit with water bottles in hand, watching the fight. It's incredible. I can't believe we're witnessing an S-rank battle. And Shinin above quietly observes. He is facing the Demon Sword. You have trained with the Heavenly Demon God Sword. That guy Shinro seems pretty good. Hearing the alarm from the Chinese report, you happily say, It's lunchtime now. I really do have a stomach that growls at the right time. Moreover, today's menu has nothing but the famous ginseng red land chicken soup. I can't miss it. Let's go get a little something to eat. Both of them have arrived at the cafeteria. He happily thought to himself that he's glad he accepted the teaching job and couldn't believe he was eating this expensive chicken soup for free. And Shin smiled and said, The broth is delicious. Before he could finish speaking, the Demon Sword was thrown into the cafeteria and hit the table where Inshin was sitting. You stare in confusion at the chicken soup in front of you, now all messed up. Lilith looks annoyed as she watches the food slip from your mouth. The cursed sword, heavy and clumsy, falls to the ground. He grits his teeth and curses fiercely. Shinzo, you bastard! Hino steps onto the windowsill and enters. He called out, Just surrender already. You're no match for me. And Shin sighed, referring to his ginseng chicken. Sino recognizes you. You're the one claiming to be the sword god of the Triple Alliance, right? Meanwhile, Inshin still confuses ginseng's chicken soup. Sino decides to settle the score with you now. Meeting you here is perfect. I still owe you a debt. The mind-controlled Kangzom, the evil leader of the three factions. Inshin started to get annoyed as Jin Seneng's enemy kept rambling about some three factions. What the hell is this? He didn't know what to say next, but he still had to confess to me even if I didn't kill you today. Whether it's the Three Great Society or the Three Chicken Society, it's none of my business. Inshin's dark voice echoes. How dare you do this to my precious ginseng chicken soup? I will not forgive you. I haven't even taken a single spoonful yet. Sino was stunned to hear him shout. What? You ordered to prepare it. Sin-Do in Sin activates the ultra-rare extermination sword on the small spoon in his hand pointed at the enemy. The Demon Sword happily says, You are too foolish to oppose the sword god. Feel the difference in level. Just stand there in shock. What the hell is that? Are you planning to fight me with just a spoon? He thought. And he revealed too many weaknesses. Is Kangzom like that because of this fool? and Shin declares that one punch is more than enough for Ginseng's enemy, and he will fight you until near death. Gino is even more confused, still not understanding how he managed to deceive King Bayo, but no matter how foolish he is, he won't hold back. Zakim Twanya unleashes a surge of power, and Sin and the two stunned zones in his hands, ready to face the enemy. He is intensely focused as Shin's eyes open, blazing with a fiery red glow. Sino vows that he will uncover your true identity, and calmly raises the spoon in his hand and charges forward to strike him directly on the head. Sino was stunned by the blow, blood pouring from his nose, thinking what just happened. When he turned around, he only saw In's proud back holding a small spoon. You speak through gritted teeth. I won't let you go easily. I will make your tears fall as much as the chicken coop has spilled. Sino staggered to his feet, constantly rambling about chicken soup. Who cares about chicken soup anyway? This totally angers Shin. What? Are you really asking to die? He confidently held two swords and said, that was my mistake earlier. This time I won't let you get the upper hand. Just finished speaking, Shinzo was stunned to see Shin appear in front of him with a spoon in hand. He coldly said, let's see. Sino thought, he's quick, but did his punch really land right on my target? How stupid. Shin sternly looks at the opponent, then calmly taps him on the head. Shin announces that this is a chicken wing. Sino painfully holds his head and curses. That damn chicken dish. He angrily rushed forward to see how long he could keep talking about the chicken soup. 3 more hits in a row knocked Sino's head into a bowl of chicken porridge, chicken wings, and chicken thighs. He collapsed, trembling with pain. I only hit you enough to fill 1 bowl, but you spilled 2 bowls. Sino decided to unleash his ultimate move. I underestimated you. I didn't intend to use this skill because I was afraid it would hurt the people around me. The Tai Chi twin swords unlocked their special technique, and the wind combined with freezing cold spreads, making it hard for everyone nearby. I can't see anything in this wind. The demon sword shouts at him. You're crazy. Are you planning to hurt innocent bystanders too? Shinzo silently thought it was because of him earlier. The powerful sword he stubbornly activated. A secret skill level sword. Sino leapt into the air, a fierce dragon appearing before him, icy waves of power descending, but he calmly shattered it with a spoon. The secret technique of the Hoa Sun sect, the Furious Plum Blossom, has been unleashed. Rose petals fall in the room, and the students exclaim, are the petals falling inside the building? It's too late now. Sino declares it's too late. You calmly said, transform. A casual wave of the hand shattered the power that the other was proud of. He was stunned. What? The imagined realm can completely nullify the opponent's skills, and this skill can even defeat an SS rank with just 1 move. He must be at least SS rank. It's not just that. This is the realm of the Sword Saint. She can defeat someone like him. I really am a fool. Sino fell to the ground in defeat, and Shin finally stopped. Where is the demon sword rushing in from, Sword Saint? He knelt down and bowed his head to confess his sins. The demon sword surprisingly begged for mercy on behalf of the other person, asking for forgiveness that deserved death. But I beg you to show mercy and spare his life. In looked at me in surprise, secretly thinking that I still think of him as a friend. Ensign calmly said, don't worry, let me handle it. The demon sword trembled and said, if you do that, with your hand gripping the sword tightly, then declare, I will die with him.
I'm shocked you're going overboard like that. I raise my finger, use the remote, and with a flick of my wrist, a force pulls the sword from his hand.
Explain yourself. I mean, I will heal Shinzo. You don't need to overthink it. The demon sword looked at Ensign with emotion, green energy emanating from his finger, healing his ring finger. Shinzo's entire body is being healed. After a moment, his eyes slowly open. He's still dazed after waking up. What should we do? The demon sword beside him laughed loudly. See that? This is the Sword Saint I follow. Sino agrees. Yes, you are right. So I kneel before you and surrender. You are truly the Sword Saint. I was blind. And Shin muttered bitterly, I don't like this at all. Sino waited for your reply, the demon sword on the side smiling brightly. The students beside him cheered nonstop. Did teacher Shin just beat Shinzo? So cool. At this moment, a mysterious figure appears. Seeing you, he thought to himself, I found you. Shin, it's you. I must report to the Three Hero Society immediately. Inside the cafeteria, Shin was still shocked when he heard Shin speak. What? He seriously repeats, please accept me as your disciple. The system notifies you that you have successfully cultivated obsessive faith through overwhelming power and fear. Shinzo is now a passionate person. The mid-tier upgrade mission is in progress. The S-rank sacrificial item possesses a superpower level of 8 out of 10. Shin only then realized, yes, he is also S-rank, right? I warmly welcome S-rank enthusiasts. But you look grim and say, we still have matters to resolve. Sino frowns and asks, what do you mean? You brought up the chicken again. People say you shouldn't mess with the dog while it's eating. You need to apologize to me and that chicken. Sino nodded apologetically and said, sorry for interrupting your meal. Please wait a moment while I make a call. He whispers, how much money can you prepare now? And Shin's eyes light up at this point. Huh? Money. A moment later, 2 suitcases of money were laid out in front of him. He excitedly wondered how much all this was worth. I heard that Sins is the youngest son of a wealthy family. The person delivering the money introduces himself, saying, I am the CEO of Ozio On Group. Please take care of our young master. Sino lowered his head and said, This isn't much, but it's compensation for your chicken soup. Even in shock, I didn't expect this to be compensation for ruining my subtitles. Sino begged, If you become my master, I will give you everything, so please do it. Kui Kim shouted fiercely from behind. Who do you think he is? Are you trying to bribe him with money to become his disciple? You're afraid the money is about to slip away, so you immediately give the order. Demon Sword, this is special training. Run 100 laps outside right now. He jumps straight out the window and does it right away. Got it. Shinzo despairingly thought, who would accept someone who wants to kill himself to become a disciple? He sadly spoke, surely someone like me cannot become a disciple. Yet Inshin still smiled happily and agreed right away. I completely understand how much he regrets his actions. Sometimes my food also gets stolen, which makes Shinzo feel even more ashamed of his actions. You are truly kind. No wonder a powerful sword like the Demon Sword would serve under you. Then please accept me as your disciple. So I guess I'm a bit tired then. What am I supposed to do with someone who's already at S rank? That doesn't have any benefit. Just then, a reminder notification appeared. Qin Daoju's words explain how the world of business operates coldly and ruthlessly. He secretly calculates no need for praise, just think about how to stay away from him and still get the money. Suddenly he remembered, that's right. A dangerous smile appeared. He asked, do you want to become my disciple? Shinzo, not knowing he's about to be set up, happily replied, yes, Sword Saint, your command, so go ahead and do this. Seeing the ancient script-filled book in his hand, Shinzo wondered, are you really planning to give me this? He confirmed, of course. And Sin silently thought that he had bought it before knowing it was a trick by the heavenly blade of absolute power. But it turned out to be useful after all. The system reminded him that the Tai Chi sword technique, a book left by Zhang Sanfeng, was worth 20 million divine coins. He instructed, learn the Tai Chi sword manual before coming back. Then I will accept you as my disciple. Shinzo listened in silence without replying. Then he sternly asked, can't you do it? He vowed that he would learn and become his disciple. Shinshin smirked secretly, thinking he had fallen into the trap. I am really looking forward to it, and don't come if you haven't fully understood it yet. Zeno obediently said, yes, I understand now. I will take my leave to study. You agree? All right, go quickly. Watching Shinzo leave, In happily thought everything was going as he planned. Seeing the money on the table, excitement surged in his heart. Now, what should I do with all this money? Behind the academy building, the mysterious person from earlier called to report to the secret shadow agent organization at the Hero Association's branch that the person wielding the Flower Mountain sword is Yin. To get it back, I think we should kill him. In a distant country, China, a girl is diligently fighting monsters. That giant monster was subdued by her in an instant, its entire body turning to black stone. She sneered and said, a S-rank monster like this is too weak. Isn't there any stronger one? These weak ones can't satisfy her sword. She is the strongest hunter in China, Xiao Ming. At this moment, a subordinate reports that the descendant of the great swordsman, Miss Xiao Ming, has received an order from the Three Heroes Society. You must kill a master from the Korean Ensign Academy with SS rank and bring back the Hwasun sword that has been broken. Two men became even more excited. An SS level? That can satisfy my sword, right? I will behead him. Wait a moment, my A-Ru La soul-stealing sword. I will let you taste some real blood. Over at Ensign in the cafe at the academy, you quietly smile while carrying 2 suitcases of money. Haha, those are some big words, but even though I've been promoted to a god, money is still the best, and that's pretty fun. But I need to learn more about the Three Heroes Society first. There's something pretty shady going on here. The Divine Gambler and the Destroyer's clone are awakening. I feel like this is somehow related to that. Seeing the tired person return, he exclaimed, a demon sword, are you done running? He replied stiffly, 1 round is nothing. Just received the money, so I'll print and go ask for blessings right away. Since he's doing very well, let's go have some beer and eat chicken. I'll cover it. The demon sword agreed immediately. Yes, both of them had a very delicious dinner. The demon sword drank until he was completely drunk, while N ate until he was so full he couldn't breathe. My appetite has increased since becoming a low-level god. I've eaten nearly 10 chickens. I guess I had to eat that much to regain my divine power. Besides, I paid for 10 chickens. Thanks to the money from Shinzo, this building is mine now. Now I am the owner of this house. Besides, I am a low-level god. Maybe I haven't pampered myself enough yet. I've saved up through many lifetimes. Eating my chicken is fine, but cleaning up is tiring. It would be great if the bones could just jump into the trash on their own. Should I hire a housekeeper or use telekinesis? It just moved on its own? In was startled to see the bones shake. Are you wondering why it moved on its own when you haven't used your power? The system now shows a connection to the S-rank demon of Sawduke's followers in the skills sharing section. Connecting with an S-rank demon, Sawduke's unique technique becomes easier the angrier it gets. Seeing this message, Inshin ponders. Connecting with the demon, the angrier it gets, the easier it is to perform. What does that mean? Whatever, I'll try it. You point at the pile of bones on the table, sharing the skill to connect with the demon bat of the forge. Suddenly, a burst of power illuminates the entire room, and several shadowy figures like demons appear on the wall. Inshin frowned and asked, "What is this?" Looking at them, Inshin wondered, "Is this really true?" A dark voice echoes, "Vengeful spirits, human vengeful spirits, those who have annihilated us." Revenge. He nervously wondered what kind of skill this was. Revenge against humanity? So you had to negotiate with them. I understand how you feel, but revenge is a bit different. Those monsters just repeat like machines. Revenge. Revenge. Oh, great indifferent God who awakened us, please grant me the privilege of killing. In is tense and unsure what to do, feeling like they might be killed, so what should I do now? System suggests, do you want to send the new Night Demon K Legion to the hive area of the Empire? Inshin excitedly thought, great. But is the hive really a hive? Are the people in the Empire planning something again? The system suggests that the hive is a factory that produces a large number of blood clone soldiers for the Empire's main forces, one of the king's sources of power. So Shin has understood it that way? I haven't fully fought back yet, so they still see me as a fool. Now it's my turn, you insects. The boy pressed the Z button on the screen, and the Imperial hive space appeared. Is that thunder? Why is the sound so loud? Suddenly, its eyes widened in shock. What is this? The towering figure of the Demon Slayer stands before it. It screamed in fear. The monster is coming. I watch with satisfaction on my phone as the desperate screams ring out. The system announces that the upgrade mission for the mid-level demon god is in progress. He felt happy thinking how wonderful it was that the number kept increasing without him doing anything. Auto-hunting is the best. Suddenly, another message surprises you. A notification reminds you that, due to auto-hunting and the increasing number of disciples, the automatic management system will be activated. Once the automatic management system is activated, expanding equipment and evolving species will be done automatically even if you're not present. The cost is 20 million divine coins. Do you want to continue? Of course I choose this right away. I would never turn it down. This is what people call passive income, like a landlord. After finishing everything, In gently places his phone aside and lies on the bed, feeling lost. There's no one left in the room because I told the demon sword to leave. I still have many questions unanswered, but I've also found a few clues about the Trio Alliance. The Demon Slayer said that they are a heretical faction. Just now, at the drinking table, the Demon Slayer revealed that the Three Heroes Society is a heretical faction.
Their information network is really top-notch. On the surface, it's just a hunter guild, but in reality, they have a bunch of spies all over the world.
They gather information on hunters who might interfere with the organization and eliminate them. Since you asked him to leave, they will probably hunt both of us down. Are there any other spies in the academy? The Demon Sword replied. That's something the spies don't know each other's identities, so I have no way to find out. And Shin sneered. Truly a human washing organization. The Demon Sword continued. I'm sorry, I don't have many clues, but I must emphasize one thing. The Huashin sword style originates from the Three Heroes Society. They've already recognized you possess it and will definitely do something. Of course they can't compare to you. Do you think Inshin was shocked to learn the origin of the sword? Is it stolen goods? I was annoyed thinking that, but then Tianjian meant those scammers selling me stolen goods? It's only then that the notification appeared. Tiandao Tweet Thick excitedly said, that's more like life. Are you really suspicious and excited? Lying on the bed thinking, you know you can't let those guys get away with it. They dare to lay a hand on my students. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. I guess it's the spy student coming. The person outside the door is indeed who you expected. Earlier in He-Du's room, a stranger handed her a talisman. He said, this talisman will help you teleport instantly. Use this to bring Inshin here. The master martial artist of the Three Heroes Society will handle the rest. He-Du had no choice but to agree. Yes, sir, she was very anxious inside, so what should I do now? I can't resist the orders from above, but the master is truly a good person. Looking at the person outside the door, Inshin still feels quite sad. I was very surprised to discover that she was the spy. Maybe it was a good thing that I found out early, thanks to the eyes of the invisible divine eye. The full profile shows that He-Du, a 19-year-old woman, is naive but kind-hearted. Note that she is an agent of the Three Heroes Society. The girl has to take care of her sick mother herself. I just want to say that the demon hunter has taken your mother to a safe place, He-Du replied. Yes, I have called him already. Thank you, sir. He is extremely angry. How dare they take the sick mother of that girl hostage to force her to become a spy? You bastards, I will kill all of you. She bows her head in gratitude. Thank you very much for even paying the hospital bills and all your efforts. Feel free to speak openly. Don't worry. The teacher has plenty of money. Let's go. They're already waiting at the place. She begins to act. Yes, I will use the talisman here. He-Du's heart is filled with confidence. The master single-handedly defeated both the SS level Gustav and the monsters. I'm sure the talisman works. A small vortex wrapped around the two of them. Before leaving, He-Du still held on to unwavering faith. Master can save me from the Three Heroes Society. I trust you. The talisman has transported them to the designated location. And Sin realized this was the mountain behind the academy. A monk stepped out and said, Good, we will handle the rest. You silently observe that the opponent has two people. The monk, named Dagak, is a 50-year-old Shaolin master who has defeated many S-rank hunters. The second person is Pangolin, a 40-year-old man. The heir has defeated many S-rank hunters. I even hesitate to introduce myself to them. They look like they stepped out of a martial arts story. Dagak asked, "Do you dare steal the swordsmanship of the Huashan sect? I will even imitate the Three Hound Society, and I am sure I will make you shut up forever." With that, he charged at Shin with incredible speed. You still calmly face the opponent's fist, preparing to strike with a fierce Malahan fist. I just want to know that the Shaolin martial art is said to be able to destroy even solid buildings. Since he has been using such powerful techniques from the start, you should activate your protective skills. A strike from Dagak hit Yin's steel hard body directly, and because he used too much force, his arm broke. Dagak, in pain, thought my arm was the legendary iron cast of the past, so that arrogant master fell to the ground and played the victim. "My arm is broken, my arm," Shin coldly reminds him. "Be quiet, you were the one who attacked first. That's so fake." At that moment, Lin from behind swung his sword to ambush. When his blade was about to touch Yin's muscular back, He Duha was stunned to realize that Han Bei's swordsmanship was expanding. "It's over." That sword strike went through smoothly. Lin was shocked by that technique of mine. He calmly raised his finger. That lightning technique, combined with swordsmanship, is quite formidable. I also know that lightning technique. Part of the skill inheritance. Mir Lin is stunned. "What is that?" Lei Jen brings down a torrent of lightning. The entire mountain lit up as Shin summoned Thunderstrike, and in an instant, these two were proudly tied tightly to the nearby tree by Shin. He looks at you with admiration. They may not be registered hunters, but they are still S rank. Truly my teachers, yet I still have to punish those two. Shin breathes a sigh of relief, realizing they almost died because they couldn't control their power well. They begin to interrogate and ask, "Where is the Tom Hung Guild?" The vengeful goat glared at you and said, "You thief! Do you know who we are? Don't think you've won. Soon, the strongest hunter of the Tam Hung Society will come to kill you." The third factor has appeared. Two men contemptuously said, "These fools, I was only a little late." Both of them looked at her as if she were their savior. "Miss Tio Min is here. This is what I ask you to deliver tomorrow." Two men interrupted him grimly. "Shut up, you half-witted fool." Dagak immediately shut his mouth in anger. Yes, with a single sword strike, she sent these two men to their doom. In his final moments, Gak couldn't believe it. "Why would the young lady do that?" Xiaoming sneered. "Is it because you're useless? This person makes I'm cautious. She's too fast. I can barely see her move anymore. All the other S-rank hunters look very slow to me, but I'm worried about He Du behind." Just as Shin predicted, her next target is her, then the traitorous bastard. He realized too late, but luckily Shin managed to save her from the Grim Reaper's scythe. "Run, He Du, run now." Tio Min looks intrigued. He blocks his attack just with his body. He's interesting, just as I expected. "But your punch came too late," she scoffs dismissively. "Too slow!" Shin angrily looked around. I missed again. That coward, where did she go? Suddenly, a strange red aura rushes in. I freeze. She's caught me. Oh, no, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Then, who behind, used my body to block a sword. Shin shouted in horror, "Who?" When checking on her, he felt a surge of hatred as he realized, damn it, she was no longer breathing. In a moment of crisis, Shin uses her pinky finger to heal. Seeing this, Zhao Ming behind her is intrigued and exclaims, "You also have a healing skill?" Is Shin not caring? You keep praying to the heavens. Please, please, please. Waves of healing energy envelop He Du's entire body. Talman sneered and said, "It won't work, you backstabbing bastard." Shin read the notification and froze for a moment, his hand trembling uncontrollably. A red notification appears. You have failed to heal the wound. You cannot bring the dead back with the power of a low-level god. This can only happen if you are a high-level god. Two men behind added fuel to the fire. He was already dead when my sword pierced him. "In my final decision, I will send you to Lilith. Wait for me." He Do, I will become a high-level god and save you. She is gradually approaching. Just leave that girl here. Come out and play with me. Weak people like her deserve to die. Are you angry and shouting? Shut up. Xiaoming is still joking around. Oh my god, you're so scary. You're really my type. Information about her appears. Chao Min, a 26-year-old woman, is notable. The blessing of the war god Allah, whose mind has gone mad. Jin speaks coldly. I have learned that fighting is the only thing that works on the mentally unstable. So you activated your skill. With your strong body, Shin marches angrily towards her. And it seems like you also need a good beating. Two Men isn't afraid. You're too seductive, too exciting. She was so excited that her cheeks flushed. Let's hurry up and fight. As he finished speaking, a punch was already coming at him. And with all the hatred of the day, that punch sent Two Men flying backward. However, she is still fine. He's faster and stronger now. If I hadn't stopped it in time, things would have gotten serious. Going to Korea was definitely the right choice. Unable to give Teo Min a chance to counter, Shin's next punch strikes down, his voice filled with deep resentment. Do you dare to laugh like that after killing my student? I will make sure you die a miserable death. This next punch also carries lightning. making the entire space seem like it will explode and the ground beneath, and Shin's fist sinks into a huge crater. Oh. Two men relaxedly sat on the top of a tree. You're better than I thought. Continuously, but suddenly blood started to flow.
Are you bleeding? Did I just make you bleed?
Seeing her bloodied finger, she started to go crazy. This is so interesting. You're the first person to land a hit on me. Shin is not really interested in you. You're really crazy. Stop talking nonsense and tell me where the Three Heroes Society is, Two Men added. So you'll let me go then? I never will, but I'll let you die more peacefully. She laughed at this. Let me go. Do you think I've already exhausted all my strength? I'm just playing with you because it's kind of fun. But now I'm bored. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ming's figure disappeared. He looked around cautiously. Damn it, I lost her again. I've never seen anyone this strong before. Her voice echoed from behind. Where are you looking? Shin, stunned, couldn't believe how fast Xiao Ming could move. A 1,000-pound hammer appeared beneath her, forming a trap that aimed at Ensign. 8 trigrams. As I blocked it, I wondered how she could be so strong. Two Min's quagmire was so powerful that Enin's legs nearly buckled, but he was still curious. What is this? Ah, proud to show off the 8 trigram seal? Even SS level experts can't escape it. Now give back what you stole quickly. Enin begins to reveal her trump card, combining the titles of the God King and the Demon God. Two Men couldn't understand what he was hearing. What kind of title combination is that? You raise your finger full of demonic energy, the God's judgment in your middle finger. Two Men cursed, "You little punk!" Before he could swear properly, her trap exploded. Knocked back, Two Men gritted his teeth and said, "You broke my barrier." And Sin scoffs and asks, "Do you think you're the only one holding back? You're definitely going to die." She cautiously grips her sword tightly, and Shin continues to mock. Or maybe you should stop hiding and sneaking around like a rat. You can't defeat me. Two Men's heart races with excitement at these arrogant insults as she gazes at him with infatuation. This is the first time I've met a man like you. Let's have a little more fun. As soon as he finished speaking, Two Men's figure shot towards him like a fleeting shadow, while her clone wielded 4 swords in a swift attack. Toai Tin Vu Aula. In nervously looked at the spear tip. This little thing probably won't affect this area, right? Two Men sensed that something was wrong, and the whole sky exploded, a bright light flashing in the dark night. Liễu Minh thèn phục, hắn thực sự quả dối. Cả học viện phía sau cũng rực rỡ sang lên. Các bảo vệ nhịn trôi rốt nhịn sang rực thì ngô ngạc. Con tiểu minh lục này ra quỷ sụp xuống chuốc mặt Insin. You just got in her head, huh? Then ask again. Now what about your leader of the Three Horse Alliance? Two Men weakly asked. What are you waiting for me for? Her face became infatuated as she confessed to him. I love you, my lord. What kind of shock is this? Why is this little girl calling me that? Could it be? The system quickly updates. Congratulations on demonstrating the power and terrifying fear of the gods and creating an obsessive belief. Two Men has become a devoted follower of a friend. He feels helpless and bored as yet another strange person has become his disciple. She admires you. Without weapons, you're already this powerful. If there were a sword, how much stronger could you become? The system reminds Tio Min of his fanaticism. Two Men is a 5-star disciple. That's the assessment. She loves you passionately.
And Sin irritably scolds. Just ignore that comment.
Level S 5 stars? She's as strong as Arak now, but I still don't really trust her. And Sin orders Tio Min, take me to meet your superior. A happily agrees. I am very willing. But as you can see, I am currently not strong enough to use my pinky finger to heal and treat Tio Min. Min felt the surge of a different energy flowing into her body. Her incredible healing power. When she was able to stand up strong, Two Men exclaimed, "You are truly amazing. You deserve to be my master." You restate the main issue and lead the way. Two Men is at the Tam Kiet Palace headquarters of the Three Heroes Society, and Tan Nan is reading a secret report to his accomplices. According to what you said, does Einen have divine power? The Swordmaster replies, he is still just a lowly servant. Just kill him. Along with that bastard Zhao Ming, they are the 3 purities, the 3 highest leaders of the heroic society for 500 years. The person they mentioned, Two Men, stepped into the hall. She coldly asked, "Are you looking for me? Someone is also looking for you, so I brought him here." All 3 were stunned by this sudden appearance, and Shin shouted loudly as he entered.
Are you the leaders of some kind of 3 Heroes Guild or something? He looked at the display message, confused.
What is this? The notification display can't read the target information. They're using a detection interference skill. You don't care. It's the first time I've encountered something like this. Just forget it, it doesn't matter. Just beat them all to a pulp. The Swordman said, I can feel it. You're very strong. I didn't expect to find someone so powerful on this planet. I'm quite intrigued. His strength is very appealing to me. Hey, Lord, can I have his heart? He agreed immediately. All right, Sword Spirit, but his head is mine. The fist user replied, then let me try him first. The figure rushes out of the hall like a cloud of smoke. But In Shin, stunned by the speed, barely has time to raise his fist as the powerful punch from the martial artist strikes. He used the White Step Divine Fist, a giant fist smashing straight into his chest, and In Shin was knocked out of the arena. Two Men anxiously calls out, Master, he's been knocked away. She pauses for a moment, then continues, and you all. It seems I've also made many enemies among you, haven't I? Today should be quite fun. My sword will love this. Outside, Quinyan's fist caused the front yard to cave in into a long hole, and Sin struggles to get up. Quinyan scoffs. Is that all it took to knock you out? Am I overestimating you? With such weakness, I might just swallow you whole. And Sin has to admit, what was that just now? The distance between me and him isn't small either. These guys are strong. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared. In Shin, that's the Baibu Shinchuan. He's still not understanding what's happening. What is this, God? The blinding light makes In Shin raise his hand to shield his eyes. Too dazzling. Are you shocked when you see what's in front of you clearly? Milling cutter? No, it's the demon sword. Reminder notification. The heavenly sword of absolute destruction has been repaired. He said he would cover the shipping fee. You were holding the knife at the right moment, but why is it a cleaver? What can it do? Reminder appears again to warn that you shouldn't underestimate it just because it looks like a butter knife. In silently thinks that his repair service is always strange, but he's busy for now, so he'll ignore it for the moment. You excitedly shouted how happy you were to see Lord Heavenly Demon again. Heavenly Demon transformed into a chopper and interrupted you. Greet him later. You need to stay alert. Are these guys gods? And Shin's Shock Episode 2, huh? Are these guys gods? The powerful one looks interested in the cleaver in your hand. You immediately recognize that this evil energy was you, huh? The Heavenly Demon proudly replied. It's really me, those damn traitors. These bugs ran away as soon as the Destroyer God appeared, and that made him burst into laughter. We need to prepare for the future in case disaster strikes, not run away. You've understood the whole story now. So these guys are afraid of the Destroyer God and ran to Earth? Tianma confirms. Exactly, they are worse than trash. You have the nerve to insult us while you're still trapped in this knife? Xin vẫn giữ vững niềm tin rằng thần hủy diệt sẽ sớm rèn dậy. Tianma chế nhạo dập lại, then lực do ngôi dinh cổ rồi chạy tiếp à? He was provoked and shouted loudly. Of course, that's why we have taught these useless insects. Our martial arts over the past 500 years have been to increase our divine power, and they have sacrificed millions of people as offerings to us. Isn't it wonderful? And Shin was extremely angry. What? Using people as sacrifices has gone too far. You are just a bunch of cowards. Because of you, Hidu lost his life, and I will never forgive you. The powerful fight with words against you. What? How dare you insult us when you're just a lowly deity? You activated the combined skill, the demon sword skill, the dual state celestial demon god. The heavenly demon quickly intervened. Hold on, you can't do that. And Sin was confused. Why did he explain that you couldn't fight against the white step divine fist of Quinton Bang with that move? If you're not careful, it might turn against you. You need to use your fists and remember everything I have written. You understand now, he's talking about the phrase, actually, my fist is stronger than my sword. In Shin, remember when I read the contents of that sword technique book? The ultimate sword art is to abandon oneself, transcend humanity, split the sky, and finally cut through mountains. Actually, my fists are even stronger than my sword. You're shocked. I thought it was just nonsense. Let's see then, to find out how powerful a fist is compared to a sword. You use the skill of Inho. A body as strong as steel activates, and Shin quietly advances towards him, and the Queen non calmly says, What? Another one like this? Then, Vajra is invincible. I will show you what my strength is. Every move of his is enough to crack the ground. He charged at you with a fierce 100-step divine fist technique. How dare a little god like you? You calmly shout, Heavenly Demon, Holy Sword third form. Heavenly Demon breaks through, then throws a punch to block the opponent. The martial artist realized this was from that bastard Heavenly Demon, and a punch sent him flying backward. The other two leaders of the three purities were stunned, and Tan Non proudly said, Impressive, the Swordmaster is still stunned. Don't tell me that guy defeated the demon. Tan Yan excitedly grabs his sword, ready for battle. My long iron spear hasn't tasted the blood of a god in a long time. The sword. Saint replied, I never thought I would have to bring out this weapon. Considering there are still 2 gods left, at this point, I believe I can win. But what's going on? Why isn't the notification window popping up to confirm the target has been eliminated? I'm sure that bastard Quien Yan is dead. The sword. Saint mentions many names lying flat on the ground. How much longer do you plan to pretend to be dead? He shamefully said I was only embarrassed to be knocked away by that kid. That little god has perfectly inherited the martial arts of the heavenly demon. Tan Yan suggests that all 3 of us should attack at the same time, and in return, I will take that bastard's head, Kim says excitedly. I haven't absorbed holy power in a long time, so I need to kill him quickly. And Sin was a bit tense. A 1 versus 3 fight was a little scary, but I have the heavenly demon divine technique, so I can handle them somehow. As for Tian Ma, he hurriedly urged, Run! What are you shocked about? He said, You don't stand a chance fighting all 3 at once. They have absorbed a lot of sacrificial bodies, and now their strength has increased significantly. So run quickly. And Sin resolutely replies, I can't do that. I won't run away like them. Does Heavenly Demon not expect you to be so determined? I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. Don't worry. All 3 of them rush forward at once. Little god. What skill? You're going to die anyway. Tan Yin unleashes his ultimate skill, a dragon of swirling demonic energy roaring fiercely. And Shin silently thinks, it's coming, so he quickly slices the deadly dragon in half with his cleaver. Anything will do. Just cut now. The martial artist seized the opportunity and rushed to your side. You're too careless on this side. And Shin was unbothered by the punch from the guy, transforming into a demonic Buddha. This punch causes him to bleed internally, leaving no chance for Inon to recover. The sword user rushes forward, wielding the Thanthian Fian sword. Ton Yan steps in with a long saber and says, "Let me handle his head." The martial artists both rush forward simultaneously, seeing Shin as a tasty target. Shin smirks confidently, using his middle finger to deliver the divine judgment. The swordmaster was stunned and exclaimed, "What is that?" Ton Han sensed a surge of demonic energy approaching. In the sky, a massive explosion occurs, and Shin coldly lands on the ground. He angrily thinks to himself, "I thought I was pretty strong already, but damn it. I understand why you were defeated, Quien Yan. This is the first time someone has unmasked all three of us since I killed the traitor of the previous life." And Shin doesn't understand what they're saying. All three of them are revealing their true faces. They are fallen gods of power, fallen gods of sword, and fallen gods of spear. They used to be great deities in a realm called Nirvana, a place that has been destroyed by the gods. Be careful, they have regained their titles as lower gods. Are you shocked because their masks were destroyed and that's why they look like this? The notification window is back online. Wait, are all three of them also lower gods like me? And they used to be great deities too? Tianma shouted urgently. "That's why I told you to run away." Kim Yan's voice echoed behind you. "What are you dazed for?" The warrior beside him charged forward, dying. "You brat." From above, Sun Person wielded a long sword and descended. He was extremely excited. "This head is mine." A slash downward causes the ground to explode, sending dirt and stones soaring into the sky. Thick smoke obscures the view as Shin lies in the pit, his body motionless. The sword user seems to think he's dead. Tanan replied, "All right, then let's carve him up quickly." Sin still remains motionless. A notification appears saying you are eligible to activate the power granted by the Silent Nightmare and the Night Blooming Rose. Then, Shin's eyes glow brightly, while the other three are stunned. What is this? A giant monster appears before them. All three sensed a terrifying power from the strange creature before them while Quien Nan was still stunned, saying what? The sword. Humans shouted from behind, "Run, Quien Nan!" But it was already too late. A tentacle from the rose bloom struck him. Kuan Yin, holding his injured arm, asked curiously, "What is that flower-shaped monster?" Tan Nan behind him warned, "You let your guard down," and became complacent. The Quien Yan swordsman continued, "This is even more than I imagined. He's still in shock. I thought he only had petty tricks. But can he really summon monsters?" Seeing the strange roses in front of him, the sword saint exclaimed, "If it's this powerful, it's a divine beast. But once we kill the summoner, it will die too, and is safely hidden among those strange roses, and you're even snoring." The sword saint suggests, "Quin Yun, Ton Yan, I will kill Yin. You two distract the monster." The three split up to act, while Yin, you are in a very empty and dark place. Huh? This is in Shin's eyes widening in surprise. What? The person in front of him was deeply moved. That is Inho. He trembles as he calls out to Inshin. Inshin quickly gets up from his chair. Inho, system reminder. Inho has offered water as a sacrifice, equal in strength to 11 S-rank hunters. What are you so shocked about? Even low-level gods are around this level. But Inho is offering up a god to himself? The system is updating the level up quest. The mid-level demon god is in progress. Normal sacrificial items total 231 million out of 10 billion. The S-rank sacrifice has a superlative ability 34 out of 100. Seeing Inho injured, In says, "I am proud of you. You have overcome another challenge and offered me another sacrifice. I will heal you right away." Inho's daughter pleads with him. "Please, father, save yourself." And Sin was stunned and spoke. "What do you mean?" Dad, who's this?" The celestial maiden, the embodiment of the angel, the winged protector of the world, possesses extraordinary power. It is said that when she was near death, Inho saved her life, named her, and a miracle could happen. And Sin can feel that something is wrong, and it seems he is in critical condition. I should quickly heal him with the divine healing finger. Inho's whole body is bathed in healing magic. He knows this is a miracle from Inshin. "You take charge, Tianhao. I'm leaving him to you." Actually, wait a moment. The system reminds him to name her, and a miracle could happen. He secretly feels glad. How strange. I almost forgot that I can't lose a miracle, so In asked the girl for her opinion. "Can I give her a name like that?" The girl obediently replied, "Yes, I agree on the name. Let's call her Anna." "I can't think of a good name right now, so I'll just pick the name of a character from a novel I wrote a long time ago." The girl happily exclaimed, "Anna! System display congratulating her." After naming her, you gained the trust of the Fairy Queen. The Fairy Queen is a believer as strong as 10 S-rank hunters. And Shin was visibly pleased. "Oh, is this a miracle? I feel an extraordinary power. I didn't expect Anna to be on par with 10 S-rank hunters. Now, I realize I've been fighting Tam Kie all along. Those bastards have killed He-Do and eaten millions of sacrificial items. I need to go back quickly." And Shin has just woken up as he sat up rubbing his aching head, wondering if he has returned yet. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and the swordsman swung his sword to kill. His sword was just blocked by the thorny rose bush. The sword spirit angrily exclaimed, "If it weren't for this flower-shaped monster," then suddenly he was stunned. What is this? The wide mouth of the rose opens as if to swallow them all. A small rose falls into Ishin's palm. You received a silent nightmare notification saying you shouldn't wake up yet. You replied, "It's okay, I've become stronger while sleeping. Thank you for protecting me." The system displays a silent nightmare, blushing with embarrassment. The troublesome embodiment of that evil god is gone now. You fool, do you think you can defeat us just by yourself? Xin lạnh lung cuối khải, cảm nhận được mọi người phía sau. The Templar suddenly lunged with his sword, but this fool doesn't even need a head to survive. Just as the blade was about to strike, he calmly blocked it with his palm. He is shocked. How could you do that so easily? The boy replies, "Yes, I easily blocked your attack, unlike before." Then, Inshin teleported nearby, and the sword wielder also noticed that he had suddenly become stronger. The martial artist guessed that he had probably consumed more sacrifices while escaping. Inshin pointed to his forehead, the thumb of the god. At that moment, the assassin was summoned. With his appearance, the system displays that the remaining time for the god's thumb is 666 seconds. Inshin cheerfully greets, "Long time no see." The murderer is already insulting before anything even happens. "You weak bastard, you called me out here just because you can't do it yourself." Inshin frowned and thought, "That bastard, I am the older one here." But outwardly, Inshin politely asked, "Can you take them down one by one?" The murderer snapped, "Don't order me around." Inshin forced a smile and replied, "That's not an order, it's a request." "And I am the original version too," the murderer replied. "So what if you're a copy? You're a bit slow compared to the original. You're both slow and weak, and you're ugly too." I am furious when I hear these words. I shout out, "I can't take it anymore." "You bastard! He praised you all along, but now you're a little stronger than before."
Not bad. Still, you're only a low-level subordinate.
I blushed immediately after receiving such praise. What's going on? "Are you hitting and rubbing at the same time?" The murderer's hand is reaching out. "You're stunned, huh?"
Is this a handshake to apologize? So you smile and touch his palm.
"All right, let's fight. Keep going." The murderer asked coldly, "Do you want to die?" "I'm saying you brought Tiama here. You said you wanted me to fight." "Ah, I understand now. That's right." He immediately handed Tianma to the assassin. He understood right away. "I can see the target I need to fight." And Shin responds, "Yeah, that guy's the weakest." The other three darkly watch this scene. It activates the sharing skill. In shouts, his body becomes strong. A wave of demonic energy radiates from the killer's body, equipped with the title of Ruthless Assassin. The fist user and the sword user are stunned into silence, first summoning, then now splitting into clones. It's such a hassle. Even if he has split bodies, it's still 3 against 2. Let's charge in now. Tan Nan still manages to keep smiling. Since fighting Tathian Daitun, I've never felt such excitement before. And Shin's group is ready to oppose. The murderer looks at them with contempt. "These useless freeloaders really don't know their place." And Shin replied, "They only cowardly ran away from their own world. What else can they understand?" "What did you just say?" "How dare you?" Kim Yun said coldly, truly arrogant. Tan Yun still clings to Insin's head. "That arrogant little brat, I will cut off your head." After finishing, he rushed straight toward you. A scream of pain escapes as he charges. The one who seizes the throne and usurps his position falls. He vows to tear you to pieces. As the sword is about to hit your sturdy back, just tell me what to do, and I'll let you handle it yourself. Clone. The assassin immediately follows the order and acts. He jumps high, quickly appearing behind Tan Nan. He dismissively mocks, "What can a clone do to be a worthy opponent for me?" He told him to tell that loser not to give me orders anymore. Tan Nan was shocked. When did he get there? A blade from the assassin split him in two. The remaining part of Sun Ren's body fell, a smile forming on his face as flames erupted from his lower half, transforming into agile legs. The assassin didn't expect him to have this trick. "Do you have any better moves?" "I am the embodiment of crimson fire. You can't cut fire with a sword. I will kill you first." The assassin coldly said, "Then I am confident of winning below in your place, indeed a clone of mine." A blade as cold as ice swept through Tan Nan, who was stunned and shouted, "How could you? I can't recover. Could this sword be the heavenly demon sword?" He continued, "The heavenly demon's sacred sword, or rather the heavenly demon great hell. I once killed a flame greater than yours." Before dying, the Tan Han exclaimed, "Departed by the heavenly demon sword. How fascinating." The system announces that the tribute for the saint is equivalent to 20 S-rank sacrifices. The S-rank upgrade mission for the middle-level demon god is underway, with the sacrifice progress at 58 out of 100. The bystander hesitated and then criticized him for acting on his own, which led to this outcome. The place where they stood was blown up by a punch. Xiaoming has returned. She gazes at them with infatuation. "My two gods are here. It's so captivating," she emphasized. "I will also do my best so that you will praise me," the assassin said. "Now it's a 2-on-2 match. Did you respond with about 20 S-rank sacrifices?" "That was awesome," the swordman shouted in fury. "You bastard." The swordman remains calm. "We underestimated him. The divine is divine. The martial artist should only use that thing. That's all he can do. It will also hurt us, but I think right now that's the best move." The man's hand touches the back of the human sword, channeling demonic energy into his body as he receives the power of the sovereign. He shouted loudly, "I will borrow the power of the rights holder and tear you to pieces to share my grief with my lord." A sword of swirling power strikes out, but both remain as calm as ever. In silently thought, the energy source is so powerful that even those two gods might find it difficult to deal with. Before such a strike descends, Shin uses his index finger. You should order to turn around. One attack was simply deflected back. The sword. Saint was stunned, wondering if this was the Mai Hoa sword technique. The Fistmaster scolded. Thief, he's using a sword technique he secretly learned somewhere. Swordmaster raises his sword to block, as if scratching an itch. Suddenly he was surprised when he saw it. Huh?
Both of them appeared right in front of the swordsman. The assassin teleported behind, using the second form of the Heavenly Demon Holy Sword, while Shin coordinated an attack from the front, sharing skills with Miri.
Lightning strikes one after another, causing the swordsman to be seriously wounded. What is that? Quinn calls worriedly. Half of the sword user's body was cut off, and Shin rushed to finish off the remaining one, who desperately begged for help. And Zin coldly throws a punch. Sorry, but the Heavenly Demon advises me not to spare your life. Heavenly Demon. Holy Sword Technique, third form. Heavenly Demon breaks through, and Heavenly Demon punches straight into his stomach. This punch, carrying overwhelming power, pierces through the body of the puncher, who immediately falls into despair. System notification. Congratulations, the fallen martial artist and the sword user are valuable offerings. Each offering is equivalent to 20 S-rank sacrifices. The mission to upgrade the mid-level demon god is in progress. S-rank sacrifices are super powerful. Progress 100 over 100. Congratulations on completing the mid-level demon god mission. In Shin's entire body, demonic energy surges wildly. He proudly exclaims, finally done. Even if it's a demon lord mission, becoming stronger is always good. A message notification appears. God Sung Tuk is worried that you are leaning too much towards the demon god's side. Thien Dao Teet Teet says that this is the best course of action and you should continue to strive on this path. And Shin was stunned to see Tiomin worshipfully looking at the assassin, standing alone among the numerous fallen bodies. She thought to herself, he killed the two strongest members of the Three Hero Society with a single strike, truly a god in her heart. The assassin orders you, deal with the remaining henchmen here and bring the S-rank hunters to me. Kill anyone who resists without mercy. And once this is over, you, Tiomin obeyed. Yes, sir, I will make what you said come true. One side asked confusedly, what are they talking about? He replied, nothing much, loser like you better not die. If you die, I'll die with you. You should focus on becoming stronger, Shin said casually. I would do it even if you didn't say so. The system's reminder indicates that the 666-second lifespan of the clone has expired, and it is now canceling the summon. In the end, the assassin has disappeared. He approached Xiaoming and then told her, Xiaoming, we need to go to this place. At the Chinese Central Hospital, a friendly voice rang out. I didn't expect He-Du's homeroom teacher to come to the hospital in person to visit me. You even covered the hospital fees. Thank you so much. I humbly say, it's nothing, ma'am. Just rest and get well soon. That would make me happy. I secretly thought I didn't expect that reaching the intermediate evil god level would make him speak Chinese like a native. Anyone who plays the evil god just wants to get stronger. She spoke up. Oh, but what about that girl? Please understand what I mean. The girl over there finds standing tiring and sitting uncomfortable, so she's kneeling to be more comfortable. Are you really that shocked? Yes, Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Kneeling is good for your knees. I secretly think, what's so comfortable? I already ordered her to kneel. A psycho murderer like her should be grateful just to kneel and apologize. You're bringing up something else entirely. Teacher, may I ask about this? How did you respond? My wife asked if He-Du is a good student and well-behaved at school. He's a sensible kid. Recently, I haven't heard it call me. Maybe she's very busy with school. Hearing this, he clenched his fist tightly and exclaimed, Yes, you seem very resolute and guilty. I didn't know how to tell her the truth, so I had to answer like that. I should have told He-Du's mother the truth and apologized to her. No matter what, I can't deny that I failed to protect who. It was I who pushed her to her death. If I can't protect even one person, what kind of benevolent god am I? That's right. What kind of benevolent spirit am I supposed to be? What kind of benevolent spirit am I anyway? Maybe I'm better suited to be an evil spirit. As you were blaming yourself, a reminder notification appeared. Young Tuck endlessly suggested the resurrection potion mission and advised you not to give up on being a benevolent spirit. You were shocked. Don't tell me the resurrection potion is just a reminder display, even though doing so would bring terrible consequences for breaking the cycle of reincarnation. But she is willing to help so that Yin Sheng can continue to be a benevolent spirit. The mission is for each person to do 10 million good deeds to accumulate virtue. Then the resurrection potion will work, reviving those with less than 10 million virtues. Remember, when someone dies, you must save them and look cheerful. Reviving the dead? So there's a way to save He-Du. But I have to do 10 million good deeds to accumulate virtue. I wonder when I'll finish. Wait a minute, this is a hospital, right? There's no better place to do good deeds and save people than a hospital. So let's get started right away. The pinky finger heals. You use healing energy to move up each floor to save people. A mix of amazed and emotional voices echoed. My hand suddenly moved again, and my headache was gone. My son has woken up. It's truly a miracle. An A-level monster has appeared in Tainan City, Shandong Province, China, and hunters will arrive soon. Residents are advised to evacuate to a safe place. The whole city was drowned in desperate cries for help from the people. Save me! At a critical moment, the monster in Shin was about to be killed. He quickly calculated. 3 minus 1 leaves 2. The monster next to him was beaten badly. Seeing Ingson's imposing figure walking by, the villagers exclaimed, "Who is that? It must be a hunter, right? Oh, you're the SS level hunter, 2 Min, aren't you? Your current merit points are 2,501 out of 10 million. You're not very satisfied. You've done so much but only got this much." Suddenly, Xiaoming reports, "Lord Einan, what would you like to ask?" She reports that according to Lord Inshin's orders, I now have to eliminate the remnants of the Three Hero Society. Inshin was surprised. That clone's name is the one who ordered her to do this. All right, you respond immediately. I understand. Go ahead. 2 Min smiled with a sinister look and said, "Yes, please take care of yourself." A few days later, at Einan's apartment in Korea, he relaxed comfortably, finally having some rest after a long time. It felt great. The past few days had been so busy, as soon as he arrived in Korea, he went straight to the hospitals to save people and earn merit. Miri happily said, "The top floor is much more spacious and airy. Now you're the owner, huh?" Inan quietly congratulates herself, but being called the landlord still sounds better than being called Einan. Seeing her holding the pink shirt, he asked, "Hey, what kind of pink shirt is that?" Miri replied that it was a gift for her master. When she and her sister went shopping, they saw it and thought it was so pretty they bought it right away. "Since then, my master has always worn some kind of weird clothes," Mina added. "We knew that, so we bought a batch of 10 sets. Just try it on. I think it will fit you, and I don't mind the pink. Just try it. Anyway, these days, real men are all into pink. What is it? Is it an urgent matter from the association? May I leave now? I'll excuse myself first. Please stay here with my sister for a while. I'm going to say goodbye to my master." I politely say yes. "Okay, good luck." When Mina saw you in a new outfit, she clapped and praised, "So cute. Again, wear this one all the time." You curiously asked, "By the way, can I ask about this?" Mina agreed immediately. "What do you want to ask?" So I wonder why she keeps pretending that her memory hasn't recovered. Mina was shocked. "How do you know?" You figured it out from the side information system. She's pretending to have amnesia to stay close to her sister. She asked, "How did you know?" "You've known for a long time too. You're doing this because you want to stay close to Miri, right?" Mina confirms, "Yes, that's right." So a wave of murderous intent erupted, and she threatened him. "If you so much as whisper to Miri, I will kill you." Anyway, you already know, so I guess sooner or later I'll have to tell her myself. In silently thought, she turns her face as quickly as a rice paper. Mina is bringing up something else. Let's put that aside for now. I have a favor to ask you. I need you to protect this person. And Shin doubted, "You want me to protect someone?" Recently, many creative hunters around the world have disappeared for unknown reasons, and the guild hasn't announced anything about it. And Shin was surprised. If creative hunters are like that, then it's a bit troublesome. So the creative hunter Kangoo asked the guild to have you serve as his bodyguard. And Shin also understands easily. Creative hunters have the ability to open item shops with random powerful gear, but as a trade-off, their combat abilities become very weak. You still have doubts, but every creative hunter already has an S-rank hunter as their bodyguard from the start. Mina said seriously, "That's true, but the 2 S-rank bodyguards of an American creative hunter were just killed. And at the same time, that hunter also disappeared. Just now, 3 bodyguards of an Italian hunter were torn apart, and that hunter also disappeared. And Shin knows this is very serious. Sounds terrifying. I wonder who it was." Mina continued. "So the association is trying to find another S-rank or higher bodyguard. Saw Duke, the principal, and Sins all recommended you. Of course, Miri and I also agreed, so you understood immediately. How could I refuse when the national treasure is about to be kidnapped?" He thought to himself, might as well do some good deeds while he's at it. Besides, he figured this matter would somehow be related to that story. Soon, you will face a challenge to prevent destiny from being sealed and become the destroyer of all. What you need to do is become a mid-level god to participate in the deity's festival. I don't know what the god's festival is about, but I need to reach the intermediate god level first, and I'll decide about that later. A reminder notification appeared. Dung Tuk nodded endlessly in agreement and didn't forget to remind you to do good deeds daily. May I ask, where is Hunter Kangoo now? Let's go to his place. At Kangoo's hilltop villa, Einan was led inside. The man sitting on the main chair is Kangoo, a 52-year-old male with a special note, under the protection of the fire guardian and the blacksmith god, and also revealing that no additional information should be displayed, expressing surprise at Kangoo's youthful appearance. "Huh? Looking like you're under 60, but these days age really is just a number, so why the question marks?" Kangoo glanced at the demon sword beside him, thinking he was the only one Jin had brought. He explained, "I can't protect you 24/7, so I brought along a trusted ally of mine." He calmly said, "Yeah, that makes sense. Bodyguards are also human, so they need to sleep and rest to be able to work. Anyway, I rely on you for everything." Chindap, "Yes, we will do our best to protect you safely. You think living a relaxed life means you're not yet a true hunter, but already sitting back and sipping wine. Don't you realize that creative hunters all over the world are disappearing?" Kangoo slammed his glass down on the table and said, He left. I'm going to the bathroom, then we'll continue our discussion. The demon sword looked annoyed, thinking, how dare he leave in the middle of talking to the holy sword to go to the bathroom? That guy, let me remind you to be careful. Shut up and stay quiet. Demon sword. Kang-gu goes into the bathroom. He thought to himself, has the variable finally appeared? I have no memory of him from the past, unless suddenly a dark aura appears behind. Huh? What is that? Kang-gu slowly turned around, and there was a monster with sharp teeth right behind him. Kang-gu was terrified as he looked at it, a chilling voice echoing. There you are, creative hunter. The evil hand slowly reached out towards him. Kang-gu immediately summoned Aigis' shield. It contemptuously said, that stupid shield is useless. And Shin outside looked on curiously at the creature before him. Why is there a crocodile in the bathroom? It was so angry that it couldn't even speak. You punched the monster hard and then turned to ask Kang-gu if he's hurt. He replied, I am fine, but... Seeing the sword in the monster's hand, Kang-gu continued. That equipment can only be bought at the hunter's shop, right? A monster wouldn't have that kind of thing. It roared in fury. You bastard, you killed my mother. So I guess your brother's with the bad guy or something? It vows to kill you and then skin your bones. You're still so calm. Really? That sounds crazy. The crocodile's footsteps leave a deep imprint on the floor. It swung its arm and shouted, Die! I will avenge my mother! And Shin asked the demon sword, Can you handle it? He responded with action, immediately swinging his sword to strike the crocodile. The demon sword then said, I will take you to find the sword saint and show you my progress. And Shin was very pleased. That's right, I also wonder how strong he's become. The crocodile feels insulted. You dare! I will kill you too! The demon sword moved calmly, appearing behind the crocodile, which immediately noticed and said, You must be pretty fast, kid, but you're just an ordinary human. Let's see how far you can run. The other two are hiding behind the shield watching the fight. Kang-gu doubts if he can really handle it on his own. And Shin Tin-Tong says, Yeah, he may look weak, but I'm sure he can handle it. You have to admit, he's definitely improved a lot. The crocodile swung its sword wildly but kept missing. Damn it, why can't I hit him even once? Suddenly, it froze in shock as one of his swords struck straight into its back. Its careless defense made it feel very humiliated. I'm so embarrassed, the demon sword confidently exclaimed. If I didn't have the helmet, I would have split its head in two. And Shin is still yawning. I'm really bored over here. Sword, get moving. Kang-yu wondered silently. How could he still be yawning in this situation? And he was even asking him to deal with an SS level monster. Demon sword obeys. Yes, I understand. The crocodile facing it is also annoyed. Damn it, the enemy is right in front of me, and I can't do anything. There was no other choice. It opened its mouth and charged forward. The two spectators asked curiously, Suddenly, what is it doing? What's stuck in its throat? And Shin is stunned. What is that? Something is sticking out from the crocodile's mouth. It takes out a bottle. Then let's go to our graves together. Kang-yu realizes it's a magic bomb. Everyone run quickly. The hotel is about to explode. The crocodile smugly says, It's too late! It presses the control button, and light erupts across the crocodile's face, avenging my mother. Suddenly, it couldn't believe how its head was cut off. The massive body collapsed to the ground, with a part of its arm also severed long ago behind it. Seeing In-Shin take back the magic bomb, Gu-Seng is shocked. Did he just defeat an SS-level crocodile with a single strike? The demon sword worshipper exclaimed. Truly worthy of the sword saint. He knelt and said, You defeated the monster in a single strike. You are truly becoming more formidable. Congratulations, Sword Saint In-Shin replied. I only fought a crocodile. He remembers the past when they brought back the egg. We managed to bring it from Africa. Out of hundreds, it was the only one that hadn't hatched. We are currently searching for the remaining ones. You secretly wonder, so there are about 100 of them like it? If we ignore them, it will be very dangerous. Kang-gu asked curiously, What are you doing? Ensign coldly turned around, walking step by step to face him directly. Ensign was still pondering, wondering if Min had figured out the problem because he had killed that crocodile. So I decided to speak up. I have a question I want to ask you. What exactly are you? Kang-gu doesn't understand, huh? What are you talking about? You replied that the time traveler Kang-gu is from the future. How does he know? The information board displays everything clearly. Kang-gu, a 52-year-old man with the blessing of the fire god and the guardian blacksmith skill activating his special eye, scans the history of Hunter Kang-gu's craft in the depths of the Amazon rainforest at a cave inside a crocodile's den. Ara guesses it might be because they are Gustav's descendants, and since they want revenge, they came immediately. Ara orders the hunter's shop to open immediately. The slaves and some hunters are tied up like puppets inside. Someone exclaimed that the hunter's shop was open. Ara saw numerous items displayed on the screen. Ara raised her hand to select something, and I could see it. The item she aimed for was a high-grade potion worth 7,000 gold, Chulan's trade item valued at 5 million gold. Arch excitedly asked, What do you think of this weapon, your Alpha? Does he stride menacingly towards her? Arak calls out suspiciously. Lord Alpha, he said, my brothers are dead. How dare that bastard do this? First he kills my mother, now he's killing my brother. I won't forgive him. The hatred overwhelmed me, and my hand trembled. He said, we will need more weapons to kill him. I assure you, I can provide you with as many weapons as you want, and I have a perfect plan as well. Alpha doubtedly repeated, a perfect plan? She replied, yes, I know Onin's fatal weakness. On Ensign's side, you're questioning, who are you really? Kangu returns from the future. The system displays that the special power of the blind god's eyes has been activated. You will get a glimpse of Kangu's life. Kangu's figure appears working hard. In his first life, Kangu was blessed by the Fire Guardian and the Blacksmith. The Fire Guardian said, your world will soon be destroyed by the god. I will give you my power. Stop him. Although it seemed impossible, Kangu was granted the ability to open a hunter's shop and the power to change fate. Through reincarnation, he teamed up with S-rank hunters to protect the Earth from Johann and Gustav. At first, it seemed they could keep the world safe, but they were soon brutally killed by the three societies. And then, when Kangu regressed for the second and third times, he overcame all adversity. But he could not stop the destruction of the Earth caused by the second arrival of the Abyssal Dragon. When he opened his eyes again, he was at the fourth regression, successfully changing his fate, unlike the previous attempts. So this is Kangu's fourth time. He is powerless. No matter what he does, he can't stop it. Maybe the only option left is to accept it, the destruction of this world. Reading Kangu's past, Onin seems to ponder. He thinks it means he has experienced everything before waking up, then continues. So he keeps returning to try to save the world, but ultimately gives up. Kangu was shocked. How did you know? I replied that I have observation skills. He realizes that you are the one who has never appeared in any of his previous lives. You are the one who prevented the demon god Yo from descending and defeated Gustav, causing the fall of the three societies. And this power is like holy power when I met the Fire Guardian and the Blacksmith. Things I can't do. Surely he can. So Kangu guesses you're a god, right? And Shin is shocked? You know he's right. But the system assigns the believer's mission based on Kangu's wishes and shows him the overwhelming power of the god. Kangu's faith reward makes his eyes light up. The faith of a low-level hunter is definitely accepted, of course. So you asked Kangu if he had any wishes? He was stunned. How about you? His hand clenched the shield and then he spoke. My only wish is to prevent the world from being destroyed. Can you grant that for me? It feels like I've hit the jackpot. Even if he doesn't wish for it, I need to do this anyway. Is this a case of killing two birds with one stone? So that's why you agreed happily right away. All right, I'll give it a try even if I don't know if I'll do well. Kangu was moved to tears. You really are a temporary believer system notification. Kangu equals 10 S-rank believers. I secretly congratulate myself. 10 S-rank followers, huh? So all those time loops are higher than them, and what does temporary even mean? Information has been updated. When you prevent the world's destruction as Kangu wishes, you will gain his true faith. As a temporary believer, your value is halved. Mission: promote to a mid-level official. Currently an S-rank believer with a superpower score of 43 out of 100. And sincerely regrets it, truly sorry, but there's no other way. For now, let's deal with the current situation first. You asked if I have dealt with the demon gods Johann, Gustav, and the three societies. The next potential destroyer of the Earth is Kangu, revealed to be Gustav's son, Alpha, and his subordinate. So at this moment, a series of red alerts pop up. Do you have a bad feeling? Why all of a sudden? You received information that a great demon god is seeking revenge on you. If you don't stop him, the world will be destroyed. Anissa was surprised. How could it be a great demon god? It must be the crocodile's child. According to Kangu's memory, he must be the king, right? You asked Kangu to show you where his son is. I have some things to take care of, and he agreed right away. Got it. And Shin advised, you should take it easy. You're much older than me. Kangu replied, I can't do that. You're my last hope. His eyes gleamed with the light of faith and hope, and Shin sighed in helplessness. Well, it's lucky he hasn't become fanatical. Now I need to focus on raising S-rank followers first. May I praise that person? Demon Sword, you've improved a lot, haven't you? He humbly replied it was thanks to the Saint Swordmaster. Here is the heavenly demon. Take it and practice with this first. Demon Sword, isn't this the sword you usually use? He threw the old sword to the ground like a shard of glass, then reverently lifted the heavenly demon into his hand. I am so moved that you bestowed this upon someone as humble as me. The demon sword kneeling in gratitude is an honor beyond words. I secretly think you watch too many historical dramas. Demon Sword, I'm entrusting this guy to you. Feeling something, he exclaimed, it's finally his turn. Is the Demon Sword shocked? Who's the boss? One person stepped forward and exclaimed, this is it. When Demon Sword saw that person, he was stunned. It's Jinzo returning. He excitedly shouted, I'm here, Sword Saint. Kangum, you're here too? The Demon Sword asked, why are you here? Jinzo explained, I called them. From now on, you two will be your bodyguards. Kangum, the Demon Sword, annoyed, pushes away Shinzo's hand. He said angrily, I can handle this alone. I don't need someone like you. Think carefully, Sword Saint. A spoiled brat like him will only hold me back. Shinzo is furious. What do you mean, you bastard? How dare you talk to me like that after abandoning me? The two of them just met and immediately started fighting fiercely. And what about you? If the Sword Saint hadn't been there, I would have already died. Fine, then let's settle this now. The outcome will definitely be different from before. And Shin helplessly watches these two continuously threatening each other. You look annoyed and ask, why don't you listen to me? So what if you fight me now, huh? Both of them, seeing Inshin's commanding presence, immediately panicked and quickly bowed their heads to apologize, saying, "We are sorry." He orders, "From now on, when you are in front of me, teammates must not be at odds. If you argue again, I will take back the items I gave you. Is that clear?" Both of them shouted in unison. "Understood." In the 41st floor warrior tower, Inho is drunkenly fighting monsters. His iron fist made the monster grimace, sending it flying away. Inho jumps down beside the monster and cheerfully brushes his hands off, saying, "I have to sacrifice this one to the In God to be granted." The system displays a message. "Congratulations, you have completed the 41st floor challenge. You will receive a sword once owned by the Seeker of Eternal Truth." Inho was surprised. A sword? A large sword appeared before the new owner. Inho clenched it in his hand. The system reminded him that the challenge on floor 42 would begin soon. As soon as he reached level 42, a wave of heat hit him. He was curious. "It's too hot. Where is this?" Inho stands in the middle of the desert with giant fireballs in the sky.
Reminder system. Tower of the Warrior, level 42, Space and Time Challenge. Completion condition. The former water goddess has weakened due to being burned by the sun.
At Ainen's house in Seun, he lay on the bed, preparing himself for training in his dreams, slowly closing his eyes, telling himself to sleep. Suddenly, the sound from his phone rang, making him annoyed as he sat up. Who is still bothering me at this hour? Inkson picked up his phone and saw the notification on the screen, shocking him to see that number 1 was calling for help. Insin was curious. Who was the one suddenly calling for help from the kid next to him? The information about that kid immediately appeared. A female dancer, active for an unknown number of years, noted as the apostle of the weakened water goddess. In is curious, why is the apostle of the water goddess standing next to it? US number 1. What's going on? Bob pointed at the fireball in the sky and said, "I don't know how to make it disappear." "My attacks have no effect at all," the dancer begged tearfully. "Please, God, make that evil sun disappear and save my world from becoming a desert." Are you kidding me? You want me to make the sun disappear? What nonsense are they talking about? Wait a minute. Ankia's sun has no power limit and has been active for 4 billion years. Further notes are not displayed. The system can't evaluate its strength with your current power. Are you kidding me? I can't evaluate it? If I can't evaluate it, that means it's stronger than me and at least on the same level as a god. Don't tell me this is related to the warning. When it comes to the sun, I think of someone. The fire phoenixes circle around the sphere. The dancer senses something approaching. "No orders, hide behind me." Information displayed. The phoenix, sacred beast of blazing fire shining in the sky, SS rank. And silently thinks, of course the fire shines in the sky. The missile I know mentioned having brothers, so this is how we're going to meet. The note appears, they will make number 1 the sacrificial offering. In is tense, sacrifice number 1. No, number 1 can't defeat this phoenix. I shouldn't interfere in the warrior's internal affairs. But the number 1 will die. You use the deadly middle finger to save Inho. That's why the red alert appears. If you break the law of cause and effect, you'll face the corresponding punishment. In hurriedly says, "I don't care if you don't do anything, number 1 will definitely die." The deadly middle finger of the god. As soon as the phoenix swarm descended, they were shattered by Inan's power. Inhu immediately realized this was Inan's divine ability. The system reminds you that the shining fire in the sky and you are linked by the law of cause and effect. You know it's still too early, but there's no other choice. The system announces that you will be taken to the shining fire in the sky. Inan's figure disappears. You are summoned to the burning temple. Looking at the monster in front of you, Inshin wonders, is that a bird head? Are you the shining flame in the high sky? But thanks to you, I can now take my revenge. It replied, yes, that young god, the one who dared to kill my brothers, apostles, and divine beasts. Inig couldn't help but be amazed. When I looked at the memories, I didn't see this thing. Did I miss something? But at this point, I just need to fight and destroy it. Its voice echoes, so I will be generous. You still don't understand. What do you mean? I haven't understood what he's been saying all this time. Do you feel like you've been insulted or something? Am I under his command? What is he plotting? The Heavenly Sword's absolute realm announced that a deity under its command can make someone stronger than absorbing that deity. You knew there had to be a reason for it. But even if I die, I will not serve him because that bastard said something he shouldn't have. And Shin angrily pointed at him and cursed. I will turn you into dust right now. The sun god is angry. How dare you? The surrounding walls shake violently as it shouts, you dare to mock a great sun god like me with such words while your insignificant bug of a soul is just a nameless spirit. You will die to atone for this sin. The ground beneath my feet starts to shake. I'm terrified. He's so powerful. Just shouting was enough to cause this much force. A surge of power shoots toward Insin. An explosion erupts where he stands. And the sun god laments with regret. It's a pity I can't bring him under my command, but he must pay the price for dishonoring me. Suddenly, he realized something. A tall figure reflected on the wall. You activate your skill, directing the Inho skill. Your body's strong. Insin thinks nervously, even with a strong body. How could I still be hurt this badly? That damn cockroach is really strong. It chuckled with amusement. You truly are different from other mid-level evil gods, as the rumors suggested. Now, I want to have you even more. This is your last chance. Surrender your disciples and come under my command. I swear, this bird's singing is so loud, I would never betray my disciples. It replied, Really? Then there's no better option left. If I can't eat it, I'll just crush it completely. Seeing its actions, are you shocked? A warning appears on the screen, alerting your disciples are in danger. At the 42nd floor challenge, In-ho and Wukong wander through the desert. He wonders, where did the water goddess go? Suddenly, something dangerous appeared in front of them, dust rising high from the ground. The martial artist asked in fear, What is that? In-ho said, Get behind me. He asked the monster in front, Who are you? The snake demon replied, I am the first disciple of the ruler of the deep swamp and the one whose sibling died at your hands. In-ho recalled the past, the ruler of the deep swamp, huh? Oh, she must be his sister. She said, According to my blood pact with my master, the light shines through the deepest layer of the sky. I'm here to take your worthless life. He understood her true purpose. So you plan to weaken my brother's power by killing me, but I won't let you succeed. At the fortress of the insect tribe, Anti asked the guard on duty. Is it good? You bad kid. It responds. Delicious. Deep down, Zhao Kan thought to himself how kind the saintess was and wondered which god she worshipped. Suddenly, its eyes widened as a raging sandstorm approached. The saintess wondered why there was suddenly a sandstorm. Zhao Kan looks stunned. The holy maiden anxiously asks, What's wrong? Zhao Kan can't hold back the fear and is trembling. Why are those guys here? We all need to run now. Below are Alpha's crocodile troops, with A as the commander of the monster. Ah, so confident. While the sun god fights Yin, we will slaughter all his disciples. You're definitely going to die. He asked the saintess to worry and shout out, The monster is here! Zhao Kan is giving orders. Everyone run away! The saintess shouted loudly to warn everyone to run. Alpha's giant body appeared on the wall. The monster looked at him in fear. Aura declares, You're here, traitor. I will dig your grave along with theirs. In Insin's side, he finally realizes you did it. He received a series of notifications. Over 23,000 Antia soldiers were killed. 4 of the divine guards sent out were slain, and 6 of the scarecrows dispatched were also killed. Inhu is in danger on the 42nd floor of the warrior tower. Warning, your holy power is decreasing. Alpha says, This is just the beginning, but if you decide to become my soldier now, I will stop. In looked furious and said, How dare you? How dare you harm my beloved children? He pointed to his forehead and said, Then I will risk my life against you. What is this? And Sin reminds him that I will handle everything here. You just focus on killing and respond. I've got the situation under control. You are the true body, so go protect Antia. I'll handle that feathered creature. In was so happy that her cheeks flushed. Has he finally admitted that he's the true body? Oh my god, I thought his personality was really strong. You go through the teleportation gate and I'll leave the chicken to you. The murderer grumbled, Shut up and get lost already. Now I will step through the portal. I'll finish quickly. Only the murderer and the sun god remain in the main hall, he asked coldly. So, are we starting now? That arrogant little bird. Does the sun god feel insulted or something? That arrogant little chicken? You are just a fragment of a half-baked god and you dare speak to me like that? I will burn you to ash. An unstoppable inferno descends where the killer stands, with eerie energy gathering in his palm.
The assassin activates the Shinzo skill, unleashing the first move of the Tai Chi sword technique, with the infinite divine formation forming a giant shield to block the raging flames.
He thought to himself, I won't be able to hold out much longer against him, so you'd better hurry up. The number of clan members falling at the insect clan's main body is increasing. The saintess anxiously calls out to the badfish, urging her to hurry. Saintess, run quickly! Alpha looked at her arrogantly. You're quite good at taking hits. And in celestial soldiers, cooperate and charge in, quickly stop the invaders. Alpha tightly grips his sword, unleashing a strike that kills countless clansmen. He contemptuously says, These pathetic bugs. The saintess is worried, but how can we? Ara revealed that girl is one of Ainan's sources of power. Alpha greedily said, She must taste really good. Zoso bravely confronts him. No, I won't let you take the saintess anywhere. If you lay a finger on her, I will kill you. Even if you are my brother, Alpha said coldly. Brother? The guy punched Xiao Xiao, causing him to writhe and fall to the ground. The critic said, You can't even avenge your parents, and now you're living like a dog down here. I've never had a brother as fallen as you.
Now let's see what kind of bug and Shin is holding in the highest regard. Let's see how good it really is.
Auntie can only pray that our strength is enough to fight these monsters. And please help us. At Yin's office apartment, you are extremely surprised. Why can't I do it? Try again. Danglam down to the insect kingdom. But the system reminds you that summoning your clone has weakened you, so you cannot descend into the insect kingdom. In silence, I curse. Actually, I can't recall my clone while fighting the sun god. If I don't go to the insect kingdom, they'll all be slaughtered. What should I do? You hear someone's prayer. Please help us. This voice is evil. Please save the saintess. Please, the small miracle that the baby crocodile is holding is blooming. Currently, the little crocodile can evolve. Do you want to temporarily evolve the little crocodile into a divine beast? Zo, and Sin has run out of options. Divine Dragon. That's right, now I can only trust you. Vile Child despairingly call out a name in Shin. You command the Vile Child. I entrust the ant tribe to you. then press the Z button on the screen. Alpha prepares to devour Anti. Aura thought it was over, and finally I could face the king, but Anti disappeared the moment his mouth was still open, and Anha's eyes shone with disbelief. In front of him, a proud figure with wings appeared, while his hand was severed. Who am I? Anti, moved and grateful, said thank you for saving me. But who are you? Under the widespread wings, the little monster has taken on a different form. Holy Maiden, it's me. Ugly, the Saintess can't believe her eyes. Is that Ugly One really? System update. The baby crocodile has evolved into a divine beast. The little crocodile is worth 20 S levels, and Shin is stunned. 20 S levels. Is this some kind of small miracle? There is indeed a big miracle. Even Alpha didn't expect this weak traitor to suddenly... Arak knew right away that Einen was definitely caused by him, but he should be fighting the sun god right now. So said, Brother, it's a pity. If you hadn't crossed the line, in the mortal realm could have accepted you. Alpha angrily shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? In the mortal realm, do you want to die that badly? Arechi reminds him, Alpha, let's retreat for now. He has become much stronger. He doubted and asked, Do you want me to run away while that traitor is right in front of me? He charged at Zhao Shou and then swore that I will bring that bastard's head back with me. The evil number condemns you. You dared to commit the crime of killing Yin's followers and harming the Saintess. Pay with your life. The dragon's brother releases a destructive energy, leaving Alpha's people stunned. Even Arch was desperate and asked, How did everything turn out like this? Zhao Shou said his final words to him. I'm sorry, brother. The place where Alpha stood suddenly exploded, revealing a deep, long pit in front of Zhao Shou. The Ant Clan cheered happily. Zhao Shou has defeated the monsters. We have won! Lilith, despite being full of wounds, was very happy at this moment because we won. Zhao Shou realized that she was surprisingly so strong. Wait, it's all thanks to In Shin. So he affectionately shouted In Shin's name, Damn it. The system reminds you that the evolution into a divine beast of the baby crocodile and its offering are restoring your holy power. In Shin never expected to get such a lucky break. Who would have thought that a little monster could become so powerful? In the end, Bloodline cannot be fooled. The Saintess sends a plea for help to you. And Sin still has many injured followers. Please save them. You responded immediately. Of course, after all, you are all my valued citizens. The pinky finger heals. From the celestial soldiers to the ant tribe, they all rejoice, saying their injured eyes can see again. Now I can fly. I am no longer in pain. That is a blessing from Yin. Long live Shin. You look so adorable and moved. I think this is a blessing from Yin. Amazing. If someone like him is around, I can trust and follow him. The Saintess in his palm exclaimed, Hey, you little rascal. He replied, Yes, Holy Maiden. She cheerfully said, Thank you. Thanks to you, we can protect the kingdom of ants today. You look so cool. Thank you. Really cool? The Saintess didn't hold back her praise for him. My little croc is really cool. Come and catch me. Zhao Shou happily chases after. Just wait there. The system update shows that the baby crocodile's evolution form has been removed. Seeing Zhao Shou return to his original appearance, the Holy Maiden exclaimed, Oh my god, Zhao Shou, wake up! Sin breathes a sigh of relief. Now the kingdom of ants is safe, and I can lend in a hand. You were shocked just now when the battle situation shifted to your side, huh? What on earth is going on? Seeing that appearance, Shin immediately understood. In is in danger now. The area where the killer is standing is now truly desolate. He asked the sun god in a harsh voice, What did you just say? The guy, unafraid, repeated himself, I will stand above the gods. Even the great evil gods of silent dreams and divine punishment will tremble before me. If you stop being so stupid, I will give you the honor of having one more chance to be my person and dedicate your strength to me. His sharp mouth started to move. Hey, you chicken brain, the sun god angrily asked. What did you say? Chicken brain. The murderer started to taunt him. If you want me to serve under you, then kill the destroyer god and I will consider bowing to you. I feel like I'm just a joke to the murderer. What are you joking about? The destroyer has been a mysterious existence since the beginning. Even the greatest gods are powerless against it. He sighed and said, So you're just afraid, huh? He got offended again. How dare you speak so arrogantly? You must have forgotten something very important. Look, see your follower helplessly waiting to die. It's really okay to just let him die like that, isn't it? Make your choice. Should his clone let your follower die or become my person and save him? At the 42nd floor of the warrior tower, that snake demon declared, Now die, my brother's enemy. In shouted in this moment of despair. Sorry, In Shin, it seems I can only do this much. His eyes slowly close. Take care of yourself. Suddenly, In Shin's voice rang out. In Ho, opening his mouth, a glimmer of hope arose. This voice is In Shin. Just as he opened his mouth, a potion flew straight in. In Ho swallows all the medicine from the bottle. Jia Yu is curious. Where did that come from? You know, if I get involved again, they'll find out the connection between me and the ruler of the abyss. So the only thing I can do now is give him the highest quality medicine. The screen glowed brightly. The system reports that Inho has escaped death, been revived, and leveled up. Inho has gained a new skill, gigantification. Inho's entire body became much more muscular than usual, and his figure was even taller than the serpent demon, making her tremble. What the hell? Inho is now towering like a god. He looked at the small vial in his hand, silently thinking that he always helps him out of trouble like always. He is truly generous beyond measure. In-ho coldly asked, "Do you dare to stab In-shin in the back?" The snake demon stiffly replied, "Don't think you can win just because you've grown bigger. We still haven't shown our true form to you. I will let you see my real power." Suddenly she froze. Wow, the snake demon was just crushed under In-ho's foot like an ant. He contemptuously declared that this is the punishment you must face for pointing your sword at Lord Wai-shin. Suddenly, water splashed up from his foot, rising high in front of In-ho. Wukong Sungbai looked at the water flow, and the girl exclaimed, "In-ho! Through the sphere, the sun god can see everything." He angrily said, "These worthless low creatures are truly a waste of precious energy. As a murderer, I mock you. I can't believe you trust those cowardly fools. You're really different. Bird brain? Or maybe you'd be better off serving under me." The sun god still arrogantly said, "You are only proud because you eliminated those pests. Their lives and deaths make no difference at all.
Now that you have rejected my final mercy, you will no longer be spared. Behold my power as a red beam of light descends upon the entire kingdom of Ankia."
The saintess exclaimed in fear, "Don't say it's because of Seoul, South Korea. There's also a blazing red light shining down from the sky. In In-ho, the 42nd tier warrior tower is similar. He, the god of chaos, calls out a name in fear. The giant sphere turns bright red as it slowly presses down on all three worlds. The sun god declared, 'I will destroy all three worlds, the source of your power. Try to stop it.' He begged as the sun grew even larger. Wukong, terrified, exclaimed, 'The sun's still growing larger.' In-ho, shocked, 'What on earth is happening?' A different voice interjected, 'The sun god,' furious. Both of them turned in shock to look at the water spirit, speaking with this voice. The girl's eyes brightened as she looked clearly at the person behind, and Wukong recognized her as the water spirit. In-ho approached and asked, 'Are you the water goddess?' Wukong threw himself into her arms in distress. 'Do you know how worried I was?' she confirmed. 'Yes, I am the water god, the god of this world. Thanks to you destroying the worshippers of the ruler of the abyss, I was able to awaken. Although I really want to show my gratitude and reward you, it seems we need to deal with this first.' In-ho looked at the increasingly enormous sun and replied, 'Yes, but what the hell is that giant sun?' She continued worriedly, clearly indicating that we couldn't stop that dangerous sun on our own. However, water flowed from the water god's hand, and she had an idea that we needed to create the least obstructed path. Use this to shoot the sun god. In-ho raised the water bow in his hand, surprised, and asked, 'Do you want me to shoot the sun god with this bow?' 'But I don't even have an arrow.' The water god smiled and said, 'Don't worry about the arrow because I have one that can strike the sun god.' At Hangter Kangu Pen Houses, Jinzo and the demon sword are shocked. Kangu realizes this is an SS grade portal, which definitely doesn't appear in his fate. And Sin is somehow behind all of this? Suddenly, a teleportation gate appears in the center of the rooftop. Did Shino suddenly disappear in the middle of this? And Shin appeared and asked, 'Are you all protecting each other safely?' Demon Sword Shindu. Both of your followers exclaim in worship. 'Sword Saint, where did you learn teleportation techniques?' As expected of the Sword Saint, you are beyond anything I could have imagined. And Sin calmly fainted and said to them, 'Wait, we still have many urgent issues to address. You are stunned to learn that the fanatic sword demon has risen to level S. Through the evangelism of the fanatic Xiao Ming, the remnants of the Three Hero Society have become your followers, except for Ouyang Feng.' And Shin exclaims in surprise, 'Oh, demon sword, you finally reached level S.' He modestly said, 'Everything is thanks to you and the heavenly demon holy sword.' Take the heavenly demon in his hand. This demon sword, sorry, but I need this Chinese sword for a moment. You see, I need to cut some fire. Tianma reports back, 'In Shin, this guy has become stronger than the sun god since the last time.' You reply, 'But I have also become stronger.' Seeing the sun about to set, In Shin decides, 'Let's try cutting through the sun again.' Heavenly demon, on the assassin's side, the firepower from the sun god keeps coming. The assassin understands that he can no longer rely on himself. I had planned to wait until facing the god of destruction, but he decided to summon the treasure of the heavenly blade. The system reminds you that one use of the Heavenly Blade's treasure has been deducted, and you will be transported to the Heavenly Blade's treasure. Time outside will freeze for a minute. The assassin teleports instantly into the treasure space, surrounded by rows of unclaimed swords. He remembered when the sun god fought himself, and the Heavenly Sword said this. The Heavenly Sword's treasure can't extinguish the fire, either. But all the unique swords from every universe are gathered here. There must be a sword that can cut through fire, right? The problem is he looked around confused. There are too many swords, and there's only one way to find the one he needs. He called Tian Dao and said, 'Do you hear that? That bird said he will surpass you and become the supreme god.' Tian Dao immediately appears. Tian Dao Tweet Teet is furious at Low Bitch's words. This time, he will personally choose a sword for you to crush that arrogant thing. The assassin's plan has succeeded. I bet that remark touched Tian Dao's pride. Free of charge? All right then. Which sword do you plan to lend me? Tian Dao Tweet Teet said, 'There is a sword that's perfect for fighting that guy.' He frowned inwardly, thinking, I knew he had it. Looking at that sword, the assassin was surprised. This sword is the Ghost Moon Sword, a weapon with the attribute of the sword used by the Knight of the Goddess of Justice. The assassin took the sword and felt the cold aura emanating from it. Thien Dao vows that this sword can cut through all the flames in the universe. The assassin excitedly says, "I believe you, Thien Dao." The system reminds that Thien Dao's treasure has closed and time has stopped. When the assassin returns to the hall, the sun god declares, "You lowly creature, I will destroy you and your entire world." He confidently held the sword in his hand, and the man realized that the brat's name, could it be the Sword of Heavenly Blade? A sword carrying icy coldness shot forward. "Die, you idiot!" He spat fire to block that sword, flames raging as if to burn everything down. The proud sun god said, "I am unharmed." The assassin sighed in disappointment. "I really shouldn't trust deceivers." And soon, as the sun keeps descending, the people rush to flee and avoid it. In is shocked. Even the heavenly demon's sacred sword cannot harm it. He said, "I have cut it through many flames, but the sunfire is beyond my power." Duchen Ma covered himself with a layer of icy cold frost. And Sin was confused about what was happening and suddenly felt a cold aura emanating from the sword. "What's going on?" Heavenly Demon Sword asked. "Do you have righteousness, little god?" "Do you have righteousness?" In is stunned. Are you guessing you are hearing this voice through the murderer? He's also wondering what righteousness really is. The notification appears. Then Dung Tuk says, "If you accept him, you will prevent Ta Duong." Both of them exclaimed, "Accept him?" A series of notifications appeared, activating the inheritance power of the void-eyed god's eyes, sweeping through the history of the Moon Demon Sword at lightning speed. Through the system, you saw the goddess of justice looking worriedly outward. Bai Yi asked, "Are you sure you want to face the god of destruction?"
The god of justice remains steadfast in his ideals. Living like a turtle inside its shell cannot be called justice. You have reached the realm of the sword god. If I am defeated, will you fulfill my last wish?
If it's the goddess's command, I am ready. He places his hand on the ground. The god of justice lifts Bai Yi's face and says, "Yes, I am sure you have the ability to destroy the destroyer god, the one she loves. You will become the master of the heavenly sword." Initially, only the goddess of justice. Although she could not defeat the destroyer god, the heavenly sword fell from her hand. The grand hall became silent, leaving only the white robe. He swore that he would never forget her divine will. "Madam Goddess, I will definitely do everything to fulfill it." This touching story brought Shin to tears. I never expected something like this. Even the murderer feels the same. I was a bit moved. Qinjian asked again, "Do you have righteousness?" And Shin replied coldly, "Righteousness to me means not knowing those fancy words, but if righteousness is about protecting what matters at all costs, then I will be righteousness. Even if my opponent is a god of destruction, Bai Wai remembers the promise she once made. I will definitely do everything I can to accomplish it. He said you actually resemble him a lot. Choose me and I will eliminate evil. Your ideals are exactly like those of the goddess of old. The heavenly sword in your hand radiates murderous power, and the sun god senses a sudden shift in energy. I, declare that you cannot defeat us because we represent justice." Both of them strike directly at the target, and the sun god looks on in horror at this destructive blow. The raging flames on his body are nearly extinguished, but with a few embers left, he stubbornly says, "I can still hold on." Inho Duong draws his bow and says, "That evil god still has me too." Tears welled up in his eyes. At that moment, Inho was stunned to hear the water god recount. "What did you say?" She advised that I was defeated by the sun god and would turn to dust. "So, brave warrior, I hope you will use this arrow to strike eternal everything. I want to protect this world one last time." She turned into an arrow. "Please help me." Inhu is determined to draw the bowstring tight. "I will protect my world, the yin, and your honor." A water arrow rushes toward the sun. This final blow is the fatal strike to destroy the sun god. The man desperately shouted no as streams of ice and water merged and shot straight into the sun. He was beaten to exhaustion. Even now, he remained stubborn, unable to end like this. "I am the sun god standing above all. I cannot die like this. An arrogant sun god like me will not allow this to happen. I can't let this happen." He spreads his wings and flies toward Earth. "Please, I will sacrifice all my holy power to burn your world. Please, he's gone mad. Does this bastard intend to self-destruct?" The heavenly demon warns that no matter how weakened he is, if he destroys himself, the entire Earth could also be blown up. He was once an almighty god in the sun god's palace, exhausted from fighting back that attack, his body worn out, and he apologizes, trusting everything to you. "It's you. The fate of the Earth is in your hands. This Earth is now melting, and the demon sword is stunned, saying, 'I can't believe it withstood the attack from the Sword Saint.' Kangoo was hopeless. It was impossible. He was heartbroken, thinking, could this life also end before the abyssal dragon appears?" In Shin's sad voice, he says maybe giving up is the only way, as if the apocalypse is just fate. And Shin calmly said, "I give up? That's not going to happen. Giving up before trying doesn't count much to me, and there's still a way out. Even the heavenly demon doesn't trust you. Do you really think there's still a way to save this?" And Sin responds, "Even if it's useless, now is not the time to hesitate. It seems that heavenly demon has guessed your plan. Could Shin be?" And Cian confirms that, like him, I will pour all my holy power into this attack. Even if he is the supreme being, he will be wounded. I still have the advantage. Tianma is still preoccupied. But if that's the case, you'll respond. I know. In the worst case, I could lose my life. But if I can protect everyone, I am willing to sacrifice my life as many times as it takes. Tianma, filled with renewed strength, said, I understand now. You are completely different from someone powerless like me. All right, let's fight to the end. The voice of the god echoes, I will grant you power, just this once. I asked in surprise, the goddess of justice? In the temple, the goddess of justice is focusing on channeling holy power to you. He said firmly, my body has weakened after being defeated by the god of destruction, but I, the moon of justice, once stood above all gods and will grant you my faith. The system reminds you that the moon sword demon has become your temporary follower. You have leveled up to a mid-tier benevolent god, S-rank follower 100 over 100. Congratulations on completing the mid-tier benevolent god upgrade mission. In has become a mid-level benevolent god. With divine power, Einen becomes full of confidence. The goddess announces, behold the power of the Sword Saint, the most formidable in history. The system also displays that the eyes of the Void Eye have evolved to level A. Time will freeze for 1 minute as you continue to witness the history of the Sword Phantom. The story from the past is being retold. The white-clad knight is human but has fallen in love with a goddess. A humble knight has surpassed the realm of ordinary gods. The white-robed knight commands, Heavenly Sword, destroy all demons for me. A surge of sword energy erupts, its power surpassing the bounds of the universe. The white-clad knight resolutely says, I will fulfill my promise to the goddess today. After finishing, he leapt into the air and swung his sword directly at the enemy. Die! The one who became a god now sacrifices himself under the white cloth sword, and he also manages to cut the destroyer into a shadow. But the destroyer is an existence born with creation itself, and even a godly knight cannot kill it. The white-clad knight cursed angrily. Damn it. In the end, the white-clad knight was defeated by the destroyer god. The explosions also scattered fragments of the destroyer god across the universe, and that knight waited patiently, waiting for someone to inherit his sword and destroy the destroyer god. Tianma said, the swordsmanship of the White Y Knight, you defeated the destroyer god. With it, you could also face the sun god, but just by watching. Do you think you can learn the techniques of the Sword Saint? You confirm. I think so. I mean the swordsmanship of the White Yi Knight. Are you surprised, Celestial Demon? You can use the Thin sword just by observing once? The boy replied. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if a mid-god level has this ability, but as soon as I saw the biography of the Moon Shadow Sword, the swordsmanship he used was deeply imprinted in my mind. White-clad knight, I will fulfill your wish. Does the sun god feel it suddenly as his sword aura appears? I'll give you a chance. Your intuition is quite sharp. By the time you fall into eternal sleep, he focused all his holy power into the heavenly demon, knowing that the white-robed knight had definitely done this, an attack carrying destructive force rushing straight at the sun god. He guessed this power came from the heavenly sword. Just a failure away, all he could do was curse, I curse you. Immediately after, the clear blue sky returned, and Shin let out a sigh of relief. Everything is fine. The system has been updated. Ensign has saved the 3 realms. You have reached the level of benevolent and malevolent gods and are eligible to participate in the divine festival. In was shocked. A festival of the gods? You seek the eternal truth you mentioned before. What kind of event is this? It doesn't seem like a good thing. At the sun god's palace, the assassin feels that it's probably the end. You're stronger than I thought. And Sin cheerfully replied, I told you so. Trust me. Before disappearing, the murderer warned you not to be arrogant. If you die, I will also vanish. And quietly said, well, at least say it nicely. He suddenly blurted out, by the way, you looked cool today too. And Sin silently wondered, cold on the outside but warm inside. I didn't expect him to say that. Min Min also thought she was pretty cool today but felt strange, like someone was watching her from behind. As you can feel, the 2 warriors look at you with admiration. Indeed, the Sword Saint has reached a different realm. Teach me that move. They keep cheering, Sword Saint, hooray, hooray, disappear. Kangoo admires you very much. I'm sure that in such a situation there was no hope left, which is why he thought about giving up. But Oinen never thought of giving up, and in the end, he saved this world. Ensign is now having to dodge the fanatical admiration of his followers. I told you to change it, but Kangoo was moved to tears. Surely he is the one who can prevent the apocalypse. He was willing to sacrifice everything to protect the world, so I will also dedicate myself completely. He frantically shouted, Long live Inshin! You are frightened again to be with him. So Inshin has to struggle to escape from the passionate pursuit of the 3 believers. Long live the Sword Saint. Inshin, long live the Sword Saint. Stop them. I got it. Stop chasing me. Suddenly, a notification appears on the screen and you stop running, your hand trembling uncontrollably. The 3 followers behind gawked, surprised, and asked, Sword Saint, are you hungry? Einen's emotional voice rang out. Finally, the system reminds you that you have achieved the goal. The universe will become more beautiful when you accumulate 10 million merits. 999,000 over 10 million merits. God Sung Tuk will reward you with the resurrection potion for completing the mission. A bottle of resurrection potion appears in Ensign's palm. Finally, I can save Chu. In a peaceful small neighborhood in China, Jesus' house, celestial beings are struggling to carry Hu back home. The residents marvel and wonder, who are the angel and that person? Her mother recognized that was her hand, trembling with emotion as the angel struggled to move He-Du's heavy body. She was lowered to the ground, and her mother immediately rushed over to embrace her tightly. Oh my God, my daughter, it's been so many years since I last saw you. Du slowly opened her eyes, her head hurting. Where am I? Seeing the woman in front of her, she was shocked. Mother In, who had seen this scene through her phone, was overwhelmed. The boy shed tears of joy. So touched, live happily. He-Du. The system shows that Tien Dao Tuet Tiet keeps saying you'll be disgusted. You frown and ask, are you so cold? I have something to ask. Are you the White Yi Knight? Tien Dao Jueju says that if you give 100 million divine coins, he will respond. You angrily shout, what kind of scam are you running these days? Fine, there's no way a traitor like you is the White Robe Knight. The system shows that the Goddess of Justice says she has a lot to say, but we'll keep it secret. She told you not to come looking for me. And Shin wondered suspiciously why all of a sudden did that happen. Is there something going on between them? Because of the ant tribe, the second strongest in the Lai Ho ant clan is climbing the warrior tower. Seeing that, Shin secretly rejoiced, finally someone is climbing the warrior tower. I need an S-rank person, that's really good news. But when will I finally get a high-level mission? It's been 2 days since the intermediate one, and I don't mind because of that bird's name, I just can't sleep and need to catch up. He steps into the space at a peaceful field, and Shin enjoys this tranquil moment. Tears of endless prosperity remind you to rest and replenish your holy power. You happily say, thank you, sister, take care of me. At the 42nd floor warrior tower, across the desert, the lush plants begin to grow, and the entire forest turns green. The dancer joyfully exclaimed, finally the forest is alive again. In-Ho praised without holding back. That's beautiful. The dancer said emotionally, it's all thanks to you. Thank you. It's nothing. You're the one who should be thanking me for asking the water goddess for help. All right, let's go, Wukong said regretfully. Really, you can stay a little longer, she whispered. I can feel my brother climbing the tower. I need to become stronger so he won't be ashamed. Wukong paused for a moment, holding a glowing blue sphere in her hand. She handed it to In-Ho, who took it. What is he curious about? Wukong explained. It's the essence of the female water goddess. So it will definitely be useful for your adventure. In-Ho took it and said thanks. Suddenly, the sphere shattered into small water pieces, wrapping around In-Ho's arm, and he exclaimed, did I absorb it? The system displays, congratulations, you have cleared level 42 of the Time Warrior Trial Tower. Your reward is the water blessing, which means you will never be thirsty again.
In-Ho happily looked at the arm that had absorbed all the essence. It will be very useful when climbing the tower.
Thank you very much, kid. The dancer sends his wishes to him, so I wish him good luck. In-Ho said before leaving, hope we will meet again, and then disappeared from the 42nd floor.
Wukong sincerely sends her prayers, saying, I will pray for you and hope that all your dreams and wishes come true. At Einen's house, a storm with thunder and lightning rages fiercely.
That kept Enon from sleeping peacefully. He muttered irritably with thunder and strong winds, I can't sleep. Before finishing her sentence, a flash of lightning revealed a dark figure standing beside In-Shin's bed. Tumin smiled a sinister smile. In-Shin was startled and shouted loudly. When the lights turned on and he saw who was in front of him, he realized it was Tio-Min. She happily said, I am truly honored to be greeted with such a shout from you. I asked annoyed, what are you doing in my house? Tio-Min reports that I have completed all the tasks you assigned. In-Shin, confused, asks which tasks. Ah, my clone ordered her to do something, I suppose. Tio-Min announced, I have recruited all the members of the Hero Guild as your disciples, but anyone who disobeyed me has been quietly dealt with. In-Shin now finally understands the whole story. That's right, it's thanks to these disciples that I was able to reach the intermediate level. He politely replied, thank you, you have helped me a lot. Tio-Min blushed as he looked at him, feeling moved and happy that his hard work had been rewarded. I just wanted to see you one last time. Now that my wish has been granted, I have no more regrets. Please live a long and healthy life. Seeing Tio-Min take out a hairpin, I wondered why she suddenly said that. And what does it mean to do it one last time? Seeing her act foolishly, In-Shin finally understood. You suddenly do what? Are you crazy? Tio-Min stared blankly. But right after the battle with the hero ended, the assassin at that time gave an order to Xiaoming to deal with the remnants of the Three Heroes Society and recruit S-rank hunters who are my disciples. Anyone who opposes must be killed, self-destruct after the task is complete. In tightly grasped the needle in Xiaoming's hand and asked suspiciously, do you mean my clone ordered you to self-destruct? She confirms, yes sir. And Sin secretly thought that at that moment he truly wanted to kill her. But besides reviving He-Du, he also needed more high-level followers, so she didn't need to do that. He snatched the needle from Tio-Min's hand and said, don't forget that order. I don't like seeing my followers die. Do you understand? She looked confused and replied, yes, you may send the guest away. All right, now go back quickly. Barging into someone's house like that is extremely rude. She sadly said, I understand Sir Sword Saint Tio-min will follow the order to return. Seeing her dejected back, Shin had a bad feeling, sensing she was about to go somewhere else to destroy herself. Then I guess you'll call this Tio-min. She happily turned back and said, Yes, what do you command, sir? Shin, please go ahead. It's nothing much, it's not dinner time yet. But does she want to go eat black bean paste noodles? He thought to himself. Since she came all this way, he should at least invite her to a proper meal before sending her away. Tio-min shyly asked, Is it black bean paste noodles? She wondered silently. Could it be a famous line from a Korean drama? Do you want to eat noodles? Just as she thought. And Shin asked Xiaoming, Do you want to eat noodles? She agreed immediately. Of course, seeing that strange behavior from the other person, Shin was startled. Wait a minute. Why are you taking off your clothes? Put it on. Hurry up. At the president's office of the Hunter Association, JT speaks. There are only 2 months left until the Hunter War. This time, we must bring glory to our country. Hunter World is an international event held every 2 years, gathering hunters from around the world to compete. Where is the list of hunters promoted to participate in the event? The assistant hands him the document. We have selected the hunters and hidden their ranks. The chairman carefully reviews the documents. He let out a sigh. Even B-rank hunters are on this list. Not bad. This kid can't be a B-rank. This time, I need to determine his true ability. The person being mentioned is currently devouring the black bean paste noodles. Tio-min thinks this noodle dish is a bit different from Chinese black bean noodles, but still very delicious. Is that what you mean? If she likes it, that's good. Although I know uninvited guests are here, so I don't feel very comfortable. After finishing, Mina appears right beside him and asks curiously, Why is she here? And Sin didn't know what to say, so Mina impatiently asked, What are you thinking? Isn't it true she deliberately tried to kill you? He hesitated before saying, Well, you did want to kill me before too. Mina was speechless. She sighed and said, I'm sorry. There's no need to feel guilty. Like Mina, Xiaoming has also changed. Don't hide it anymore. Try this dumpling dish. Open your mouth. Nina replied, and seeing them feeding each other affectionately, 2 men misunderstood since you had invited him. Are you dating? What do you mean? Why would she suddenly say that? 2 men reasonably replied that it's already midnight and she's still here, and the Sword Saint personally fed her. Mina didn't know what to say, so silently thought that it was just a leftover habit from when Mina reverted to being a child. If he denies it, then what kind of dating is it? There's no way. In other words, it sounds more like a father and daughter relationship. 2 men happily replied. Oh, I see, that's good. When Einen turned to finish her sentence, saying, Well, Mina already hit you in the face to protect her stuff, you idiot, and Shin asked irritably. Why are you pointing it at my face? What's wrong with you? Mina said angrily. Here's your dungeon schedule. If you have questions. Dungeons? Isn't that something only level A hunters do? Mina coldly reminds him. Just ask enough. Go to the location listed there before tomorrow morning. If you're late, you'll die with me. And you, if you appear in front of me again next time, I will kill you. After venting her anger, Mina stormed off and couldn't help but curse. Yeah, you idiot. Then she slammed the door shut with a bang and shouted in frustration. Do you want to break the door or what? Does she know how to fix a red dirt door? Suddenly, Xiaoming called out. Sword Saint. He hesitated for a moment before casually saying, Don't worry, I can serve as your concubine too. Insine scolded her, Hurry up and finish eating, you little monkey. Looking at the documents in her hand, he thought to himself, and she even managed to get into the dungeon. This is troublesome. It seems Mina might have misunderstood something. I need to find out for sure. The system reports that Shen Sung-tuk said she has a bad premonition about tomorrow and advised her to prepare herself. And Sin frowned and asked, Do you have a bad premonition? Shen Sung-tuk, what do you know? The next day at the dungeon gate, guards are stopping anyone without proper reason from approaching, as it could be dangerous. The A-level dungeon is about to open. Please step back and let us handle it. And Sin thought the security was quite strict, but I have to get in. As soon as I arrived, I saw Mina. She hasn't even said anything yet, and she's already shouting. And Shin, why are you so late? Are you choosing death? And Shin carried the child on his back and explained to her, Sorry about that. There was a traffic jam. And I was only 5 minutes late, Dong Hyuk said. In an emergency, thousands of lives can be wiped out in just 5 minutes. This idiot doesn't even know the basic rules of a hunter. How did they filter it to let someone like him be a B rank? You know this guy. He's the hot-headed friend I met last time with Kroko. An S-rank hunter Dong Hyu. Mina, introduce yourself and say hello. This is Hunter Dong Hyu, who is also the one evaluating you today. Please greet politely. Oh, hello, sir. Mina frowned. Whose child are you carrying? Are you explaining this? My niece rushed in. My sister said she had urgent matters and asked me to come. Mina scolds loudly. What are you thinking, taking children to work like that? You go hide. XYT told me to quiet the baby. I just managed to get her to sleep. Duong Haiyus sarcastically remarks. Hunters these days are so chaotic, huh? How do you plan to run your business? Call me when you're ready. You wonder if this guy has a bitter arrow inside him. Inside the gates of hell, the entire space is filled with the smell of death. A terrifying voice echoes, You dare to kill my apostle and still act so brazen. Today, I must finish you off. Let's get started. The Festival of the Gods. Mina sighed after hearing Inshin speak. She emphasized that, you know, this dungeon raid is a test to reach S rank, right? Inshin is shocked. What? S rank? Mina starts to get angry. Don't you read the documents I sent you? An A rank dungeon will soon appear here. You can become an S rank hunter if you pass this test. Although this dungeon is probably as easy as pie for you. And silently thought that as an S rank hunter, I would surely earn a lot of money and become famous. But right now, I'm a mid-level god, so this is a bit troublesome. However, I can't just ignore such a dangerous dungeon, so I guess I have to deal with it. In asks again to be sure. I just need to go in alone and destroy everything, right? Mina denies. No, an S-rank hunter will go with you to prevent any issues. You suspect an S-rank hunter, so you will go with me, Mina said regretfully. That's good then, but who will go with you? An S-rank hunter. Dong Hai-ak is complaining right now. People these days, tisk. And was surprised and asked, him? The young master thought an A-level dungeon was easy, so it should be fine. Suddenly, a faint scent wafted by, and Sin cautiously asked, but Mina, do you smell anything rotten? Mina, you say, I don't smell anything at all. The system sounds multiple alarms, warning that the high-level deity, the ruler of the abyss, has requested the organization of the Gods Festival. So I frown. The Festival of the Gods? The ruler of the abyss. That god worships snakes, right? No wonder it smells so bad. The system has updated the rules for the Gods Festival as follows. When proposing to hold a festival of the gods with a high-ranking deity, the other party cannot refuse. However, you can decline an offer from a high-ranking deity. I understand. So weakness also has its advantages. Good. The system reminds the great demon god. A brutal and insane slaughter. The guardian of the gods festival has granted you the blessing of slaughter. So I guess it's a brutal and crazy slaughter. Those two. I've never seen them before, but it seems they love to kill. The system gives you a choice. You will accept the gods festival from the high deity, the ruler of the abyss. So, a seductive voice echoes, accept the little god. Fight with passion and excitement. In will make the choice. You're trying to motivate me? That's interesting. But no, I don't want to fight. Go away. You have rejected the Gods Festival from the ruler. What? You dare refuse the call to battle? Hen is still very calm, but In remains very composed. Do you think I'm crazy? I almost lost to the sun god. Why would I agree to fight someone stronger than me? Go away. I don't want to have anything to do with you. She felt insulted. How dare you mock me? After those words, the ground beneath their feet trembled, and the other hunters panicked, shouting earthquake. Dong Hyuk was surprised. What's going on? Mina was also frightened. Well, I declare, then I have no choice but to kill you. The system updates the activation authority, and the eyes of the Void God Eye observe the ruler of the swamp on another planet. The realm of God's demon is furious and summons evil power. My dear children, rise from the abyss. Movement has been detected deep below as the hands of monsters emerge, summoned by the call. Vuktam smugly said, finally, it's time to kill Ensign and destroy his world because he dared to refuse the God's Festival and mock me. When he saw the monsters rushing into the dungeon, Ensign cursed angrily. Damn it, she connected to the A-level dungeon to send her minions down. The system issued a warning. The dungeon level has changed from A to S. The dungeon level has changed from S to SS. The dungeon's rank has increased from SS to SSS. Duong Hu was also stunned. What's going on? The dungeon shouldn't activate for a while yet. And this is clearly a higher level dungeon than S. The dungeon door emits an eerie aura. Beneath the abyss, thousands of red eyes of monsters gleam. They rush out of the crack and Dong Hee-wok immediately commands, damn it, move forward. Soul armor. The armor begins to activate. Dong Hee-wok is ready in his majestic armor. In is impressed. Pretty impressive, right? The system updates highlight Dong Hu Usmen. Wearing armor and a helmet made from metal and SS grade equipment, this thing is quite useful, so try stealing it. I feel insulted. What? Steal it? Are you suggesting we go steal? She still sleeps peacefully, her voice softening. Well, it is my own child after all. Even in this situation, she can still sleep. Please watch over her for me, Mina. She was stunned. Huh? What? Without waiting for Mina to continue, In handed the girl over to her. Wait, what are you planning to do? I will handle this because it's my fault. Duong Hai-huk steps forward to stop you. Inkson, your rank can't handle this. Step back. Inkson kept moving forward, facing a horde of monsters that grew excited upon seeing him. Humans are food. I am so hungry I will eat the little god. So Inkson was surrounded. The abyss of the divine realm curses you to die. Inkson, raise your index finger, then activate the divine power of the commanding finger. The monster charged to eat the child, but before it could finish speaking, your power knocked out its tongue and shattered its teeth. They couldn't speak. Then you caused it to explode. The system has acquired 20 million divine gold coins. The other monsters are shocked. What just happened? Our teammates just looked excited. 20 million gold coins of the god. Then how much would all of them be worth? Come here with me, money. The whole group of monsters shouted in fear. Run away. Under Einen's command, the constantly updating system has obtained the 20 million gold coins of the god. The god of the realm of despair couldn't accept this pathetic situation. They are powerful enough to blow up an entire planet. So he can still kill them all with just one finger? In calmly said. It's really sweet. I can't even count how much I've earned now, but I must not be too greedy. Can this abyss end everything here? Shin walks alone toward the gate in the abyss. He raised his finger and said, the god's index finger of power turned off, and the wound gradually closed. The abyss looked on in disbelief, wondering why a god with such power would avoid fighting. Shin casually said, I'm just too lazy, so go back to where you came from. The abyss gradually disappeared as Shin looked at the number on his phone, feeling happy. Haha, too much money. Dong Hyuk behind is so surprised he's trembling all over. How is that possible? Even Mina is surprised. What? And do you have the ability to seal dungeons? Mr. John's car wakes up. Uncle, I'm so hungry. Seeing the person holding her, the girl looked curious. Huh? Who are you? Mina said softly. Hello? You're awake now, right? The girl happily pinched Mina's cheek. You look so beautiful. You look like a doll. And quickly scolded the girl. Children shouldn't do that to adults. He stepped forward to apologize on behalf of his niece. I'm sorry, she's still too young, Mina said casually. It's okay, she's still just a child. Uncle John's car calls out, Hey, I'm hungry, let's go eat. And Shin gently asks, Princess, what would you like to eat? The girl exclaimed happily, A hamburger? I want to eat a hamburger, he responded immediately. That's a good idea, let's go. I also told her to keep it a secret from her mother. The girl obediently replied, Yes, Mina is blocking you from behind. Wait, you can't just leave like that. I'm just curious, what's wrong? The dungeon is gone. What else do I need to do? Mina said irritably that his level up process would become more complicated if he left. You can relax. It's okay. I don't care.
Becoming an S-rank hunter isn't anything special. You know full well that if I become an S-rank hunter, they'll make me work like a beast and waste me.
Dong Hyuk heard this and got angry. What did you just say? What do you think the shadow behind you is? Dong Hyuk asked loudly. I just looked down on S-rank hunters, which is unforgivable. So, and quickly explained. I didn't mean it that way. I was just too lazy. He asked sharply, What? You need to be taught a lesson. Come to the Hunter Association's training ground at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Dong Hyuk's shoes are sparking as he speeds away. He hovers in the air, ready to leave. I'll show you what an S-rank person looks like. With that, Dong Hyuk sped away. You think you want that armor. With a cold gaze, I say just take it if you want. Mina helplessly sighs in frustration. Why does it have to be like this? Shin was surprised. Really? She recounted that Do Hyun acted exactly the same way last time and was beaten badly. Shin was stunned. Really? She continued to tell. Moreover, without him, upgrading would be very complicated. Are you really going to fight him tomorrow? I'm just asking for a response. Why should I have to do that? I'm not really interested in leveling up. I came here today just to apologize for what happened yesterday. Mina heard this and asked happily, Really? Please come in. Would you like to join us for a meal? Mina was stunned. Huh? Having a hamburger with him? Mr. John's car also invited her. She will go with you. In says it politely. You're famous, so it might be a bother. We'll go together on our own. Nina hurriedly replied no. Take me with you. Wait a moment. Let me get my mask and glasses first. At Antia in the forest, Alpha failed to return. He slumped to the ground, recalling that miserable situation, and his anger surged again. Damn it, that traitorous bastard killed all my brothers. I will betray you, you damn bastard. A cold voice sounded. There is still one survivor left. Good. Alpha immediately switches to alert mode and asks, Who are you? That person replied rudely, but I'll let it go this time. Where is my aura? It disappeared somewhere around here. I can't see it anymore. Alpha calmly said, That spider? It's dead. I never thought I would be humiliated like this because of a bug. Is that so? Why is it in such a hurry without waiting for me? Alpha shouted out loud. It doesn't matter. Return my world to me quickly or I will kill you. The mysterious person summoned their dark power, unleashing destructive forces toward him. Kill me? Alpha thought in fear. What is this enormous source of energy? The person introduces himself, saying, I am the blood brother of the insect world. Alpha begged in fear, Please don't come near me, he said and continued, and I am a great god. In Alpha's stunned eyes, the dark power attacking him is reflected, and he screams no. The entire forest trembles as Seon rushes into the fast food shop. When sitting with Inin, Mina was noticed by everyone around her. Is that really Mina? No way! How could she be in a place like this? But it looks a lot like her, and silently fumed, thinking that wearing a mask and glasses doesn't really help much. Anyway, they would recognize her, Mina wondered. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Aren't you going to eat? You answer, yes, I am. I'm eating now. Suddenly, lightning kept striking down. The three of them looked outside in surprise. I looked confused and asked if it was thunder and lightning. A puff of smoke rises. Miri appears happily, exclaiming, Finally, it's here. Teacher, Miri asked in surprise. It's been a long time. How do you know I'm here? She replied briefly. The smell of the teacher. I suspiciously smell the shirt. Is it my scent? I shower every day, but I still smell bad. Seeing Mina leave, he quickly asked her where she was going. Mina, where are you going? Miri came to call you. What are you doing here? Mina didn't know what to say. Yeah. Then she happily hugged her sister tightly. Miri, I came to see you. I'm so happy. Let's go eat. Miri shyly replied. Sis, everyone is looking. I frown and say, Thanks to you, more people have come here. Everyone in the shop quickly surrounded them, all holding up their phones to take pictures of the two sisters. The Storm Queen? I already told you it was Mina. May I have your signature? And Shin knows it's time for her to go home. I was just about to open the door and go home when I saw the person in front of me and was startled. What? Why are you here again? Tumin replied, because I still have my next mission from him, so I think I can help you with housework instead. Mina angrily scolds, Hey, I told you I would kill you if I saw you again. Tumin smiles and replies, Your pathetic jealousy, especially towards the middle-aged woman who is in a father-daughter relationship with my dear sword saint. What? Middle-aged woman, whether you're SS rank or not, you're definitely going to die now. Mina, calm down. Miri was very disappointed. Did the teacher really let a woman like that into the house? He hurried to explain. Miri isn't like that. Miri immediately left. I am truly disappointed in the teacher. Meanwhile, Einen is still trying to calm Mina down as she goes crazy. Mr. Jian's car is puzzled. Hey, who is really your girlfriend? I'm so confused. Einen denies it all. None of it is true. You're extremely annoyed. This is too complicated. What is going on? After finishing up, Einen tiredly lay down on the bed. At home, we're the best. Remember the chaotic scene from earlier? I knocked both of them out and left them in the infirmary because they wouldn't stop fighting. Once they wake up, they probably won't fight anymore. Isn't that right, Dad? That's their problem. It's been a long time since I last slept peacefully like this. Before I knew it, the next day had come, and Shin woke up from her nap. Hearing the knocking, he wondered who could be visiting so early in the morning. Through the screen, he saw Dong Hee-hook outside, the door almost falling apart. Who is this person refusing to give up? And Shin can go back into the house. I can't see or hear anything. But that door couldn't stop an S-rank hunter. It was kicked down instantly. Dong Hee-hook shouted loudly, I knew it, you're at home. I'm sure I told you to come to the guild training hall today, and Shin is crying for the door. My door is very expensive, Dong Hee-wok said through gritted teeth. Are you listening or not? Do you need a punch to finally obey? Just after entering the house, Dong Hee-wok threw a punch to attack the owner. And Shin, unable to hold back any longer, used a single finger to block, easily stopping Dong Hee-wok's punch with just one finger he was proud of. I was stunned. He blocked my punch with just one finger. And Shin emphasizes that even as a senior, I won't forgive him for breaking into my house. I will no longer tolerate this. Dong Hee-wook gathered his strength and threw his next punch. The brat is being cheeky. Suddenly, he froze as he felt the pain in his body. I have shown Dong Hee-wook what courtesy really is. You punched him so hard he flew away. All you can think about now is money. Pay for the repairs, and then go. This is your last chance. Duong Hu is still counting people. Do you dare to mock me? Fine, I won't hold back anymore. Come here, Spirit. Before he even finished, the opponent unleashed a deadly move. Einen gasped in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. Duong Hee-wook blew up Einen's room, then led his team through the shattered glass door to the ground. Duong Hee-wook coldly said from above, You dare make me use the soul armor. I admit you're strong, but it won't be that easy. Put your weapon up for fairness. And Shin remembers the money she spent. I renovated all the furniture to celebrate becoming the owner. I was excited to finally have a house I liked, and yet you destroyed it. So, you decide not to hold back anymore, holding the heavenly demon in your hand, and Shin declares you have lost my respect. Terrorists summoning the memories of the heavenly demon, stepping into the void.
This time, you have to make Dong Hee-wook understand what fear really is. He realizes that only those skilled in martial arts in the martial world can perform the space jump.
I'm wondering why he's so strong. It turns out he's from the martial arts world. Even though I blocked, I can still feel the shockwave. Einen just appeared behind Dong Hee in an instant right in front of him, and by the time he turned around, Einen's punch had caused Dong Hee to fall down. The ground beneath his back sank into a deep hole. Einen declared that if he continued, he would really die. I will stop if you apologize. Duong Hee-wook said proudly, I will never apologize to you.
I didn't plan to use this move, but it's a technique that can take down an S-rank monster in one hit, so don't blame me.
Soul Armor Cannon, Long Quinn charges towards Ensign. You still calmly watch Long Quinn opening his mouth as if to swallow you. The divine finger points down and I can no longer hold back. The long fist that Dong Hee-wook once took pride in is now shattered. He is so stunned that his eyes widen in shock. No way! An explosion erupts, causing the surrounding area to shake violently. Until only smoke remained, a deep crater like a volcano's mouth appeared on the ground. Seeing Shin approach like a demon, Dong Hu lowered his tail and begged. I'm sorry. I will pay for the repair, so please stop. His whole body couldn't hold back the trembling. And Xin notices what others have, and because he's so angry he can't hold back. But he still manages to endure. That armor must be very valuable. Suddenly, the armor you desire flashes with a strange green light. And Shin was stunned, not understanding what was happening as the armor detached itself from Dong Hee-wook. Soul Armor begs, My new master, please accept me. And Shin is still shocked, and as he speaks, he says, Wait, what? You ask, do you want me to accept you? The armor sneers and glances at the other. I can no longer serve a loser like this. Dong Hee-wook is even more shocked than you. Soul Armor, what's wrong with you? The soul armor disdainfully exposes Dong Hyuk. You have possessed me for 623 days and 12 hours, but have only improved by 2%. During that time, you should have been able to improve by at least 6%. A human like you is not worthy to become my master, but he is different. He possesses strength and talent beyond yours. Compared to him, you are just a tiny speck of dust in space. Flattered, In blushes all over. Well, I'm pretty good too. The soul armor introduces itself. I am the heir of the all-powerful Mother AY. I have a duty to evolve into a supreme being, so please become my new master. In-ho looked uncomfortable and then said, This is a bit difficult. The soul armor replied, Huh? Then explain yourself, saying don't misunderstand. It's just that someone else is better suited for you than I am. His name is In-ho. He fights every day, and I think it would be better for you to serve him. When scanning In-ho's power, the soul armor said, I can sense a similar source of strength from him. He is also very close to you. In-ho, you should know that I can use his power anyway, so it's better to give it to In-ho since he has to work hard every day. Soul armor agrees. I will follow your words. Then goodbye to the former master, Dong Hyuk said, and the armor entered the game world. The armor begins to cover the new master. In-ho looks surprised at this new equipment. The divine healer says this is a gift for you. In-ho will help you pass the trial, In-ho exclaimed happily. Thank you, divine In. I will do my best. As for Dong Hyuk, he's still in disguise. The mountain behind the city has a semicircular breach thanks to their fierce battle. JT observed the entire fight through a computer. This is even more than I imagined. He defeated the soul armor in Hyuk so easily. I knew he wasn't an ordinary B-rank hunter. The secretary added that the soul armor had decided to serve Eden as its new master. J8 was shocked after hearing that. Huh? Who is the strongest in the world? Did the soul armor do that? She replied, Clearly the feat of defeating an SS-level monster in your past was not a coincidence, but a true ability. JT might agree too. Anyway, we'll see how much damage this time. The secretary reports a figure of over 100 billion troops. Is JT turning pale? 100 billion troops? Are the civilians injured? The secretary replied no. He asked again. Alright, so where's Inshin now? Inshin is currently at the hospital. Mina is taking you to meet Dong Hyuk. She questioned him. How hard did you hit him to make him stay in the hospital for 3 weeks? I was a bit annoyed because he wrecked the house, but I'm sure I won't have to pay for the damages if I heal him. That's right, Mina confirms. Yes, the president of the Hunter Association said that if you heal Dong Hyuk, he will grant you an S-class license with immunity. Just when I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, I lost 100 billion. I didn't expect an S-rank hunter to have immunity. I have to do my best to heal him. Dong Hyuk is now bedridden, wrapped in bandages all over. He looks like someone heartbroken and crying now. Why did you leave me? Soul armor. Do you like to be inscribed that much? What's so interesting about someone who wears a sweater all day and goes everywhere? Just go back. Soul armor? Looks like he's whining and crying. Mina is wondering, what's wrong with him? You reply, I'm also wondering about that. So I better think carefully. If I go in, he'll probably be even angrier. Let's just stand here and heal him. The divine healing finger. A wave of healing energy envelops his entire body in shock. He is surprised. Huh? My body is fine now. Let's go. Mina, she blurted out. All right then. Suddenly Mina stopped you. No, wait a minute. Let's go to the shopping mall together. I can't let you go out dressed like that. In politely declines. The shopping mall? I can't go anywhere. A few days later at the Hunter Association, JT took the stage to open the ceremony. Thank you all for being here today. Today is a very important event. An S-rank hunter is sitting below. Mina, you look really handsome. The suit I'm wearing makes Enon a bit uncomfortable. I could also wear a sweater. Miri stepped in and said, Good, I was also planning to buy something for the master. You look really sharp. Mina cheerfully replied, Of course, only with a keen eye. And quietly thought, Mina's acting skills are improving day by day. She could become a professional actress. But why does that guy keep staring at me? There's a stranger glaring at you. And asked if I know that bastard. Miri revealed that his name is Stephen Choi. He is the S-level exam supervisor for you. He kept rambling about refusing an offer from a major American organization to come to Korea. He kept asking for your number and trying to flirt even though you refused many times. It's so annoying. Mina Na got furious after hearing that. Huh? He dares. And Shin also got annoyed. The bastard suddenly looked at the screen. Are you shocked? This is Stephen Choi's status window. Meet Stephen Choi, a 25-year-old man known for his impulsiveness, difficult personality, and intense jealousy. And Shin thought of a fun idea for a note. Should I say hello again? Stephen, sitting nearby, said with frustration, I was really looking forward to this meeting because I heard Miss Miri would come, but I didn't get to sit next to her. Seeing Y arrive, he was surprised and then asked, How do you know me? He smiled and replied, Of course I know who you are. He angrily shouted, What? How dare you speak to me so disrespectfully? And silently thought it was written in your status window. Out loud, he asked, Bong Shich, right? Choi Bong Sik. And Sin said that because he read the information that Stephen Choi is a 25-year-old male with a special note, has teleportation abilities, and is quite jealous, very ashamed of his real name being Bong Shich. He blushed with embarrassment and shouted, What? How do you know my real name? On the stage, JT announced, "We will now begin the S-Rank Hunters Award Ceremony. Please sit still, and also, may I invite hunters, Steven and In, to come up to the stage." Steven threatens, "Just wait until the ceremony is over. He'll keep teasing him." "All right, release the chains." When on stage, JT will check Einen. This is an S-Rank Hunter license, a device used to measure a hunter's mana points. With this, we can see if both of you are worthy of becoming S-Rank Hunters. You look interested in the measuring device like a watch on your wrist. "I was just wondering how much my mana has increased," Steven thought to himself. This is too easy. He clenched his fist, and the device showed Seven's mana at 10.05 MP. Everyone was amazed. An S-Rank Hunter usually has just over 8,000 points, but he has more than 10,000. He refused the American Guild's offer and stayed in Korea out of patriotism. He smugly thought to himself, "See that, you rude guy? No matter how many points you have, mine will definitely be higher than yours." The in-game notification stunned you. Mana capacity 5 megabytes. Other hunters overheard and mocked him. "Only 5 points? He's an S-Rank Hunter, right? Shouldn't his license be revoked?" Steven thought to himself, "Is that all 5? I thought he was so skilled, but it turns out he's not much different from those forced tier guys. So embarrassing. I'm so used to it. It was the same when I was at the academy, but probably nothing has changed. Maybe I should try a different approach." JT can't believe it. How is that possible? You activated the skill sharing, number 1, in physical combat. Thanks to that, the data kept updating continuously. Your mana increased from 5,000 MP to 26,000 MP. Steven is still in shock. What on earth is going on? His mana increased again, reaching 35,000 MP. The others gasped in shock. 35,000. So he's the strongest in Korea then. Even the hunter Trong-Hu only has 31,000 when equipped with spirit armor. JT breathes a sigh of relief. It seems the device is working fine again now. With this score, we now confirm that Inshin is qualified to become an S-Rank Hunter. Inshin turns to mock the other person. "Do you remember what I just said?"
Just wait until the ceremony ends and the chains are removed. When it's over, Inshin will go home.
He sprawled on the chair, complaining. So tired. Thinking back to Steven having to bow his head and apologize to me. He's proud, causing trouble, and then having to beg for forgiveness. Try bothering Miri again, and you'll see. It seems like the Demon Sword and Xiaoming have taken care of fixing the ceiling already. It looks like those two have been pretty close lately, so I assigned them to be bodyguards for Brother Kangoo. Birds of a feather flock together, right? Suddenly, my phone buzzed with a message from Kangoo. The message says that within 3 days, an S-Rank dungeon will open. You can obtain an SSS grade item, the Balance of the God of Peace. That could be quite useful. I'm curious. The Balance of the God of Peace? I don't know what that is, but if Kangoo said so, I better go get it. Now let's see how my child is doing. If it needs help, I'll know how to assist. When Inho sees him, he's shocked. Now he's already level 44. Please be careful with the information. Currently testing the Warrior Tower challenge at level 44. The unconditional time challenge through the rescue of the Universe Alliance in Chaos surprised him. The Great Cosmic Alliance? What is that supposed to be? I already gave Inho a mech suit, so it should be able to handle things on its own. Where's the bad luck charm? What is this skill? The system is displaying it. Add a shareable skill. The Awakened Dragon. Crocodori's ultimate dragon awakens. A skill capable of threatening even the gods. Try sharing it and something fun might happen. Why are you so surprised? Can I share that kind of skill? So that means I can turn into a dragon? Then I have to try it right now just to see. In my eagerness, I sneaked out to the mountain behind at night. Even if I turn into a dragon here, it doesn't matter. You are eagerly awaiting the sharing of the Crocodori Dragon Awakening skill. At Steven's house, he can't stop thinking about the shame from last night. Damn it, I never thought that I, the great Steven, would have to bow my head and apologize to that bug. One day, I will make him pay the price. Suddenly, the device on my hand gave a warning. A dangerous monster has appeared, estimated to be level S or higher. You need to go catch it quickly. Seven muttered to himself, a monster of S level or higher. Good, this is my chance to show that I'm better than that half-baked bastard. I'll be the first to arrive because I'm the only one in Korea who can teleport instantly. He teleported to the forest where Anon was, a level S monster on this mountain. What he saw left Steven stunned. What is that? His figure looks tiny compared to the dragon. The dragon squints at the newcomer. Anon, you say he's Bong Shich, right? Seven shyly exclaimed, what? How does it know my real name? You wonder silently. How do you know? So you made the first move. I am Bong Shich, and Sin Bong Shich. Why didn't you answer me? He clenched his fists in anger. Whether he's a dragon or a dog, just say Bong Shich, Bong Shich. I'm already pretty angry, and now I'm just going to take it out on you. In Shin, I think I misheard and got a little mad. It seems like this guy isn't quite in his right mind. Teleportation skill allows him to rush straight into Wai Shin. He angrily asks, Bong Shich, do you want to die? He gets even angrier and says, you better not call my name before you die. Surprised by the magic bomb he throws, the boy is taken aback. Where did these come from? He angrily repeats, my name is Steven. Inshin sneered with contempt before an explosion erupted, and Steven was filled with pride. So what are Steven's skills like now? Someone with your size must definitely be... Inshin looked at him coldly. You're so annoying. The chain breaks. He still thinks he saw it wrong. Damn it, how are you still alive after eating all those bombs? Fine, I'll do my best now. I'm going to slam my giant hand down on the ground. I told you it was itchy. I can't see the enemy anywhere. The boy suspiciously glances around. Where is the chain? When I lift my hand, the beloved chain you're looking for is lying crushed underneath. A is dead. And since it's my first time transforming into a dragon, I can't control my power yet. Feeling danger from behind, I cautiously turn around to see a group led by Hyon, Miri, and Mina hunting dragons. He shouted, "Everyone attack now!" And Shin knew he was doomed, being chased by the trio, and was panicking. He nervously thought about how to transform back. There's no other way now. He spread his wings and tried to flap them to fly away. He thought escaping by flying away was the best option. With this form, they will never listen to me even if I reveal my identity. Seeing me floating in the air, Shin was shocked I can really fly. He cheered happily, "I can really fly cool. Dragons are the best." But not long after, Einen sensed something strange. What is happening to me? My head hurts so much. The system warns you that you don't have enough divine power to maintain dragon will, so it falls to the ground. Do you realize you've gone too far? It seems like the power is being drained. The dragon's outer shell has also disappeared. He was annoyed, thinking to himself. Then he was pulled down straight to the ground. I fainted completely until I heard a call. "Wake up, my love." Just woke up and heard someone calling me. I wonder, is that my love? In front of her are strange roses with a mysterious woman at the center, bearing the mark of a rose on her body. "May I ask who you are?" she said with a pout. "I'm really angry, you know. Why can't you recognize my voice? Everyone calls me the Nightmare Queen, the one who swallows all demons, although I'm also known as the Silent Nightmare creeping in." And Shin wondered what was wrong with this woman. Am I dreaming right now? She lifts your chin to assess you. You look even more handsome than you appear. "My dear." And Jin was terrified and wondered why she kept calling me my dear. "I'm so scared." She continued speaking. "Listen carefully, my love. There's not much time left, so I'll keep it brief. So what do you think this is? Don't tell me it's a confession." "So you said, but I'm not ready yet." The eyes of the Nightmare Queen grew deep, revealing your planet being watched by monsters, Earth pressed by evil forces, and I am hungry. That thing has a bizarre shape with sharp teeth and flashes of light flicker in the sky. You see yourself raising your finger and saying, "Go away from Earth alone, you damn destructive god." When you wake up, Shin asks in confusion, "What the hell was that?" She explained, "That thing you just saw is a future created by my cause and effect power. That can happen when you reach a higher position than a great deity." "Are you saying higher than a great deity? I haven't received any mission to become a great god yet, so what should I do?" The Nightmare Queen suggested, "The quickest way to elevate a god's status is to absorb another god." "Are you suspicious about absorbing other gods?" She revealed that when someone wins a deity's festival, they can absorb the defeated god. So you can develop into a great god and become a great evil god. Isn't it faster than taking the righteous path to become a benevolent god? In hesitated. "Well, the Nightmare Queen is giving you some news. But a minor god will come to find you soon to start a different god's festival. The one who borrowed power from the monsters of greed and chaos and the ruler of the deep swamp. And you cannot refuse that invitation. Above all, that god ranks lower than you." And Jin is curious. "Who could it be?" She replied, "The ruler of Ankia. Are you wondering if that bastard is inviting me to the dragon festival?" The queen lifts your chin and says, "Therefore, my dear, you must not die." With that, the queen placed a kiss on his lips. I am stunned and even more worried because I realize I can't move. I need to get out of here quickly. After struggling for a while, Shin woke up from the dream. He irritably said, "I've gotten myself into something troublesome and she just keeps doing whatever she wants." Mina quickly asked what kind of mess he was caught up in, and Shin replied, "Oh, Miss Mina, that's Miri crying her heart out on one side." "Teacher, do you know how worried I was?" That attitude surprised him. "Is Miri also involved? What are you worried about?" Mina scolded, "If you're going to hunt an SS level monster, you should wait for backup and not rush in alone. I was worried you might have died." And he can't understand what they're saying. Suddenly, someone walks in and says, "It's good to see you doing well after becoming an S-rank hunter." And Shin suspects those are the claws in his hand. "When we found you, there was no sign of the dragon nearby. All we saw were these claws in your hand." And Shin wondered silently, "Did I keep it when I fainted? Please don't let everyone conclude that I caught that dragon." Miri asked curiously, "How could you possibly take down something that big all by yourself? You don't know what to say?" "Oh, that's Miri revealing that the guild and the media are going crazy, saying you saved the world." And Shin was surprised, thinking that he might be mistaken for a traitor, and the guild staff announced that the hunter from Korea is not a hero of the world. You can look forward to a reward from the guild once the investigation is over, and Shin happily. A reward? You thank them. When everyone leaves, you relax and lie sprawled on the bed. Finally, everything is quiet after everyone leaves. They all said I should look forward to the reward. Anyway, to stop the destruction god, I at least have to become a great god. Whether a god of evil or a god of blessing, I have to do everything to become a great god. The system notification. Received a mission to upgrade from a great god to an evil or benevolent god. You jump up, mentioning Cao Cao, and it suddenly appears again when you think it's the condition to activate the mission. Wait, is this really okay? In the Antia Empire, the figure of the Bloodsteel Emperor steps out and calls in a deep voice. Why? I have sacrificed everything to gain power, and you get it so easily? That power is not suitable for a child like him. I will chew him alive and swallow him whole, turning him into my power. Ensign is wondering, so this is finally the upgrade mission for the Great God. But isn't that a bit too much? System notification, the mission of the Great Virtue. God is that ordinary followers of 1 trillion or S-rank followers have a super probability of 10,000. The mission of the Great Evil God is for ordinary sacrifices of 1 trillion or S-rank sacrifices to have a super victory chance of 10,000. Remember what the Nightmare Queen said? When someone wins the Gods Festival, they can absorb the defeated god. As Nightmare said, I can use the Festival of the Gods at any time to level up to an evil god faster. But to become a great benevolent god, I need to increase my followers to this number. But if I want to stop that damn destructive god, I have to do whatever it takes. Anyway, I must capture the Emperor that the Nightmare mentioned. He is weaker than me, but now he can borrow power from those bastards. So I need to upgrade too. The first thing to do is to get the piece of the balance of the god item that Kangoo mentioned. But only truth can uphold righteousness. I heard the food in this hospital is really good. When he went to the hospital cafeteria, In asked to see an acquaintance. Hey, over there. Stephen, despite being covered in bandages, still has the mood to flirt. He pretends to say, Miss, you really don't know who I am. I am Stephen, an S-rank hunter. The girl nervously said, I really don't know. Please, I need to visit a relative in this hospital. I secretly think I heard this guy was badly injured, but he's still trying to flirt. Probably fine. He still doesn't let go of that girl. It's okay. At least now she knows who I am. Can I have your phone number? She stammered. Oh, actually, he heard someone calling his name. He broke free. Then he angrily turned and asked, Who dares to call my name? And Sin smiled brightly and raised his fist. Which one are you? Do you want to die? Stephen asked in surprise. And Shin, what the hell are you doing here? He thought to himself. And Sin heard that he was facing the dragon alone and couldn't get close. Damn it, who would have thought he was in the same hospital as me? And Sin scolds him. Anyway, why are you bothering others in the hospital like that? What kind of excuse is that? I just thought she looked familiar. So that girl hurried over to your side. And Chin, is that you? He's been blocking my way all this time. And Sin is surprised. What's wrong, teacher? Are you also a student at the academy? Wait a moment. You burst into flames of anger. How dare you touch my student again? Given this momentum, Seven quickly denied it. Oh, no, it's just a misunderstanding. Please get rid of him. Do you understand, you little monkey? I hurriedly run away. Damn it, I almost succeeded. I'm leaving now. Is that clear? You threaten me? Try to mess with my students again and see what happens. Even if you are a student at the Hunter Academy, how would you know me? The girl was stunned and exclaimed, What? Teacher, please don't tell me you don't remember me. Sorry, I must have mistaken. I'm not in your class, am I? Then who am I? She introduced herself. Teacher, it's me, He Do. It's H Do that you saved before, so in Shin is shocked. Wait, I am He Do? At the same time, the unique skill of the Void Eye activates. The human woman has gone through 19 batches of sticky rice cakes and has experienced a complete transformation after receiving countless blessings from the God of Abundance. And Shin still can't believe it. Are you really He Do? Please confirm. Yes, it's me. I heard you're at this hospital, so I came to visit. On the other side, Stephen was trembling with anger. He cursed. Damn it, I can't believe that bastard and Shin embarrassed me like that. I will never forgive you. Seeing the person downstairs, he widened his eyes and thought, what is that? Don't tell me it's the prey I was about to catch falling into my trap. He trembled with rage and swore that he would kill you. And Shin, do you mean that after graduation, the student became a farmer? He replied, yes, strangely after being revived, I really enjoy farming work. He thought to himself, is that because of the blessing from the God of prosperity? Anyway, I was blessed with an agricultural spirit. Hadu suddenly asked, hey, teacher. She bowed her head respectfully and sincerely said, thank you very much for saving me and my mother. I will spend the rest of my life repaying your kindness. While Inshin was still stunned, he received a notification that Hu had become a follower at the Earth Branch. He Do's skill, the blessing of the God of prosperity, can be shared carrying a superlative probability that the blessings of countless prosperity blessings could be feasible. He Do said goodbye and replied, I have to go now. There are still procedures to complete before I can return to the academy. Watching her figure disappear, he silently thought, I get it. It's thanks to the blessing of the God of abundance. Even if it's a bit strange, everything is still fine. Stephen secretly prepared to attack Inshin from behind at this moment. He thinks that no matter how much stronger you are than me, how can you withstand this sneak attack? Inshin breathes a sigh of relief, remembering that with He Do, he can still increase his S-rank believer level. But there's still a long way to go. I wish high-level followers would fall from the sky like rain. Suddenly, a scream sounded from behind. Die already, Shinsin! Countless magic bombs are thrown at you. Seven happily said, this is for daring to steal from me. The ground exploded after the bomb detonated, and when the smoke cleared, only dust remained. 7 was extremely satisfied. It's over now, proving that I'm stronger than a bastard like you. Footsteps echo as he excitedly says, I wish it were true. Stephen can't believe his eyes. How is he still unharmed? This bastard is no longer human. This feeling is exactly like when I faced that dragon. Seeing In-Shin like a demon approaching him, he realized he couldn't move. You put your hand on his shoulder to call the chain, and he despairingly thought he was going to die. And Sin Yan Tu says, I will give you a single path to survive. 7 is stunned. He orders you to become my follower quickly, then I will forgive all your past sins. He still doesn't understand what it means. What is this guy saying? He immediately raises his fist. If you don't want to, get ready to face the punishment for all your sins right now, Sven hurriedly said. I believe in you. I believe in you, Yin. I sincerely trust Lord Yin. Under Einen's threat, Bongshich has become Einen's follower. The mastered time control skill has been shared. The duty of the great benevolent deity for ordinary followers is a 10% chance, and for S-rank followers, a 7.67% chance, and is completely at ease. That's right. You little brat. From now on, listen to what I say, got it? He replied clearly yes, and raised his fist to threaten. I told you I understand, but if you dare to oppose me, I'll destroy you for sure. Got it? He begged and cried. I understand now that Lord In-Shin will be at Jiri Mountain the next day. In-Shin happily walks through the forest. Having the ability of instant teleportation is really convenient. You can reach such a distant place in the blink of an eye. Looking at the formation before us, you guess that this is where the balance of the God of Peace is hidden? In-Shin is very much looking forward to it. Let's go in. Just then, a call suddenly came through. Who could be calling at this hour? A series of notifications appeared. Warning, warning, the wedding ceremony of number 1 and the one with the blood of the destroyer god has begun. In-Ho is now dressed as a groom on the spaceship of the Queen of the Great Time Alliance, standing at the altar before his bride. In-Ho quietly looked at her. Through the screen, he guessed that maybe he was being seduced by that woman without knowing she carried the blood of the god of destruction. In-San shouted anxiously, Wake up! Did In-Ho hear Lord In-Shin? Hurry up and wake up. Is this woman? She recognizes you. Oh my god. Are you the god In-Shin? She is Esmeralda, the Queen of the Great Time Alliance, who once carried the blood of the destroyer god. But she has returned to being an ordinary person with their help. Activating the Eye of the Void Eye God, Esmeralda was born as a disciple of the Destroyer God and forced to inherit his bloodline. She tried to resist her fate and the Destroyer God, but failed. And when she was desperate and ready to give up, In-Ho appeared and promised to protect her. After a fierce battle, In-Ho defeated the deity's split body. Thanks to In-Ho, Esmeralda was able to break free from the blood ties of the god. In-Ho let out a sigh of relief. Esmeralda said, I heard In-Ho talk about a god he worships, and I also need to strengthen that person. Although I am much weaker than In-Ho, if you permit, I will also dedicate my faith to you. The system displays that the demoted goddess Esmeralda has become your follower. Equivalent to 10 S-rank followers, Ensign's faith has been spread to the Great Time Alliance. Ensign was shocked that his S-rank followers and faith had spread to the Great Time Alliance, so there would be many more followers, right? He sincerely said, Thank you, In-Ho. Congratulations on your wedding, I will contact you again later. Both of you in unison said, Yes, Master In, please have mercy. You're sure that with this, the Divine Benefit mission will be easier? Or should we go look for the remaining ancient artifacts now? Entering the magic circle 30 minutes later, he is still wandering inside the cave. Looking around, In-Shin guesses that it seems to be here. In front of you are a series of statues, including one of the Balance of Peace. Looking at it, you immediately recognize it as the Scale of Divine Justice. Can I take it? In-Shin sensed the danger with caution. A nearby statue shattered, and a giant monster roared. In-Shin helplessly said, I knew it wouldn't be easy, but it's only as easy as eating a cake. The Divine Finger of Power. But nothing happens, and he is stunned. Why can't my skill activate? The Divine Judgment Middle Finger, the reward skill. Miri pulls the Divine Sword to share the Demon Sword skill. The system warns of a change in the law of causality, with 95% of skills sealed by a powerful entity. He angrily thought, an entity sealing my skills? The one with that kind of power. Wait a minute. It must be Nantong Jia. The Peerless Divine Sword says it's definitely the god of destruction and happily eats popcorn. Tears of Prosperity cry out because that power is too great. She can't help. You curse, damn it, is this a trap? But I still have 5% of my power left. I still have a way to escape from here, so I clenched my fist and faced the monster. In-Scene silently tells himself that In-Ho is putting all his trust in him. Distribute the skill. In-Ho uses super strength. In-Shin's giant body punches the monster away. He finally breathes a sigh of relief. Only one arm is enhanced, but at this size, another monster rushes out from the side. In-Shin grew even more tense. Looking at the two in front of him, he exclaimed, There's another one. Damn, I can handle one of them. But the system's reminder that the Seeker of Eternal Truth used their principle of karma to turn the time-space gate on level 45 into the ruins of the Divine Justice. The condition for help in Shin person has fallen into the God's trap and taken away the balance of justice. Reading this message, In-Ho is shocked that the Shin person has fallen into the trap. Esmeralda said, That day must be in danger. He confirmed. Yes, I think she really needs help. She knows that even if I ask you to stay, you will still go, right? He said that helping him was more important than anything else. Esmeralda held Inho's hand tightly and gently said, I will wait for you until you help Lord Inshin climb to the top of the tower. Come back soon. He promised he couldn't guarantee, but he would definitely come back. Immediately, Inho teleported to his side. Lord In, I have arrived. Inho saw him and was immediately happy. You're here now, but are you now as tall as I am? Inho explains, didn't you make me taller with divine power? The system shows that the Seeker of Eternal Truth and the Divine Shard use the principle of karma to summon Inho. The current location has transformed into the 45th floor of the Warrior's Tower. Inho's body size will be automatically adjusted. You're curious and understand now, but what exactly is a god? Inho firmly grasped his sword. First, he had to eliminate these guys. I've already requested permission, but can I borrow the soul armor from Inho for a moment? I've been sealed of all my divine power. He agreed without hesitation. Of course, it was originally yours anyway. You put on the soul armor, feeling guilty inside. Taking back the gift you gave is really terrible. But this is an emergency situation. The monster is starting to act, swinging its fist down, and quickly marches toward them, shouting as he swings his sword down. Seeing them defeated, he exclaimed, realizing they weren't that strong after all. Both of them stepped forward, aiming to restore the balance of peace. And Sin says to the female demon goddess, so you're the final boss? Just come at me. Her eye immediately flashed bright red, and a dark voice echoed, where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is life, there is death. Where there is creation, there is destruction. Everything is fair. But when creation disappears, only destruction remains, turning it into a monster that devours everything in the world. Inksin's voice, full of power, was unbearable for Inho, while Insin remained safe inside the holy armor. Ah continued, Inksin, as predicted, you inherit his bloodline and protection, but it won't change anything at all. Standing before someone with overwhelming power, you realize how utterly useless you are. The light from her palm flashes brilliantly in all directions. Over there, Alpha and the Abyssal God are standing side by side, and Shin has inexplicably traveled through space. He looked down from above and hesitated before asking, I think even if the appraisal window didn't appear, I could still instinctively sense how powerful their holy energy is. Both are great demon gods, monsters of greed and chaos and rulers of the abyss. He wondered if these demon gods might be enemies here to destroy him. The realm of gods said to the Ironblood Emperor, we only want one thing from you, which is to bring the little god you killed and the power of our apostle right before our eyes. Alpha spoke up. We will only be satisfied after devouring that bastard's flesh and blood to the last drop. Hearing that, A became annoyed and shouted, don't give me orders. The power of the Crimson Blood Emperor suddenly erupted, making both of them cautious. The Emperor appeared and said, I only cooperate with you because it's necessary. I am not your subordinate. The system displayed his information. The king, the Bloodsteel King, and the god of Anchtia. He secretly despises and wants to kill Yin. After reading the information, he wondered why the Emperor of Anchtia was there and why he was allied with them. What exactly is his true plan? Sam Realm God muttered irritably, how clueless you are. The new god of Anchtia. The king coldly shouted, you talk big and after you've given what you promised, get out. A, furious, the stupid arrogant fool. How dare you? You lowly creature just barely becoming a god. Are you trying to die? The Emperor still stubbornly threatened. If you harm me, you won't be able to kill Anin. I already said before, we are allies, Alpha said angrily. But he was right. It is indeed difficult for us to destroy Ainin. If our trust is broken, the abyss of the gods will be furious but forced to stay silent. Then she said, it's only right that he is so determined to fulfill his grand wish. Very well, you mortal. Feel honored to be granted some holy power by us. After saying that, she grew in size and transferred her power to the Ironblood Emperor. He hadn't yet adapted to the new force and cried out in pain, feeling as if he was being torn apart. The system announces that the exclusive ability of the Void Eye God has been activated, and quickly scans the Emperor's biography. One day, a giant dome suddenly appeared in Anchia. It calls itself the Guiding Circle, and dozens of chosen ones are taken into the dome by a certain god. Their bodies shrunk down to the size of a thumb. Now, the system appears. Congratulations, you have been chosen as the seed of the god. A boy chosen as the seed of the god, but he is reluctant to leave the world behind. His mother gently pats his head and comforts him. It's okay, my love. Don't worry. The boy still couldn't shake his fear, tears welling up as he looked at the dome. The system continued to announce that the guide round had begun. The last survivor can become either a benevolent god or an evil god depending on their abilities until only one remains. 239 hours and 50 minutes have passed since the guide began. There are currently 3 survivors in the guide round, a strong older brother and a mother and her child who have no fighting ability. When cornered, he resorted to despicable tricks, pushing the mother and child forward and saying, damn it, you're going to die anyway, so you'd better attract that damn ant's attention. You already got in my way dragging that useless kid along. The strongest man, the firefighter, pushed the child and its mother to be bait for the bug, and at that moment, he summoned all his strength and punched the bug in the jaw. The firefighter sacrificed his right arm and killed the MO. 240 hours have passed since the guide started, and now only 2 survivors remain in the guide circle. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be surprised. What? I've killed them all, so why are there still 2 people? Then the man thought of something. Don't tell me that egg also counts as a survivor. As soon as he finished speaking, the egg in front of him slowly cracked open. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully activated the authority of the little god parasite, granted by the great demon god at the speed of light. You have successfully activated the parasitic state with the skill of nurturing. Nurturing is the ability to absorb the target's powers after swallowing them. He bounces easily. What? What does it mean to be a divine parasite with the ability of nurturing? Don't tell me that useless kid is still alive inside the egg. The child who was already eaten with its mother has become its parasite at lightning speed, with the incredible vitality bestowed by the demon god's blessing. That child is the current emperor of Ankia." The man, terrified, retreated and desperately begged. "I'm sorry, let me make it up to you somehow." Before he finishes speaking, the Ironblood Emperor had already ignited a flame from his finger. The system used the destruction god's flame obtained through nurturing, then used the power of the fire to eliminate the scoundrel. The system reports that only 1 survivor remains in the current guide, and this guide will now end. The Emperor coldly said, "That bastard has caused my mother and me to suffer like this. I will never forgive them, gods or not. I will devour even that." Then the Emperor began to absorb the power of the native gods of Ankia using his nurturing and parasitic skills, creating his own empire until Ainen appeared, sitting on the throne and grumbling, "I can't believe I can't control gamey water just because that cursed inborn bastard was born that way. If only I had eaten Anshia in number 1, then I could have truly become a god. Do you agree?" In? You were caught off guard and looked surprised. The ruler continued to ask, "How much longer do you plan to secretly watch me?" She clenched her fists and said reluctantly, "Don't you think it's a little unfair? The power I have gained just by being a simple bug is now being taken by you through playing with a phone." The system reappears, showing that the loyal insect lord has requested a divine festival for himself. You remember what the Nightmare Queen said and quietly think, "What? This is exactly what the Nightmare Lady said would happen." She said he's still weaker than her. I can't avoid it. I can't choose when someone with a lower divine rank demands it. The system has now sent the festival information between the Lord of the Cruel Insects and Ainen. The titles of Slaughter and Madness are now linked to the Lord of the Ruthless Insects and Inshin, as the marks between Inshin and the Emperor glow simultaneously. He coldly warns, "Wait and see. Inshin, once I absorb all the divine power of the great demon gods, I will personally take your head." He smirks and emphasizes, "Don't die before then." Suddenly, a voice called out from the void, "Why, please run!" And Sin vaguely realizes that this isn't number 1. Clutching his pounding head, he remembers, "Yes, I am currently in the middle of a battle with the divine weapons balance right in front of me." She smiles, revealing sharp teeth. "I tried to kill you before you woke up, but it seems you escaped the dream faster than I expected." And Sin then realized it was a dream. Did he use a skill on himself back then? In-Ho, exhausted and on the verge of collapse, turned to warn Inshin to run. He's too strong. She told him to shut up. No one will escape from here. Then she charged forward to attack. Inshin boldly rushed to fight in In-Ho's place. "From now on, I will be the one to kill you." The small body of the boy boldly charges to fight the giant god, but it seems unimpressed. After a fierce fight, both the soul armor and Inshin suffer heavy damage. Feeling resentful, he thought, "With such power, even though I wear the spirit armor." In-Ho rushed forward, saying, "Lord Inshin, I will stop him here. You won't lay a finger on him." She sneered and said, "You're quite capable. Most of your power has been sealed by our divine authority." Inshin from the ground confidently declared, "Listen here. Number 1, no one is allowed to kill my followers in front of me. I will never run away." Inshin reaffirmed, "I would rather die than run away." The system displayed several new notifications, the latest of Yin's exclusives. Yin's 95% sealed power has returned. The seal of the remnants of the peace god has been destroyed by the power of the exclusive rights. Inshin, surprised, repeats the god's pointing finger as a gentle wave of power envelops In. You realize your power is returning. The karmic divine force and the enlightenment path have been uncovered. The connection has been confirmed. The new user 10 in Cian has been identified to activate soul synchronization. Synchronization process at 999%. The spiritual armor immediately reaches the state of the ultimate divine armor. Cian's body unleashes an unprecedented surge of divine power. She panics, wondering what this holy energy explosion is. What else? You're going to die right now. Divine Cannon, unleash your power directly at her. She couldn't defend herself, and just as the attack was about to hit, the balance of divine justice could only scream, "No way!" That damn guy's power must have disappeared after a moment, and I couldn't see her anymore. In-Ho also stared in shock at that destructive force. He turned around excitedly and said, "You really are Lord Wai Shin. If it weren't for his help, I would have been in big trouble. Thank you." Number 1, system notification. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 45 of the Warrior's Tower. The Time-Space Challenge, the Ruins of the God of Peace. The next trial will begin soon. In-Ho saw his body gradually vanish. He quickly said goodbye to Ishin. Then I will also succeed in passing the next challenge. Alright, stay safe. Until Inho completely disappears, and Shin thinks it's probably time to go back, return to reality. And Shin is sitting and gazing at the loot on the table. The balance of the God of Peace. It is an item from a deceased deity. It has been used for 2.2 million years. As a special note, it has been sealed. You rub your chin uncertainly. I also don't really understand what this is for. Just give it to Kangoo now. He's a regressionist, so he probably knows something about this. Suddenly, the TV announced the news. The next report was about the Hunter battle. Today, the list has finally been announced. The representatives from Korea include Coach Dong-hyo, Hunters Mina, Miri, Stephen Choi, and the last ones, Sword Demon and Yin. According to the latest reports, Hunter Dong-hyo was deeply shocked after losing his spirit armor and announced that he could no longer participate as a player. So he volunteered to become a coach. I quietly think to myself, as Dong Hai-hook said, they added my name to the list of representatives? That's true. I have shown them that only those with S rank or higher have that ability. But I still need to prepare for the Gods' Festival of the Sovereign. Maybe we should bring the war helmet to the Hunter battle? That's a good idea. He leaned back and sighed. It would be better to know exactly when the Emperor would call. My dear Stoker, the Eternal Dormitory reports that it will take 2 to 6 months for him to absorb all the power from the 2 great gods. Truly impressive. He is indeed abundant. The Nightmare quietly advises you to give up leveling up gradually and go straight to the Emperor's court. Angry, you turn away and say, "Ha, no matter what, I will face the Emperor, so don't worry. Whether they are good or evil gods, I will do what I want, so whatever." Suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the door. You don't know who might be coming at this hour, but you still rush to open the door. Insin poked her head out and asked who it was. Is it Heiju and Miss Miri? Heiju came to see Insin to ask for a favor related to the chain of bonds, and she nervously recounted the story. He keeps appearing beside me whenever he wants. And Shin muttered irritably, "Don't tell me he's using teleportation." Yes, he keeps asking me out, but I hate him because of his arrogance, so I told Miri and she said the teacher could help me. And Shin angrily shouted, "How dare he do that to his students?" Bongsik, this guy is brave. I think since he's a follower of mine, a good scolding should be enough. But first, I have to teach him a lesson to make him realize. Just follow that order. Suddenly, the entire room shook violently. A warning. 3 dangerous monsters have appeared. Warning to S-Class or higher hunters, please gather at the nearest location. Hu and Miri are losing their composure. 3 S-rank monsters? Teacher, hurry up and check their locations. Something's not right, teacher. This place is right in front of your house. In the sky now, a pterosaur is boldly soaring through the air. Of course, the one fighting it is Bong Shich. He arrogantly said, "I am the fastest, the ruler of time," the TV immediately reported. Breaking news, monsters are spreading all over Seoul, and even during the fight, they can't resist glancing at the cameras to flirt. He-do looked at me with this cool and powerful swagger and said, "He looks really tempting to tease. Is he still a student or what?" Then he turned and said, "Miss Miri, can I borrow your helmet for a moment? I can handle all 3 of them myself, so you 2 stay here." The battle between Dulong and Bong Shich continues to be extremely fierce. He sneered maliciously, "You're all doomed, monsters." Before he could do anything, Inshin rushed forward and punched Dulong, making it howl in pain. Bong Shich stared blankly, thinking, wait a minute, the monsters I was about to catch. And then a fist was already approaching, leaving him no time to react. Bong Shich received a hard punch from Inshin, his face twisted in pain, and only then did he stammer a few words. "Who are you to attack the ruler of time and space?" Inshin was about to question him, asking why he dared to disturb my students. But then he said, "Never mind, I'll hit you a few more times and then tell you." Then he rushed back to him, planning to land a few more punches. But he quickly used teleportation to move to a skyscraper. Bong Shich covered his face in frustration, wondering where he was. "It's so urgent that I didn't even care where I was teleporting to. Huh? Isn't this the hotel building? If I'm not mistaken, it's about 10 kilometers from the previous location." He's narcissistic. Oh my god, I didn't expect I could teleport that far. So, I've broken another limit again? I'm actually afraid of my own talent. Is Bong Shich secretly in love? Are you still thinking like a high school student? He looked around cautiously, then up at the sky and saw Inshin standing there with his arms crossed as if he'd been there all along. Bong Shich wondered, are they chasing me all the way here? Who exactly are you? This is me. I hear you're interested in my he-do, right? I think we need to have a little talk. But who would have thought a monster would suddenly appear? Bong Shich no longer looked as arrogant as before, hesitating over that. Inshin gave him a hint. So, do you want to get beaten up before we talk? Bong Shich immediately used his teleportation skill and disappeared. You exclaim, how troublesome. Meanwhile, the department head is monitoring the situation on a large screen. They defeated it more easily than we thought. The secretary added that they said Steven was the first to arrive because he has teleportation abilities, and there was also a mysterious person wearing a helmet. The manager asked again, so are those 2 the ones who defeated the S-rank monster? The secretary confirms, yes. And it seems they have moved to the parliament building. At that moment, a giant monster suddenly emerged from somewhere. Inshin and Bonggich are still playing happily while begging, please stop. But Inshin had no intention of forgiving him. Running is useless. Come here, I'll beat you until your middle school syndrome is gone. The two of them playing happily caught the monster's attention. While Bongshich was running and crying blood, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I won't do that anymore. Suddenly, he stopped when he saw something huge moving above his head. The monster was about to strike a blow at the two humans. As it slammed into the ground, a shockwave erupted along with flying debris. When the dust settled, there was no sign of anyone in that deep pit. Bongshich sat trembling in the corner, thinking that it was only because of the teleportation skill that I managed to escape. Is Inshin already dead? The monster is being drawn to something ahead. Inshin has also transformed and is going solo against the monster. I get it, you're also hoping to die, right? The boy uses the shared skill Supergiant form to transform into a giant and then goes to talk with the monster. Alright, I'll grant you your wish before that bastard. And quickly rushes toward the monster and seeing your small figure, it still doesn't understand what you're here to do. Not letting it wait long, Inksin gathers all his strength into a punch with his right hand, wishing for it to die. A surge of power is unleashed, colliding with the monster's throat, blood spraying from its mouth. The TV reported today that monsters suddenly attacked soon, but S-rank hunter Einen successfully defeated one and drew the attention of the Global Hunter Association. Einen, have you received the Korean beef we sent yet? We look forward to working with you. Please politely reply. Thank you for sending the items to me. Oh my god. Of course we have to send someone to you. If you can secure a top position, we will send even more, I eagerly replied. Send more? I'll do my best. Then I will send the draft right now, the boy thought excitedly. All right, the 5 approvals are done, the manager chuckled happily. Yes, thank you. Looking at my phone, I secretly thought that my writing speed had increased very rapidly since I became a loyal retainer at a whole new level. Mr. John's car asked on the side. Hey, it seems you've become a famous author. Let me go tell the others. Please invite your friends to have a full meal and tell them you'll sign autographs. The system has notified that 2 clones have been added to reach level 3000 S-rank sacrifices to boost your writing ability. H is an S-rank god with a superpower of 3000 over 1000, increasing writing ability by 850. He calculated that his sacrifice level had reached 3000 after killing that Connor. My writing skills have improved, and now I also have clones. The system says the two new clones added recently can be summoned at the same time. Are your eyes shining like stars? 2 clones at the same time?
Then I'll summon them right away. You give a thumbs up to activate the Prosperity Spear.
A multitude of beams of light appeared in the room. Zaya was extremely delighted when he saw them. 2 copies of Einen appear. Einen's eyes widen. Do you realize they are 2 people? They look exactly like me when I was young. Seong jumped onto your back and asked curiously, You've turned into 2 more people. Because you're a level hunter? Do you have this ability? And Shin can only give a vague answer. Huh? Yeah. The copy just points at the original and says, Destroy, destroy. Before he could finish speaking, his stomach growled loudly. Mr. John's car guessed he must be very hungry. Let's go eat a hamburger. Your stomach is growling loudly. And Sin reluctantly goes along with the girl's wishes. Really? Then we will go eat hamburgers. Inside the hamburger restaurant, the 2 children are eating voraciously. And Shin looked at his copies and started naming them. All right. So the one with the mole on the forehead will be Tam Shin, and the one holding the pen will be Tu Sin. Tu Sin said he was busy, so he returned to his own body. Then he looked at Tam Shin, wondering what their abilities were, even though an evaluation window appeared when he named them. Information appears. Tam Shin, a seed of the god of destruction used for countless years, with a special note that it only knows how to say destruction. Tu Sin, a seed of the god of creation used for countless years, with a special note that it always carries a fountain pen. And Shin wondered suspiciously how 2 outstanding seeds of the gods had become clones of himself. The latest news caught everyone's attention. A monster had stormed into the Gangdong district. All the residents in the surrounding areas have been slightly confused and evacuated to the nearest safe place. The customer sitting near Shin Shin sighed and said, Another S-rank monster? So does that mean the world is about to end? As soon as he finished speaking, a giant foot stomped down and shattered the hamburger shop, revealing a sea monster-like creature emerging from the water, growling and threatening humanity. Everyone was terrified and ran chaotically like a swarm of bees scattering. Only Inshin remained calmly sitting there, asking her grandson Zhongzhan if he thought monsters were scary. The girl innocently replied, No, because you're here. Inshin immediately agreed. That's right. Wait a moment, I'll handle it. Just as Inshin was about to use her powerful index finger, Tam Shin stood up and declared destruction, unleashing a formidable burst of energy. The monster, driven back by their attack, roared loudly. Even Shin Shin was amazed by the power of her clone. Suddenly, the monster gradually dissolved into the void, its disappearance accelerating rapidly. So, it turns out Tam Shin absorbed all its energy. The people nearby whisper in surprise. That child just defeated a level S monster. He ate the monster. Does that mean he's turning into a monster? Are the hunters still not here? They are still talking. Aren't they supposed to be S-rank hunters? But what is he doing with that little monster boy? After digesting it, Tam Shin simply coldly said the word destruction. The people around, seeing that icy gaze, couldn't help but feel afraid. It's so scary. Will it eat us too? Shin thought to himself. If he doesn't handle this properly, it could get complicated.
Then he explained to everyone that this hunter is my student and she won't hurt anyone. Everyone was so terrified by that incredible power that they all ran away in a panic.
Isn't that what the kid said when he shot out the laser? Let's run. For a moment, the store was completely empty, and silently sighed. They all ran away. What just happened earlier? It just used its destructive aura to swallow the monster. Tiandao Jueji, while swinging his sword, said, "Those famous kids need to be properly taught from a young age. Wotan's nightmare advises you not to keep such a terrifying creature and to kill it immediately." Zheng Tukbat Tun says, "Although it is a seed of destruction, it might become useful if properly taught." Are you still hesitating, Endless? Maybe so, but it's better to destroy it immediately. Suddenly, Tam Shin's entire body began to dissolve, and he exclaimed in surprised destruction. Ensign and Sion-Jan were both stunned. Tam Sin gently places his hand on the girl's head. Although he only says 2 words, Destruction Exxon can reply. "All right, little one, come visit again next time." Tam Shin agrees and then disappears. And Shin stands aside, confused about what is happening. How are they able to communicate with each other? Inan is at home, resting his chin on his hand as he thinks. Anyway, Einan's skills are not ordinary. If I can use them properly, I might be able to defeat the king during the Gods Festival. Tam Shin makes a special note that Sion-Jan's kind heart has softened the dark energy. It liked the hamburger that Shon-Jan suggested. Try giving it 10 or more hamburgers each day. It might turn out better than you expect. Remember when he placed his hand on Zan-In's head? Contrary to the worried fake monks, it seemed Tam Shin's dark energy was gradually being cleansed by Zan. In other words, Tu Shin's abilities still remain a mystery. The fountain pen he always carries around seems very suspicious. Notification. A new mission has been created. Mission. Create a blockbuster film that will explode across the universe and attract viewers with an emotionally powerful performance. You don't believe what you're seeing. Maybe I read it wrong. It told me I have to do what? From now on, you will be transported to the battlefield of the Galactic Empire. In just a moment, Shin will disappear and frown. What? Suddenly like that? Wait, I still need to negotiate with the king at the Gods Festival. Soon after, you were transported to the spaceship. The insect tribe recognizes you. One of them happily raises their hand. Finally, you have arrived. I kindly ask you to respond politely. Yes, hello! The station staff didn't realize it was him, right? The god who saved the queen was quite desperate, so he sent a letter to him. He is the only actor who can replace the number 1, the one who left because of the Warrior Tower. The director said he was very pleased to meet you in person. This film will introduce your great rival. However, he left because of the Warrior Tower. And Shin angrily wondered, so I am the replacement for the number 1? How dare they? You pushed away the director and outright refused. Forget it, I'm busy now, go find someone else. But the director still keeps begging. No, please, just this once, I beg you. I promise I will make you a star on a cosmic level. A star on a cosmic level? A monkey? Do you think those words can fool me? You angrily order it. If you don't release me, don't blame me for not warning you. The system reports that the citizens of the Galactic Empire have been stirred up by the news of Ingsen taking the lead role in the film produced by the Empress. Ingsen's potential followers are increasing rapidly. The potential followers of Einan in the Galactic Empire are over 252 billion and still rising rapidly. Einan asks the director, "How many people are there in the Galactic Empire?" The director replied, "Now? About 50 trillion billion people. What do you want to do?" I was excited thinking that with a total population of over 50 trillion billion, just one piece of news about me could get me 250 billion potential followers. So if I can make these fans believe in you, then your attitude will turn around faster than a pancake. And if I get the director to agree, I'll sign the contract right here. I'll do my best right now, feeling so excited inside. So does that mean I could gain 1 billion followers? The manager called to check in. "Hello, sir. I know this is a very important time, but I just want to ask if your writing is still going well." You reply, "I'm filming right now." "Oh, no. I'm currently taking a break for personal reasons. I can't believe that even out in space, I'm still being reminded to submit my novel." The manager asked, "What do you mean? What personal reasons?" You finished your sentence and hung up. Just post a notice saying, "I will take a short break for personal reasons." "All right then. Goodbye." "Huh? Take a break. Wait a moment." Director reminds you, "Ensign, now we will shoot the next scene." Ensign firmly believes that his novel is important, but right now the future of the Earth is his top priority. The camera starts rolling and Shin begins to act out swinging his sword down. Heavenly Demon. "Sacred Sword," the director shouted. "Cut! Next we will film your fight scene, so please get ready." He replied, "Understood." What do you think? This prop was made by the director himself, so it's very easy to use. He confirms yes, it is very easy to move. Yes, the system reminds Saint Antia and the people of the Gayami Kingdom that they have created a gold divine idol. Do you want to accept? Let Inshin be curious. "Saintess, what is this?" "Please explain, it's a gold statue." "Please accept this." Anne has wondered ever since she discovered Arak's gold mine what she should do with it. Are they all just gathering to make that gold statue for me? But if it's real gold, its value would be because I received the statue out of genuine sincerity. Definitely not for the money. How could I refuse the shining gaze of the Saintess? The system has been reminded to create the number of greed's iron statues. 9-inch is shocked. Wait, why did the name change from Sacred Iron Idol to Greed's Sacred Iron Idol? The system reminds you to create 300 idol swords of greed, and an extraordinary miracle will happen. You're curious, isn't it a small miracle but an extraordinary one? I feel a bit sorry for them, but I wonder if this saintess can create 291 more statues. She agreed, of course. We will work hard to create them and present them to you. Please be happy right away. Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know what will happen after I receive the 300 statues. About 10 days later, according to Earth's calendar, he rubbed his aching shoulders and wondered silently, is today the last day of filming? It's probably already been 10 days on Earth. But time here passes 4 times slower, so it's actually been 40 days. The Hunter battle has already begun, currently taking place in round 16. In Korea, Tom Shin, Nina, and Miri have advanced to the round of 16. Luckily, my clones can also join the Hunter battle, and I have to admit that if I participated myself, I might not do as well. Do you still have the skill of splitting into clones? It doesn't matter as long as your clones are at the same level as you. Don't worry, their combat abilities are also excellent. And silently thought, our side will soon reach 1 billion followers because we've made a really great movie. The system reminds that the Holy Maiden has completed the 300 sacred idols of greed. Einen is surprised, wow, it's already finished? You continue reading the notification. Anchia's gold is an object containing the divine essence of an unnamed supreme god. If you offer 300 iron idols to that unnamed god, an extraordinary miracle will happen. Do you want to offer 300 iron idols to the unknown supreme god? I agree immediately. Of course I do. There's no way I would miss out on such an extraordinary miracle. Suddenly, his eyes widened in amazement. Really? Am I mistaken? The system shows the promotion quest to become a great benevolent god is in progress, with S-rank believers capable of becoming superlative, currently at 600 out of 10,000, plus 300 more greed's golden idols. Offering the golden idol of greed to the nameless supreme god turns them into S-rank followers capable of becoming transcendent. From now on, each time a golden idol of greed is created, the number of followers will increase by 1. I feel like I've hit the jackpot. Oh my god, I don't know who you are, but thank you so much. That means I can defeat both the king and the destroyer god soon. At the same time, in Anchia, the ruler of the abyss and Alpha are waiting. They speak, "It's time now, Emperor. Quickly kill that tiny god and offer him to us as a sacrifice." The fist of the Emperor seems to pierce through space, and the mountain they stand on erupts with destructive light until the thick smoke clears, revealing the arrogant figure of the Emperor. He said, "Finally, this moment has come," and silently nodded as he looked at the person he was referring to standing under the spotlight. The host introduces the space god not only as a film, but as a legendary masterpiece that will endure forever, about the main character and his guardian deity, with Einen's skillful acting and moving performance prompting many to ask about his future projects. Will Ensign become a god of cinema? Einen quietly celebrated as the film premiered and took the top spot at the box office. It seems I also have some acting talent. Holding the microphone, he introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I am Einen. First of all, I want to thank everyone for their love for the space god. Your fans are cheering loudly. Wow, an inn looks so cool. An inn feels so warm inside. The fans here are not the only ones paying attention to me. There are also people watching the broadcast. I need to seize this opportunity right now." He sincerely said, "I am pleased to announce that the second Space God project will soon enter production, and I will still play the main character. Once it airs, we guarantee this film will provide a much more exciting experience than the first Space God. Does everyone believe that the next film will also be successful? If so, please tell me I believe in it." The people below froze for a moment, their faces all stunned. The TV audience was also shocked. "Xin thầm nghĩ, mẹ nọ, xem ra không được rồi. Dù sao thì dạy cũng giàu phải cùng giao gì nên sao hộ có thể tin vào." One person stepped forward and said, "I believe in you, Wai Shin." Another added, "I also believe in you, Wai Shin. I believe too." The entire audience seemed to erupt. "I believe in you, Yi Shin. I believe too." Keep going, Wai Shin. The total number of ordinary believers in the Galactic Empire is currently 652 billion. The total number of S-rank believers capable of becoming transcendent is currently 2,254 in the Galactic Empire. And Shin is very happy, 652 billion. I also have some expectations, but this far exceeds what I thought. And there are even some S-rank items too. I thought I would get 1,000 or even 10,000, but with this kind of luck, I guess I can do it. The spaceship is returning, and Shin is only a few autograph sessions away from becoming a great benevolent deity and then returning to Earth. But since he entered the void trial on the 46th floor, he still hasn't seen number 1. Level 46 is a space filled with darkness, and I've heard that people can only rely on their mental strength to withstand it. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to do it. No, instead, I want to know if there's anything I can do to help. The system is reminding me that number 1 is requesting to share the eye skill of the invisible eye god. Do you allow it? In will respond immediately. Of course, let me help you. Number 1. Through your eyes, Inho said in surprise. So In Shin has allowed sharing the skill. I can finally see what's ahead. In front of him is a masked person. She knocks over the pieces on the board. It looks like they've all been defeated. Completely useless. But there's no need to worry, because the king pieces are placed by her since there are still many pieces left. And there are also pieces symbolizing In-Shin below. Does In-Ho realize that is In-Shin? He wondered to himself, what kind of monster is that guy? Is he an enemy of Lord In-Shin? She coldly said, I am very much looking forward to seeing if you can make us happy this time. Do you feel the same? The foolish apostle borrowed the eyes of the blind god and cursed and swore, what the hell did you do, bastard? He contemptuously said, you, a lowly creature like you, should not be standing before me. Could this be the karma caused by the god of destruction? All right, you also deserve to know my name. Behold, the instinct of destruction. The system updates, and the eyes of the void god will review the history of the abyssal dragon. It was originally just a piece of flesh cut from the destroyer god by the white-clad knight, but over the ages, it became like a bird emerging from its shell. A giant dragon wearing a crown was born from that piece of flesh. That was the birth of the abyssal dragon. It only follows its instincts and destroys everything. No god or apostle can stop it. And so, it devoured countless gods and their apostles. After thousands of years, it gained its own wise intelligence. The dragon, once it gained reason, became bored. So it started playing on a planet with life. It marks creatures with the symbol of the abyss, so it can swallow them when they grow up. And then it felt bored again and created another game. The one who created gods right on Earth. Now, do you understand? I am the only true apostle of the destroyer god, a deity that the lowly humans call the abyss, and who brings them fear and despair. In rage, Ho shouted, do you really think the apocalypse is just a game to you? Why? The abyssal dragon replied, isn't it also just to satisfy your hunger that you kill animals? These two things are no different from each other. My offering is also ready, so I am sure my father will be very pleased with this feast. Once those who call themselves heroes truly mature, I will swallow them along with the earth, and then this world will be left only with desolation and wasteland. In Sin's heart, a surge of hatred rises. It's truly ridiculous. Fine, you're definitely very strong. Strong enough to swallow the entire earth at will. But this time, it won't be easy, because our god, Lord In, is here. After watching, In-Shin is not very surprised. I knew it, the abyssal dragon is still alive, but it can choose when to appear. They're definitely plotting something. Could it be that the gods' festival between me and the emperor has already been planned? If that's true, then never mind. If the abyss appears, the world will be doomed. I must get stronger quickly before that happens. To do that, we need to defeat the tyrant Na. The director stepped in to remind you, we will head to the next target location. And I hope you can answer. And just putting that aside for now. Now I need to quickly increase the number of regular believers and S-rank believers as much as possible. But first, I have to check this. My number of followers on Earth has increased thanks to the activities of my clones. You're probably surprised as you look at the screen now. Huh? So Royce and Sasaki have met in the semifinals? So the other side will be the side of the murderer and Tam Shin. You're quite looking forward to it. Finally, my clones are meeting each other. The notification appears. So now the match between Sunrise's craftsman and Sasaki will begin. Insane is very excited and it's finally starting. Seeing a dark aura invade someone's mind, he was surprised. What is that the eye's exclusive power of the blind god has been activated? Through the eye of the divine, Alpha coldly asks, repeat what you just said quickly. The king responds, the strength you gave me is not enough. The abyssal god angrily scolds, a reckless fool who dares to complain and criticize the power bestowed upon you. The emperor criticizes, saying that strength is nothing, and that is why. Quickly, give me all your divine power. She was stunned and asked, what did you say? Alpha couldn't hold back and cursed this bastard, then stomped his foot and sneered. How dare a lowly trash insult a higher deity? Die. The abyssal god advises, you can't kill him, we still need him to retaliate. Once everything is over, I'll deal with him myself. I would rather go down to earth myself, even if I have to bear the consequences and pay with my divine power. But the god of destruction will soon arrive on earth. I have to wipe out the earth before I meet him. Suddenly, Alpha sensed that this bastard was inside my body. Deep Abyss questioned suspiciously, what is inside your body? He roared with his mouth open. Seeing himself bitten, the abyssal god shouted, you bastard, are you crazy? I didn't mean for this to happen. A dark force erupts, sharing the skills of the disciple. The abyssal god fears as the incoming power strikes from behind. No way, I can't believe it. How can a stronger god be defeated so easily? The emperor rushes towards her. Now it's your turn. The abyssal god can't dodge. With one arm cut off, she roars, you bastard, are you trying to settle the score with revenge? The emperor scoffed, saying, Grace, the law of the evil god states that the strong will devour the weak, and the weak will have to die. As soon as she finished speaking, a punch struck the abyssal god in the stomach, knocking her back. Her pride refused to let her suffer humiliation. I can't die like those lowly prey. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, and before he could react, the abyssal god was ambushed. The sovereign mocks, try to defeat me with that predictable move. Surely the great gods are nothing special, right? the Abyssal God reveals her hand, opening her wide mouth, intending to pour all her divine power into this move and die. The Emperor couldn't believe he was being outsmarted. From the mouth of the Abyssal God, a surge of supernatural power erupted. I swear that even if I have to die, that damn Emperor must die with me. The perfect Emperor, unscathed, said, I didn't expect that even after giving it my all, that's all you could do. That pathetic little flame. The abyss of the divine realm exclaimed in horror. How can he withstand my fire? This time, it's my turn to show off my power, so I will let you witness the flames from this body as your final reward. A force like a swirling purple tornado descends into the abyss, leaving her battered and scarred. The king releases a potion. Try it yourself. He activated the skill to swallow the Emperor's entire body. Covered in that red power, and smugly looked at his new form. The system finally displayed the title of Grand Deity. Congratulations on completing the tutorial. He sighed in relief. Finally finished this exhausting training. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The system reminds you that since you've completed the training, you are now free from it. Do you want to go back to a cold and hungry Earth? He agreed immediately. All right, it's time for us to settle the score. The Emperor passes through the crack and leaves. Shin has uncovered the full truth. You realize the situation has become serious. The Emperor can kill a great evil god. So does that mean the portal will bring the Emperor back to Earth? So that's why the blind god's eye was activated. A crack appeared on the referee's screen behind. From their expressions, I guess the other hunters can't see that gate. I'm not yet a great deity, but I will return immediately. If this keeps going, everyone will die. At this moment, the system notified the Emperor that you have successfully returned to Earth. He coldly asked the person in front of him, "Who are you?" Standing before him is the Abyssal Dragon. The Emperor and her return, Rongvuktom, just watched the match. The semifinals of the Hunter competition are about to begin now. She happily exclaimed, "You welcomed me so warmly." The Emperor questioned suspiciously, "You?" The Abyssal Dragon continued, "I didn't expect you to be able to swallow a great evil god. I'm so moved. In the end, all the lives and divine power sacrificed to create the training ground have been truly rewarded. You are my only successful and most talented child." The Emperor's voice was deep and serious. "What did you say? Are you the bastard who created that training lock?" Thamrongvuk confirms, "Yes, I am the Abyss. You created me, and I am an apostle of the god of destruction. Seeing my child return safely, I just finished speaking when she was attacked by the child I am proud of." The Emperor's claws shot out, and he questioned, "Did you lock us in that damn training cage? Are you also the one who killed my mother?" The Abyssal Dragon's head still maintained its usual smile. The Sovereign realized, "You bastard, how dare you use a puppet? You bastard! I know you're hiding somewhere on Earth, and I will find and kill you in the most painful way possible. And in the end, I will avenge my mother." The system warns that War God, the slaughtering and madness battle, is mocking you. The Sovereign trembles with rage and vows that I will show you this shameful appearance. Warrior, the War God reminds you that the slaughter and madness are calling for blood and souls of the young god as per the contract you signed. The Emperor secretly understood, just as the War God said, that he had received a blessing in exchange for Inshin's life, but he also didn't understand why they wanted such a young god. "I will definitely behead Inshin and offer him as a sacrifice to you." As he finished speaking, he disappeared from the space. At the Hunter's arena, the spectators above were stunned, unable to believe it. "How is that possible? Royce has been defeated." Sasaki calmly said, "This is even worse than I imagined," the referee announced, which was quite a surprise. "Royce, the supposed strongest warrior, has to bow before a Japanese rookie." Sasaki, the third Shin, indignantly exclaims, "The destroyer speaks, 'Not yet, because he is an apostle of an evil god, so you can't kill him right now.'" He replied with destruction. The assassin continued, "That Sasaki guy, he's very dangerous." Roy questions, "That power can only come from borrowing it from an evil god. I don't think someone like you could have that kind of strength." Sasaki interrupted, "You're talking too much. Do you want to die right here?" Roy replied righteously, "Of course not. Evil must be destroyed immediately." Sasaki raises his sword. "This time I will truly end it." While they faced off, the king appeared, his eyes blazing red like blood. The two others quickly became defeated beneath the king's feet. Everyone is stunned. "What is that?" "Wait, isn't that a monster?" the Sovereign asked. "I have a question for you. Where is my enemy's insignia? The entire arena has been destroyed by him." The loudspeaker announcement rings out. "All spectators, please evacuate immediately." The monster that just arrived is an SSS level creature, the same level as the Abyssal Dragon that appeared. The audience panicked and scrambled to run away. "Run quickly, go up now." The announcement is still playing. Let me repeat. "Shocked assassin, is that the Emperor?" He denies it. "No, that wasn't the previous Emperor. I feel a different energy now. I have to stop him." "Meanwhile, you need to return quickly. The main body." The Emperor coldly said, "I will ask again. Where is Inshin now?" Sasaki wondered anxiously. Is he looking for Einen, who has reached the semifinals? What does he want from that guy? "Huh? My sword?" The sword in his hand screams to cut down the king. He silently thinks the sword is crying out from the monster of greed and chaos. Then Sasaki bravely swung his sword to face the scythe of death. But Kamakiri's strike was blocked by him. Sasaki was forced to retreat violently, and the Emperor mocked him. With the power of a dead evil god, what can you do? Destroy the fire god and unleash the raging flames. Sasaki stared in shock, unable to believe it, as Royce also looked on in disbelief. The assassin thought nervously, how could a Grand Minister be this powerful? Can I stop him? No, I have to hold out until the main body arrives. The assassin stepped forward and asked, found them yet? You annoying bug. The Emperor happily turned back and asked, are you begging for mercy? He eagerly charged at him. There you are. The assassin raised his middle finger, a judgment so powerful it caused the arena to explode. He remains very serious. The sovereign sneers and asks, is that all you've got? The assassin swung his sword, intending to show him what manners are, but the opponent swiftly dodged behind him, and suddenly the Emperor sensed something was wrong. A destructive blast erupted from the third prince. His tail plunged deep into the ground, and his fist, infused with demonic energy, surged upward. Royce shouted loudly, that guy is on par with the Abyssal Dragon. Stop him quickly! Everyone charged together. The Emperor looked down on them disdainfully, his figure vanishing like a shadow. Doohyun shouted in worry. He's gone! Where could he possibly run to? Suddenly, a beam of light streaks across him. From the center of the room, a powerful radiance spreads in all directions with destructive force. The Emperor appears, sneering. You never expected you to be this weak? Looks like I was worried for nothing. Insin, your clone has been wounded in the shoulder. The Emperor leapt high and charged at the killer. Now you will become a sacrifice for the war god. The system reminds, Inshin has appeared, the god's festival will begin. A punch from him is enough to send the Emperor flying out of the rafters. Insin said, damn it, I was late because I had to attend a signing event far away. The Emperor, holding his swollen cheek, asked, who just said that? Are you asking me who I am? I am the superstar. Inshin, famous across the galaxy, the one you've been desperately searching for. You use the divine healing finger, and everyone here is healed. Mina realizes that this healing ability is the same as the assassin's, and asks, finally you're back. It's really you, but what's with that look? Tamshin frowned as he looked at the angel wings behind him and said destruction. Inshin asked happily, is everyone okay? Don't worry, Inshin has come to save everyone. The killer is annoyed. Why are you talking like that? Did your brain slip a screw again? Tam will repeat the destruction. The ruler realizes that this bastard actually has the ability to split himself. The assassin continues to question him. Where have you been and what have you been doing for you to arrive now? The boy whispers an explanation. I just had to give some directions on set because of that god's goal to become a big shot. What's he so shocked about? The headset you're wearing has been set up, Your Majesty and all the residents of Great Celestial Galaxy are watching your film. Now start adjusting your expression to look more compassionate and serious. You secretly think you're filming an external god and everything here is live streaming. The director shouted excitedly, the costume looks amazing, partly thanks to my special effects, but you really do look like a god. System notification, regular followers 772 billion, galactic allies 11,000, S-rank followers with super V ability 5,015 allies, Galaxy 91 over 10,000 and silently thinks. I don't know how crazy this director must be to want me to stream live, but it's definitely working. My number of followers is skyrocketing. The Sovereign wondered, so my opponent all along has been a fragment body? He let out a strange, incomprehensible laugh as a wave of imperial power radiated from his body, causing everyone around to clutch their heads in pain. Royce thought to himself that his power was so formidable it could pressure even S-rank hunters, truly on par with the Abyssal Dragon, and he might even wipe out all the hunters here. No, if Inshin knew, there might still be a chance. He said excitedly, that's right, it has to be. There's no way my opponent could be that weak. If it's true, then what's the point of all my effort in accumulating strength? The great war of gods is happening, so let's start the divine festival. Inshin signals to them, from now on, let me handle everything. Everyone evacuate. The Emperor intervened and said, now is not the time for you to worry about others. He swung a palm strike toward you, but Inshin calmly tilted his body to dodge. Master, this is too dangerous. The summoned demon sword, the sword god. He looked tense at the situation ahead, while his clone had just swung his sword to attack the Emperor. Thanks for the praise. Well done, second brother. Now stop praising me and get angry. The Emperor trembled as he looked at his severed hand, stunned by yet another blow from these bastards. Tamsin shouts destruction as a powerful force erupts from his mouth, sweeping out like a tornado. The Emperor was engulfed by the tornado. An explosion erupted, illuminating the entire room, and he struggled to escape that power. The Emperor vows that all these foolish games will end here. His target is Tamshin below. The assassin taunted him. Come here, you little bug. The Emperor couldn't believe it. The assassin suddenly appeared and struck him with a sword. He gritted his teeth and asked, how dare that bastard clone? The assassin orders, finish it off. And Shin's main body immediately acts, the son of some sex, while the Emperor is still unaware of what's happening. In Shin's ultimate sword, the boundless heavenly demon, unleashes the power of ice cold. By the time the Emperor realizes, it's already too late, and the entire arena seems to explode with shockwaves. Thick dust and smoke obscure the view. and Shin silently thinks that Ming has used too much holy power to keep the clone here. He turns to ask, "Are you all okay?" Both clones replied in unison, "It's fine, destruction." And Shin called him Emperor. Huang Di lies at the bottom of the deep pit, wondering if he's dead. His body moves slightly as a flower-shaped mark appears. The Emperor coldly said, "I didn't expect you to push me to the brink of death. I must admit, you are indeed very strong. But now I will show you the truth. The blessing of the war god has granted me." So he's been holding back his full strength all along. Since things have gone this far, I will give it my all. Seeing all three rush forward, the Emperor remained calm and smiled. Tam Shin unleashed a destructive force, but before it succeeded, the Emperor struck him down. The other two were frightened, and before disappearing, Tam Shin still shouted destruction. The proud king said, and a murderer was so angry he was speechless. "You?" He risked everything to charge forward with his sword, as the balance of peace tilted toward the evil side, which grew stronger and heavier. At this moment, the assassin groaned in pain as the Emperor's hand pierced through his stomach. Shin shouted from behind, having ambushed him from behind. The Emperor leapt high, delivering a palm strike downward, causing the assassin to gradually vanish, and he only managed to gasp out that the remaining one was the true owner. The sovereign, intrigued, said, "Shin, you will be the next." Royce's divine fire of destruction suddenly roared and stopped. He froze him with his magic. Shin was shocked. Isn't ice magic and SSS Hunter Royce's skill? Has he not broken free yet? "You stop him. This isn't a battle, and even someone like you shouldn't interfere, as a small mistake could lead to death." Roy replies, "Don't underestimate SSS rank Shin. Just wait and see how easily I can subdue this one while you can't." The ice surface shows signs of cracking and breaking apart, the king roars, and all the ice shards explode into fragments. Roy is stunned. How could he break his ice? "He's starting to settle the score with you. How dare you interrupt the gods' festival? Do you even realize what you've just done?" The entire arena trembled as a warning sounded. The slaughter and madness had been provoked by the interruption and had cursed Roy. What the hell is that? Cracks appeared on the ground beneath him, dark energy swirling around his body. The system warned that a silent nightmare of rage had crept in before the divine curse, challenging the chaos and madness of the battle to join the gods' festival. What the hell? What? Wait a minute. Why? A series of notifications appeared. Dung Tuk Button's face darkened, and he shouted that they shouldn't fight because it was a battle of gods. The slaughterous and insane laughter echoed as he said, "It's gaining the upper hand. A festival of the gods among the high gods will begin." The Nightmare Queen speaks. "I don't care if someone dies or not, but Shin must not die. Since the gods have directly cursed a person, I will also break the law of karma. And even if I end up dying, I won't let my spirit be lost." And just listening, she froze in surprise. What? The Heavenly Blade, the ruthless bandit, sighed, thinking that was a too reckless decision. However, it also said that forbidden love was very interesting and started munching popcorn. The balance of peace begins to move, and the evil side scale slams down hard. The system displays that the aura of evil is too strong. To restore the balance according to the design of the Creator God and the God of Harmony, the seal on the scale will be lifted. Shin is surprised as the seal on the scale is broken. You read the following announcements. To defeat evil effectively, the fragments of good and evil must come together. Until now, the owner of the good fragment held by Shin has been too weak. To restore balance, the fragment of the God of Creation has been infused with the divine power of the primal Creator God. And silently wondered, is the shard of the God of Creation too Shin? He said he had something to do. At that moment, Shin said, "I have something to do, so don't summon me for now. It seems you won't be able to either because you don't have enough holy power." He writes a letter, and the system displays that the skill to enhance writing ability is 7 S's. Shin thinks to himself, Shin just needs to hold on a little longer. Once the balance of the God of Peace is restored by the divine power of the God of Creation, we will have a chance to win. The Emperor spoke. "It's over, Shin. Raise your fist and apologize, but it seems things won't end that easily." Does the Emperor have a bad feeling about something? Shin explains, "Because unlike you, I still have many followers I need to protect." The system reminds you that due to the rapid increase in your followers, your physical strength has recovered and your divine power has slightly increased. The Great Benevolent God's mission is close to meeting the success conditions. Because your followers are increasing rapidly, your physical strength has recovered and your divine power has slightly increased. It encourages himself, just a little more, hold on a little longer, and then I will be able to resonate with my followers. So please trust me. The Emperor feels that this bastard is getting stronger. He's definitely gathering his followers somewhere. But it's all just a waste of effort. He jumps up high and then uses all his strength to confront you. Shin, feeling weaker, falls to the ground. He senses the pain within his body. The system displays that the Great Benevolent God is currently converting 981 billion ordinary believers out of 1 trillion. S-rank believers have a superhuman ability of 9,200 out of 10,000. Thanks to that, Shin gained more strength. The Emperor still looked down on him, dismissing him as insignificant. He channels demonic energy into the sword in his hand. The Emperor's goal is to kill you before you can gather strength from your followers again. Shin can only block with his bare hands, Tianma anxiously warns. With my current strength, I can't withstand another hit. The Emperor charges forward with unstoppable momentum. His sword made him stumble backward. Tianma shouted in worry. Run, Ensign. Now you have to survive. The Emperor interjected and said, How dare you think I would let him escape? He extends his claws toward Ensign. The boy is so tense that sweat is pouring down, the claws about to touch. The system reminds and congratulates S-rank warrior number 1 for killing thousands of level S monsters at faster than light speed, surpassing all challenges of the Tower of Glory. The Great Demon God mission is currently sacrificing a level S creature with a superlative ability of 10,000 out of 10,000. Congratulations, you have completed the Demon Lord mission. Ensign has ascended to Demon Lord. A surge of power flows into his body. The light from Einen's level up makes the Emperor have to shield his eyes because it's too bright. He can't believe it. How is that possible? You are very satisfied. Just in time, the number 1 has finally completed the Warrior Tower. The number 1 system alert has passed level 50 and is now exiting the Warrior Tower. He has appeared. I am coming. Sir Y, I thank you. You praise Inho. Well done. But is that energetic body of yours still the same as before? He replied. I'm not sure why either, but it's been like that since the battle at the Great Alliance in the 44th floor. And Shin happily praised. That's impressive. The Emperor roared in anger. How dare these pathetic fools chat in front of me? They've just become great officials and think they can defeat me? I will kill you all. In Shin orders, number 1, wipe out these bastards with a combined attack. In Ho is ready to understand. Thuong A In asks the two of them to charge at the Emperor together. He clearly shouts fiercely, These bastards. The system reminds that the Great Benevolent God is currently converting 999 billion out of 1 trillion ordinary believers, with over 9,300 out of 10,000 S-rank believers having superpowers. Ino activates his steel-hard muscles, delivering a palm strike accompanied by lightning and freezing cold directly at the Emperor. He still hasn't surrendered. Do you really think you can defeat me, you bastards? And appears right behind him. The Heavenly Demon orders, channel all your power into it now. The Heavenly Demon unleashes the ultimate power sweep, and the Emperor can only watch helplessly as he falls for the attack. The system reminds that the audience and disciples watching are all cheering because Einen's performance has met the requirements. And Shin happily exclaims, It's all done now. The progress has been updated. The Great Virtue. God's mission is to convert 1 trillion ordinary believers out of 1 trillion. Congratulations on completing the Great Virtue God's mission. Ensign has ascended to the rank of Great Virtue God, his entire body bathed in a radiant golden glow. You tell him enough is enough. Give up now. The king, he won't accept it, damn it. This can't end like this. I haven't avenged that bastard of the abyss yet, so he summoned the god of war. If you lend me a quarter of your power for just 25 minutes, I will offer my body and soul to you, so please help me. According to that plea, a crack appeared in the sky. They both sensed that something terrifying was approaching. The war system reminds that the war god of slaughter has granted the king his wish. The power surges straight down from the crack. The Emperor Reborn must endure the pain of exchanging power. The Emperor's claws reveal his seal, and his feet do the same, as he appears in a completely new form. The king said coldly, 25 minutes is enough after slaughtering all of you here. I will go to the abyss and send him off forever. In-ho shouted, Shut up right in front of Lord Yin. How dare you? The Emperor looks down on you, a lowly creature. The sword in In-ho's hand was cut by a streak of light hitting the hilt. In-ho could feel that this opponent was truly much stronger. He appeared instantly beside him at lightning speed. In-ho immediately activated the infinite body technique. However, a punch from him still goes through. In-ho's hand tightly grips his opponent's wrist. In-Sin swoops down from above, you damn insect. You cut off his hand with the heavenly demon blade, then use your ring finger to heal In-ho with divine healing. He gratefully said, Thank you, your majesty. The Emperor licked the blood on his hand and praised the formidable skill. In-ho cautiously realizes that he has absorbed that skill. So this is the infinite body that In-Shin is using. In-Sin realizes that it is a skill absorption ability focused on the number 1. Now that Emperor is a supreme god. The battle situation for In-Sin is extremely tense. In-ho is thinking about how he can help In-Shin. The Emperor keeps launching deadly strikes, fighting more fiercely. I will tear you apart. In-Sin silently thought to himself, he is truly a supreme evil god. I can't fight him alone. It seems I have no choice but to use this. I was planning to save it to fight the god of destruction, but I summoned the treasure of the heavenly punishment. The system display has summoned the treasure of the heavenly blade to earth. The holy power of the holy sword has frozen time for 1 minute. You order the holy sword to strike quickly and take down that king. He is breaking the seal step by step, and no matter who or what he is, he won't interrupt my battle. Even if someone is a supreme god, the frozen space has been shattered by him. The system display shows that the Emperor has absorbed a lot of karma, and the summon of the heavenly treasure has failed. In shock, what the hell is that? The Emperor strides towards you and says, Your cheap tricks are useless now. Sin is rapidly writing a series of notifications with the sub-skill of literary talent at level 9 and a total of 1 million. He breathes a sigh of relief, finally mastering the divine skill of creativity. Share the skill with me. In-Shin announces that Sin's literary ability has reached 1 million. Now you can share the universal power skill. In Shin's situation is like a sunny day suddenly hit by a rainstorm. You look proud holding the pen. Perfect timing. Tusine the Emperor looks on with interest. Now what's going on with that pen? You have never failed to bring a smile to my face. In Shin's eyes, a dazzling light shone, so bright that he had to close his eyes. You think you can fool me with such obvious tricks? Sensing something's wrong, he is shocked. Looking at the room in front of me, the Emperor was stunned. Where am I? Wasn't I just fighting that bastard in Shin a moment ago? Why am I here? Sushin spoke up from behind. Hello there. He introduced himself as In Shin. What is your name? The Emperor said firmly. I am the Emperor, just like my name and title. He was stunned and said, come to think of it, what is my name? My name has been so long ago that I can't remember it anymore. Tusine wondered, is your name Emperor? What a strange name. Does the Emperor know this kid is an incarnation of In Shin? Then I should kill him right away. Tu wants to share something with him, do you know? One day I will be a writer and I will write something really amazing. The Emperor started to get annoyed. What time is it and he's still talking? What kind of trick is he up to this time? Tusine suddenly asked, what do you want to do, Your Majesty? This question made his evil hand stop. What do you mean? He replied, of course I killed you. In the end, my true goal is to swallow all divine power and conquer the entire world under my feet. Tusine denies it. No, actually, I know what you truly desire because in the end, I could have been you or you could have been me. The Emperor laughed, speaking faster than his mind, daring to say it as if it were true. So I am the ruler of an empire. He just pointed in one direction. Calm down and look over there. That must be what you truly desire, right? A figure appears and the Emperor is moved to tears, unable to believe it. Is that her mother? Mom, why are you here? Tu asks. You wanted to see her one last time, right? The Emperor tried to hold back his emotions, clenched his fists, and said that after completing the trial, I was so obsessed with seeking power that I completely forgot what I truly longed for. I guess this is the end. I have lived a disgusting life. I have fallen to the bottom of society. But now, it's enough. The Emperor has returned. In declares, you have chosen the path to end your own life. This is the universe of all creation. Huh?
He replied, I have no regrets in this life, but I have one last request. Find the Abyssal Dragon and kill him for my mother and me.
And Sin confidently said, you don't need to worry about that because I will definitely end that Abyssal Dragon with my own hands. Receiving this answer, the Emperor was satisfied and disappeared. I understand now. In Shin, I trust you. The system reminds you that you won the Gods' Festival. In Shin. At Kongu's house, the peaceful balance gradually disappears as images of Ainen's battle spread widely across Sai, and a pregnant girl exclaims, thanks to In Shin's skills, he has defeated that terrifying Emperor. Just lucky, huh? I hear the door unlocking outside. My love, you're back already? Seeing his wife come to greet him, he gently said, you don't need to come out here. Someone about to give birth like you should stay still. The wife replied that sitting still and doing nothing is boring for someone pregnant like you. The food is all ready. Go ahead and eat before it gets cold. You look so touched, saying thank you so much for all the food you've cooked. They start eating as a news page appears on the phone. The husband asks curiously, are you reading that novel where the main character is a loser again? Are you enjoying it? I see you've been reading every day lately. Isn't that right? Not very happy either. Actually, the author tends to delay a lot. So why are you still reading it then? She hesitated before speaking, her entire face suddenly turning dark and eerie. I'm a bit curious about this. The image of the Abyssal Dragon appears. At Yin's apartment building, Tu mischievously snatched Song's cake. He shouted for destruction while the girl screamed behind him, here's your cake back. The demon sword's unwavering mind keeps the room noisy to reach the level of the sword saint, who must attain enlightenment, while the assassin is fighting Inho with fists. He's not bad at praising, huh? Inho replied. It's truly an honor to hear that from the clone of Lord Yin. Inen was rushing to meet a deadline while cursing like a battlefield. You sit in the noisy room, thinking that after becoming a greater god, the lifespan of the clone has increased. But who would have thought it would turn into such a mess? Luckily, Tushin doesn't like getting involved with this hellhole, so he returned to his own space. Before leaving, Tushin threatened him not to call me while these fools are here. The more Shin thinks about it, the more annoyed he gets. But he doesn't know how to write in this situation. Suddenly, the phone rings. Manager? Is something happening? Pick up the phone and listen. Hello. The manager on the other side says the team is calling to bring good news. And Sin repeats himself. Huh? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Next to you, the dog is whining and returning the cake, while Tamshin slipped and the cake accidentally fell down. He muttered in a daze. Destruction, as the cake crashed onto his head. All three of them froze. And Shin couldn't hold back anymore. What a bunch of spoiled brats. He suddenly burst into a fiery rage. Get out of here right now. I can't even make a call in peace. Even if the murderer yells, In Shin said. Yeah, let's go to the gym. Tamshin still mutters about destruction. All right, manager. He said, I just wanted to share some good news with you. Because the novel finally reached #1 on the popularity chart, the printed version has been confirmed along with a fan signing event. And Shin was stunned. Printing the book and signing autographs for fans? The manager advised, we've already prepared some documents for that, so I'll call you back later. Just get ready. Din and Dongwai. Ah, okay, thank you. After finishing, she called to hang up. You still can't believe your novel has been published as a book? Am I dreaming? Suddenly, flower petals are falling into the room along with a scent. Does this smell come from? And gradually lost consciousness. Yes, he fainted, until the familiar voice rang out, Hello, my love. And Shin was shocked to see the woman in front of him. A nightmare? I'm still safe. The Nightmare Queen coquettishly replied, Do you worry about me that much? My love, please wait for my reply. Zungtuk said she was sure she would win, so I just had to wait patiently. And she was right. She exclaimed, Oh my god, my dear sister Zungtuk said that. That's truly touching. Please, I beg you. Anyway, Nightmare, can you untie me? I don't care if your thorny dust is hurting me. The Nightmare Queen refuses. Not yet. She begins to stand up, gently touches in Shin's chin, then softly kisses his lips. And Shin blushes and says, This is her answer, my final gift. You still haven't guessed the shy sister of yours. In Shin, the end? The Nightmare Queen reveals that from now on you will forget our existence. Don't think about seeking revenge on the god of war and just continue living a peaceful life. The system reminds that the power of the blooming night rose has disappeared. The power of abundant prosperity has also vanished. And Shin woke up from the dream and shouted loudly, I can't forget anything? That's unacceptable. You use the blink chain teleportation skill, and Shin is now standing in front of a palace gate. I don't really understand what is happening, but something definitely happened to the nightmare and the abundant sister. Then I summoned the destroyer clone. The assassin observed for a moment and then asked, So this is how it turned out? And Shin replied, Anyway, I need your help. The power of the nightmare and sister prosperity has disappeared. He replied, We saw it too, but why don't you summon number 1? He will definitely be the best support. He has his own reasons, and number 1 will guard Earth while I am away. Of course, I will command him when needed. The assassin, before disappearing, said, Got it, then just summon me. Tam Shin also said to destroy, and Shin stepped inside alone. You summon and share the skill, for Shin Universe all things. A pen appears in your hand as In Shin shouts with great enthusiasm, Let's go. The big door is pushed open by him, revealing someone waiting inside for a long time. He spoke, I have been waiting for you. Jin Sin's information appears, but the battle frenzy note is not yet available. And Sin was surprised to see him. Huh? You're younger than I thought, War God of Battle laughs. Young? Is that a compliment? This appearance is all thanks to their power. Seeing the two hanging nearby, Shin was stunned and shouted, Sister Sungtuk! Apmung, you bastard, how dare you! Warrior God interrupted. Hold on, calm down. I'm sure you also know the fate of the losers. Anyway, it seems you possess an interesting item that changes the fate of all beings through karma. Truly fascinating, it is the power of a god. Still, it won't have any effect on me. In doesn't believe it. Well, just wait and see. Go play somewhere else. Don't let them get involved. Sister Dung Tuk advised. And Shin, don't fight the god of war. He's already surpassed the level of a supreme god. War God angrily scolded, Why are you talking so much about the reward? After that, Sister Shung Tus was punished by him. Inan nervously called out, Sung Tuk, how dare you attack Shung Tuk? I will cripple you so you can't do that again. The god of war casually brushed away the power you just wielded. I told you that pen has no effect on me. Inan was stunned and froze for a moment as both of them entered a different space. That was Inan's plan. They would be safe if we fought here. Alright, let's begin. I, In, challenged the war god to a duel. The war of slaughter at the gods' festival. The war god feels like he's hearing a joke. In Sin, are you finally losing your mind? You could have survived by refusing to participate in the gods' festival. But instead you invited me in yourself. I accept, little god with a runny nose. The system confirms that the war god has accepted the divine festival. The battle god and In Shin's divine festival, where the supreme gods will stake their lives and the balance will begin. He raised his sword high and said, I look forward to seeing if you are any different from those two. In xin thấy rằng ta sẽ không tha thứ cho những gì ngồi già lắm với thần ấp mong và sung túc dầu. Cậu dùng cây bút chặn lại một kiếm hủy diệt của thần chiến tranh, một kiếm của hắn bị danh nguốc trở lại. The war god didn't hold back praise for you. Not bad, Yin. In this confrontation, you have to admit he's too strong, his power making your legs tremble. The god of war doesn't give Inkson a chance to recover and see if you can withstand this attack. The battle continues, so just fight with all your strength, sharing the skill to break the giant's wall to support you in this battle. As the next sword descends, Ensign blocks it with the pen in his hand. The god of war can't believe his eyes. Did you just block my attack with a pen? And Shin can still smile. A is not that easy. Anyway, what now? There are still many surprises waiting for you ahead. Share the number 1 Divine Fist Spirit Armor Cannon skill, the Summoned Soul Armor. Your entire body is protected by armor that can block damage. A surge of power from within bursts out like a storm. Where it passes, the ground sinks into a long hole. He calmly said, I didn't think that attack could defeat him, but it still left a bruise, didn't it? That strike stripped off the war god's armor, and he chuckled, well done. He threw his sword aside. I don't need to use this weapon anymore. This useless armor too! He throws the armor to the ground. The god of war declares it's time to fight like men, right? And Shin raises his fist and gets ready. And Shin knows this is a bit early, but there's no changing it. He just points his finger to his forehead. Hey, my split body, help me out a bit. Prosperity, stand your ground. The murderer and Tam Shin appear and speak at the same time. So is it finally time for them to show up? Destruction. Both of them appear perfectly here. And quietly thought, it seems that Tu-Sin isn't showing up today, huh? Yeah, keep going. Just level up my writing skills. The war god doesn't see you as worth his time. Just a cheap fool from a naive minor god. If I devour you alongside the two supreme gods, I might just destroy that damn god of destruction. Then, I will be the only one ruling over all the gods. In Shin objects, you will be the one to kill the destroyer god. So you can stop worrying about that and just go away.
What?
This is so reckless, kid with blood still fresh on his head. The assassin interrupted him. Just so you know, if the blood on your head has dried up, it means you're already dead. Tam Shin suggests destroying that old man. The god of war steps closer to them. Fine, keep playing your little games because you won't be able to do that much longer once your head is cut off. They all wait seriously for the killer to make the first move. He rushes towards the god of war, raising an endless heavenly demon sword. Tam Shin also unleashes destruction, combining two forces to attack the opponent. The god of war laughed, while inside Apmong and Sister Shungtuk were very worried. Apmong said, "No, if this continues, it will be too dangerous. Fighting against the god of war is impossible to win. Please, I beg you, run away." The battle outside is extremely fierce, with smoke rising and dust filling the air. The god of war stomps forward loudly, each step causing the ground beneath him to crack and break. Tam Shin is pushed back by the force, continuing to open his mouth as he unleashes a destructive power. The god of war looked down on the approaching power with disdain. It's useless. He casually cut through both forces, saying, "I've already shown you, haven't I?" The assassin swung his sword to ambush his opponent, shouting, "I will cut you down this time." Tian Mo Wu delivered a punch, knocking the assassin away, wounded and about to disappear. Damn it. Tam Shin is about to be crushed by his enormous foot. He shouts in worry, destruction. The foot of the god of war stomps down hard before disappearing, leaving behind the word destruction. And Shin begins his plan. The assassin warned that this bastard is much stronger than those we fought before, so be careful. I understand. Thank you for fighting bravely. And Shin raised his finger and asked Tu-Sin how his literary skills were doing. He replied, "Currently, they are in quite a stable condition." He seemed satisfied. The proud war god said, "Even if they are three little gods, they are still just minor deities." "Is it over?" Shin coldly reminds. "Yes, it's over." After finishing, he disappeared, and a sword cut through him. He coldly asked, "As you said, the war god couldn't resist arguing with me." "How dare you? You scoundrel, don't think you've won just because you managed to deal damage to me." You calmly raise your pen and give you back that words, only because you just defeated my clone. Because the pen is mightier than the fist. A rain of fists falls, but they are all blocked by In Shin. The cuts appear on the war god's skin, showing signs of struggle as your pen continuously attacks the opponent. In Shin nonchalantly said, "What do you think? Nothing can surpass the power of a pen." He refused to accept defeat. "I am the god of war, a war god who can fight non-stop without feeling tired." The war god clenched his fist and continued, "These wounds are nothing. See, this is why I am the god of war." And Shin was stunned and asked, "Is he a zombie or something?" The war god, still unscathed, asked, "If you have any tricks left, use them quickly or else a punch will come down," and In Shin stared blankly. He threatened, "You will die here immediately." His fierce power slammed into Yin, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood in pain. The god of war keeps punching down without stopping. How does that look? This is my power. Now I will wield my pen to deflect that attack. This kind of provocation is nothing. The activation of the divine middle finger combined with the divine pinky finger creates a vortex in the space. You order to burn that bastard to ashes and then unleash your fire magic at the opponent. War. God struggles to defend himself as the sky erupts violently after Yin's attack. The entire space was engulfed in blazing flames. He landed on the ground, eagerly, looking into the distance. "Is it not over yet?" The voice of the god of war echoes. "What ending?" His fist suddenly strikes, and Ensign carelessly gets knocked far away. He uses his entire body to try to block it. The desert is engulfed in a fierce sandstorm. In Shin, exhausted, falls to the ground, his hand trembling as he holds the pen. The god of war arrogantly suggests, "Why not stop and accept the difference in our strength?" Ensign refused to give up. "Don't tease me. I can still go on." He angrily raised his foot to stomp down, but the kid still had enough energy to talk nonsense. "You don't stand a chance to defeat me." By the time the war god lifts his foot, In Shin was already lying crushed in the pit. He lifts you up high, in front of the god of war. You look like a tiny ant. "You dared to oppose me, but now it's over. Your body is nothing more than a sacrifice to me." The war god drained your strength, still proud as ever, and declared, "I have finally attained power equal to the god of destruction." Yeah, and Shin has woken up. Seeing something unusual from you, he asks, "What are you misunderstanding again?" When Sin summons Van Than, the war god still doesn't understand. How sad. "Is that your denial? Will you become part of my power?" A surge of power bursts from In Shin's mouth, growing so large it engulfs the entire body of the god of war. He shouts excitedly, "It's finally it. There's hope now. With this power, I can tear apart that destroyer god. A cold voice cuts through his excitement. You idiot! Haven't you realized yet? What are you so shocked about? The god of war's eyes widened in disbelief. You're so stupid you only just realized it now. The god of war still refuses to believe. This can't be happening. Inshin, how dare you deceive me? I wonder when I started to remember. Was it when I thought I had killed Inshin? Or when I destroyed his clone? Or was it from the very beginning? Inshin's hand kept writing without stopping. Even now, the war god still refuses to believe it. No way. He was stunned, unsure of what awaited him next. Inshin spoke. The war god had become so foolish that he couldn't realize he had been deceived by the virtual world. The war god gaped. A virtual world? Isn't that the work of the god of creation? He propped his chin in interest and said, finally asking the war god. The god of war stood silently, waiting for its own ending. It wondered what kind of conclusion it should write. I can't think of anything. The murderer sneers on one side. That's why you make so many mistakes. You think too much. Tam simply said, kill him. As for 2, I think you should write a gentle, smooth, and comfortable ending. This idea has your approval. Gentle, smooth, and comfortable. Sounds good. That kind of ending is what the readers want.
So are you ready yet, Lord War God?
In Shin's face, a wicked smile appeared, and the ending I wrote was a death. Fresh and unique. Under your icy spear, the war god is besieged. Is he so powerful that he cannot even move? Does he really possess the power of the god of creation? And Shin picks up the pen to continue writing. The war god, who always believed he would dominate every battle, was deceived by the virtual world and fell asleep along with its destruction. The war god desperately shouted no as the ground beneath him sank, and he hopelessly plummeted into the flowing lava. The war god, so incomprehensible, what nonsense is this? His face showing disbelief as everything explodes into fragments. The system reminds the winner that the god is Yin. The power of the nightmare god and the tears of prosperity have been restored. A surge of power roared within Enan's chest as he began the upgrade process. System notification. Congratulations on reaching high god level by absorbing the power of the war god. In sighs with relief. With this power, I can finally defeat the Abyssal Dragon and the god of destruction. But not yet. For now, defeating the Abyssal Dragon is my goal. Even high gods fear the Abyssal Dragon. A reminder sounded saying, hurry to the nightmare realm, the temple is about to collapse. The boy suddenly remembered, that's right. Sharing skills, breaking the teleportation chains, sealing the nightmare trap, and Sister Shungtuk's curse are also lifted. Footsteps approach, and Sister Shungtuk realizes he's back and pleads. I told you I would save both of you. Sungtuk looked at me with admiration, saying, you're truly a god of creation. Apmung has woken up. She calls him darling. And Shin happily asks, Dream, are you awake now? Huh? The system displays. The eyes of the invisible god are seeing through the history of the doomed nightmare, a time when an era descended upon an unstable and forming world. Countless seeds in the source of gods are born from the tree of life, the one cultivated by the god of creation. The gods of beauty and wealth are also deities born from this tree, the first awakening of the dream. She happily exclaimed, I am the god of beauty arriving here. Suddenly a figure crouched down and pressed down the dream, and she looked up in confusion. The woman in front of her asked who she was. She ruthlessly prepared to destroy the nightmare. Are you a defective product? Die. The nightmare gazed blankly at the wicked finger about to take away its life. The god of creation hurriedly stepped in to stop her. Without the god of destruction, the child is not a failure.
That child is the god of beauty, and it will help our world flourish more. The tree of life is governed by the creator and the destroyer.
At first, the ancestors of the gods were a single form, but then they split into two to improve efficiency and progress. The god of creation used chaotic energy to breathe life into their creations. Meanwhile, the god of destruction destroys and sends those who disrupt the balance of the world back to where they came from. The god of creation speaks out, I only have one wish, to make this world more beautiful rather than this chaos. At first, everything went smoothly, but the god of creation suddenly fell and couldn't fulfill his wish. The god of destruction sees everything as waste and becomes a monster destroying the world. Beauty, the one recognized by the creator god, fell and became a nightmare god so she could find the creator god who suddenly fell without leaving any trace. She always believed that her father was resurrected somewhere. I believe that's true. Beauty followed the dark path to strengthen her power and then searched for the creator god. After some time, she finally found her father. He looks a bit different, but the divine energy surrounding him is definitely that of the creator. Do I assume that he is the reincarnation of the creator? And it's Oz. That's why Tu-Sin and Tom-Shin are my clones. But they can optimize the power of the creator god and the destroyer god. Do you remember when you told Inho that you were as tall as me? He replied, I thought you made me this tall. You have summoned Inho, number 1 has been summoned. And Shin silently thinks, so it's related to the god of creation. Suddenly, everything in front of you becomes blurry. Why does everything look so hazy? I'm exhausted, and Shin's eyes slowly close, and he mutters, no. The nightmare gently embraced Shin in its arms. She says he loves her. It seems he hasn't yet used the power of the creator god. Let's go home. Einen is sleeping on the bed at her apartment. Inan, who just woke up, was still dazed when Miri's voice rang in her ears. Is the teacher awake? You ask Songjun and Miri. You've been unconscious. How long has it been? Miri sadly replied, 3 days in setup. That long? You think I thought the nightmare brought me here? Creating a virtual world consumes a lot of divine power, even after becoming a high-level god. The system warns. The Tears of Prosperity. It is an enemy you will face from now on, much stronger than the God of War. The advice is to see it as a last resort. And Shin grimaced, thinking that it would mean the end of both himself and the earth if he were to faint in the battle. Footsteps are heard going upstairs. Mina enters and says, You're awake. I just cooked. Just eat. Ins doubts it. You cooked? Mina shyly explained. Don't get the wrong idea. I only cooked because I was hungry. But there's too much food, so I need you to finish it. She thought to herself, I knew it. Looking at the table in front of her, Shin exclaimed, This looks so delicious. Mina proudly said, I don't cook very often, but I'm really good at it. Mr. John obediently said, Thank you for the meal. Miri started eating. Both of them spat out their food after the first bite. Mina asked nervously, What's going on? Zayon straightforwardly said. Now, Mina doesn't believe it. She tastes a spoonful, and it's truly strange. Impossible. Immediately, her face paled and she spat out the food she had just tasted. And Jin knew it was time for her to make a move. Haha, I'll go breathe some fresh air. You go to the park near your apartment to meet the deadline. Enjoying the fresh air, Shin feels relaxed. It's been a long time since she felt this peaceful. She never dreamed of being at the top. Yet now she's publishing and organizing fan meetings. I should prepare the files for the director. Suddenly, a stranger girl approaches and starts talking to you. Hello? Shin asks suspiciously. Huh, hello? Are you asking Shin? I really like your story. I'm a fan of yours. Shin politely replied, Thank you. She asked, May I have your autograph? As she held out the notebook in front of him, a strange feeling rising in his heart. You take the notebook and say, Of course, let me sign it. I am a fan of yours. Can I ask you a few questions? Feel free to agree. Sure, you can ask anything you want. Fan started to prepare. Her first question was about the beginning of the novel where the main character kills the Back and gets rewarded with gold, right? Yes, I confirm. He frowned, thinking that back then he had no idea that the candles were actually alive. I thought it was just a simple game. She brought up the issue and also made a few comments. It's so sad, those evil fireflies, and there are many more. But then he kept being helped by a firefly called Chungnu. Since then, he has always helped the insect race. Why does he do that? Can you explain it to me? Shin immediately choked after hearing it. You laughed so hard you cried, and she felt annoyed before asking, Do you find my question funny? Shin admits it. Yes, keep talking. Can you stop acting now? Now I am a supreme deity, so I know full well that you are a abyssal dragon. The information displayed shows that the abyss has been used for 30 years. A special note, and it can transform into a dragon-like Joker's mask. Your swordsmanship easily knocked her away, leaving only dust in the air. You calmly look at the man in front of you and say, I knew it, it's still not enough. The figure of that person faintly appeared through the thick smoke as the terrifying voice of her echoed. So you're this strong now? But it's only temporary. Everything will end when my child is born. Until then, I will let you and the earth be at peace. Calm down and raise your finger. Do you think you can run away? You activated the search. The earth is like a small sphere in your hand. Through the divine eye, every corner of the earth has been scanned. Where are you now? From the mountains to the city, and even the snowy peaks, In is still searching. Where did you run off to? Huh, abyssal dragon? He angrily exclaimed, Damn it, it's like it's completely disappeared. So pay attention to Einen's words. Protect the earth from the destroyer god and the abyssal dragon. You are confident of victory when a mid-god rules a planet. A great god governs the multiverse, and an upper god stands above all. Once I become an upper god, I will be granted the ability to protect the world. With this, the destruction god crystals won't easily harm the earth. It also acts as a trap for the abyssal dragon. The system reminds you that Dungtuk Batan is very pleased that you have become a supreme god. The silent nightmare sneaks in to warn you that you should not lower your guard, and that the abyss could be somewhere before the birth. She also said that the baby might have the ability to summon the crystals of the destroyer god. I reply, I know that, which is why I am using the endurance skill now. And then, surely the abyssal dragon will appear first. Returning to the young couple's apartment, the wife is cooking in the kitchen. She goes about her daily chores, waiting for her husband to come home. As he walks in, he immediately comments on the delicious smell. She cheerfully exclaimed, You're home? You've had a hard day today too. The husband replied, It's not that serious, then leaned down to kiss his wife's belly. Is our little bunny behaving today? She replied happily, Of course she is. It just wants to hear Papa's voice. Go take a shower first. I have something to tell you today. The husband replied, Do you have something to tell me? All right, I'll be right back. At the dining table, the husband asked, What do you want to tell me? She replied, Oh, I'm about to give birth, so I don't need to play family games anymore. He was stunned. Playing family. I mean, when he sees his wife in front of him, he fears her. The gentle wife now appears with the look of a demon, a bottomless dragon who has turned the tables. Her claw rests on the table as her blazing red wings spread wide. The husband, terrified, asks, Who are you? Where's my wife? She replied, "Your wife, don't worry, I'll let you see her right now." Her finger gently flicked up, and the husband's head was instantly severed, the bloody footprints of the abyssal dragon left imprinted on the floor. I muttered to myself, I thought I would understand a little if I created something myself, but in the end, I still didn't understand at all. Touching her pregnant belly, she clicked her tongue, but I also think he wouldn't like what I made. Let's go, my dear, to the very ends of the earth. At Einen's house, he suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over him, and his back stiffened. Inkson hesitated before speaking. So you finally took action, huh, Abyssal Dragon? The city is engulfed in flames as the Abyssal Dragon flies by, setting everything ablaze. A broadcast announces the appearance of an SSS level dungeon. The dungeon boss is a disaster level creature, the Abyssal Dragon. The city's residents panic and flee as the Abyssal Dragon appears. When will the hunters arrive? Shin appears, wielding the divine power of his index finger. A surge of power from the Abyssal Dragon was blocked by Yu. The clash of two immense forces caused an explosion that shook the entire city. The Abyssal Dragon speaks coldly. Shin, it's been a while since you last responded, hasn't it? The Abyssal Dragon. The Abyssal Dragon, furious, gazes at Shin as he gathers his power, then unleashes a fire spell as if to burn the entire city. He vows that today you won't escape. The whole city is engulfed in flames. Shin leaps into the air alone, facing the Abyssal Dragon. The people below realize, wait, that's Shin, the legendary hunter. You tell them I'll handle this. You run. The Abyssal Dragon coldly said, where do you think you're running? The earth will be destroyed soon. You use your thumb to point to your forehead. You just don't know. The thumb of the assassin god and Tam, both summoned, both dislike her. The Abyssal Dragon destroys her, opening its mouth to unleash fire magic. Even with my clones, I can still kill you all. You ordered Du-Tu-Sin to keep him there. Tu-Sin appears in response. A broom rises from the ground, then the trunk coils around the soaring Abyssal Dragon above. The Abyssal Dragon can't believe it. This is Tu-Sin trying to maintain the formation. He's starting to tire out. I can't hold on much longer. I'm not good at fighting. Hurry up. Tam requests to act immediately. Keep going, assassin. Tam, please move forward. Tam, I am ready to receive your orders. Destruction bursts out from him. A raging wave of destruction heads toward the target. The Abyssal Dragon couldn't dodge in time. Her body was overwhelmed by destructive power. Deep Abyss Dragon curses. Damn it. The assassin and Shin wielding the twin swords attack from both sides, and you raise the heavenly demon sword and say, not over yet. The assassin, holding the heavenly demon sword, prepares to strike down. Both of them attacked the Abyssal Dragon with all their might, one after the other. The beast roared in pain, leaving a wound on its hide. However, that wound quickly healed. Tam Shin grumbled, thinking that he actually recovered too fast. Arrogant, she said, this is nothing. Her tail, like a giant spiked hammer, swung up. This time, the Abyssal Dragon's target is Tam Shin. He shouts to destroy the murderer Tam Shin. Shin understood her purpose. He was trying to kill Tam Shin first because he was capable of long-range attacks. Seeing her wings flapping towards him, Einen shouted, Danger, assassin! One of the Abyssal Dragon's wings struck down. The murderer angrily cursed, and the bastard. Shin told him to recover first. You use your pinky finger to heal the assassin. He politely says, thank you, my true form. Then he asks, do you have a plan to deal with him? Shin replies, he sounds stupid, but if he keeps healing, we just need to attack faster than his recovery speed. The murderer clearly accepted that plan from you, a plan that's bad for the body. Are you ready? I have already stepped up to face the Abyss Dragon. I am always ready. With his enormous body advantage, he stomped hard on the ground, his voice full of contempt. What are you bugs buzzing about? At that moment, a streak of light flashed by. Shin encourages the killer to keep attacking. He responds that he understands. Each sword stroke at lightning speed cuts through the Abyssal Dragon's body, a result of their perfect coordination. Shin knows it's time for Tam Shin. Tam Shin begins to concentrate his strength. He unleashed a destructive force attack. Is this bastard still alive? In response, a destructive force struck back, draining Tam Shin's strength with this blow. A tired voice echoes, destruction. The Abyssal Dragon still hasn't recovered. Shin Kam Tianma said, it's over. The Deep Abyss Dragon finds this very amusing. Over? You think that's the end? Every vein in her body throbbed, and Shin immediately sensed the danger. Wait, a corner of the city is exploding. Shin hugged Tam Shin and stepped back. Are you asking about self-destruction? Is everyone okay? The assassin replied, not dead yet, so I'm fine. Tam Shin stared ahead in shock and said, destroy. Shin, still not understanding, just pointed behind him and said, destroy. Shin turned around and felt very terrified as a figure appeared in the sky. Still the Abyssal Dragon, but in a different form. Ah, interesting, it said. It's been a long time since I took this form. The Abyssal Dragon emphasizes and unleashes a surge of power to cut through the assassin's arm. He stared in shock as blood sprayed out, and the Abyssal Dragon continued. A bit of fun, isn't it? Before vanishing, the killer could only gasp, what the hell is this? Shin and Tam Shin shout in worry, destroy the killer. Rongbuk Tom happily looks at them. One down. A still looks as relaxed as if out for a walk. Tam Shin immediately acts, activating his destructive power to got its destructive power to create a massive formation. Tamsin opened his mouth to unleash destruction at the target, but with a gentle wave of his hand, the abyssal dragon struck him down. Ah nonchalantly said, "That kind of attack no longer works." Before disappearing, he angrily shouted destruction, and Shin looked at the abyssal dragon with tension. "She praises you. Finally, you have become a true supreme god. You're quite impressive." And Shin doesn't know what your position will be, but Shin knows right away. Damn it, her. I'm not an easy opponent to deal with. The universal sacred weapon has side effects if I use it, so it's best to save it in case the destroyer god appears. You wonder if there's no other way. The system shows endless energy and tells you that if you use the sacred sword hidden by the war god, you could destroy the abyss. In is considering this proposal. Does the hidden war god sword have the ability to do that? The Absolute Blade says it recommends using it because the war god specifically designed it for the sword, Saint to use in battles against the destroyer god. And Sin decides to take a gamble. Alright then, let's see what happens. The god of war shares his skills, and as he looks at the sword in front of him, he has the chance to broaden his horizons. So this is the sword of the god of war. And Shin clenched the sword tightly, the divine power surging around him, making him strain to hold it. You can feel so much divine power. I can sense the divine energy that the god of war has accumulated over hundreds of millions of years. The dragon of the abyss suddenly remembers, I forgot you absorbed the power of the god of war. Then I guess I should use my weapon too, right? The twin swords are summoned, and Shin suddenly feels fear. What are those twin swords? I have a bad feeling about this. The warning appears, and through the eyes of the Void Eye God, you will see the history of the Destroyer God. So Shin wonders, is this not the history of the Abyssal Dragon, but of the God of Destruction? In the God of Destruction's memory, life becomes barren. The God of Destruction holds the Creator close and comforts him, saying, "Don't be sad, this is destiny." The God of Destruction asks painfully, "Why do you have to die? Is it because being born imperfect is the reason?" The God of Creation denied it, saying, "No, that's not it. I wanted her to be immortal, but that was just my greed." To restore order to the chaotic world, an immensely powerful being beyond even gods is absolutely necessary, and that being is eternity. It will be the force that drives away chaos and overcomes everything, and it will also become the perfect holy body that will exist forever. The God of Creation, exhausted after pouring all his divine power, hoped that his destroyed clone could perfect his divine strength, but that plan failed. The God of Creation left one last message before disappearing. And because immortality is impossible, there is only one choice left. We must create an imperfect world where life and death cycle endlessly. Please, I beg you, watch over my final legacy. Having fulfilled my last wish, that God completely vanished. His flesh and bones turned into stars and spread across the universe, and hundreds of millions of years later, the Destroyer, fulfilling the final wish of the Creator God. A universe was created by harnessing the last remnants of the Creator God's divine power. In such a place, many forms of life were born, from high-level gods to humans and even insects. The Destroyer believes they are filthy and disgusting creatures living on the remains of the Creator God. After hundreds of millions of years, the Destroyer finally makes a decision to destroy all worlds created by the Creator God and bring an end to life and death. She believes that once the worlds you created are in danger, you will return. I'm sure of it. So I need to understand the whole story clearly. So countless worlds have been destroyed just because she wants the Creator God to come back. The Abyssal Dragon admits it. Yeah, but it seems like it's all for nothing. Because you were born, today exists. But you are not the creative God that the God of Destruction desires, so you are still a failure. And now you will have to die so that the perfect Creator God can be born. With that, she charged straight at Ensign. Deep Abyss. Dragon proudly declares, "I will show you the difference between a true God and a failure." Ensign tries to block every attack from the opponent. Blades of sword light streaked past him like lightning as the Abyssal Dragon's sword swung down, aiming to end the battle. Ensign skillfully dodged the deadly strike by tilting his body and was pushed back. This blow begins to exhaust Ensign. The Abyssal Dragon continues to speak. "Do you know what the difference between me and you is?" "Enough. Now accept death." Ensign firmly interrupted. "No, not yet. You know that the God of War is a deity who becomes stronger the more he fights. The more I swing my sword, the more power I gain. Finally, I'm starting to see it. The weakness of the Abyss." As soon as the decision was made, Shin acted immediately, and his figure vanished. He swung his sword straight at the God of Destruction, quickly dodges and blocks each sword strike with agility. Clearly, the Abyssal Dragon also understands this. The power of the War God is to grow stronger with each attack, right? Demonic energy flows into the twin swords, and the two sword auras unleash terrifying power towards Ensign. And Shin casually said, "I want to play with you a little longer, but unfortunately, I don't have much time left." And Shin, through that move, he jumped high, then descended with a powerful heavenly demon sword technique. The power of ice combined with lightning has shattered the opponent's attack. The expression of the Abyssal Dragon turns serious. The player sighs regretfully, saying, "Today will be the last, and next time we will continue the fight." And Shin finishes speaking, and the Abyssal Dragon disappears, leaving the entire city shaken by the final blow she left behind. Inshin jumps onto the rooftop, quietly observing the city below. At this moment, Inshin wonders if the abyssal dragon is dead. It seems she said something earlier. When searching below, you are stunned to see the location of the abyssal dragon. What? That place has sunk into a deep pit. And there was no dragon in that hole at all. And immediately knew she had run away again. You bastard abyss dragon. Next time you won't escape, I swear. A few days later, in Yin's room, he was still contemplating how the abyssal dragon had escaped the battle and how he was training hard to face her and the destroyer god. Inshin practiced swordsmanship daily with Tian Dao, who was giving him his full effort in teaching. Every strike was relentless as In managed to dodge. Tian Dao was quite surprised. You've gotten stronger, haven't you? As expected from a superior god. Inshin asked directly, do you think I am capable of destroying the abyssal dragon and the god of destruction? Tian Dao replied, that's a question for Nightmare. She remembers you very well. With that, he disappeared and Nightmare's crack appeared. The pink thorns from the crack pierced through and wrapped tightly around Inshin. You're kidding, right? Damn it, this can't be happening. So are you going to answer my question or not? Apmong shifts the responsibility to others not knowing, so I ask. Prosperity. Honestly, your chances of dying are higher than the Earth's. They are that powerful. An existence that even higher gods fear. But there is still a way. The divine Earth's knowledge has the answer to everything. It's the legacy of the creator god, so you will just do something. Inshin replies, so that's how it is? He secretly thinks that the divine Earth scale is his ultimate weapon. But the problem is it will drain all his holy power. At that moment, a giant muscular hand appeared, pulled by the other person. Inshin suddenly remembered I was going to ask where he was, and then he was dragged away by the muscles. Entering the space of the muscles, he revealed that the muscles surpass everything, and it all begins. After that, Inshin supported his massive body like a mountain of rock, as the muscles on his body bulged and rippled. He knows that if his muscles develop and Tusin's writing skills reach the peak, he might be able to defeat the destroyer god. At Ainen's house, the assassin is sparring with Inho. The killer's fist grew stronger than ever, able to strike Inho before he could react, pain spreading through his body. Inho congratulated the killer, saying, you've gotten stronger, congratulations. The killer replied, you've also become stronger. Tamsin is diligently training in destruction, and the power he unleashes can destroy monsters in an instant. Inho happily praised, you've now defeated a level S monster. The killer coldly asked, what's the big deal? And silently thought, S-class monsters are no longer a problem. Everyone has become stronger. Tusin's writing skill has surpassed 10 million. Hopefully enough to avoid fainting after using the universe of all things, but using it twice might still be too much. It's time to finish this novel, the one about the dream hunter that I wrote when I was 10. A few days later, at a fan meeting, Inshin happily signed autographs for everyone. Seeing the number of fans in front of him, he happily thought that more people had come than he expected. Min accidentally said the two of them weren't coming, but Miri and Mina arrived anyway, gasping in amazement. So cute. Yeah, I think so too. A murmur spread saying, look, the famous hunter and writer Inshin better get his autograph while he still can. Of course, making a keepsake from a family heirloom is also worthwhile. A girl approached, holding a piece of paper in her hand. Hello, Inshin? The pen in your hand keeps spinning. Inshin silently evaluates this person. She slammed the paper down on the table and said, congratulations on your book being published. I'm a huge fan of yours. Thank you for coming. I've been waiting for you. You can easily recognize the abyssal dragon. The girl in front of Inshin suddenly becomes sinister, her face turning evil. Her eyes are sharp, but you probably don't know that I am the one who created the creator. This game was created to resurrect the god of creation. Inshin, what are you so shocked about? The other person replied, I guarantee that the one most likely to become a god on Earth will become the master. Surprisingly, it's you. You coldly said, run along and talk too much. I rubbed my stomach to reveal that this was before the child was born. I can't fight at full strength for long. The abyssal dragon system prompts that it has been separated from the abyssal soul, and Shinshin shows interest and asks, so are you planning to say I'm being manipulated because you're the one who created the creator? Deep Abyss asks, aren't you afraid? As you can see, now I can unleash my full unlimited power. There are still people waiting in line behind. Sorry. Hearing that, the finger of the abyssal dragon flicked lightly, and the person immediately lost their head. The people behind are stunned as blood sprays out. The body crashes heavily to the ground, and a young man screams in fear, someone's been killed! She's killed someone! Run now! The abyssal dragon scoffs and says, inferior trash, then angrily throws a punch. A punch from well-trained muscles could easily knock her away, but she still calmly said, what can that punch do? You don't care at all. Is that so? Let's see how it goes. This time you can't run away. The next punch comes down, sending the abyss dragon flying away. She's still in the mood to tease you. I just killed a few bugs and you're already losing your temper, huh? This insult only makes Inshin even angrier. What, bugs? The demon returns to its original form. A contemptuous voice echoes. Is there any difference between killing an important bug to you and the other bugs? I can't understand. Can you answer me? Inshin angrily asked. What nonsense are you talking about? Actually, I tried to kill my beloved husband to test him, but as expected, I didn't see any difference at all. As he finished speaking, the god of destruction disappeared, and the god of destruction appeared right before him. Ah! She quickly grabbed Inshin's neck and pushed him to the ground, thinking to herself that she's too fast. She's much stronger than before. Miri coordinated from the rooftop to attack with lightning, ordering her to let go of the master immediately. A bolt of lightning strikes down, she laughs and says, "You are just a bug I created, die!" At this moment, Inshin shouts, "My muscles are surging with power as I throw a punch." The deep dragon struggles to retreat, saying in a hoarse voice, "Inho reports. Lord Y, while the abyss dragon is still stunned, you strike from behind with a pen. Inshin praises you, well done." The number one eternal demon secretly stabbed her in the back. The abyssal dragon falls. The assassin and Tam Shin, hiding on the roof, said disappointedly, "Is it over?" So boring, destruction. Inshin will reveal a secret. "I knew you would appear, so I had my number one and my clone waiting. It's over." The abyssal dragon laughs. "You call that the end?" From the sky, cracks in the water surface appeared one after another. Miri was stunned. "What is that?" Mina sensed something extremely dangerous and shouted, "Everyone run! Something huge is coming." A giant monster appears. The abyssal dragon commands. "It's too late. Destroy everything, my children." It stepped out of the crack and then jumped down where they were standing. "Mina, hurry up. We need to run." As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept through, causing everyone to struggle. The monster's fist swung down. Mina braces for this attack. Miri anxiously screams. Sister Ino charges forward again. "If it's a monster, I've killed countless ones climbing the tower and vomited from it." He bravely rushes straight at the monster. It begins choosing its next target. The second one it attacks is Miri. Seeing that, Inho shouted loudly, "How dare you do this to the disciple of the Lord?" But the giant fist of the monster was already coming down. Ensign in shock calls Kamiri and Mina. "Stay alert, number one." What the hell is that? The Apocalypse Giant, born just a day ago, is a special creation of the Abyss. As powerful as a reborn god of creation, the Abyssal Dragon has summoned its sword. Now my child is here, and the earth will be destroyed without a trace. Ho angrily exclaimed, Lord, Inshin is in danger. How can I die?" The Abyssal Dragon calmly replied, "It seems there are still useful gods on earth. Assassin, you take your main body to deal with the Abyssal Dragon. We will handle this one together with number one." Tam Shin continued. Destruction. After finishing, they split up to act. The assassin charged with his sword towards the giant apocalyptic monster. He uses the Hua Sun Mai Hua Lon Vu sword technique. Tam Shin cooperates by unleashing destruction, sweeping destructively towards the opponent. The killer has some confidence. I think it might work. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. The monster appeared unharmed. How could the assassin be unscathed? The monster breathes out fierce gusts, roaring loudly enough to blow the two of them away. The killer gradually disappears, and at this moment he still can't believe it. No way. Tam also disappeared, destroyed. And Ho tries to hold on. No way we can be defeated so easily. The monster's fist slams down hard on him, but right now only Inshin is left untested. She is settling the score with you, the only one left. Now is the end. Monster throws a punch at Inshin and dies, but one of his fingers was enough to break its hand. The Abyssal Dragon couldn't believe it. Inshin contemptuously said, "You are dumber than I thought. This is all the universe and everything in my novel. You are the one who must die." The Abyssal Dragon wondered in surprise. "Is that an illusion? How is that possible? Since when?" Inshin looked at the deformed monster in front of him and replied, "Well, who knows? Guess what? I actually knew you would come today. Do you still want my signature? After all, you went through the trouble of coming all this way." Suddenly, the Abyssal Dragon smirked. "I admit you're quite interesting, but do you think the world you created can stop me?" And casually flicked the pen in his hand, blocking you. Then he confidently charged at her, loudly challenging, "I will destroy you instead." The pen begins to glow. The Abyssal Dragon still doesn't know what Einen plans to do with it. He quickly launched a stunning attack, but she dodged swiftly and confidently split Einen's strike in two. When he was about to attack again, she firmly grasped her sword to meet him. Both powers clashed, creating an unprecedented, dazzling scene. The Abyssal Dragon assessed your abilities quite well. Then both of them were pushed away by the collision, and a cut suddenly appeared on Inshin's face. The Deep Abyss. Dragon's hand is the same, proving this battle is evenly matched. She licks the blood on her hand and sighs. "Indeed, you gained this power after becoming a supreme god, right? Thanks to that person. I'd rather not admit it, but honestly, it was done so skillfully that I almost couldn't recognize it. Is that all you've got? You're a failure and not worthy to stand equal to the god of creation." And then she ordered the monster, "Go, my son." While Inshin was still pondering, wondering if it had recovered its arm, the monster's eyes suddenly blazed with fury. It activates its fighting spirit, radiating an immense energy that makes Inshin feel tiny, and this energy causes shockwaves across Korea before being released into space. Inshin grimaced as he watched the transforming monster before him, his power beginning to rise. The Abyssal Dragon coldly ordered, "Kill him, make him realize he's actually a failure." The monster immediately charged on command, aiming a divine punch at Inshin. He remained calm and defiant. Do you want my world to become a doomsday? The monster's punch lands. Dust and debris swirl in the air accompanied by deafening explosions. When the dust settles, Einen's true form is revealed. The monster was surprised for a moment before striking Einen again, causing a massive explosion dozens of times greater than before to erupt across the city, forcing Einen to retreat cautiously, his body somewhat affected by the devastating shockwave. You start to feel worried, wondering why your virtual world has no effect on it. At that moment, Tu-Sin appears and reminds you, Shin, focus up. If you keep claiming you have no divine power or skills, your credibility will be ruined. You realize that, so you pick up a pen and draw a gentle curve. The mysterious abyssal dragon asks, what are you doing? Suddenly, the surrounding rocks shattered and were enveloped in a beautiful golden light, and all the tall buildings from the wreckage returned to their original state. The woman started to feel annoyed and gritted her teeth. You little brat, do you think you're a god of creation or something? Order your son to finish him off. The monster's punch is about to hit him again, but he remains calm and points a finger at it. Surprisingly, a powerful attack can be stopped with just one finger. The monster was very surprised because in the novel, Ensign wrote that the apocalyptic giant monster was very powerful but couldn't cause any harm to Einen. Because Ensign is a supreme god and the embodiment of the primeval deity, you have to nod in agreement that the consistency of the story is truly important. So, are you impressed? Suddenly, Ensign's mind displayed an image of the abyssal dragon along with an order. Stop immediately for Ta. Deep down, he felt a strange sensation, like a mind control ability similar to Mina's, but on a completely different level, to the point that even his fingers couldn't move. The Dragon of the Abyss was very pleased to see this and sneered, you must be really shocked, huh? I'm the one who granted the skills to my sacrifices, then I even came closer to talk. How do you think of my skills? And Shin deliberately answered casually, well, it's okay, but I told myself I need to stall and find a way to move the pen. Seeing that, she looked surprised. Are you still so calm even as you're about to die? Anyway, I will take that as your denial, because I will kill you right now. And Sin looked stunned. Don't tell me she can use Miri's lightning element as well. Sure enough, a bolt of lightning struck where you were standing, followed by another explosion. The abyssal dragon happily admires its achievement and praises itself. Indeed, it's a fascinating game. But I no longer need this world. Suddenly, Shin in from the wreckage of the battlefield. Oh wait, where do you think you're going? Sorry, I'm not dead yet. You keep spreading your legs to get a running start, then leap into the air and start riding again. Just before dying from that lightning strike, Ensign managed to disassemble his body into tiny pieces, small enough to be the size of atoms. Then he pieced everything back together. After finishing, he even smiled at the plot twist, but was very humble. The abyssal dragon is trembling with fear now, stammering non-stop. No, this can't be happening. But, and Shin sarcastically says, this is all just a fantasy, right? But it's really happening now. The mother and daughter are stunned, looking at Injin as if he were an immortal god from above. The abyssal dragon, terrified, thought it had fought countless gods, but had never encountered anyone with such power. What kind of psychic ability is that? I'm not really sure either, to be honest. You know, after all, the author is no different from an all-powerful god. And Shin reminds you, but don't become too complacent. When events become unbelievable, the world will start to fall apart. Because this probability is similar to the law of causality for gods. And Shin confirms, I know that's why I can't eliminate them with a single strike. The abyssal dragon uses the god's pinky finger healing to treat its offspring. Its body is perfect again, and is shocked to see it. I can't even acquire the healing skill from the abyss because all probabilities would be destroyed if I did. Acknowledging that, I have to admit it's pretty impressive. But that's all there is to it. If we keep going, nothing will change anyway. With your divine power level, how long do you think you can keep us here? Based on human time, probably at most a year. You use your divine power on the pen in your hand and say, that's enough. I think along with the author of the Divine Gamer game, I created this world in the novel I wrote when I was 10. The title of that novel is Dream Eater Hunter Yin. I have plenty of time to make sure they are destroyed. You shout the summon, and the death god rises from the abyss. The death god, Gazasad, is immediately summoned. The body of the death god slowly emerges from the crack in the ground, and a new weapon appears in Ensign's hand. A giant scythe. The hunter has discovered a scythe at the temple. The scythe of the death god. The abyssal dragon gritted its teeth and said that you threw the god's scythe forward. The sickle plunged straight into the monster's chest, causing it to explode instantly. Ensign stays alert, waiting for the outcome as the monster, in pain, grips the hilt of the scythe. It was trembling with pain, and when it tried to pull out the scythe, Shin kindly warned that you can't pull it out just by using strength. The scythe of death has pierced through the abyss. It cannot be dodged or pulled out unless death occurs. The abyssal dragon trembles with rage. How dare you use such dirty tricks, huh? Shin replied calmly. Dirty tricks? I haven't even started yet. Oh, keep using your little finger to heal your wounds for your child. Shin reveals that it's useless now. What are you shocked about? You unleash the next move. Summon. The hourglass is mocking. The sky blazed with light as a notification appeared. The hunter's stats have increased. They killed a two-headed monster and collected a magical artifact. The dazzling light made her cover her eyes. What is it this time? A giant clock crashes down. The abyssal dragon is stunned. I've never seen or heard of these skills before. Of course, you answered. Because I am creating possibilities using the novel I wrote when I was 10, the clock is rapidly falling down, and she tenses up stiffly. A supernatural power, like a blazing fire, envelops the monster's body. Even the abyssal dragon cannot escape fate, she exclaimed in horror. What is this? As strange waves of power wrapped around the abyssal dragon's arm, her face grew old and wrinkled. Seeing her own appearance, her voice, filled with disbelief, echoed out. Insin's explanation is impossible. The mocking hourglass speeds up the flow of time, and the abyss seems to be buried within it. You think The Dream Eater Hunter is a novel I wrote while imprisoning myself at home after losing my parents in an accident related to the gate. The novel also contains similar content about the abyss and the god of destruction. Anyway, the gates were opened because of those bastards. That's why I will now take my revenge. Of course, there will be interest included as well. In Shin's third move, he uses his index finger of power. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. A force of oppression was approaching. He was terrified. Is this power the god of destruction? Monsters from galaxies are coming to Earth where Shin is standing. Seeing the countless terrifying mouths of the monsters above, he was shocked how quickly they arrived. Powerful energies descended, and the Earth was about to be attacked, with a destructive force crashing down onto the ground. Ensign was stunned, realizing that the abyssal dragon's body was being healed. I spoke, finally arriving by locating the child of the apocalypse. Ensign guesses, the child of the apocalypse. Don't tell me that monster also connected with the law of karma. When I attacked that monster, its fruit was connected to the god of destruction. The abyssal dragon speaks. Everything must end here. In Jin, once he arrives, the world will be destroyed. You, stay silent, I will protect the earth, use all the phenomena of the universe and holy skills. The holy technique, carrying power that reaches beyond the universe, hits the newly summoned monsters. But then something appears that terrifies Shin. The eye reappears. From the center of the eye, it unleashes a tremendous power, a beam of light like a meteor falling straight to earth, and summons the heavenly demon Holy Sword and the heavenly demon Great Inferno. Your power clashes with the force from the eye descending, and it feels like the entire universe is about to explode from the impact, but Earth narrowly escapes destruction. Shin breathes a sigh of relief. I've stopped it. Although they are very strong, that attack was enough to weaken them. I can do this. The abyssal dragon and her offspring froze for a moment. She shouted angrily, how dare you show attitude to the goddess of destruction? You truly are a destructive god. Impressive, she has appeared. Shin was terrified when he saw her. Was that the goddess of destruction he saw with the eyes of the void eye? The goddess of destruction lands on the ground, greets you, and finally meets you. The failed reincarnation, you will soon become a sacrifice. A series of red warning lights flash, indicating that your current holy power cannot determine the opponent's strength. Jin thought anxiously, this is a big trouble. Although she is a high-level god, I can't gauge her stats. However, you keep scribbling with your pen. At this moment, Shin knew that if he could complete the Dream Eater Einen, he would have a chance to win. The Dream Eater Einen, the story written, he charged straight toward the god of destruction. She cast a fire spell towards him, and Shin persisted in finding a way to approach the opponent. She looked at you with contempt and said, you are nothing compared to him. A shield surrounds the god of destruction, and its power far exceeds space itself. In steps back, his eyes shining with determination. She praises him. Well played. But you chose the wrong person to act with. Have you forgotten who I am? I know all the skills that the creator god possesses. 4 wishes demand your death, damn it. We underestimated her. It's hopeless. Run away. Shin unleashes a dark power from the palm of the god of destruction. It's too late now, and Shin feels his body unable to move. She tightly squeezed his neck and lifted him up, and Shin realized she was forcibly summoning him to the fake reality. Damn it, if this happens. Got her. Shin, she says coldly. This is the real deal. With a gentle flick of her hand, Shin was thrown far away and heavily fell to the ground. The god of destruction reminds you, don't pretend to be dead anymore. Even a failure like you won't die that easily. Shin laughs. She truly is on a different level from those I've been fighting all this time. He got up, then took the pen in his hand and said, fine, if you like it, I'll do as you wish. Deep Abyss Dragon angrily thought, that bastard, has he been fooling me all this time? Since when did he reach this level? He took a run up and leapt high, his entire body surging with solid muscles, the superhuman physique of In-Ho. Shin's fist stops right in front of the god of destruction, knocking her back. This blow makes the god of destruction vomit blood. In keeps unleashing a barrage of punches, his fists never stopping. Does the destruction god think it's because my power is still unstable? The abyssal dragon steps forward to help. The goddess of destruction, we have to help her. She agrees. Yes, I need you to help me fulfill your duties. With that, the destroyer absorbs their energy, pulling blood from their bodies piece by piece. I can't believe it. The goddess of destruction? Why? She revealed that you were born to restore my power until it's time for you to fulfill that role. Both of them were drained completely by the destroyer god until their faces withered, and now the destroyer god is overflowing with power. I'm shocked. What the hell? A series of red alerts flash on the screen. Warning, warning. The The goddess of destruction has fully regained her power. The god of destruction calmly says, I will show you the difference between us.
In my decision, if it's this dam, I'll have to give it my all again. She appeared behind you just as you were about to go all out. Are you really going to give it your all again?
You should have known that was useless, right? Her index finger rises, and a surge of power crashes straight into Yin. He collapses to the ground as the god of destruction steps closer. She coldly asks, Are you only capable of this? He laughed and replied, No, I am still here. In the end, I am not alone. Huh? The god of destruction frowned in confusion. Huh? Suddenly, it exploded in front of her. Seeing the thick smoke ahead, she sneered and said, Are you struggling for the last time? Nguk. At this moment, the murderer Tam Shin and In-ho are facing her. You've got the plan all figured out, right? And Shin promises to give it his all. Looking at the group of people in front of him, God Destroyer Yeep advises them, Do you think bringing everyone here will change anything? It's all a waste of effort. And Shin replies, If it's a wasted effort, it won't be useless because, with human effort as crazy as yours, even iron can become gold. So there's always a chance no matter how small. You know it's time to unleash your strongest move, and to do that, you called Director. Did you hear what I said? Director replied, Are you in Shin? What's going on? And Shin is joking around with him. Let's make another movie together. This time, it will be called Dream Hunter in Shin. It's been a long time since I saw it again. That knight used that item to cut me, the assassin continued. This time, it won't end just by cutting you. After finishing, his steps shifted, and a sword carrying icy coldness charged toward the god of destruction. The assassin was determined to give his all for this strike. The god of destruction coldly asked, Do you really think I will let that sword hurt me again this time? She responded with a punch infused with maximum energy. At the same time, Yin attacked from behind her, stabbing with a pen, but the destroyer was quick to notice him. This blow left you badly injured. Tam Shin from another corner shouted, Watch out for the destroyer god. Focus on him. He's splitting his spirit. In-ho coordinated from above. Throwing a punch down to keep away from Lord In-shin, the fist brought down a shockwave that kicked up dust and smoke on the ground. In-ho approaches to help In-shin stand up. Are you okay, Lord In-shin? I'm fine. I can still fight. The god of destruction is perfect and unscathed. In-shin silently thought that after she absorbed the Abyss Dragon into the giant of the end times, there was no way to directly confront her and win. Now, there was only one way to defeat her. The ending of the Dreamlike Hunter film, I entrust that matter to you. Your plan is to buy as much time as possible until he turns that ability into reality. All three shout in unison. Yes, I understand. Destroy. The god of destruction mocks them, utterly pathetic. But it's also because of that you are different from the others. After finishing, she disappeared and Deech Chuyin instantly appeared in front of Tam Shin. And Shin called out anxiously. Looking at Tam Shin, she realized that one of my shards had been scattered a long time ago. So you've been waiting for me all this time. Tam Shin hesitantly says, Destroy her. The destroyer temps now return to reunite with me to eliminate everything profiteering from the body of the god of creation and wait together for his resurrection. Tam Shin has been manipulated, he coldly says. Destroy. The murderer anxiously calls out, Wake up! Tam Shin, the murderer, quickly rushes forward with his sword, unleashing a heavenly demon slash. She warned, That sword won't do anything to me, not even leave a scratch. Tam Shin looked on in shock, seeing the assassin's stomach pierced by the hand of the destroyer god. Now the god of destruction continues to manipulate. Become a sacrifice so that the creator can truly revive. The assassin disappears and she softly says, That's one big shot. In-ho suddenly threw a punch from behind. How dare you touch Lord In-shin, huh? The destroyer deity raised her hand, her palm emanating a strange power, sharp beams of light slicing through In-ho's skin. He weakly exclaimed, In-shin Lord, how many have the destroyer counted so far? 2. And what about Tam Shin? He repeated, Destroyer. A fleeting memory appears. The murderer greets you saying, Tam Shin is your name? Nice to meet you. Even In-ho's, which he once praised, unsurprisingly did not disappoint. The third version of Lord Einen is truly powerful, and the Seong family sisters, In-sin and the mischievous girl Zong Zeon, who once called him Little Uncle, have all returned. Tam Shin has come back, and he brings destruction. The light from the destruction shone on her, and she was knocked back without time to defend herself. Tam Shin puts all his strength into this attack to destroy, but he shares the same fate of being defeated by the god of destruction. Even if you are a fragment of me, I will not let you do whatever you want. Go back to where you truly belong. As she drained all her power into her hand, she pointed it at your remaining neck, looking at you finally left behind. Now, with your power, In-shin willingly becomes my sacrificial offering. In-shin agrees. I won't let you have your way. Just now, while you were fighting with number 1 and my clones, Tu-sin finally finished writing the ending of In-shin's Dream Hunter. And that ending is quite funny. The black sphere appears in the hand of the god of destruction. She ordered In-shin to begin. He remained silent, standing there, then a mysterious smile appeared on his face. The destroyer's fingers begin to betray her, and she opens her eyes wide in shock at her own fingers. Then her fingers became twisted and looked extremely strange. The god of destruction looked at In-shin and asked, What cheap trick are you going to use this time? I told you already, didn't I? The story has just come to an end. The end of the Hunter's Bite and Swallow. Inksin's dream copy and number 1 remain undestroyed. The goddess grits her teeth and asks, "Undestroyed?" Instead, they will reside inside the destroyer god's body, existing there like parasites. The woman looked at Yin with fear. That parasitic trick is performed using the Emperor's parasitism skill shared by Yin. The boy confidently asked, "What do you mean?" "My cheap trick," she said. "Even though you use those tricks, it was all meaningless. That won't happen the way you want it to." Suddenly, the eyes of the destroyer glow brightly, and whirlpools of power emerge. I squinted and realized she still had so much power left. I opened my eyes wide and looked towards the destroyer god. Her body is shrouded in a terrifying aura, and a voice echoes out saying, "You won't be able to protect anything from me, no matter what you do." Before me, the destroyer god, despair will be the only thing you feel. I will destroy everything you have. I wonder if this is truly the power of the god of destruction. This power is completely different from before. The soul of Tushin indicates that due to the power of the destroyer god, all things and phenomena in the universe are being shattered. I need more time to rearrange the probabilities again. Y, angrily grinding his teeth, silently thinks it's time to deal with the probabilities. Where did a giant object appear floating in the sky? And Shin drew a line like a golden thread with her pen. The cold destroyer god said, "Do you think I will let you perform those cheap tricks again?" Then the veins on her arm bulged visibly. And Shin looked at her with a disgusted expression. "All right, I will buy as much time as I can." The goddess sneers at the tiny, disgusting creatures. She pulls all the souls from everyone's hands and then clenches her fist to destroy everything. And Shin screams in agony, "Everyone!" She gently places the shattered soul fragments down like dust and contemptuously says, "Do you fools even realize you've been lured in with just a finger? Don't you see the difference in rank between me and you?" And Shin angrily vows that I will not let you escape first and summons the treasure of the heavenly sword. The system informs you that the treasure of the heavenly sword has been bestowed upon you. With the power of the heavenly sword, time will stop for 1 minute. In suddenly saw the demon lord standing before him, saying he was glad that his disciple had arrived. In wondered how he could be here. The destroyer. God replied that once the destroyer disappears, there will be no reason for us to continue existing. I have used up all my karma and holy power to manifest in this form for one final farewell. You don't believe your ears and ask again, so is today the last day? Tianma gazes into the distance and speaks softly. There are always beginnings and endings in life, but this is not the time for chatting. Yi urgently asks the heavenly demon to give him a sword, instructs him to take this heavenly sword quickly and leave. There's no more time. This sword was forged by the law of karma across countless eras, using my own body as a sacrifice to destroy the god of destruction, and it is called the Annihilation Sword. And curiously drew the old sword from its sheath, feeling like it had been left in a corner for a very long time. Tianma emphasized, this celestial sword can only be used once. I have no doubt you will save the world from the destroyer. After a satisfied smile, he gradually disappeared. And Shin tightly grasped the sword and looked at the destroyer. Seeing the magic sword, she felt a bit guilty. What kind of strange sword is that? You also have doubts. Even though it looks like lightning, I can still feel the immense holy power emanating from it. If I combine it with all the holy power I know, I might be able to defeat the destroyer god. Thinking quickly, he grabbed the pen in one hand and the sword in the other, rushing forward swiftly. The goddess of destruction couldn't help but marvel at his speed, as Shin leapt up to attack her with the pen, then retreated to observe silently. The destroyer sword couldn't help but complain, "Why did you use that damn pen right now? Use me instead." But Shin says it's not the right time yet. The goddess was injured by a surprise attack just now. She shouted in fury, "How dare you!" then unleashed a burst of energy to fight back. Shin struggled to stand up amidst the chaos, thinking with difficulty. So that thing wasn't ready yet, was it? Enduring this has already been difficult enough. A camera suddenly appeared in midair. Shin has discovered it. You smile because it arrived just in time. The camera emits the director's voice. "It's you. Sorry for the delay. I was busy preparing everything. Now, as you wish, we will start the live broadcast of the hunter biting and swallowing the Einen dream." After a few seconds, the camera started filming for the whole world to see. The audience eagerly and anxiously watched as their hero appeared. "That is Lord Einen. I believe in you, Yin." "The number of followers is now 19 billion, Inksin cheerfully said. "The time has come. The heavenly sword shows endless excitement and praise." That is a huge number of followers. With that power, I am sure. Even more astonishing, the number of followers is now 2.2 trillion. In a moment, the number of followers reached 3.7 trillion. The heavenly sword in Shin's hand was gradually shining, and he was calculating just a little more. The goddess of destruction gasped in awe, amazed that his holy power had increased by another level, while Tianjian excitedly said, "Now Shin has 10 trillion followers." The energy released from the sword shakes a vast area of space, and Shin immediately leaps to confront the goddess of destruction. She saw you right beside her, and panic and unease took over. You declared that this is the final blow. Heavenly Demon Sacred Sword, Heavenly Demon Great Hell. A single slash radiates 7 colors, illuminating the entire space. The surrounding buildings begin to collapse, and the body of the destroyer falls freely through the air. After a moment, it crashes to the ground with a deafening explosion, and the camera captures the breathtaking scene just in time. All the followers stand up together cheering, "I believe in you." In Shin, you have defeated the destroyer god. And Shin collapses exhausted onto the ground. The heavenly sword has completed its task and the mission has disappeared. He offers him a word of praise. "You did very well." Heavenly sword. And Shin struggled to stand upright, looking at the wreckage before him, wondering if this was the end. "No, not yet. I need to quickly find the traces of number 1 and the copies." I didn't expect a wave of water to suddenly appear beneath my feet, startling In Shin. Under your feet, the surface you are stepping on is rippling water, and the sky has darkened again. You wonder, isn't this Mina's illusion space ability? So this means the goddess of destruction also stepped onto the water. She sneered arrogantly, "I didn't expect it. Who would have thought you could do this?" "You really are quite impressive." The expression on her face was a bit sinister, mixed with a hint of contempt as she looked at him. "You clenched your fist, so she's still alive. She's still alive after being hit by the heavenly sword." The god of destruction continued. "That was a pretty impressive attack earlier, but it's not enough to completely destroy me. And even if I die, I will be reborn soon. And then I will destroy this world again while waiting for the creator god to be resurrected. And if there is something that truly makes me hesitate, it is whether the creator god will hate me for destroying the world he created when he is revived." Although I have lived through all the ages just to wait for his resurrection, she turned away and answered herself. "But I won't be able to bear it if he hates me." "What do you think, Shin?" "If I were him, I would never want that to happen." Then you quickly grabbed a pen and wrote a few lines before speaking up. "If the things I have sacrificed my whole life to create return to dust, it will cause me the greatest pain." The god of destruction paused for a moment, then sighed and replied, "I understand. Those are the things that threaten me." A tear of deep red sorrow rolls down the destruction goddess's cheek and falls into the water as she cries and confesses, "He will surely hate me." But she quickly regained her composure. Her face hardened and she gritted her teeth. "I still have my own hope, and even if he feels that way, I cannot forgive you." And Sin looked at her with confusion as the destroyer god began to control the water beneath her feet and said that the primordial god had said it himself. "Because I cannot become an eternal god, so I cannot create a perfect world for myself. And because the symbols of life were destroyed, my power grew stronger. If I am to disappear, the creator will regain his strength and be reborn." And Sin shouted in anger, "This is madness. The god of destruction makes a decision. I want to see him with my own eyes. But perhaps I have no other choice if things continue like this. With my last divine power, I will imprison him here and bring an end to this world." And that is how my world of creation was perfected. Seeing her insane actions, inside in admiration. I knew this would happen. But you really are crazy. Meanwhile, in the real world, the goddess is still watching every move of Insin through her lens. Suddenly, she flicks her hand and the space around her is torn apart. The god of destruction walks forward proudly, declaring that I will show you the true power of the god of destruction. She teleports into outer space outside the earth, then raises her hand toward the planet, her entire body shattering into pieces, with fragments falling down to earth like rain. Everyone saw that and ran chaotically, shouting, "Run, something is falling from the sky." The goddess looked at humanity and sighed with regret as she sat in a coffee shop, while Mina and Miri sipped their still warm coffee. She asked when Inshin would return from his trip. Miri looked up at the sky and replied, "I don't know. I also hope that the teacher will come back soon because this is Insin the Hunter's skill improvement trip," Mina said proudly. "If that's the reason, he will return right away." High above, the goddess of destruction is intently watching something. She reluctantly admits that the earth she just destroyed cannot be just an empty shell. The god of destruction angrily wondered, "Please tell me Inshin didn't create the false universe inside a mere illusion. No, only a divine creator could do such a thing." Inshin, who doesn't know where she appeared from, finishes her sentence that the goddess had overlooked. The giant illusion of Inshin questions, "So who do you think is standing in front of you?" The goddess hesitated. That thing suddenly burst into insane laughter, clutching her face and laughing bitterly. Her body had already begun to fade away. She lowered her head, her long hair covering her face. "Yes, the only one who can do that is none other than the creator god." The goddess's face begins to show signs of cracking. She looked at him with admiration, now truly embodying the aura of the god of creation. She could no longer deny it. "I have completed my mission. Farewell to my one and only god." And with that, the goddess of destruction completely disappears. The ending of the novel is gradually coming together, marking the conclusion of the dream-devouring Hunter Yin. The destroyer needs an existence by her side to suppress her rage. And that existence can only be the primordial god. Inshin used the universe and the heavens and earth to the fullest to become the primordial god. Insin has become the prime god, the dream-devouring hunter. In has completed the challenge. Sin sees himself returning to a destroyed real world. He gently sits down and touches the shimmering fragments of souls. He wondered if they could be saved. Shin smiled and confirmed that with his writing skills, it was possible. Hearing that, Shin regained his confidence and courage to write again. The blue toy returned. Sin walks with his 2 followers, the demon sword and 2 men. Along the street, he observes the surrounding scene, everyone happily laughing and joking. Groups of young people chatting with each other, Shin exclaimed, "It's truly peaceful. Today I feel even more nostalgic for Inho than ever before." 2 men quickly appeases him. "Sir, Shin will stay by your side to make amends." The demon sword shouted angrily, "I told that girl if she dares to say such words, I will kill her." When 2 men provokes him, "If you want to try, go ahead. I won't back down. This time, I will fight for real." Sin coldly warned them, "Silence or I will fire both of you." They immediately cowered and behaved. "Yes, sir, we will remember your words." Sin sighed and said, "Well, now that Inho has become a father, I can't ruin his peaceful time." In the great galactic empire inside the spaceship, Inho is happily with his small family, soothing our little chubby baby. After the death of the goddess of destruction, Sin rewrote the ending of the Einen Hunter's dream to revive the murderous Inho and Tom Shin. Inho returned safely to the galactic empire and built a happy little family. And the Saintess is ruling Ankia. He feels very happy. At the fan meeting, Shin's fans arrived in large numbers. A banner was hung outside the building. The fan meeting event of Dream Eater Shin's Hunter team. All 3 quietly watch from above. The murderer is chatting with Miri. "Damn this arrogant bastard, does he even need a bodyguard?" She replied, "Our master is an important figure. They are only here to handle minor issues." Tom Shin still spoke out of habit. Destruction. The person next to him burst into laughter. Uncle Tam Shin said he couldn't stand looking at Uncle Yin's face, but I think he's really cool. Today Yin is very happy. And you, shivering from the cold, loudly said, "There are even fans coming to see me. I am the greatest author in the world." In Yin, life is truly fulfilling. Seeing Mina arrive from behind, Miri greeted her. "Ah, you're here?" She replied, "Yeah, I got stuck in traffic for a bit." Then, looking cheerful, Mina frowned and asked, "But why is she standing next to Yin?" Miri explained, "She was hired as a bodyguard. Actually, she's quite strong too. It's just because of work, so you have to be patient." Mina fumes with anger. "Patience, huh? I told her not to lay a finger on him. You're going to tear her apart." Miri quickly advises her hot-tempered sister. "Look, Sister Nina." The sound of high heels clicking loudly echoed as Shin turned around and saw her furious expression. "Mina, she looks so aggressive. It seems she's going to cause trouble again." Mina pointed at Xiao Ming and said, "Hey you, follow me quickly." I secretly thought I knew, but I shouldn't let them fight, so I grabbed her hand. "Hey Mina, let's have a little chat." When she heard you recount, Mina shouted, "Marrying, are you trying to matchmake Xiao Ming and the sword demon?" You confirm. "Yes, that's why I hired them as bodyguards, so please don't bother them." Mina blushed and replied, "Oh, in that case, it's fine." And I asked, "By the way, are you free tonight? Let's go out for dinner together." Hearing this, her face turned even redder. "Why have dinner? I have something I need to talk to her about." Mina agreed. "Okay, I'll go to the bathroom for a moment." He replied, "Yeah, you go ahead." As she walked away, she wondered if he was about to confess to her. She already felt nervous. What was that curious look just now? Her reaction was more unusual than usual. Suddenly, someone approached and asked, "Du, can I talk to you for a moment?" And Shin wondered, "Who is that?" Seeing that person, "Are you surprised, director?" "Let's see. The first time we met was 10 years ago, wasn't it?" He politely said. "Yes, it was the year of the victory." The director continued, "When I first read your novel, I thought we had found a genius. But I didn't do anything at the time because you hadn't decided on the ending. But you've done it now, and I am very proud of you." Du Insin remains very modest, saying it's all thanks to your patience. He secretly thought that he wanted to turn his story into a book, so he approached a publishing company. "All the online novels I wrote after growing up failed. Only the director, who was still a department head at the time, believed in me until the end. He revealed that when he thought back, a woman had come here to look for you." In was surprised. "A woman?" The director replied. She's a beautiful woman around 20 years old. She said she heard rumors about a young genius author, and quietly wondered if that was the abyssal dragon she had been following for so long. Never mind. "I shouldn't jump to conclusions like that," the director added. "She told us to let her know once the novel was finished and she would spend hundreds of millions to buy the book. But she probably didn't expect that it would take you 10 years to finish this novel." And Shin asked, "Do you know her contact information?" He said it seems they have changed. "I tried calling, but someone else answered." You said that, and thought she asked to be notified after finishing the novel, but didn't answer the phone. Could it be that someone has been watching me all along? Is it the divine consciousness? The system reminds the divine spirit that doing so would require a lot of karma points. You consider the third possibility, but what about the nightmare? The whole room remained silent, and immediately understood, so it was you. "Have you been watching me all this time?" The system displays. Mungvo Tung is feeling embarrassed. She said she just wanted to check if you were the embodiment of the creator god, but now she regrets spending such a large amount of money in karma points, and she thinks your future works will all be worse. Inshin angrily thought, I just ran out of ideas for a bit. The system reminded her that she would be willing to buy 10 million copies of the completed novel. Inshin's eyes lit up. That's a bit too much, but thank you very much. How much money is 10 million copies worth? The director noticed his unusual attitude and asked, Are you okay? Inshin replied, Yes, I'm just thinking about something. There was a knock at the door. The manager came in to remind us, Before the fan meeting starts, let's take a few photos. The director stood up and invited, Let's go now. The student replied, Yes. The manager asked about the progress. How is your new novel coming along? Please prepare in advance so you won't be delayed due to personal reasons. Of course, you agree. The photographer is waiting outside. He says, Please follow this way. Mr. Y, please ask Xiao Ming to call. There's still an empty seat next to me. The murderer is also urging his true self to step up quickly. The manager pats your shoulder and asks, Will Mr. Inshin continue writing novels for us? Inshin replied, I need a little more time to think, and if you want to give me a gift, just give me some beef.
Is everyone here? Then please look this way. I will take the photo now.
So Inshin now has a photo with all her family and friends gathered around.